Rosetta Stone flight tickets. Purchase you. I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim. Just enough. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591 or read about blackouts. Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Approved credit expires 3/31/23. CSL number 97192. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Award. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires.
Who loves milk more than anybody else?
KFI, AM east of the Rockies. Call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast
Brings us on the show.
with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. This is Ray Lamontagne. Strong enough. The Mail online, let's say a newspaper in Great Britain, is trying to unravel the top 5 theories about the hairy ape man. Everything from a lost species of hominid to a Native American nature spirit. Number 2, the creature is actually an ape from Asia that wandered to North America during the Ice Age. Number 3, Bigfoot is among at least 2,000 ape men walking upright in North America's woods today. This is the story in the news section of at coasttocoastam.com. Say, if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, and you want to find out more, you can start by visiting my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and there's a lot of stuff there. You can stream and subscribe to my podcast right there, Richard Serrett, Strange Planet. That's the podcast. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into the podcast, you might want to think about a premium subscription. And there are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You can get access to commercial-free listing, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on Strange Planet merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca. Everything's right there. StrangePlanet.ca.
All right, when we come back, your questions and comments for investigative journalist Janet Phelan as we discuss the breaking point of history right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My
Or
lead
to pay.
faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
Watch that guy
My told me my
really
rent
wanted
would
to
be
just
free
get
if
to
I
know her
gave him
better,
something
be a
in
nice person.
Sexual
Really?
harassment by
I want you to get to know each other better.
your house
I get to know
isn't
all
just
the
wrong,
tenants. I'm
it's
happy
against the law.
here.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful
This is a
sexual
bullshit thing.
advances to you. You can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. You fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. But I'm glad we are and talk and listen to one another. They can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At loveisnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple
Something
tools
went
to
wrong,
start a
huh?
conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation
Oh,
at
no,
lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Band. What happened?
Janet Phelan stays with us. The book is At the Breaking Point of History. That's published by Trine Day, Trine, Trine Day, TrineDay.com, the website. Before we go to the calls, Janet, we were talking about, I think you were addressing the whole issue of things like electronic harassment. We were talking about human
Where's another
experimentation, and I'm trying to remember, we left off and we were discussing, I think, certain judges, perhaps corrupt judges, had been bribed to throw certain cases. I think you were talking about electronic harassment. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Well, actually, I was referencing this new subcommittee on weaponization of government, and that's sort of a catch-all that might include a number of different issues. And I did try to reach out to this subcommittee on some of these concerns about what's happening to some of the judges, and I found that the subcommittee really didn't seem to be interested. It's a subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, but it didn't seem to be interested in any issues about judges taking bribes. And in fact, the whole impetus of this weaponization of government committee seems to be sort of a partisan political effort to tar the other party while
What does this say?
keeping, the spirit of Donald Trump alive. So
Oh,
it
you're
didn't
muted.
seem to be really living up to its name.
all right, let's go to the phones. And first caller, Lewis, is calling from one of the cities that has apparently. Oh, we lost Lewis. Oh, that's too bad. He wanted to talk about those blueprints because he's in Los Angeles. All right, that's too bad. We lost Lewis. Maybe he'll call back. Let's say hi to Joe. That's Medina, Ohio. Joe, east of the Rockies. Welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hi, Richard. It's my name's Joe. Hi, Janet. How are you? Hey, Joe. Good. A couple quick comments. I have to live with a Vitaset generator. It's human residence because I'm constantly under attack.
Under attack by what? An energy weapon?
Energy weapon, correct. I'm sure you've heard of G. Edward Griffin.
Oh, yes.
Select
Expo. A couple of doctor friends of mine, he's a gentleman that you have to have on your show. He's the best in the country. His name's Dr. Alfonso Manzo. Remember that name, and you could look him up. I could put you in contact with him. And Janet, if you could leave your email, I have a lot of treasure trove of information for you. Richard, you had a past guest back in 2012 that was a friend of mine. His name was Michael Chapela. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He was taken out in January of 2020, poisoned. And I got him in contact with now my doctor friend Alfonso Manzo 2 weeks before he died. And he had an he was a doctor, my one friend is Dr. Alfonso Manzo. He also has a background in electrical engineering as well as Michael Chapela. He has Tesla technology. So he was able to dismantle a lot of the AI technology that's being put in all of us today. And I would say he's the foremost expert, and he's the best of the best. So, all right, so Bill, did you have a specific question to share and how it's impacting all of us, and how we're able to test it? He has the most sophisticated equipment using biofeedback. And those electrical, I can't comment about that Havana syndrome, but I do know without a doubt that technology does exist where people can be taken out from hundreds of yards away. This is really could happen. Okay, Joe, let me ask Janet. I mean, I don't know if do you want to divulge an email or a method where someone like Joe could get in contact with you? That's up to you, Janet. No pressure.
Well, I write for Activist Post, and you can contact me through Activist Post.
Okay, Activist Post. All right, and they're online as well?
Activistpost.com, yeah.
Activistpost.com. Okay, Joe, that's the best way. Well, there was I think it was a bill that was introduced around 2000 or 2001 to ban certain types of space weapons. And there was a Democrat, Dennis Kucinich from Ohio, who introduced a provision into that bill. It was defeated, but the provision was to ban psychotronic weapons, which is exactly what Joe in Medina, Ohio was talking about. Any thoughts on that, Janet?
Well, it does seem as if the laws that are governing covert weaponry, whether they're biological weapons, psychotronic weapons, I have here right in front of me the prohibitions for chemical weapons. And it looks, you read in the beginning, this is from the U.S. Code Title 18, Section 229, if unlawful to develop, produce, otherwise acquire, transfer directly or indirectly, receive, stockpile, retain, own, possess, or use, or threaten to use any chemical weapon. Now, it sounds great. But then you go to the exempted agencies and persons, and it says it does not apply to the detention, ownership, possession, transfer, or receipt of a chemical weapon by a department, agency, or other entity of the United States. So, all of these efforts to protect us from weapons that are actually weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, radiological weapons, appear to have been foiled through the passage of laws like this.
All right. Wild card line. Wayne is in Tacoma, Washington. Wayne, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Good evening, Sir Richard and Lady Janet. Yeah, almost anything can be used for nefarious purposes. I came across something quite a few years ago, and I thought I remembered this about the water, and especially, I know there's been guests on Coast to Coast talking about really the poisoning of the American public through the water system by them putting rat poisons in our water, which is what is it that's supposed to protect the enamel on the teeth? That's what that was originally used for. The fluoride, right?
Right.
Okay. So anyway,
I think it's a byproduct of producing aluminum, and they couldn't figure out what to do with it. That's one theory. So they put it in the water system. Right.
Yeah. And So anyway, I remembered something about dual water systems. So I just Googled, why do we have dual water systems throughout the United States? And so the first thing that popped up was something from an organization called the National Environmental Service Center. And it was just a short page PDF, so I downloaded it. I'm just going to read the summary, which is just a medium long paragraph. And it says, dual water systems feature two separate distribution systems that supply potable water through one distribution network and non-potable water through another. The two systems work independently of each other within the same service area. Using dual systems can boost public water supplies because they lessen the burden on drinking water systems because they do not have to provide water treatment to drinking water standards for.
Can I interrupt you because I'm aware of dual water systems, and this is not configured at all in the same way as the double line water system. Dual water systems require more than one service line. So you have a separate service line for the potable water and a separate service line for the non-potable water. But what I'm talking about in this covert double line water system is you've got one service line. And that makes a world of difference. So a dual water system is not the same as what I am describing and discussing in this book.
All right, Wayne, thank you for that.
Dual water systems are mostly used for like agricultural purposes, and so the second service line that carries non-potable water to be used for flushing toilets or watering fields and so forth comes into a separate service line, not the same service line, which is what we've seen in the double line water system.
Okay, that makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah, why bother to run the water through a filtration system if it's just going to be used for irrigation, etc. Right. Okay. Let's say hi to.
Right.
Okay. First-time caller. I'm glad. Well, Steve is in San Diego and he wants to discuss something that we didn't get to, and that's the WHO and their pandemic treaty. Steve, go ahead. Welcome.
Excellent show today. Thank you so much for providing this guest. I just want to know, under the past 3 years or so, aside from that, in the future, why is the WHO getting involved in who and who doesn't get medical treatment, whether they like it or not, under the Maryland Code, under informed consent, under personal health decisions in Los Angeles, or Utah for that matter? The World Health Organization is being controlled by certain people, and maybe you can elaborate on who, how, why, and how we can stop it, prevent it.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. Janet, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch all of that, but I think I caught enough of it to address it. At this point in time, the WHO has launched a two-pronged effort to change the relationship between individuals and national governments and the WHO to give the WHO exclusive dominion over our health sovereignty. And there are basically two prongs to this effort. One of them is the amendments of the international health regulations. I have details on this here, but unfortunately, I don't have enough time to go into them. And the other is through the launching of a pandemic treaty. So these are both hovering on the horizon to possibly go into effect in 2024. And either or both of these together will decimate our health sovereignty and our ability to make individual decisions over our own health care, should there be another public health emergency or a perceived public health emergency.
That's an important distinction extinction, isn't it? And perceived. As I understand the treaty, it would essentially give the World Health Organization broad powers to not only announce officially that there is a pandemic, and then to also prescribe measures such as mandates, lockdowns, and so forth. Now, the idea is that this is supposed to be voluntary, and I guess this is the way that governments could adopt it without having to get it sanctioned by a vote in their parliament, or in the United States case by the Senate, which they ratify treaties. So, but if it's voluntary, quote unquote, they don't have to get it ratified. Is that the idea? Do I have that correct?
Well, I'm not aware of this voluntary caveat. What I'm aware of is that it becomes obligatory. What I am aware of in terms of the pandemic treaty is that there is an effort to launch a sort of provisional acceptance, and that way it will not have to go through Senate ratification. It would only have to be signed by the president, and it again would change the way that treaties are generally dealt with in the U.S., which is, of course, first the president signs it, and then it goes to the Senate for ratification. But under the terms of this pandemic treaty, that would be out the window, and it would only be a deal between Tedros and Biden.
Right, and obviously some concerns here that the communist Chinese have tremendous influence within the World Health Organization, and of course we have continued questions about the origin of a certain virus. Now even, the FBI and other organizations saying it's coming out of the Wuhan laboratory. So you have potentially the communist Chinese creating viruses, perhaps unleashing them, and then through their puppet, the World Health Organization, imposing lockdowns and mandates on the rest of the world.
That is a clear and present danger. I wouldn't ascribe it only to the Chinese Communist Party, however. I think there was a bit of involvement in the U.S. in the entire public health crisis in that too.
Sure. Gain of function funding through the NIH.
Right.
That's been addressed, obviously, in Senate hearings. Janet, great speaking with you. Thank you so much for hanging out for the last 2 hours and providing some very explosive information. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me on this year.
At the breaking point of history, that's available at Amazon, and also Trine Day Publishing, trineday.com, trineday.com. All right, when we come back, symbolism, occult symbolism embedded in your favorite films. Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, antiquarian, writer, and 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason is next. Stay with us. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid.
No, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a
This
tree
is the
too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at rooterheroes.com.
Heard any of our secret mind control hidden messages recently? No? That's because we're really good at it.
Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about, what do you care? What, the couple next door to you is gay? Oh, that's horrible. They're great dressers.
Bill Handle.
No, I would be intimidated because they would always look better than me. Of course.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I'm me. What was the name of your first best friend? No friends. What was the name of your first dog? No dogs. What's your favorite band? I hate music.
Bill Handle.
I mean, I have a hard time filling those out.
You can tell.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And we have a new flavor, the radio-flavored Coca-Cola. That should be their next one. That's right. Handle World. Oh, no. Oh, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle? God,
Bill Handle.
I don't even want to go there.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KSI.
And KOSTHD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Family tragedy in the Valley. I'm Andrew Caravella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD's Devonshire Division Police Station on Friday and told cops he thought he hurt his mom. Cops went to the home inside the guard-gated community of the Heights at Porter Ranch and found the mother dead. Former Vice President Pence has unleashed his harshest criticism yet of former President Trump for his role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Pence made the remarks on Saturday evening at the annual White Tie Gridiron Dinner, where politicians and journalists gathered in Washington. Pence said, "I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day." The former VP said he knows history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Pence is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. We had you for a good com check. 5x5. How else?
NASA Crew Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station. 4 astronauts splashed down on Saturday evening off the Florida coast. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer. The Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper is hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to a Snoop visit as well. Bringing the classics and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Also joining the tour are 2 short, Warren G and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Drama. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off at July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and more. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Seal Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 56 games. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. She was 92. And Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during Sunday night's Academy Awards ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Kravitz has appeared in many films, including The Hunger Games and the rom-com Shotgun Wedding. The 95th Oscars will be hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and televised on ABC. Southland weather. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, some more clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches. Inland Metro LA, Orange County, the valleys, Inland Empire, and the high deserts. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Dana Point 55, Irvine 59, West Covina 58, Santa Clarita 56 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Checking KFI traffic, we do the crash in South LA on the 110 North on Adams. That has all lanes blocked. Through the Bloomington area, 10 east on Cedar, crash in lanes. And a car fire at Willowbrook, 105 west on after Central Avenue. That's along the right shoulder. Through Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic. That's a vehicle fire along the right shoulder. And through Riverside, 91 east on University Ave, that has a crash there along the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster.
I'm Jonathan Weiss.
On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. The Cal Hopeful Moment is brought to you by calhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay if you're stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Hope can help. Access Cal Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country is anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperlawyer.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
And instructions for dancing. I love it when you read to me. You can read me anything. The book of love has music in it. In fact, that's where music comes from. Some of it's just transcendental. Some of it's just really dumb. But I like it when you sing to me. And you can say anything.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Isn't that beautiful? Peter Gabriel, The Book of Love.
Okay.
Have you ever wondered why 007 is James Bond's numerical designation? Or where the name Luke Skywalker comes from? What's behind the symbolism of all those mirrors in Black Swan? Robert W. Sullivan IV is the author of 3 volumes of Cinema Symbolism, a guide to esoteric imagery in popular movies. And he's coming up next on Coast to Coast AM to reveal the occult, numerological, astrological, mythological, alchemical, tarot, and Kabbalistic iconography and symbolism contained within popular movies. And on a totally unrelated sidebar, after the death of his source, Robert is now free to reveal a mystery related to him by a Kennedy family insider about the whereabouts of JFK's missing brain. That conversation is coming up next on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
This man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
What's up, baby?
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong.
That's what they should have said.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
I like how you
Your story is so
Interesting?
yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
And welcome back. Richard Serrett coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Robert W. Sullivan IV is a philosopher, historian, antiquarian, jurist, theologian, writer, lawyer, and a Scottish Rite 32nd degree Freemason. He's the author of Cinema Symbolism, Volumes 1, 2, and 3, The Royal Arch of Enoch, and a work of fiction, A Pact with the Devil. Robert, welcome back to Coast. How are you, my friend?
Hello, Richard. Thank you for having me back on Coast to Coast. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
I always look forward to speaking with you, Robert, because like you, I love movies, although I don't have, obviously, anywhere near your depth and breadth of knowledge. And we're going to get into all of these hidden little gems, these layers that the directors and, I guess, screenwriters sort of encode in films to really bring them to life. But before we do any of that, because we've had you on a number of times, and it's always great fun discussing symbolism in film. But before that, on a totally unrelated note, you had an acquaintance or a friend who was kind of a Kennedy family insider who related information to you about JFK's missing brain. And I guess now you're free to speak speak about it because this person has passed on. Is that correct?
Yes, Richard. The person who related this information to me is no longer here. They have been gone for a little while now. And the story, if you want me to tell it, I certainly will.
Yeah. Well, just before we get right into it, let me just ask you: was this person a member of the Kennedy family, or was he a close friend? And did he know all of the Kennedys, or a little bit about them without obviously identifying them?
Right. I'm not going to reveal this person's name, but I just will say that he was a Kennedy. The best way I can describe it is he was a Kennedy family insider. He knew some people who were very close to the Kennedy family. And I have
12,000
no
people on
reason whatsoever to doubt what this person told me regarding the location of JFK's missing brain.
All right, just sort of set the scene. Like where, and when, and what were the circumstances when he, I don't know, leaned over and said, "Robert, I got to tell you about JFK's missing brain." I mean, that doesn't come out at a cocktail party, exactly, does it? Or did it?
Well, no, I was. This person was an acquaintance of mine, and we were just talking one day about history and the Kennedys and the JFK assassination and the conspiracy theories surrounding it. And this was a while ago now. The Oliver Stone movie had already come out, the first one, the JFK. Stone has subsequently done another documentary about it. And it didn't come out in any way like, oh, this is some sort of closely guarded secret or like, under the table or hush-hush or anything like that. He said, oh, I'll tell you where the brain is. He said, I know exactly where it is. And he related a story, this person, he or she, I should say, related a story to me. And that's, like I said, I personally have I did not witness this event or anything like that. This is a story that was told to me. So technically, as a lawyer, it is hearsay. But again, I knew this person, and I know this person would not lie to me, and I have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve or question this story.
Okay, so we'll give a little bit of a backstory just for context here. So, November 22nd, 1963, Kennedy struck in the head. The fatal mortal wound appears to come despite all of the official narrative that it came from behind the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository building. If you see the Zapruder film, obviously, to the naked eye, it looks like it's coming from the front and to the side, the grassy knoll. We see Kennedy's head snap back. So then he's taken to Parkland Memorial Hospital. He's declared dead. Somewhere now, you can fill in the blanks here. I'm not sure if the autopsy was performed not there, but it was at Bethesda Naval Hospital when they took Kennedy's body there. The autopsy, or was it performed at Parkland?
No,
I can't remember.
It should have been done in Parkland because at the time there was no federal law. Assassination was first-degree murder. Essentially, it would have been covered by the state of Texas. There was no. This was not a federal crime at the time. So the autopsy should have technically have been done at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, but of course the body was moved, one could say illegally, to Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland, outside of D.C., where the autopsy was done. And I mean, there's all sorts of suspicious activity revolving around the autopsy. Dr. Hume was burning his autopsy notes. People were being told to be quiet about what they were finding. There were bullet wounds that didn't tally with what the official story was. There was more wounds than they could account for with the number of shots that were fired. So, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is very suspicious. And it was at this point at the Bethesda Naval Hospital where Kennedy's brain was removed as potential evidence, as potential crime scene evidence, and was preserved in the National Archives of all places. And that's where it stayed for at least 4 years.
Right, because obviously if you're looking to determine the trajectory of the bullet that was the mortal head wound, that would be found in the brain. And that's typical in an autopsy. They take out the organs, they weigh them, and so forth, and certainly with the brain. Not to get overly graphic, but whatever was left of the brain. And so it was after the autopsy, the brain is then stored in the National Archives in Washington. Did you say for 4 years?
Yeah, it was there for from 1963 to 1967.
Okay, so at what point is it missing?
Well, it goes missing in 1967.
And when did they discover? How did they discover that it was missing?
I know for a fact that it went missing when Jim Garrison, when he was trying to play Shaw 2 years later, they had subpoenaed it, they had requested it to examine it, and at that point the National Archives admitted that it was gone, and they didn't know where it was. Of course, that probably wasn't true. They didn't know where it was. But anyway, at that point, that's when it was officially, it was determined that it wasn't there anymore, and its current whereabouts were unknown.
Okay, so now along comes your acquaintance, and during a conversation, he tells you, I know where the missing brain is.
Correct.
All right, so let's get into it.
Right. The story that was told to me was, she said that in 1967, John F. Kennedy the body in Arlington Cemetery was moved. It had been buried when they interred it in 1963. They moved the body 4 years later in 1967 to the location it is now. It didn't move very far. It moved a little farther up the hill. And of course, this is where it is now under the monument with the burning torch that you can go see today if you want to. At that point, he told me, when the body was being moved, Kennedy's brother, the former Attorney General Robert Kennedy, went into the National Archives under the table. This wasn't, somewhat surreptitiously, and removed the brain from the vault of the National Archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin. And the brain is actually buried with John F. Kennedy in Arlington National Cemetery. And his motivation for doing this, Robert Kennedy's motivation for this was he was deeply distressed and concerned that the brain was going to wind up somehow, somewhere in the hands of what you would describe as a carnival barker, or wind up in the hands of a private collector, somewhat unscrupulously, and be put on display, or they'll become a sideshow exhibit or something like that. That deeply distressed him and worried him. He didn't want that to happen. So when the body was being moved, when JFK's body was being moved in Arlington in 1967, Robert Kennedy retrieved the brain out of the National Archives.
Are you done?
The brain in John F. Kennedy's casket. And then, of course, it was subsequently buried where it is today in Arlington National Cemetery. That was the story that was told to me, and I had absolutely no reason to doubt it.
So what's interesting about that, and that's a remarkable story, and I tend to believe it because, first of all, I believe you, and
why?
I have faith in your judgment and character. So if you say this person was credible, what's interesting though is that one of the theories as to why Robert F. Kennedy was assassinated was because he was trying to get to the bottom of his brother's assassination. Who was responsible? And that brain, as we mentioned earlier, would have contained evidence. He would have been in possession of the brain for a period of time. I would imagine he would have maybe examined it, would have been interested to know, was the mortal head wound, did it come from in front and to the side instead of behind? And yet, he had the brain, he never spoke of it, at least publicly. What do you think of that? What do you make of that?
Right, it's a fair point. But my understanding of it is, as it was told to me, was that RFK was much more worried about the brain falling into the hands of someone unscrupulous than he was about that at that point in time. But Robert Kennedy had always believed that there were right-wing elements in the CIA and the FBI who had plotted against his brother and he killed him. That was no state secret at the time. I mean, that was somewhat well known. They may have kept it under wraps. But RFK had always believed something, suspicious had happened on November 22nd. And certainly the idea that the brain could have possibly revealed the track of the bullet is certainly possible. The story was told to me that the brain was taken and put in the coffin relatively quickly. So I don't believe that that any examination of the brain was done, after RFK had taken it from the archives and prior to him putting it in the coffin.
Yes,
I think it's certainly a valid point. I think there's enough evidence without even examining the brain, me personally, to realize just when you look at the Zapruder film, to realize that shot from the front, the headshot to Kennedy came from the front. I mean, I think that's hard to argue with. But at any rate, again, this person had told me that Kennedy, RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, was deeply worried that the brain was going to again wind up in the hands of someone unscrupulous, and that this was going to wind up essentially in a freak show. And because of that reason, he wanted it buried with his brother, where it would be out of sight forever. And again, I'll just reiterate, I personally have no eyewitness. This is a story that was told to me. I have no firsthand knowledge of this. But the person who did tell me this was 100% credible, and I can relate to you in the audience that he would have no reason whatsoever to be deceptive or to make up a story or anything like that. This was 100%. I mean, I believed it when I heard it, and I believe it to this day.
All right, well, another mystery solved. A couple weeks ago, I think the mystery of Atlantis was finally laid to rest, where it is, and now perhaps we have finally laid to rest another mystery, the location of JFK's missing brain. Robert W. Sullivan is with us, and we're talking about now we're going to launch into our discussion on cinema symbolism. And just give us I know you've been on the program many times. There may be people new to the program who haven't heard you speak about this. Occult symbols hidden in films. What do we mean by occult symbols hidden in films? Like, who's doing it and why?
Right. Well, this is a very broad topic, and it's not just symbols. It covers an array of tropes, of themes. I mean, you're dealing with when you're dealing with hidden icons, symbols, themes in films. I mean, it's everything. It's not just one thing, like a symbol hanging on a wall in the background. I mean, it's much deeper than that. I mean, it's an examination of the costuming, the setting, the symbol, the themes, and what makes it even more complex is it depends on the context in which all this is presented. What I mean to say when I say that is the surrounding circumstances of how it's presented can change. It can mean one thing in one film, but can mean something completely separate or different in another film. And that makes it even more complex because you can't paint with broad strokes with this. You have to be very, it's very detail-oriented. Something in one movie can mean one thing, but presented in a slightly different way in another film could mean something or can convey a different meaning altogether. So, and another thing that is very, very interesting, and this is something that I was hoping to delve into a little bit with you tonight, is actually the use of a certain actor or actress can be used to convey something, or hint at something. What I described, the easiest way for me to describe this is by employing an actor or an actress in a certain film, if they bring the cinematic baggage with them from an earlier film, it's not typecasting, and it really creates. The only way I can describe this is it creates what I call pop culture balance, where it invests this new film with some sort of hidden undercurrent that the filmmaker is trying to employ or convey to the audience. And when I first started looking at this, I thought it was very, very narrow. I thought it was very scarce. Years later, 4 or 5 years later, after first discovering this, it's much more widespread. And when you look at really the very sophisticated filmmakers, Darren Aronofsky, Guillermo del Toro, to some extent Kubrick, which was one of the ones I wanted to talk to you about tonight, it's these guys really know what they're doing. So when we talk about occult themes, occult symbols in movies, again, it's a very broad topic. And it can cover anything from costuming to actors to symbols to themes related to alchemy, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, mysticism, you name it.
Right, and again, the idea here is for those who think we're talking about, some sort of satanic influence that is pervading Hollywood and that they're trying to promote Satanism or occultism through the movies. It's not about that. It's about using occult or hidden symbols, themes, all of the things that you just described, simply to add more depth and meaning and to turn a film into a truly, piece of art, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, it's like I said, it's very broad. You just have to look at the context. There are films that I do believe have a very sinister aspect to them that are very diabolical, and really are kind of what I describe as the devil dwells in the celluloid. But again, it's my examination of it has led me to believe that you have to look at each film individually, and you can't paint with strokes.
Okay, Robert, I got to jump in here. We're going to take a time out, head on into a break. John Lennon from his rock and roll album, Slippin' in the Slide, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Like all this shit, introducing that's spam. I don't know why. Damn, like that. Oh, shit.
I'm Andrew Carabella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of asking a minor for sex in California. A task force in Sacramento says the arrests are part of Operation Secret Admirer, which catches anyone trying to target children for sex. The operation spanned a month and involved officials posing as children as young as 13. Officials say people can report suspected child sexual exploitation at report.cybertip.org. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team was taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officers say the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. KFI weather. Monday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland Metro LA, Orange County, the Valley, i.e. in the high deserts. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carabella.
Checking KFI traffic on Cedar, crashed in lanes. Yeah, car fire Willowbrook, 105 westbound after Central Avenue. That's along the right shoulder. To Monterey Park, 60 eastbound Atlantic. With the vehicle fire there along the right shoulder. And at the Riverside 91 eastbound at University Ave, that has a crash there along the right shoulder. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Sill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Sill DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Sill guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Sill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Everybody needs a hero.
You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from?
No, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house.
This is so bullshit.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call River Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at riverhero.com.
See on 996 podcast, Really No Really. Join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deep fake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really, no, really.
Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591 or read about blackouts, Tesla, and oops with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Unapproved credit expires 3/31/23. CSL for 978-152.
Hi there, I'm Joel Larsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Today at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The ways. Glimpsed only occasionally at the hearts of massive clusters of galaxies,
Fuck Yosh.
massive black holes are some of the largest and most elusive objects in the universe. These black hole behemoths have masses exceeding that of 10 billion suns. That's with a B, billion suns, making them far more monstrous than even the supermassive black holes found at the centers of the galaxy, like the Milky Way. And their tremendous size has long perplexed astronomers. Now, researchers studying a rare galaxy merger with 3 supermassive black holes at its center may have finally discovered the origins of .com. George Norrie is coming to Sedona, Arizona, and the Sedona Performing Arts Center. Is a live stage show, part of the Sedona Ascension Retreat, and that's a free show. You have to get tickets, of course, for the Sedona Ascension Retreat, but the stage show is for free. That's happening Saturday, March the 18th at 8 p.m. And for more information, you can go to SedonaAscensionRetreats.com, SedonaAscensionRetreats.com, or just go to coasttocoastam.com and go up in the menu bar and find George Norrie and events, and it's all right there. Back to more of my conversation with Robert W. Sullivan IV as we talk about occult casting in the movies, right after these on Coast to Coast AM.
Alien Coin, part of the Silver Starter Kit, just for Coast to Coast fans, exclusively at BullionMax.com/post. Now, I know there's a lot of you out there that have tried to order in the past, but it's sold out by the time you get there. But Bullion Max was finally able to get more in stock. And here's the great thing. When you go to BullionMax.com/post and order your Philharmonic coin and the Britannia. We all know inflation is getting worse. The stock market had its worst year since 2008. And now is the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. And Bullion Max ships out to you fully insured. Hedge the stock market, hedge the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals.
Every cream and ointment that you can imagine was pretty miserable. So I started taking olive oil, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. So lymph nodes started to
go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to get him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And we are back with Robert W. Sullivan IV talking about symbolism, occult symbolism in the movies. And we're going to focus on one type of cinema symbolism, and that is occult casting. So,
this
kind of give us an example. I think there's a good one with before we get into The Shining and so forth. But there's another example with in Star Wars. There's another.
Yeah, language
we
stuff.
talked about
Like that. Fuck you.
casting another movie that was, I guess, supposed to evoke memories of Star Wars or something like that.
No, it's the one you're talking about is Max von Sydow.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Well, this is a good example. There's many, but we can start with this one. This was when in the one in Star Wars Episode 7, when the movie opens on the desert planet, and this is where Kylo Ren is coming for the relic that the Max von Sydow character has. He passes it on to the Poe character, and then they confront. Von Sydow confronts Kylo Ren, and he ultimately gets killed. And it begs the question, and this is, it's like, why are you casting Max von Sydow to be in this movie for literally what is probably less than 5 minutes of screen time when any numbers of actors could have played this part? And when I was watching it, there was just something that was like a splinter in my head. It just wasn't sitting right. And it wasn't necessarily sinister or anything, but it just stirred this curiosity. I kind of felt like I'd seen this all before. And sure enough, and this is kind of what I'm talking about when I say I call casting the use of an actor or actress to sort of plant something in your subconscious mind. The placing of Von Sydow planting your subconscious mind two other movies that Von Sydow was in, and they're The Exorcist and Dune. And what I mean is this: when the character in the Star Wars movie gets Kylo Ren and gets struck down. It brings to mind, what other Max von Sydow movie opens in the desert and he stands up to a dark, evil figure. And of course, he's the Jesuit priest. In the desert, it's Baron Harkonnen. And in that movie, he gets struck down right away. So why do this? Why place von Sydow in Star Wars? Well, the idea is, and the way this works is, by putting von Sydow at the beginning of that movie, it's transferring The Exorcist and Dune to your subconscious mind. It's not done consciously. It's done very surreptitiously. And what it does is it invests Kylo Ren and the First Order with sort of the diabolical scheme, the evilness, as it were, of Pazuzu the demon and Baron Harkonnen. And that's what I mean by occult casting.
That's for real movie fans, though. I mean, that's the director did that almost just for people like you who are real cinephiles who can do that cross-reference and say, oh, wait a minute, Max von Sydow was in Dune and he was in this movie. That's why he's doing it. It's almost like they put that Easter egg in there just for you.
Yeah, it's an Easter egg, and it's very hard to pick up on, but it's also, I can see it. So, I can point it out. But if you're watching the movie, again, what a lot of these guys, what these directors like to do is tweak with your subconscious mind by using archetypal imagery in this case. So it's almost one of those things where it affects the movie goer, but they're not aware of it. And that's sort of the level these guys are working on. I know to look for it. So I can kind of spot it. And like I said, when I first started doing this, the very first movie I noticed this with was the sequel to The Matrix. I believe it was called Matrix Reloaded, maybe it was. And it was the use of Anthony Zerbe, the actor in it. And the sequel to The Matrix, the use of Zerbe was cross-referencing Omega Man with Charles
reversed. Everything is backwards. And if you're familiar with Matrix and you're familiar with my research, those movies are Gnostic cinema. That's the Valentinian strain. And when you're dealing with Gnosticism, you're dealing with a lot of reversal of Orthodox Christianity. So the fact that they would use a Deservi to reverse everything isn't surprising. That's the first movie I noticed it with. And again, when you're dealing with adroit filmmakers, you can see it. And like I said, as I was telling you, I think the last time we talked, I was rewatching all the James Bond movies, and I actually discovered some anomalies in there as well. And of course, there's really a great one in The Shining that's just uncanny that I just actually discovered within the last week. That's fantastic.
All right, well, let's get into The Shining. Before that, I just wanted to mention another example. You mentioned Max von Sydow in Star Wars 7, and he's confronting evil, and that's a callback, I guess, to The Exorcist. But the other one example would be Max von Sydow as Jesus in The Greatest Story Ever Told. Isn't he in the desert confronting the devil, the temptation in the wilderness?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's another great example of it. I mean, you can look at in the Star Wars movie, though, what I would say is if you watch the character very closely, he's a hermit. He's a hermit living alone. And when you watch, in my mind, when you watch The Exorcist and Dune, it seems to invoke those more because the character is more in line with a hermit than he is of a Christ-like figure, like a savior figure. So again, it's very narrow, splitting hairs a little bit, but certainly what you're saying is, you could certainly draw that comparison also.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about The Shining, 90s book of the same name,
right,
taking place at the Overlook Hotel in Colorado. Jack Nicholson, of course, that classic role as Jack Torrance, and Shelley Duvall, Statman Crothers. So there's an example of occult casting in The Shining.
Right. The one thing that's really unique with The Shining, and certainly we've talked about this before, is the whole thing with Kubrick exposing the moon landing through the use of a little boy, the Apollo 11 sweatshirt, the room 237, which is the distance from Earth to the moon. And of course, the idea with this is that Kubrick actually, filmed the footage of these guys hopping around in some sort of secret, government soundstage somewhere. And Kubrick is tipping off people to this in The Shining.
Or he's playing around with it because he knows that people think that he was responsible for faking the moon landing, and so maybe he's just kind of having some fun with it.
Well, the idea is that he actually filmed it, and again, this is not far-fetched. Kubrick used, in the film that he came out prior to The Shining was Barry Lyndon, and he actually used NASA technology to film that movie. So Kubrick worked hand in hand with NASA and the government. So the idea that he staged this is not that far-fetched, especially when you know that Barry Lyndon was made with NASA lenses, NASA cinema lenses, camera lenses. Of course, if you watch The Shining, the whole thing with the little boy with the Apollo 11, sweater, he stands up, goes to Route 237. The distance from the Earth to the moon was 237,000 miles. So the question begs, is there anything else in there that Kubrick is sort of tipping you off to, that he could have staged this moon landing? They may have went. I mean, the theory is they could have gone to the moon, but they couldn't film there. So they hired Kubrick based on Strangelove in 2001 to, film this footage in a top secret government lab somewhere, soundstage.
Right, as an insurance policy, so that they could prove to the world that they did go there, even though they did go there.
Correct. They couldn't film it, is the theory. They just couldn't.
Right.
So they had.
That makes sense.
Right, they had Kubrick stage this. So the question then becomes, is there any other movie that came out recently prior to The Shining that actually depicts them faking the moon landing in a top secret government soundstage? And the answer is yes. In 1971, the James Bond movie Diamonds Are Forever is released. If you're familiar with that film, this is the last of the Sean Connery James Bond movies. This was the last time he played in mechanical James Bond movies. Last time he played 007. He breaks into a top secret government facility in the desert, which is opposite the Area 51, and he's walking around. And of course, he gets found out, so it changes. He actually winds up inside a sound
becomes, okay, does Stanley Kubrick in The Shining reference James Bond anywhere as sort of like an homage to Diamonds Are Forever, you know, to tip you off that he don't think the moon landing? Is there a James Bond reference in The Shining anywhere? And the answer to the question is, yeah, there's the biggest one of all. And that is, and this will fall through the cracks, is most people, and myself included until recently, if you had asked someone who was the first actor to play James Bond, your answer would have immediately gone to Sean Connery in Dr. No.
There's David Niven. Perhaps David Niven.
False. The first actor to play James Bond, believe it or not, is none other than Barry Nelson, who played it in 1954 in a TV made-for-movie on a TV show called Climax, where they actually put on a live performance of Casino Royale, which is Ian Fleming's first novel. Who's Barry Nelson? Well, of course, if you're familiar with The Shining, Barry Nelson is Stuart Ullman, the guy who hires Jack Torrance near the beginning of the movie.
Oh, the manager of the Overlook Hotel.
Yeah, he's James Bond.
Wow.
The manager of the Overlook Hotel is the first actor to play James Bond. So Kubrick actually places James Bond in the movie by hiring Barry Nelson. And Nelson's hiring is a direct reference, is subconsciously telling your mind that, you know, he is employing James Bond to the Overlook Hotel to rent it out, to hire Jack Torrance as the caretaker. And by employing James Bond himself, I find it to be a completely under the table homage to Diamonds Are Forever.
Why have you been getting off your arm,
sort of suggesting that he is the guy who faked the moon landing footage. And I found that fascinating. I had no idea about that. I just discovered that, Richard, in the last week. Barry Nelson, Stuart Ullman, is the first actor to play 007. It was not Sean Connery.
It would have been too obvious if he hired Sean Connery to play.
Of course, yeah.
Stuart Ullman, right?
But I mean, I just found that fascinating. I couldn't believe it when I found that out. Yeah, it was Barry Nelson was the first actor to play James Bond in a TV production of Climax from 1954.
So, I guess you could see that you could view The Shining as a kind of Stanley Kubrick's confession.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. I think when you look at the evidence of it, with the little boy with the Apollo 11, and then you have, as a lawyer, definitely begins to tip the scales without question in favor that, yeah, Kubrick definitely must have had a hand in this. And then again, the real smoking gun on all this, which a lot of people aren't aware of, is the movie that he made before The Shining, which was Barry Lyndon, which, you know, he filmed whenever there's a scene set by exclusive candlelight, you can see that the lighting coming from the side, they're just too dark. NASA had developed lenses that were way ahead of their time that allowed you to do that, you know, fractured the light, you know, enhanced the candlelight. So Kubrick found this out and went to NASA and got these cameras, got these specific lenses that he used to film these scenes strictly lit by candlelight in Barry Lyndon. And again, that's sort of the real smoking gun on this, is it proves this relationship, the symbiotic relationship between Kubrick and NASA. And when you couple that with what's going on in The Shining, it certainly now you can add in Barry Nelson as a James Bond Diamonds Are Forever reference. You know, James Bond himself. Yeah, I mean, I think the scales are definitely tilted to the idea that Kubrick had a hand in this.
Robert W. Sullivan IV, Cinema Symbolism, Volumes 1 through 3. Are you working on Volume 4?
Yes, I am. That is actually being worked on as I speak, and that is coming along very, very well.
How often do you have to watch a movie until you start to make all of these connections and determine, okay, this is the occult theme here, the occult casting and so on? How often do you have to watch the film?
Oh, more than once. Usually when I watch a movie for the first time, it's usually just done for entertainment value, unless it becomes very, very obvious to me that there are things just leaping off the screen, the flat screen at me. But no, more than one time, and even on multiple occasions, I'll miss something. There are movies to this day that if I sit down and watch them, despite the fact of having watched them countless times in the past, I'm inevitably going to pick up on something new. You know, I think
would describe as if a Halloween movie was made by David Lynch, that's what it would look like. Because that thing really tweaks with reality, what's happening on the screen. And is Michael Myers even there? Lots going on in that movie. Like I said to you, I just went back and rewatched all the James Bond movies from start to finish. Lots going on in those. The one that I just picked up on was the one I just mentioned, but there's another one from 1975, The Man with the Golden Gun.
Oh, let's get to that when we come back. We're going to Robert. We're going to roll into the top of the hour here. So let's talk about the occult symbolism in the James Bond movie franchise. Robert W. Sullivan IV is with us. Cinema symbolism now. Ike and Tina taking us into the bright future right here on Coast to Coast.
You. Okay. Champagne. Oh no, it's even champagne. Which one? Don't ever. Yeah, that one's huge.
Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell good plumber.
Will you tell me how much sun stop my drain?
$99.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen
Dumbass.
or a mainline sewer.
Well, don't fuck around. Hey, you're not gonna get that much money. You know how hard it is to get in a fucking ball?
Oh no.
Dumbass.
Yeah, there are a few
What? You don't think they lock the place at night? There is no money. That is, I mean, it is a science to get money. And it's a science, man, to get that shit away. So, bank science, I think, could be a well, you have to make sure no money got like chain of custody and things. It's important. These are the days of things.
The hour we moved this weekend was the hour
Italian
I was planning to
barbecue.
spend at the gym. Yeah. Oh, well.
Keep your urine to yourself. Contain your urine.
I don't know if you know how Ben's bathrooms work. They're pretty creepy.
That's not what Steve
I've
Gregory
worked some
told
more
me. Look, there's a crime scene in there, like blood spatter.
Well, he needs to do a
I
better
am the
job
one
of
who
squeezing
did
his
that.
eyes when he
Look
walks
at this.
in. You can see the fine details. Jerry and Shannon.
Like a hotel room in the daylight, you just can't look too closely at it.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on
It's a
KFI
rescue.
and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It was almost the hero.
What, like what this is
Did
my
you
job.
save a baby?
I didn't stop.
I had a
You didn't
rough
stop?
when I was a kid.
That monster.
I'm
But,
doing
yeah.
70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
My goal is to avoid what's happening directly in front of me. Jerry and Shannon. One eye is on this car that's traveling across all lanes of traffic.
See, this is when your lazy eye comes in handy.
Exactly. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's not over yet. I'm Andrew Carabella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. After more than 24 hours, a man is continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire. The barricade has been going on since 2:30 Friday afternoon. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to Wing Lane because of a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Ocean water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and trash from the rainfall this week. The advisory started on Friday and continues until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. A huge sinkhole is threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday morning between 2 homes that face Rana Avenue. Emergency officials say the sinkhole is threatening the stability of all homes in the immediate area. The Camarillo Fire Department said 16 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from nonstop rainfall from the recent storms. And the White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida. Florida's governor called the state the place wokeness goes to die this week. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that it's not about wokeness, the bills are about hate.
Happy young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live.
Yeah, puppies that will absolutely kill you.
And their parents.
You hear asked out on Friday to think about a kid listening to elected officials talking about how they want to take away their rights or change their parents to felonies for seeking help in the LGBT community. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner of the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin.
Watch the American lady.
The best picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of the Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg's Fableman. The award will be handed out Sunday night at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Taking a look at weather from KSI. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, then the clouds will be partly cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches.
Rosaries. I'm gonna pull up rosaries.
Highs in the 50s to around 60. And LA could be 57, Fullerton 59, over City 57, and in Arcadia 59 degrees. We need no fault. From the KSI 24 News, I'm in Utah, Rabbi. This is their podcast. This is their South LA on the 110 North side of Adams. That has Pauline Rock.
Watch you really want it.
There's car fire available, 105 West 1st Central Avenue, that's along the right shoulder. Near Monterey Park, 60 eastbound Atlantic. It's a vehicle fire there along the right shoulder.
I'm not sure what edibles are.
University Ave, there's a crash there along the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They want to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just enough.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
If you get your statement and you
Check
see
it
something
out.
that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are.
If you earned less than $30,000 in 2022, you can get money back to help pay for the things you need. See if you qualify at CalEITC4me.org. Don't miss out. File your taxes today.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of
Rosie's brother.
and retaining
Oh, that's
consumer
weird.
trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
The #1 audio company, iHeartMedia, gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
That should be something that bitch from fucking Hucklebee's daughter that was a better patty. Not a better than that.
Ray.com's Relentless Hope
Great.
Podcast,
Oh, for sure.
a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
What this
God
is.
can do anything. And he took this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true freedom.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640.
I've been waiting since you left. She's sweet to me.
Wow. I was like, oh my god, this guy's doing his tricks. Let's go. Psych. A woman and a goat is eating a carrot. Carrot is a little sexy. This is what we're doing. Loco. Female vibrator becomes crazy. Fuck. But yeah. Objection use prohibited.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109.
Thing is a
The
thing.
first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back.
I have a
Follow on
dream.
Twitter at Richard Serrett, John Fogarty. Joy of my life. What to dedicate that one to? My mighty Aphrodite, who's fast asleep. 2 stories above where I'm sitting right now. That's from his Blue Moon Swamp LP that came out in 1997, and I think it was also released by Chris Stapleton as a single from his album Starting Over. All right, the Asteroid 2023 DW. I keep saying they have to come up with more romantic names for these celestial bodies and
Look at this.
androids,
Okay, this is a good one.
and comets and planets that they discover. They give them such cryptic names. Anyway, Asteroid 2023 DW was just discovered in late February, but NASA says it's tracking it closely to learn about its orbital path because the asteroid has a very small chance of impacting Earth in 23 years. The asteroid's diameter is listed at nearly 50 meters. That's about the size of an Olympic swimming pool. It takes 271 days to orbit the sun. NASA says that after a new object is first discovered, it takes several weeks of data to reduce the uncertainties and adequately predict their orbits years into the future. So as for how small the chance of impact is currently estimated to be, NASA puts it at 1 in 560 odds of impact. 1 in 560. Put another way, that's about 0.18%. 0.18% chance of hitting the Earth. Or a 99.82% chance that the asteroid will streak harmlessly past our planet. You can read more about this in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. And coming up tonight on Coast to Coast, Connie Willis will be in the air chair, and in the first half, he was known as the king of fitness. Jack LaLanne was the first person to ever have an exercise program on TV. His wife, Elaine LaLanne, called the First Lady of Physical Fitness, will join Connie again in the first half to discuss aging, health, cognitive fitness. And she's still doing push-ups at the age of 97, keeping her iconic husband's spirit and advice alive. In the second half, with 45 plus years experience in the fields of electronics, and he'll talk with Connie about nanotechnology as a core catalyst for accelerating next stage evolution. That's coming up tonight, Saturday night into Sunday morning with your guest host, Connie Willis on Coast to Coast AM. Back to more of my conversation plus your calls for Robert W. Sullivan IV as we talk about cinema symbolism right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. If you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For limited time, it's back. The 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit, exclusively at BullionMax.com/Coast. With inflation on the rise and the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/Coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/Coast. That's BullionMax.com/Coast.
And we are back with Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, writer, lawyer, antiquarian.
He's
about
proud of it?
symbolism in
Interesting.
movies. And before the break, we started to talk a little bit about James Bond. And we wanted to talk about, was it The Man with the Golden Gun or Goldfinger?
I'll give you Goldfinger, girl.
This was I was just going to give briefly just another example of what we were kind of talking about is if you ever watch that movie, which is 1975, based on Fleming's novel, the movie is all about using the power of the sun, harnessing the power of the sun, and this is being done by Scaramanga, who is played by Chris Lee, and the Bond girl in this one was Brett Eklund.
Oh my God! Stop.
And what kind of makes this unique a little bit is
these bots
and again, this
are fucking.
We were talking about before the break is this was 1975.
Now, that's a fucking thing that should be banned.
Just a mere two or 3 years. Who played the two most famous sun worshippers of them all? It's Christopher Lee and Brett Eklund in The Wicker Man. So again, by putting them in there, it just sort of reinforces this whole solar undercurrent going on. To have Lee and Eklund in there. Just 2 years earlier, they're, like I said, worshiping the sun in The Wicker Man, and now here you have a movie that's all about technically worshiping the sun, solar energy, solar power, and The Man with the Golden Gun. Again, same sort of idea being carried forward. The use of an actor or an actress to convey to your subconscious mind some sort of occult theme or agenda, or trope or something like that. Very fascinating.
So Ian Fleming, not the director in this case, but was he writing these books and imbuing them or embedding occult themes in them because he had an association with Aleister Crowley during the Second World War, or was this all done by the director?
No. You will definitely find these hermetic themes in the novels. For example, I mean, James Bond himself, 007, is of course John D. Queen Elizabeth I court astrologer. When his signature is when he went to the Holy Roman Empire to undermine Rudolph II, and he was went as a spy for QE1, when he would write a correspondence back to her, he would sign it 007. The signature was meant to look like eyeglasses. They're spy glasses. It was two circles with a line over them.
Dude, this is all.
It looks like 007, indicating that the correspondence was for her eyes only. Or he was her eyes in the field, and of course, this is where the term "for your eyes only" originates. So you have that going on with 007, and again, you are absolutely correct. During World War II, Ian Fleming was Aleister Crowley's handler, and Crowley actually turns up in two of Fleming's novels. He's a villain. In Casino Royale, the chief is Aleister Crowley. He was used as an inhaler, and he was a sadomasochist. And when you watch 2006's Casino Royale, you'll see this clearly. The inhalers are in reference to Crowley's asthma, which he developed in the 1920s from chronic drug abuse. And Crowley, of course, was a sadomasochist, and you'll see this in Casino Royale when he tortures James Bond. So the chief is actually Aleister Crowley, and so is Blofeld, Ernst Stavro Blofeld, specifically in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Casino Royale is the first Fleming novel. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I believe, is the second one. And this is where Blofeld, the head of Spectre, is running around trying to fake his coat of arms and claiming descent from French nobility, that he's a French count. And this is a cross-reference again to Aleister Crowley when he was in Egypt, when he was in Cairo. Crowley was holding himself out as Scottish nobility. He was running around calling himself Lord Boleskine and pretending to be Scottish nobility. Of course, he wasn't. So yeah, those two James Bond villains, Blofeld in On Her Majesty's Secret Service and the Sheep in Casino Royale, are Aleister Crowley, technically.
I always learn so much when you're from the program, Robert. Thank you for that. Let's go to the phones. East of the Rockies, Stacy is in North. Oh, we don't have Stacy. She dropped off. All right. How about? Oh, it's Stacy is in Northern California. She's just on. She should be on the west of the Rockies, but she's on east of the Rockies. That's all right. Welcome, Stacy.
Thanks for taking my call. I had a question for Robert. He talked about the adult movies, and I have a kid, and I buy him a lot of movies to watch, Disney movies. They seem to be really super full of just blatant symbolism. Some of the movies like Sing 2, Buzz Lightyear, and their newest one, Turning Red, they're so bad that I don't let him have the movies to watch. Why are they putting that into the movies, and what does it mean?
I have not seen those movies per se, but I'm not seeing them. I'm sort of flying blind with it. I'd have to look at the movie and determine the context of it, but I can tell you that Disney is no different from any of these other Hollywood studios. Their movies are usually laden with different things going on. Some of it isn't necessarily too negative. I mean, when you get into the early movies, the fairy tale movies like Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella and Snow White, these are all retelling of the sun and the moon, the alchemical wedding, the death and the resurrection of the sun, the dawn, things related to astrology and astronomy. I know that the National Treasure, and I've talked about this before, from 2003 is a Masonic ritual. That's the Royal Arch of Enoch. I document that ad nauseum in my book. The movies that you have mentioned, unfortunately, I haven't seen, and I usually make it a point to not comment on a movie that I haven't seen. So without doing that, again, I'd have to look at it and just see the context of what is being presented. But no, you will find this are communists. You'll find the Marx Engels doctrine embedded in the cartoon The Smurfs. So again, this is really nothing new.
Stacy, thank you for the call. I mean, some films have a particular agenda, which is on maybe what you're talking about, Robert. You're talking about a sort of a hidden theme that's just there to give. It's not necessarily to push an agenda, or am I wrong? It's just to add layers to the film in part.
Well, it just depends. It depends, Richard. I mean, you can't paint. Unfortunately, you can't paint with broad strokes with this topic. It's individual. You just have to look at the individual movie. Some movies have political underlying themes. The Wizard of Oz, Joker has this. Some movies, are Gnostic. Some movies are alchemical. Some movies do this. Some movies do that. Again, it's just you have to look at the individual movie and take it one movie at a time, as it were. I don't like to paint with broad strokes, and I'm not going to come on here and say, well, every time you see this, it means this. That's erroneous. As a lawyer, that would be like me saying, well, every time someone kills somebody, it's first-degree murder. We know this is not the case. There are surrounding circumstances. There are contexts. It has to be placed contextually.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is there's a difference between an overt, sort of hitting you over the head with an overt political message, let's say, versus kind of an encoded theme or symbolism or what have you. You mentioned that I just wanted to explore that a little bit because I'm fascinated by the reference to the Smurfs and communism. I've only caught fleeting glances of the Smurfs on television. What is the communist reference there?
Right. Well, the Smurfs are all communists. They live in the perfect Marx, Engels communist society. This is Charles Fourier. This is all the socialists. The utopian is where all this stuff comes from. I mean, if you look, most people have an understanding of communism. They think of China and Russia. And of course, this really isn't what Marx and Engels was really talking about. I mean, if the whole idea with communism was once you rid the world of capitalism, you're in a utopia. And of course, this doesn't work in reality. But what happens when you implement communism in Russia and China? Well, in theory, in Marx and Engels' theory, there's no government, there's no police. It's utopia. There's no disease. Once you rid the world of capitalism, you always hear people saying, "Oh, we need socialized medicine." No, there's no hospital. No one gets sick anymore. It's utopian theory. Once you rid the world of capitalism, there's no more crime. Well, and this is what you have in the Smurfs. I mean, where's the Smurf hospital? Well, there isn't one. Where's the police? Where's the army? Well, there isn't one. There's no more wars. There's no more crime. When you look at the Smurfs, I mean, they all wear the same outfit. They live in perfect harmony with nature. They each do according to their own. It's the farmer Smurf, the poet Smurf, the smart Smurf, and these are all, of course, run by Papa Smurf, who is, of course, Karl Marx with the long white beard. And he wears the red little hat. This is the Sans Culotte from the French Revolution. These are the proto-Marxists. And again, there's no Smurf police station. There's no Smurf hospital. There's no Smurf army. It's not necessary. It's utopia. So when you look at the Smurfs, I mean, this is the perfect communist society as Marx and Engels envisioned it. And you look at like the character of Gargamel, who's always trying to undermine these guys. You can look at who's the mortal enemy of the communists. We can look at it through one of two lenses. It's the Nazis, Nazi Germany. And you have Gargamel, kind of clad in black, reminiscent of the SS, living in a hovel with a magic book down in the basement. And Himmler was, of course, obsessed with the occult. Or you can look at Gargamel as the West, as capitalism. Gargamel is constantly after money. He's always trying to transmute base metal into gold, make himself wealthier. And of course, this is capitalism at its finest. So you can look at Gargamel as either the Nazis or as the capitalists who are always trying to wage war against the perfect little Smurf communist society. And again, this is a very when you look at the Smurfs, I mean, what's Gargamel do? He's a wizard. I mean, he uses Kabbalah. He uses magic. He takes the base, the lump of clay and turns it into a living creature. This is Kabbalah. This is golem making. This is Smurfette, arguably one of the most famous golems ever created outside of probably Frankenstein's monster. And she goes into the Smurf society, and she's there to undermine it. But of course, Papa Smurf winds up using white Kabbalistic magic and turns Smurfette into the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Smurfette that we all come to know and love. When she originally goes in, she kind of is reminiscent of Frankenstein's monster with the black stringy hair. But of course, she gets transformed by the white magic of Papa Smurf. It associates and assimilates into the society. So yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the Smurfs, yeah, I mean, it's communism 101.
Amazing. If I ever, I'll never watch it the same way again. Obviously, what would you say? Like when I think of cult themes, one of the movies that people mention is The Wizard of Oz, and the guy that wrote The Wizard of Oz was Frank Baum, and he was totally into the occult and theosophy, wasn't he?
He's neo-Gnostic Theosophy Society, and when you deal with The Wizard of Oz, again, this is one of those movies that's kind of like Midsommar. It's multi-layered, and that always makes it, when you have a movie that's multi-layered and contains multiple themes going on, that always makes it more interesting. And of course, you have this in The Wizard of Oz, where you really have three layers on top of one another. I mean, the first is you just have this base story of this farm girl going off and having this adventure and going home at the end, reminiscent of something like Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. And again, these two stories run parallel. And again, he was into psychology, parapsychology, and things like that. That's Carroll's thoughts I'm talking about. And the second theme going on in The Wizard of Oz is the political one, where you have this retelling of late 19th century, the political, socio-economic scene of the United States, where the Wizard of Oz is President William McKinley, Dorothy Gale is Theodore Roosevelt. You have the Cowardly Lion is William Jennings Bryan and Eugene Debs, the socialist.
Just hold it right there, Robert. Sorry for the interruption. We'll pick up on this on the other side. I'm Robert W. Sullivan IV. Cinema Symbolism. Here's Playing for Change again, featuring Jack Johnson this time, and Everyday People, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Andrew Caravella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The creator of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney Imagineers.
Jon Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the Razor Crest spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, until it got destroyed in the second season of the show. Well, the Mandalorian may just be a dream. And an Avatar attraction at Disneyland is a planned reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February.
Is it called?
Amy King, KFI News.
Why didn't they say that thing? Yoshi. What is it called?
Weather brought to you by
Yoshi.
America. KFI weather Sunday's going to have highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at patches. Inland, Metro LA, Orange County, the valleys, Inland Empire, and the high desert.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Yoshi King, a spoiler.
I'm Andrew Caravella.
Checking KFI traffic. We go on South Park Slauson Avenue, blocking the right lane. Through Long Beach on the 7th and South Park Del Amo, crash blocking the center lane. And through Anaheim Hills, look out for a wreck on the 91 westbound before the 241 solo crash, blocking the right.
Really?
People climb on the 118 eastbound at the front of the crash there, blocking the opposite.
I like everything about it. Except your face, bitch. Then I slap this motherfucker with my fist. Dickerson.
What are you talking about?
Lately, the world's evolving. Just look at the Ford F-150. It's not just brawn. It's got brains, too. Big brains. With cutting-edge tech built right in. Mobile generators, hybrid engines, even wireless charging.
That's great, but I've got both. I'm the whole package.
Humble, too.
Truck month is going on now. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on a Ford F-150 truck.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to
Gosh.
children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Council for
Gosh.
Moments is brought to you by Council.org.
Life is uncertain.
Yoshi, huh?
To feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated, CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed
Choking.
crimes, period. And it's not like that. The color of their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. John and Ken, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What the fuck was that? Yosh. What is it? Broken plastic. Good move, kid. Give me a hide if it scares the shit out of me. Yo, dog. Yo, that's gonna be a no for me. Really? Yeah, dog. Yo, look at these dominoes with these shots. Ready? Let's just get on the glassware. Alright, the right fan. Sucked in. Look at this totally clear boat, yo. This is kind of shit.
From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Sterrett.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Sterrett. Don't forget the website, strangeplanet.ca. Strangeplanet.ca. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett is certainly no stranger to making with Newsweek. Burchett said that he believes the U.S. government has, quote, recovered a crack at some point and possible beings, end quote. He said, I think a lot of that's being reverse engineered right now, but we just don't understand it, he said. His claims follow on from comments he made back in January after the Pentagon's Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a long-awaited report on UFOs, and you can read more about Congressman Tim Burchett and his out there claims. They're not so out there. That's in the news section of the Coast to explains. And Coach is currently featuring Joshua P. Warren,
Everything will change. We're gonna get into their friend credit.
and
Dollars. Oh,
policy does become light. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. That's the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Check it out. All right, back to more. Your comments, second four. Robert W. Sullivan, the fourth, as we talk about symbolism.
holy fuck. Oh my god. Yo, dog, I just let that motherfucker crash. Are you fucking serious?
My empty faucet turned into the maintenance man accident. Now we gotta get to know each other better. I needed my air conditioner fixed, and my building manager repeatedly kept coming
Oh,
into
it
my
was well
apartment
part of
and
that.
asking without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free.
If it was an emergency tire, they would have multi-cam shoot. That's what we kind of think of it. What the hell are the odds that you had that? Look at this. Look at this melon cutting skill, yo. Yo.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings
That was
attached.
sick.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing.
This thing's tight. I want one of these. It's underwater.
Real people, real
Scary
things.
as fuck. But so cool.
So I started taking Panadol, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
I love God about this one problem.
Smaller.
Developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try kind of water. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling bit. Then I took them into the vessel and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
That's the fulvic acid, like,
And he said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. Now it's a carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Look at this mini lowrider show. Whittier Boulevard, East Los Angeles. It's tight. Yeah, it's all.
All right, let's go back to the phones for Robert W. Sullivan
It's
IV
tight.
and cinema symbolism. Let's see. Our good friend Maya
LA
is
Super
in New
Show.
York City. Maya, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Boy, have you woke me up. Such an
Orcas at the
program,
swim step
both
off
parts.
Coast of Mexico.
Robert, I'd like you to pull out your pen, and you too, Richard. I have a brief four-parter with some brief as regards much documentation of even one, probably in the lower court in terms of the plagiarism of her original conception of the Matrix. Private story, she's a black woman. The second part of my question would deal with to September 11, 2001. A lot of different information and using our resistance to bring going on, who's the most dangerous book in the world. 9/11 as mega ritual, and when we
Yoshi.
turn 9/11,
It's making sound.
further programming, we're saying
Like crazy.
the third part of
Yoshi.
my question. Well, also the Western
Yoshi.
the predictions.
Now what?
And he said, and he imagines that he was sent out of town, I believe. And lastly, I'd like to hear about the fellow writers out there about the genesis of your research, which was so appreciated, and also the process of your writing. And if you have my four-part question, I'll listen over the air. Thank you so much, Richard and Rob.
Thank you. All right, so Sophia Stewart supposedly wrote The Matrix and it was stolen from her. Have you heard about that?
a little bit. I really, that's not
I
my
burped.
favorite. I don't, I've heard so many stories over the years.
Yeah.
Just discern what's real and what isn't anymore with that one.
Okay,
I keep burping and hiccuping.
Something that's, I just don't know enough to comment about it.
all right, predictive programming.
Yo, what is this here?
And obviously, there's so many examples of predictive programming in
Rabbi.
September 11th.
Yeah, the question
I love
about
it.
September 11th and Trump, there's loads of evidence in film and in advertising with Trump, that seems to predict these. In 9/11, sure. I mean, you can turn to movies like Fight Club. I mean, just briefly, I'll go over a couple examples.
What is this fucking thing?
Tyler Durden, they destroyed the building
There's not
at the end
anything
of
on
1999, where
Hi,
he first
and
studied Ground Zero. Fight Club is on way to the countdown. Fight Club, was released like 2 years, like September 10th or something, 1999. Which brings to the Simpsons episode of Homer Simpson versus New York City, which was like September 22nd, 1997. It's almost like a timing countdown to this. And the Matrix with the passport, which is 9/11. If you want to go back further in time, the James Bond movie Thunderball, where for those
hey, Tagalog. Uno. What is this? This is a bar? Yeah. That's tight.
So many examples of that. Trump, you can look at the soda mattress ad, where he, it's 11/9 or 9/11, and of course November 11th is when he won the presidency. And I'm familiar with the Western show. I talked about that in the book. The only thing that was tracked down. The Western TV show about the man Trump who wants to build the wall. I've seen that segment. The only thing I add to all this is you have to also turn to the world of Carl Jung and Emmanuel Schwettenborg. Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist who gets into the world of the collective unconscious and what he termed synchronicity, that is meaningful coincidences that he claimed was coming out of the world of the supernatural. The Christian mystic also, Emmanuel Schwettenborg, back in the 18th century, also talked about this. He called it correspondences, meaningful coincidences. So when you talk about 9/11 and Trump, you have to also account for
Wednesday.
could be coming out of the world of the supernatural as well. You may not be programmed to say some sort of hidden hand. These could be coming out of the world of the supernatural. That has to be also taken into consideration when analyzing this. And again, the two names are Carl Jung and Emmanuel Schwettenborg. They're very, very highly influential people. And the last thing I think you wanted me to touch on was my research into this. Yeah, this began for me back in 1992, over 30 years ago now, when I was a student
this is like a really easy way to play this.
when all this began. I was a student at Oxford. I
break it
spent my
all.
junior year there from 1992 to 1993 at St. Pat's.
Stick it all.
At Oxford. I went back
Look at
briefly
that.
in 1995 to the victim return. Yeah, this is where I first sort of got, I'd always been interested in the paranormal, the occult, mysticism, UFOs, cryptozoology as a child.
Is so sexy.
And when I went over there,
oh my
this is where I
god.
was really introduced to the idea of the hermetic world, the occult influence of people like that, Freemasonry, secret societies. I'm of course a Freemason myself. And it was really my time in Oxford that really showed me the impact on of the world of the occult,
cleaning up the rest of the modernity on the modern world. I love this. This just reminds me of my grade school and they had big fucking icicles. Yeah, so you gotta put the icicle up on the Yoshi. Cute tattoo creation.
Well, thank you. I was going to say, you're look at where you got talking about the snakes and the swastikas and all that stuff. What happens to all the innocents and the kids that don't really need to hear all that stuff? But I do know programs like Leave with the Beaver and things like that were very innocent and yet taught such a wonderful thing about caring about other people and very simple things. And they have made things now into such a horrible how do I say it? Almost like a sticker. You gotta be gay, or you gotta be this, or you gotta have this in school. And I think if people really just stop watching these things,
Oh, I love Hook.
it might
Well,
help.
that's not really what Robert is talking about. You're talking about a specific agenda, which exists
like
in certain programs, but we're talking about the hidden layers it's going experience because of, things like a cult casting and so forth. But I think, we sort of covered that with that earlier caller. Let's go west of the Rockies. Jack is in Alaska. Jack, welcome to Coast.
Yes, he's a very interesting guy, Robert. And now I wanted to ask you, when do you think that the color red is associated with the West? The fans for those,
I didn't make it famous.
The revolutionaries that were done because of this war without him. They were just for
Yo, dog.
The color red
That's sick.
is a highly complex
Yo,
subject matter and can
you have
mean
to do
multiple
so much
things
shit.
depending on the context.
Correct.
The color red definitely does associate with the red hats of the Saints Below, who were the proto-Marxist communists during the French Revolution. If you are dealing with a movie that is alchemical, the color red is critical. That represents something that is the root war of the alchemical process. What Carl Jung called individuation. And red can mean multiple things depending on the context of the film. That's a very good question, but again, can mean multiple things. But yeah, it is a color that definitely associates with the communists. It can also associate with the Nazis. The Nazi
Very
banner
French
red
superstar.
that had to do with the blood standard from the
This
push. So again, it's all contextual. It has to be looked at through what context it's being used in.
Okay, Jack, thank you for that. What about the ruby red slippers in The Wizard of Oz? Is that alchemical?
Well, that's very interesting because in the novel they're silver, and if you're familiar with the movie, the Yellow Brick Road, of course, is the gold money. It's the gold standard leads to the creation of paperbacks, greenbacks. The silver slippers were were something known as the free, was a reference to something known as the free silver movement. That it is sort of the same thing. It uses silver to back paper money, and this is why in the novel she uses silver slippers to lead to the paper money to Emerald City. Unfortunately, when they look at film, the silver slippers didn't show up. They couldn't see them. They kind of look like so and again, this is more of an aesthetic change than anything else because the silver did not show up when they were filming the movie.
Look at this 100% custom
It is definitely a token of alchemical gnosis. Of course, if you're familiar with The Wizard of Oz, the story is about, it is a Gnostic trip of revelation. The little girl leaves home, has this magic adventure, and comes to realize, has her Gnostic epiphany at the very end of it, that there's no place like home, which is her gnosis. And
that's sick.
in alchemy, the color red signifies the completion of the alchemical process.
What is
Alchemy and Gnosticism, it's very careful when it comes to those two things.
You're not amazed by
There is
this?
a very subtle difference between the two.
Jesus Christ.
In my books. But again, just to echo
I
what I
love
said
this
earlier,
gorilla.
the
He's like,
color
oh,
red,
look.
it is important.
That's the one that gets. Look at his silverback.
Context is presented.
I'm like this
All right.
motherfucker.
Ron in Michigan. Ron, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. One of my favorite movies of all time is Laurel and Hardy's The March of the Toy Soldiers. And that movie, in my opinion, is so full of symbolism, good and evil. And at the end, it has one of the best battle scenes of any movie I've ever seen. Your comment, please, sir.
Have you seen Toy Soldiers? With March of the Wooden Soldiers, it's a movie that I always seem to watch around Christmas as a child.
Yeah,
really honest, I have not seen it in many years. It's been quite a while since I've seen it, and if I haven't watched it in such a long time, I'm going to reserve comment on it. I have to go back and watch it again.
Underground waste
It's a
system
great
become
film,
big
and
pimp.
again, it's one of those movies
Now
that
slap a
when
motherfucker.
I watch it,
Giant
when I would
pumpkin.
watch it again, I'm sure it would bring up memories memories of my childhood because it was
We'll
always something
take
that seemed to be on
that
our
channel.
when I was a boy.
Basketball line tracing. This is all done by hand. No.
I had to get back into it and see what comes to mind. If I remember correctly, it involved a lot of fairy tales. And fairy tales are ultimately archetypal documenting the sun and the moon. So I'd have to go back and take a look at it.
All right, Joe, thank you for that. Let's see. Brendan is in Austin, Texas. Don't know why, but like Brendan, you're going to be our last call. We'll have to make it fairly.
That was baller as fuck.
That's it, 100%. So thank you for letting
Bitch,
me on.
you suck.
And I had
Joke
a
dog.
quick question. So I was fascinated with the brain of JFK talk earlier, and I was wondering, from my knowledge, whenever somebody is shot with a bullet, unfortunately, there's a pressure cavity that's created inside of them that collapses within a couple milliseconds, but that can be really big, and a lot of times it liquefies the organ. So what was the brain like?
Crazy, yo.
Because I would think it would be mostly liquefied. So what did your contacts say about what the brain looked like? I'm really curious about that.
I have no knowledge of what the brain looked like. That was never brought up. I have no knowledge of that whatsoever. I was told that RFK removed it from the archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin, his brother's coffin in 1967. What condition the brain was in at that time, I have no knowledge of. And I also have no knowledge if the brain was placed in the coffin in some sort of formaldehyde glass container, or if it was removed from that. If it was removed, then obviously this would have disintegrated and deteriorated years ago. But what condition the brain was in when it was removed, I have absolutely no knowledge of.
All right, Brendan, thank you for that rather graphic but interesting nonetheless question, and that reverts back to the earlier when Robert was revealing that a source close to the Kennedy family revealed to him the location of JFK's missing brain.
Dog.
All right, I don't know where those 2 hours went, Robert, but they always go so quickly.
Real dog?
They're always so jam-packed.
Yo, dog.
Fascinating
Yo,
information.
yo, it's like one of those quarter things. Yo, dog. Love it.
All right, you can also bring up the website, Robert W. Sullivan, IV, as in the fourth. Robert W. Sullivan, IV.com, right?
I think front link there to purchase the book, information about me, www.robertwsullivanid.com.
All right, we've also linked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com. People just have to click on your name. All right, my friend, until next time, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Richard. Have a good night.
All right, that's it. George Norris, George Knapp, Lisa
Very good.
Stephanie Smith, Dan Riker, Dan Galante, Burrows, Michael Cosio, Donna Walker, Tim Banal, and Sean Lattisour. I'm Richard Setter. Thank you for your ears.
Dude, I gotta
voices. Until next time, so long for now.
Yeah. I don't know if all these are right. I mean, they're pretty good. It's like, everybody loves this fucking epic thing. It's like a dick. Yeah, true.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move smarter. See at bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, in all. Copyright 2023.
the chief marketing officer, directed
No shit, man.
Warner
There's
Brothers
dog.
Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversation, trusted influencers. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia
Adrenaline jumping tactics has been on. I'm gonna do the show. Just watch this. Fuck you, David Rockefeller. Fuck Standard Oil Corporation.
Try Wendy's homestyle French toast sticks today. You think they're better than your mom.
Why David Rockefeller? Why not? Fuck you, John D. Rockefeller. I think so. You got Jay as the fourth. You got little Jay Jr. Yo, dog. This is how I am with the fucking Israelites. Hey, you cunt. I'm like a fucking shoot them. Yo, dog, look at this cheese competition. And this is what I'm talking about. Why aren't we funding this, America?
Daylight saving time is back. Front forward in most of the U.S. at 2 a.m. Daylight saving time is not observed in Hawaii and Arizona, except on the Navajo Nation, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Maritime Samoa, and Guam. Also,
that wasn't official.
The correct time right now.
I'm like, dog.
4 hours ago, the clock
Decision
went forward, as I mentioned, and now we have one less hour of sleep. It is now day 3 of a standoff between LA County Sheriff's deputies.
Watch this motherfucker going grabbing.
Started around 2:30 Friday afternoon, and deputies responded to
This goes
two lanes because of a man's
really? Yeah, I want to stick my dick in a vagina. Really? Like this fucking arrow.
Dozens of people have been rescued in Northern California because a 100-foot wide levee leaked in the Pajaro River in
Like a leaky
County.
tit.
Supervisor Luis Alejo said they fell short of preparation.
Worst case scenario has come to fruition here in Pajaro. We're trying to avoid this over the last set of storms.
Roughly 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach, which happened early yesterday morning. At least 2 people are dead as the heavy rain and flooding intensified across the
Yo, dog.
Here in Southern California, a dry day
Hey, dog.
by the storm is set to arrive
Why don't you
by
come over
Tuesday.
here, you fuck?
Huntington Beach has sued the state again over affordable housing mandates, while the state followed suit with litigation threats of its own.
Their goal is just to urbanize quiet, private property owning communities. Mayor Tony Strickland says the city's already fully developed, while 95% of the state is undeveloped. If the city actually built 13,000
Okay, dog, you gotta dob it.
at 20%
Okay.
inclusionary
Can you
rate,
dob
the
it
city
with
would
the
nearly
U?
double in size in the next few years.
Yeah.
Governor Newsom says Huntington Beach is thumbing its nose at 3 state housing laws. Huntington Beach is exhibit A in what's wrong with housing in the state of California, and they're wasting taxpayer money. He says the city tried the same antics and lost in 2019, and the city will lose again in Huntington Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. Michael Human writes for the New Yorker and says, "Don't be surprised if Best Picture goes to the critically acclaimed Everything, Everywhere, All at Once."
People have just fallen in love with that movie. It has so much goodwill in the Academy, and it's just won over and over and over again in some of the other awards, including all the Guild Awards like the SAG.
Look at this,
the
SAG.
Guild, the Producers Guild.
It is this year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards, leading the pack with 11 nominations, closely followed by the German World War I movie, All Quiet on the Western Front, and the Irish dark comedy, The Banshee.
Yoshi, look at this Banshee.
Both scoring
Yoshi,
9
like
nominations.
this
The
guy.
awards will be handed out tonight at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. And city council members in LA have postponed a vote on whether to use a robot dog to help with policing. The LAPD said the device would only be deployed in certain situations where SWAT had to be called in, but people want the city to reject the robo-dog, calling it dangerous.
These come from the Police Foundation. You guys are all beholding to the foundation. They've got you by the throat. They run this city more than you run this city.
The robot has been approved by the LA Police Commission and cost nearly $300,000. The council said yesterday it will delay the vote to allow time for reflection. Chris Adler, KFI News. Now headed out to Santa Fe Springs where there's a crash on the 605.
It should be on the southbound side of Slauson Avenue, blocking the right lane. In the Diamond Bar area, look out on the 60 eastbound approach. We actually have a crash there blocking the left lane. And it looks like we do have a problem in the Diamond Bar area. 60 eastbound approach. Ranch is blocking the left lane. To Hesperia, 50 northbound to 395, a wreck there blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spanioletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Plumber, just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone. Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stoppage. The Smell Good Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, thesmellgoodplumber.com.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, dunks to downward dogs, and saddle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodyworks classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income
Yo,
with
dog.
half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your
Oh,
retirement.
fuck.
6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy in Metro LA, inland OC, highs in the mid to upper 60s, a mix of sun and clouds in the valleys, and inland Empire beaches, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Right now, 54 degrees in Baldwin Park and Sherman Oaks, 55 in Destination 56 in Garden Grove. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
Over 2,000 years ago, I walked this earth. Teaching, healing, inspiring, to prepare to make the ultimate sacrifice.
show.
Yoshi, gotta take a shit? Dude, you did a lot of fucking praying there. Oh my god. Ever just go through the fucking motions? Person, douchebag, douchebag. Someone do something to dick. Someone who cares.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I will do every single Sunday right here, answering your questions, talking about things that truly matter in life. And yeah, your space.
Yeah, I was wondering, how many eggs should I put in my chocolate chip cookies? Really? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Chef. Yeah, I got a bunch of people coming over. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole bunch of people. How many? Oh man, there must be like 5,000 motherfuckers coming over. Holy shit! You're gonna feed 5,000 motherfuckers? At least some kind of wedding or some shit. I gotta take a shit. Scale 1 to 10.
Even in the church.
Excuse me, let me clarify. Scale 1 to George Tenet. Oh man, former fucking director George Tenet.
You want it now. And if it wasn't for that, some shipping organization would not make as much money as they do. Because you see something in the catalog, you see something online, and you want it now. And you'll pay extra for it, and you'll pay whatever it takes to get it shipped overnight, because you want it now. Whereas before, those services were there for specific needs that were urgent. Certain documents, certain types of products. But then it starts to blur the line and it becomes, well, whatever you want. You want it, you might as well have it now. And you might as well pay for it. But cutting these corners or trying to do things quicker does not make them better. And often those ways that are the right way are not easy. Matthew 7:13, and you've heard it many times, says, enter through the narrow gate, for the wide gate is broad, and the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. That kind of broad, that idea of a broad road where it's easy to get a lot of room to play, just mosey along, where on a narrow path you have to be more aware of your surroundings, more aware of where each foot, each step being purposeful towards a goal. Sometimes that throws people off. I don't want you to be one of them. I don't want you to get... But the good things aren't easy. They have structure and purpose. They're thought out. And you have to work for them. But where that's birthed is what I want you to think about. The act on its own, I have issue with. But the reason for that, and how many times a day do you experience something that by its very nature has a process that's going to take time, something you're going to have to be focused on, work for, but you look for that easy way out. You look for that way that doesn't demand you to be focused or to invest in time. And the outcome is never that good. Luke 6:47 through 49 says, everyone who comes to me and hears my words and acts on them, I will show you whom he is like. He is like a man building a house
We dug deep and laid a foundation on the rock. And when a flood occurred, the torrent burst against that house and could not shake it, because it didn't know build. But the one who has heard and has not acted accordingly, like a man who's built a house on the ground without any foundation.
Oh my God.
And the torrent burst against it and immediately fell. And the ruin of that house was great. Do you do this? Do you build things in your life upon a sturdy foundation? Or are you trying to do it quickly? Just throw it up. You don't need to take the time to
I smell in the apartments or anything. But yeah.
to build that foundation.
Carpet,
Just
paint.
build the house that looks like a house, got a door, got windows, got a roof, then it's a house. But that foundation will show you the security of that home. Whether it actually is something that's inhabitable.
You crazy.
Or not. We wouldn't do this with anything else. We wouldn't half-heartedly fix the brake.
I'm in pain.
Or anything
Why?
that could cause you damage.
You with all those curves.
Just look for that shortcut, that easy way.
Ow. I fucking hurt my arm so badly.
You too do these things that cause possible harm to yourself and to the people around you.
What is this bullshit?
They're trying to cut those corners. And today I want that to stop. Today I want you to get to a place where you look for ways to not remove structure to make things quicker.
Yeah, let's go. What the fuck? She said with pictures.
But how you can make the narrow path, the more difficult path, but always the right way. And the sooner you understand that the process that goes along with the right way is usually difficult. It's a good test of any decision you have to make. Like, well, which is the really easy decision? It's not the good one. It's not the healthy one. It's difficult to do things the right way. It's difficult to try and align yourself with the words of God, with the will of God, the desires that God has for you in your life. But it's not impossible. And how many things do you do in life where you try and take the easy way to build their house on that rock foundation? I want you to think about going on the narrow road rather than the wide. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1544.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. Even every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, NA. Copyright 2023.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Do you have heart failure and often hear,
Those stomach issues ruined your birthday. You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa. Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wendy's homestyle French toast sticks are so good. Some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's homestyle French toast sticks today. You think they're better than your mom's.
Win Las Vegas, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. It's internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected.
This is cool. Thanks everybody for letting me be here.
Cybersecurity built for every day.
Poor Sans was a mess. Always itching, flicking. His paws were soaking wet. He had
Adobe?
spots on his back. DINOVITE.com. 2 weeks faster, he's a Dynavite is nutrition. Dynavite is the best thing you can do for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynavite from DINOVITE.com. Cheers from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter-century of best dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off.
Rasterize.
Check Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar
You
shades,
just need
and
a
more.
button. Rasterize. Rasterize.
Blinds.com handle the install.
Yoshi.
Installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions.
Long Beach on the 7th south on Del Amo. Look out for a wreck in the center lane. And to the Diamond Bar area, 60 eastbound at Phillips Ranch Road, a crash here blocking the left lane. Tail behind the sky helps get there faster. I'm John for once.
Stream outloads. Oh, that's a good one. Yours. When the night has come and the earth is dark and the moon is the only one to see. Oh, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. No advertisement or channel promotion. Stand by me.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. Your holy host, happy to be with you this Sunday, as I be with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life.
You can't stream?
And the afterlife.
No, why? Because that one
I
sucks.
encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone for a theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. So the Oscars are the hubbub right now, and one movie stands out as a sci-fi, strange, interesting, fantasy, martial arts film by the name of Everything, Everywhere, All at
No
Once.
self-promotion. Why is everyone so against self-promotion?
IMDb describes it as a middle-aged Chinese immigrant is swept up into this insane adventure in which she alone can save existence by exploring other universes and connecting with the lives she could have led. Nothing new in the sci-fi genre, that is the premise of other universes. Whatever you think of the film, it's left
Before
up
you
to
can talk here.
My producer Neil loved it, as did his wife. But what I want you to look at is many other recent films, especially with the Marvel Universe,
Before you can talk.
have versions of this multiverse concept.
Makes me feel unsafe.
Multiverse, or this multiple universes, come with different names and have been talked about for some time. Philosophers even prior to Socrates would talk about
what you think. I mean,
of having
like, get over it. Fuck you. I feel unsafe. I don't give a
They
flying
can
fuck.
hypothesize in
Fuck you.
cosmology, astronomy,
Really?
physics,
Yeah.
religion,
I feel unsafe.
philosophy,
That doesn't matter to me.
in literature.
That's like your opinion. You make me feel unsafe. Now what are we gonna do? Oh my god, we're both scared of each other. We can just act like fucking regular people instead of
But now
assholes.
they're here in
Fuck.
film.
Oh
And
man.
one of the reasons is
I love how
because
it's
film
like, oh, dog,
technology can actually
hack
produce
boss.
imagery that points
All
to
your
this
tech
concept.
topics. Does anyone want to
Multiple
talk about it?
from a single
Oh,
person.
no, typing only.
They can have a person
Typing
look
only.
in two different ways in two different universes.
This asshole wanted to just stream so fucking live.
Now,
He didn't want to talk about anything
are
but
very
himself.
good.
No
Well,
self
whether the
promotion.
other
Okay, everybody.
universes
I've got a
exist outside of
24/7,
your own,
365.
but
And
all
you should know it's the
these
coolest thing
movies
ever. Dude, this,
have one thing in common.
it was designed by assholes.
They show
Try
the
hack me.
different
Oh,
circumstances.
try hack me.
At these
Oh,
different
Jing.
circumstances, whatever it may
That
be,
looks cool.
and
Why? This
different
looks complicated.
decisions
Fuck.
will lead to
Really?
different outcomes.
Yeah, maybe they're like, oh, dog, if you got a computer and you don't understand this shit, you can get on immediately.
These movies
Oh,
and
boy.
most
Oh, shit, this one's going to
movies
take
from
everything we got. Tenor
mankind
voice.
are built on a
Screen share,
savior
huh?
concept.
Yo, dog. Oh, I'd be like, dog,
If they
you can't
just
blame
come
me for
together,
that. How
or
is it? I
they
didn't know.
just harness their
11 in
energy,
voice. It's a shit
they
ton.
can save some outcome,
Dude.
which is good.
Oh, dog.
Itself, the powerful
These Chinese motherfuckers are gonna love me.
from God.
Hey, y'all.
We just heard about the thoughts of building something. We've learned this on the program before, the strength, the importance of building things properly. And with that
Why did you
comes
choose,
wisdom and strength.
like, but seriously,
Yes, you can end up building
why? You can go back this way,
or you can
but it's like you don't know
make
anything
better
about what they're
decisions.
saying. It could be like, oh, only for
But
like
when they start getting
terrible
down
people.
to saving the universe or saving the world,
Jing. You see
they'll
my
start
stories.
pointing to the theology of salvation and the importance
Yo,
therein.
remember when Yoshi was
And
like, let's customize
sometimes
your
they
experience?
lose sight
No begging, no piracy.
that there is one
Alright,
Savior,
dog. Show
one
all.
that will save,
Voice. Nothing.
and the importance
Are you fucking me?
of their decisions
Yosh, get me out of this.
are really the powerful
I hate this
tool
Jesus show.
in there.
I hate him more than like it.
And with those
She be my
tools of
friend.
making decisions and properly building
Jing,
wisdom,
that one's cool.
that is the
Really?
exercise.
Yeah. Why?
That
Didn't kick
is
me out.
the muscle
Bunch of fucking.
that you should be working on.
Oh, dog. Remember when it was like.
You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show.
What the fuck is One Piece? I think One Piece. It's called My Dick in Your Ass. Okay. I read spoilers. I read everything. Archive channels. Art. Entertainment. Server events and spoil everything. Hey, just spoil everything for me.
The Federal Reserve is set to hold a closed
Hey,
board
Jane
meeting of its
Yamamoto.
Board of Governors tomorrow.
I used to have a
Several
Jane
reports
Yamamoto on
suggest
Sunday.
Biden will
Really?
ask the
Oh,
Silicon
for
Valley
sure,
Bank
dog.
has played a factor
Don't
in the
spoil.
meeting.
Spoiler
SpaceX
alert,
is
Yosh.
celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space.
Yoshi.
Dragon
Mm. Are you done?
SpaceX's Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing two
Yosh.
NASA astronauts along, another from Japan and one Russian
Sounds world.
astronaut back to Earth.
Danny
They
Basement.
spent 5 months in orbit aboard the
Server.
International Space Station. LA County has
I don't know what that
1.2
means. It
million
looks like.
fewer voters.
Yo, dog, this one looks cool.
County election officials say they're either
Join it.
ineligible or inactive. A settlement agreement between the government watchdog group Judicial Watch and
I
the
bet
county
it's gonna
instructed
have a
registrar
thing.
and recorder to
It's like,
verify
oh,
1.5
dog,
million voters as part
you
of the
gotta
voter
fucking
roll
be a member
index
for like
from the
8
1.2
years.
million
You
voters that
haven't
have
done
been
nothing.
removed. About half
Why?
have
Because
voted
we
for final
suck
more
dick.
consecutive federal elections. About another 465,000 voters have been
Yo,
active for
dog.
these 2 federal elections.
Friendly
The
fun
National Voter
chat?
Registration
I
Act
doubt
requires
that.
the removal of
I
voters
fucking
from
doubt it.
rolls
No
if
one,
they're
everybody's gonna
inactive
be
for
in here
2
and be like,
general
oh, we're
federal
all fucking
elections,
clannish
some
and
states
shit.
ignore that requirement.
Join.
Steve Gregory, KFI News.
And what better way to spend part of your
Dude,
vacation?
Steins?
Having a pint and staying the night
Yo,
at the pub
this is that
featured
one
on
shit.
Ted Lasso.
Anybody?
To kick off the
Nobody's
third
in
season
this.
of Ted Lasso March 15th, Airbnb is offering 3 super fans a chance to stay overnight at the Crown and Anchor Pub in Richmond. And the actor who plays May, the owner of the pub, Annette Badland, will be your host. This will give fans the opportunity to experience the same camaraderie and sense of community Coach Lasso inspires. It's a one night in October for 4 guests for $13. The chance to book is 10 a.m. March 21st at airbnb.com/Ted Lasso. It's first come, first served, so you'll need to act fast and believe.
Yo,
King, KFI News.
it was like, no. What is all this shit? Account is too young.
And now headed out to Hesperia where there's a crash on the 15th.
Minimum age, 3 days.
On the northbound side, that's the 395. This one has the left lane blocked. Also, look out the Fountain
Like, what
Valley
the
area.
fuck?
405 southbound before
Explore.
Warner Avenue. A crash here
Stream on
along
this.
the right shoulder.
Do they have like a Family Guy one? Family Guy.
101 northbound of White
Oh,
Oak.
yeah, no
Two
kidding.
lanes coming off at 7 a.m. And a bunch of closures in Hollywood due to the Oscars tonight. Hollywood Boulevard East.
Was finally racist.
Shut down between North Orange Drive and Highland Avenue.
What?
KFI in the sky. Hope
I don't
you there
want that.
faster.
How about just like
This is Jacob and
television?
If you've been in an accident, call 844.
I swear to God, they should just give this shit away. Star Wars television. Marvel's Breaking Bad. Bad. Breaking Bad. There you go. Hey, Breaking Bad universe. I mean, let's talk about it. How badly are you breaking? Oh, I'm understanding. Okay, no inappropriate, no spamming, good times, great oldies. Are people just talking about it before in the morning? Yo, dog. Yo, Breaking Bad universe. Okay.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers
No
access
one's
to the
in
audiences, conversations, trusted
Yoshi.
influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Yoshi.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set
Oh
out to
my
build our
Christ.
farm, it was built for greatness.
I never knew how good I had it in that one chat.
Years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Justice.
If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call
HB
America's
Day
largest
you.
injury law firm.
Oh
Call
man,
Morgan &
that's
Morgan.
not
For
English.
the people.
Yoshi. Join armies chilling.
Could you use
BTS.
monthly payments to help meet basic
Yoshi.
needs, like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing feet? Find
Chit
out
chat.
about supplemental security income. You may
0
find
out of
your
51.
income and financial resources
0.
are low,
No
and
one's
you're
here.
65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's
Leave.
blind.
How
Call
about K-pop?
1-800-772-1233 or go to ssa.gov/SSI.
How about
Produced by
K-pop?
Social Security of U.S. taxpayers.
Music.
Life is uncertain.
Oh,
Okay.
Yoshi, this is part goes. Oh, really? Yoshi, this thing goes. Oh, does anybody have Motown? No one's repping Motown. No one. ViralRabbi.
So hiring a tax professional sounds great. Beware. Not all
ESPN.
of the local tax pros are
Science.
California approved. In fact, the state enforcement reports show that thousands are doing business illegally in your area,
Barnum
and their mistakes can get you in major legal trouble. Protect yourself. Find out who's
Yo,
legally
Doc.
qualified and get tips on what to know before hiring a tax pro at ctech.org. That's ctec.org. Paid for by the
Hey,
California
Video
Tax
Horror
Education
Society.
Council. Watch Top Stars Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the
Voice
sports
room.
events, the BNP Paribas Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10
It's on
a.m.
VHS.
now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. The experts at
Yosh.
Amcor have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've
Yosh.
gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything.
including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology.
Look for study.
After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, no CO. Check engine light on?
Yoshi.
For free. KFI, AM 640.
Enrico study family. Peace, love, and respect and work. Okay, dog. Yo, get me in. Yosh. Yosh. Let me have that. Yosh, are you done? Hey, study family. Let's ask a bunch of questions. Really? Yeah. Study alone. The cam on YouTube. Oh, hell yeah.
It is the Jesus Christ Show.
Yosh, get me in on this, bitch. Please let me show my screen, Yosh.
Happy to be with you this Sunday as I am with you every single Sunday.
Oh, dog. Dog, go back. Yoshi, game over. Yoshi, it's game over. It's game over. Yoshi be like, please, may I hit the button?
Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534.
Oh, I got booted.
So it is Oscar season. You look at many of the movies, including one up for an Oscar, for many Oscars actually. It says it's a middle-aged Chinese immigrant.
Something happened there. It's like I got booted.
An insane adventure in which she alone can save existence by exploring other universes and connecting with the lives she could have led.
Yoshi.
A lot of films
Yoshi.
deal with multiple
My
universes.
friend. Oh, dude, later. And then, how about no, never. Never? Yosh, watch this move. Yosh. Yosh, talk it out. Yosh, you better doggy. My man. Let's talk it out, bro. And then what? Yosh would be like, oh, dog. Micah was like this. Then it went like this. And then it went like this. Then it went like this. And it was connecting. Oh my god, it was so sick. Yoshi, oh my god, it was Irvine, it was connecting. It was connecting. Yoshi.
Argument notwithstanding, it has its time and its place in the halls of science
Yoshi.
and philosophy.
Oh, dog. Please, I did all that work. Please just remove it.
That there is something to be learned from this concept of wanting different outcomes. I think often reincarnation or these concepts of
Yo, dog. Connection.
are attractive to people.
Okay. That's like your opinion, man.
In a lot of
Yoshi.
But really, they all
Look at this move.
kind of focus
Yosh.
around decisions that
Yosh.
take them down different paths. For instance, in the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, a star, a very
Yoshi.
famous person, and that's the one that she really likes. In
Yoshi.
the crime universe that
I
starts
like
the
it.
story,
Yoshi, talk to me.
she
Yoshi, talk to me.
owns a family
Yoshi. Yoshi.
dry cleaning
Yoshi.
laundry place. And then there
Yoshi.
are some other absurd universes she lives in as well that are part of the fun. But
Connecting.
all of these come from different
Yoshi.
decisions. And there's even
Was it your
one
favorite when it
wants
said
to go back
connecting
to
or when
just
it said connection to
this
poor?
one, that one looks good, and you could imagine which one that might be. But with
Yoshi.
us, when you get to the point and you shuffle in the
Look at this one.
of faith,
That was amazing. Are you done?
With that faith
Yosh, this
comes understanding of the
sucks,
rules of
yo.
God. With your faith, with your belief, comes an understanding of Scripture on how to make decisions, how to put yourself in the best life now, not in another universe, not in another incarnation, but now how to set yourself up to do the best now before the ultimate glory of standing before your maker.
Off of who would you cheat? Definitely that Indian kid.
Scripture
What if there was an
tells
Asian
us
girl? I'd take the Asian girl over the Indian
about
boy.
the decisions. All decisions
What if there's an
should be made
Indian girl? No,
first
I want
to
Asian
the
girl
glory
over
of God.
anybody at this point.
Because
Yo, dog.
it's easy to do that.
This
When
motherfucker
they're neutral.
was lit.
Like, oh Mikey, he was so lit.
It comes from
This one guy
doing
was like,
something
oh dog,
honestly
you're lit, and Mikey was like, oh dog,
that shows
do you know how lit I am?
craftsmanship,
Mikey was like,
your
how lit are you?
dedication,
Oh,
whatever
connection
it might
to
be,
boy. Yeah.
to glorifying God.
Dude, do you have a
Do it well.
pimple on your back? Or you just happy to see me? Calm down,
And
woman.
therefore asking God, should I take this job? Well,
Yoshi.
if it's doing things with your hands and your heart, if it's doing them to the glory of God and working to show your love of God, and I don't think it has to be a religious position. You could be waving tapes, but if you do it in an honest, godly way, live by the promises made, and all decisions should start being made to the glory of God. 1 Corinthians 10:31. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do,
Suck a warm
do
bucket
all
stick.
to the glory of God. Using the will, the understanding, the importance of those things as your guide. Living in an echo chamber is not good for you. You'll never, ever get out of that. It won't help you grow. Or listening to your own opinion. It's
Really?
going
Oh
to
god.
nowhere.
Yoshi 96
It's one of the
basis.
biggest problems in the United
This
States right now.
motherfucker was like, he was 69.
The separation of
Yosh.
just being your tribe
My friend
things were
was
supposed to
like,
be.
this is a crazy
The Tower of
kid.
Babel was exactly that.
Enrico started feeling like
To
Enrico.
separate, to grow.
Enrico for me.
So that you could come together. Because just the single-mindedness
Yo,
was
dog.
not going to help.
Yosh.
Proverbs 18,
My friend,
1
his name was
24.
Yosh,
Whoever
and he said to me once,
themselves,
I'll never forget this one of the most brilliant thing he ever said. He said, Mikey, that phone sucks.
A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only expressing his opinion.
You, so
When wickedness comes,
what is gonna happen?
contempt
What
comes
is that
also,
company called?
and with dishonor comes
Silicone.
disgrace.
Silicone.
The words of a man's mouth are deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is a bubbling brook. It is not good to be partial to the wicked or to deprive the righteous of justice.
The silicon valley
And you see that concept of locking you in your own thought, isolating yourself,
what's the difference between
your own
silicone versus
desire,
silicone? Silicone is a metallic.
but only expressing his opinion.
Polymer, that's camera.
These are the
Oh,
hang-ups
they have no
that
relation.
often show themselves and often put people into horrible situations. It's good to have friends.
There's
and
no.
It's good to have like-minded friends. You, of course, should
They're
have
not at
other
all. They're
believers
completely
in your
different.
circle. But there is this belief that you have to live on a Christian cul-de-sac with Christian families, having Christian bake sales and playing Christian games and all of these things.
Silicone is a naturally occurring element. Silicone goes in your titties.
It is really kind of a way of taking the light that you have to feed to the world
I like when it. Okay, dog, get me the fuck out of this thing. This thing
So
sucks.
only the people you think
Yoshi.
should have it.
Yo,
And
dog.
it's a fear of sharing.
I can't believe I
being an
got shit
example
for when I was like, oh, dog, this is
to
too
others.
much, dog.
Put yourself
What
in a
is
place where
this?
you can be
What
like
is this?
somebody
I don't
who
need.
doesn't.
I don't need this. Yoshi,
And in that process,
where's my notification, Josh? Oh, no, Yoshi. Filters, preferences, push notifications, contact joins Twitter,
begs the question from people around you.
recommendation.
You know, who are you?
Oh my
I
god,
noticed you
that's
went through a
I'm
really
getting
hard
all
time
this
and you
stupid
dealt
shit.
with it quite well. You know, how did you do that?
Spaces,
And therein lies
spaces,
the first Peter
ads,
2:15 to be
campaigns,
ready and willing to
photo
answer when
tags,
asked about the hope
related to
that
you.
lies within you.
Have one. Oh, after I can get. Oh, that's sweet. Mentions and reply, retweets, likes. Watch. Yoshi's gonna tweet someday. And I'm gonna be like, oh, I didn't see it. He's like, your notifications are like, no. Like, oh, dog. Thanks for the shout out. Yoshi.
So Michael games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is. Ron Steen has been struggling.
Yoshi, remember when I kicked you out? I think it was racist. Yeah.
He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea.
The gobble dog. Who's that? How did that fucking freak?
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see the goal.
Ain't no doubt about it. But as of right now, you would be laughing at yourself if you came in this room. You'd be like, oh, no. I'm not gonna fuck on a Puerto Rican space telescope. Maybe a fucking Rockefeller, but not the Puerto Rican space telescope, kid. Why? Oh, that Puerto Rican space telescope. That thing is fucked.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or
That
precious
thing
metals
is
and are looking to sell for top dollar? Jill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating
I like how these
so-called
guys are
competitors
staying
offers on these items by as much as 500%.
No, no.
Diamond ring has been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals,
Goat
jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sill has been featured on
Gosh, again,
CNBC
strawberry
and quoted on
lemonade.
the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible
Okay, why
Investments
is
has bought
stressing me out?
billions in collectibles. That's billions
Why?
with a B. Right now, demand is
Again,
through the roof.
strawberry
Sill
lemonade.
encourages honest clients to shop the competition and bet on their
that?
last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely
I
free
don't get it,
professional,
no.
no obligation appraisal.
I don't get it.
800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
I don't think it's so funny. Please explain this joke to me. They're sussing it. Oh, they're stressing it. Sussing it. Organic sugar. Fruiticios? What is this? Urban Spring.
Cheers from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of best dress windows by giving you up to 50% off by Blinds. Head to Blinds.com
For
great
seal.
deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax.
For
Let
seal.
Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
That's so
Shop
funny,
Blinds.com
Yosh.
now for anniversary
DVDs,
savings
most
up to
important
50%
books.
off site-wide.
Oh,
Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Do you know how much? What?
And more hibernation at daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware. handwritten files. Imagine
Yeah,
your data
well.
more secure,
Gosh.
your connection protected. Then, catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Yeah, NordVPN. Yeah, let's do it during the Jesus show.
Checking KFI traffic. We do have a crash in the Elysian Park area, 110 southbound at Hill Street. That's blocking the off ramp. New Long Beach on the 710 southbound at Del Amo. Look out for a wreck there in the center lane. And through the Santa Monica area, getting rid of a wreck on the 10 westbound of Lincoln, blocking the center lane. And through Anaheim, 91 westbound before the 241, look out for a wreck there along the right shoulder. KFI in the sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm Jonathan White.
Hey, Jonathan White. How about you suck this dick? Yoshi. Connection to play. Yoshi. Yoshi. Watch this move. Yoshi. Yoshi. Watch this move. Yoshi. Yoshi. Stretch camera. What the fuck does that even mean? Yoshi.
The Jesus Christ Show, I am.
Look at that, Yoshi.
Time to be with you this Sunday.
Yoshi.
With you every
When the
single
fuck,
Sunday,
Yoshi?
right here answering your questions
Angry exercise.
and talking about the things that truly matter in life.
Yoshi.
And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave.
Look how sick you are, dog.
Go to your phone, dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. It, of course, is Oscar season. And one of the movies that is getting a lot of buzz, as they say, is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And this movie takes place in multiple universes with different outcomes. And this is becoming a very popular concept. Marvel is doing it. And it is something that gives different looks into what could happen in different universes. As a matter of fact, Marvel did a wonderful insight that very thing with a series of animated
Yoshi, you think you can get your legs over there and get that water? Yoshi.
movies based on Marvel movies, but these were called What If, and the series is What If. And it really takes a look at certain things that they would change, if these decisions had been changed, the outcome could be very different. And it's a fascinating look at decisions, timing, and how things come about. So I thought it was a good time to talk about
Yoshi, you're so athletic, man. Where's the I talk? I don't even remember.
Your path.
What exactly?
It's a fun thing to think.
It was that attracted me to you?
I
God,
suppose
you were
to think
so
that you have
athletic.
other options. But this is the one you're living in. This is the one you need to make the best decisions. Because there is no evidence of anything like a multiverse existing. We started with all decisions should be made to the glory of God. So says 1 Corinthians 10:31. That when you live in an echo chamber and you isolate yourself with other people of like mind, or don't get out to hear other opinions, Scripture says iron will sharpen iron.
Yoshi. Oh, fuck, dog.
Because the representation is two people coming together in dialogue to sharpen both of their views and ideas.
Especially the Far East.
Proverbs 12:15 says, "The way of a fool is right
with his fellow officers
in his own eyes,
passengers. He enjoyed his own
but a
company,
wise man listens
poetry,
to
he
advice."
loved Tennyson. his cabin. He would even spend time writing his own verse. In 1897, while home on leave, Shackleton went through one of
Hey, you
his sisters,
slutbag fuck.
Emily Mary.
Are you done? Hey, you slutbag fuck. Hey, you slutbag fuck.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
And also, have you observed them from afar? See how their life seems to be working out?
Gosh, did you adjust your clocks?
You know, if you're being
Oh, for sure, dog.
you're being
Why?
bailed out of jail,
Wait,
every week, probably not a great person to use for wisdom unless it's what they aren't doing. Take my advice on not using it, basically. But mostly you
Hello,
want
everyone. This is Matt from the Explorers Podcast.
that
For
you
the next couple of months, we are conducting a listener survey to help us get to know you, your interests, and what you think of the show.
specifically some
You can
sort
help
of
out the
echo
podcast
of
by
you.
taking a short questionnaire at surveymonkey.com/r/airwave.
Well,
This only takes a few minutes, and your feedback will help us improve the Explorers Podcast and find new sponsors who actually interest you. In the survey, there's even a place at the end where you can tell me anything you want. Plus, as my way of saying thank you, every person who fills out the survey will be entered to win a $500 Amazon gift card. So please, if you could take the survey, I would appreciate it. That's surveymonkey.com/r/airwave, or click on the link in our episode notes of our more recent episodes. There's also a link on our website's homepage, explorerspodcast.com. Thank you again for your help.
Is from the Lord. All the ways of a man are still in his own time.
Glad to have you along for what promises to be an amazing ride.
The Lord
Today
has
we are going to begin our series on one of the most well-known
things to
and
give.
most
The Lord
requested
has
explorers,
made
and that is
everything
Ernest Shackleton.
for its
Shackleton is
purpose.
often cited as one of the
Even
greatest explorers of the 20th century,
For the
and that
day
is mostly
of
because of the extraordinary deeds and efforts that he
everyone who is
exhibited when his
arrogant
ship Endurance was trapped in the ice of the Antarctic in
abomination to the
1915.
Lord.
But I can promise you that Ernest Shackleton is a much more
He will
complex
not
character than this now towering figure of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. In fact, as an explorer, he has a lot to be desired, yet his deeds are almost unparalleled in the history of exploration. So buckle up for what promises to be a great run of episodes. Let's get started with a few notes. First, I want to point out that there is a ton of information available about Shackleton. Books, TV shows, movies, websites. There's just a million resources out there. With that in mind, know that what I'm going to say might not always jive with what you know.
Look at this
about
move.
Shackleton.
Yoshi.
Again,
Tell everybody. Yoshi be like, well, Mikey first. It's like this.
I will post on our website, explorerspodcast.com, all the same primary resources that I've used for this series. That way, if you're wondering where I got all my info, there's so much
Yoshi be like,
information
dog, Mikey. Mikey.
that this 48-volume series, we get to really
You're just, you're athletic. You're torching emotions, baby.
especially his endurance expedition.
You are so athletic.
Third thing, I'm going to be pulling images of Shackleton memorabilia sent to me by a Shackleton fan, an American named Joe Lavender. I'll post some of those on Facebook and Twitter as well. They are pretty cool. Joe for sharing these, plus his advice on crafting the series. It is so great to have these topics. Fourth, I want to remind everyone that if you are interested in supporting the show, you can donate at explorerspodcast.com. You can give a one-time donation via PayPal, or you can click over to our Patreon site and give on an ongoing basis. To all of you, thank you so very much. I especially want to give a shout out to our upper tier supporters, including Eileen, Dave, Adam, Chris. So thanks. So that is it for notes. Let's get going on the life of Antarctic explorer Ernest Shackleton. Ernest Henry Shackleton was born in Kilkeel, County Kildare, Ireland, on February 15, 1874. His father was Henry Shackleton, and his mother Henrietta Letitia Sophia Gavin. Ernest was the second of 10 children, which included 8 girls, plus Ernest and a younger brother. A bit about the Shackleton family. The Shackletons had come to Ireland in 1726, led by Abraham Shackleton. Abraham was an English Quaker who called Ballator, County Kildare. Ballator had been founded by Quakers in 1685 and was the first Quaker settlement in Ireland. In Ballator, which is about 40 miles west of Dublin, Abraham would start a school, and the Shackleton name would become entwined with education and the Quaker faith in the next century. The Quakers of the region, including the Shackletons, would become part of an emerging merchant class, apart from the Catholics, as well as the ruling Anglo-Irish Protestants. People were wary of this odd sect that refused to swear oaths and dressed strangely. They were mostly tolerated because they kept to themselves and didn't try to force their faith on others. The school at Ballator, who remained under the aegis of the Shackleton family for generations, and provide education for more than just Quakers. Amongst the alumni was the noted Irish statesman Edmund Burke. In 1831, 47-year-old Ebenezer Shackleton purchased a mill a few miles from Ballator. Ebenezer had never been a fervent Quaker, and when he wed his second wife, he agreed to raise their children as members of the Church of England, thus splintering the Shackleton name from Quakerism. Ebenezer and his wife, Ellen, would have 9 children, including Henry, who was born in 1847. Henry Shackleton was initially going to go to the army, but his poor health nixed that idea. Instead, he got a degree from Trinity College in Dublin, and in 1872, he married Henrietta Gavin from nearby Carlow. Now, Henry Shackleton's family, despite its Quaker influences, strongly identified with their English heritage. On the other hand, Henrietta Gavin was from a very old, but Protestant, Irish family, Fitzmaurice's, with roots going all the way back to the Norman invasion. This would make the family very much part of the shared birthday with Galileo. The Shackletons rented a 500-acre farm in Kildare, the lands of the best in Ireland. It was a lush, vibrant world with woods and streams and fields for miles all around, and it would prove to be a wonderful place for an imaginative young boy to grow up. Henry and Henrietta would provide a nurturing and loving family atmosphere for their children. Henrietta was especially influential on Ernest and older kids, as she herself was good-humored, inquisitive, and encouraging. Ernest was an energetic and imaginative boy. He was a keen reader and developed a love for adventure stories, such as those from Jules Verne, as well as poetry. The latter he picked up from his father, Ben. Surrounding land ownership, and Henry Shackleton felt farming did not need that attractive of a future for his large family. Thus, in 1880, the family would make a radical change, abandoning their farm and moving to Dublin, where Henry would study to be a doctor. The life of a physician appeared to be much safer and more stable than that of a farmer. Henry and his family would make another rather dramatic decision. They would move from Dublin to London and join the British Homeopathic Society. He preached good sense and encouraged his children and his patients to eat well, stay active, and avoid alcohol. Thus, things went pretty well for the Shackletons. Henry's practice grew and thrived, and he was respected. The family, while not wealthy, did just fine, sitting snugly into the professional middle class of society. As for young Ernest, he would never lose his Irish roots or his accent. In fact, he mentioned his love of his boyhood home, and would proudly declare that he was Irish, even if most everyone assumed he was English. In some ways, Shackleton's Irish heritage would always keep him out of the upper crust of British society. The Irish brogue and Quaker background signaled to some that he just wasn't English enough. This Irishness was especially in play when Shackleton was a boy, as his classmates pounced on his accent and took to calling him Mickey, a name picked up by his family. The young Shackleton was popular at school. He was known for his positive, friendly attitude, jokes and witticisms, and a stream of never-ending stories that he would share with his classmates. This gift for gab was something he would never lose. He enjoyed athletics and stood up most in boxing. However, as a student, he struggled. His teachers lamented his daydreaming and found it hard to motivate. Hugh Robert Mill, a friend of Shackleton's and his first biographer, said this of Shackleton's school years, quote, "He was certainly a poor scholar, and in the class lists, his name was always far south of the equator, and sometimes perilously near the pole." End quote. Shackleton's problem was boredom. If he found something dull, it was almost impossible for him to engage with the subject matter. Now, if he liked something, he'd do great, but if he didn't, forget about it. Due to his son's lagging grades, Henry Shackleton's hopes that his eldest son would follow in his footsteps and become a doctor faded away. Now, in 1887, Henry and Henrietta welcomed their 10th and final child. However, something dramatic would happen in the aftermath of the birth, and that was with regards to Henrietta. She would be struck by a mysterious illness. She had no energy and took to a sick room. She would never recover and spend the next 40 years in her sickbed, almost an invalid. This was a blow to the family in many ways. The children would miss out on Henrietta's loving, encouraging hand, and Henry now had an ill wife to care for and 10 children. It was no doubt a daunting prospect, but he would do a pretty good job of it all. So with Ernest approaching a career as a doctor not in the cards, it became imperative to figure out a future for the energetic teenager. Now, Ernest had always fancied the idea of going to sea. He loved stories about oceanic adventures and dreamed of going off to far-off exotic places. In In fact, the time when a group of friends went down to the docks and tried to enlist on the steamer, they were quickly shooed away by the chief steward. But for Ernest, the lure of the sea was strong, and thus Henry agreed to his son's request and went about looking for a way to get him a respectable position in the maritime industry. To become an officer in the Royal Navy was the most desired career path, but that just wasn't feasible. You either had to have a lot of money, outstanding connections, or the right bloodlines to get set on that path. Thus, the Shackletons turned to the Merchant Navy. The Merchant Navy, also called the Poor Man's Navy, was the vast merchant fleet that transported goods, mail, and people throughout the world under the British flag. It was not a military organization, but a civil one. The Merchant Navy offered opportunities for countless men whose social standing simply meant that they could not get a commission in the regular British Navy. Henry Shackleton would secure a position for his son as a ship's boy or cabin boy on a merchant ship, the Houghton Tower, which would sail in April of 1890 bound for Chile in South America, a voyage of 20,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers. And that was just to get there. They would then have to come back. The voyage would take a year, and Henry Shackleton hoped that the experience would get the whole "I want to be a sailor" thing out of his son's system. The ship's boy was usually a teenage boy who would wait on the officers and passengers on the ship, often running errands for the captain. It was a good way to find out if a young man was suitable for the often difficult life of the Navy. The Houghton Tower was a 16-ton clipper ship, which meant that it operated using sails instead of steam. It was an elegant vessel able to accommodate 16 passengers, including women. But the ship was getting old as the age of sail was coming to a close. The Houghton Tower would depart at the end of April 1890, the year 40,000 miles or 64,000 kilometers ahead of them. For 16-year-old Ernest Shackleton, life on a merchant ship would prove to be illuminating. He would quickly find out that he had lived a sheltered life. His family had never known poverty or abuse, and his parents were loving and supportive. A merchant vessel, however, was a place full of hardened men. Drinking, swearing, and gambling were commonplace. The food was bad and living conditions cramped. Discipline was often harsh, and fights and disputes were not uncommon. It was a shock to the teenager who had a habit of quoting poetry and regularly read the Bible. By the way, Shackleton's reading of the Bible was joked about initially, but the crew quickly came to like the young apprentice, and even the hardest men had to admire him for reading a good book. In fact, at times, Shackleton would read the Bible and other texts out loud to the other crewmen. So, for Shackleton's first voyage to Chile on the western coast of South America, it would take him around Cape Horn, famously one of the roughest places in the world. The waters between Cape Horn and Antarctica are called Drake's Passage, and it is notorious for massive waves and storms. No man sailed the passage without facing the concept of death. Shackleton would say this of sailing through these waters and climbing a tall mast in a storm. You carry your life in hand and you go aloft. The year-long voyage to Chile and back would greatly affect Shackleton, and he grew immensely at this time. And to be honest, he did pretty well, considering the difficult circumstances. He was lauded by everyone for his eagerness to learn, his ability to connect with people of all walks of life, and his energy and confidence. He had shown a unique ability to adapt quickly and easily to people, personalities, and situations. Also, he came to learn how difficult life in the merchant navy was, and the very real dangers it entailed. And this included boredom. Like every sailor, he quickly found that boredom was a constant companion, and he understood that good captains and leaders worked to keep the boredom and complacency taking root in a ship's crew. All of these elements took a lot of the romance out of sailing for Shackleton, but he came to appreciate the real-world education and experience he was getting. I should note that Shackleton was greatly aided by the captain of the Houghton Tower, a man named Partridge. Captain Partridge was a decent man who took a liking to Shackleton and tried to teach him how to be a good leader and sailor. In fact, at the conclusion of the voyage, Captain Partridge would give Shackleton a positive review, saying he was the most pig-headed, obstinate boy I have ever come across, but no real fault is found in him, and he could do his work right well. End quote. The Houghton Tower would reach Valparaiso, Chile, and then make a return voyage, getting back to England on April 22nd, 1891. The ship had been going for just under a year and traveled 40,000 miles. Shackleton was wiser and experienced, but he had not lost his youthful exuberance that everyone found so appealing, and at times a bit annoying. One other change in Shackleton was that he was now a regular smoker. Despite all the hardships of Captain Roberts' crew, Robertson was not a good mentor for Shackleton, who reacted poorly to arbitrary rules and harsh punishments for minor infractions. Shackleton was the kind of person who thrived when he had an attentive leader who could show him the ropes, as opposed to just being thrown to the wolves. Luckily, the ship's second officer would take a liking to Shackleton and help guide him through these times. Shackleton would spend the next 2 years at sea, learning not just about becoming a naval officer, but just as importantly, maybe more importantly, learning about men. Leading a ship of men leading men, including men of varied backgrounds. This included criminals and men who embraced all sorts of ideas and beliefs and goals. As on his first voyage, Shackleton would prove to be incredibly nimble when navigating the social structure of the crew. In his young life, Shackleton had experienced his share of social snobbery, but he himself didn't hold a mixed background or accent or religion against him. In some ways, this was looked down on by his peers, to associate so freely and easily with the working class men. But Shackleton would take strength from it and garnered many supporters from all ranks of the crew. When Shackleton's apprenticeship was concluded, he had grown in many ways. As a person who was easy to like and comfortable with most people, rank meant little to him, and he radiated confidence. Also, he had a great smile. And I'm not saying that because of the photos we have. That's what people literally said about the guy. He had this magnetic smile, which made people want to like him. It was an amazing gift. With broad chest and shoulders. A lot of sources use the term ruggedly handsome to describe him.
So, because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's triple action and easy seat products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
A mean or ugly way.
So after wrapping up his apprenticeship, the 20-year-old Shackleton would pass his exams in October of 1894 and be eligible to serve as an officer in the Merchant Navy. The common path for men such as Shackleton was to take jobs on tramp steamers to earn experience and get their sea legs, and this is exactly what Shackleton did. He took a job with the Shire Line and would spend 5 years with them, sailing all over the world, but especially including China and Japan. Shackleton did well due to his easy manner with his fellow officers, crew, and passengers. He enjoyed his own company, often reading poetry. He loved Tennyson in his cabin. Shackleton would, through one of his sisters, meet Emily Mary Dorman, the daughter of a prominent London lawyer. Emily was 6 years older than Shackleton, but he quickly became smitten by the independent and witty young woman. The two had several things in common, including both coming from large, educated, caring families. But the most important thing was that they shared a love of poetry, with Emily introducing Ernest to Robert Browning, one of England's foremost Victorian poets, who would quickly become Shackleton's favorite. Shackleton loved Browning's never-say-die attitude and passionate language. It is said that he found the emotions and themes he wanted to express towards Emily and life in Browning's works. Now, there were some serious obstacles with regards to Shackleton's future with Emily. First, Emily Dorman was no simpleton whose purpose in life was to just find a husband. She was educated and articulate and independent. She was determined not to be tied down by just any man. It is said that she had 16 marriage proposals before she turned 30. And thus, Shackleton would have to win Emily over, and she was wary of him due to his youth and due to the fact that his career would be long absences from home. The second obstacle was money. Emily's father, Charles Dorman, who was widowed, expected any prospective husband to be able to care for his daughter financially, and that was a worry. The Merchant Navy was a solid career, but it was not lucrative. And this issue of money, or lack of it, would dominate Shackleton for much of his life. He wanted this happy, tranquil world, with a wife and children and all the fancy trimmings, but that required money, something Shackleton did not have, and did not have an obvious path towards. Now, Shackleton and Emily's relationship would continue despite the financial challenges facing him. Perhaps everyone thought that Shackleton's long absences would doom the relationship in the long run. But Emily's father liked Shackleton and welcomed him to social functions and gatherings when he was in England. In 1898, Shackleton would earn his master's certificate, man of any ship in the world's merchant service. It was signed by Winston Churchill, the colonial secretary. And at the same time, he would leave the world of tramp steamers and aging clipper ships behind when he would, with the help of a friend, secure a position as the fourth officer on a large cruising mail ship, the Tantallon Castle. The Tantallon Castle was one of the elite cruise ships in the world, sailing for the men of a transport ship. Instead, he was expected to spend time engaging with the wealthy passengers. and it was something he would prove to be good at. He quickly figured out who to dote on and who to flatter, which allowed him to make important friends and connections. Some of Shackleton's peers resented him for his easy manner and the effortless way which he wove himself into the world of a wealthy and influential. Many thought him a braggart and a fraud, but many more found him to be charming and likable. Shackleton would make several trips to the Tantala Castle before moving on to a different liner, the Tintagel Castle. On one voyage to South Africa, in which the liner was bringing 1,200 soldiers bound for fighting in the Boer War, Shackleton would find himself integrating well with the troops and organizing entertainment for them. Shackleton admired the camaraderie and brotherhood the soldiers shared, and they liked and appreciated the respect Shackleton bestowed on them. On that voyage, Shackleton would even produce a souvenir book calling it How 1,200 Soldiers Went to Table Bay. 2,000 copies would be made, and Shackleton found he had the talent for publishing. Also on this voyage, Shackleton would make a connection that would change his life, and that was with a young Army lieutenant named Cedric Longstaff. Longstaff was the son of a wealthy industrialist, and that connection will be very important later on, so let's not forget about it. Shackleton would go on to sail on several other ships in 1900 and 1901, rising to the rank of third officer. His pay had gone from £6 a week to £8. It was respectable, but it was not going to make him rich. And thus, in 1900, Shackleton would start to look to life beyond the merchant fleet. He would have to if he was going to successfully woo Emily Dorman and her father. And frankly, Shackleton was bored. A decade in the merchant navy had left him itching for some excitement and glory. And then, in the summer of 1900, Shackleton would attend a lecture given by a man named Karsten Borchgrevink. Borchgrevink was a Norwegian explorer who had led the 1898 Southern Cross expedition. It was the first expedition to overwinter on the Antarctic mainland. Shackleton soon became enthralled by the idea of becoming a polar explorer. He saw it as a way to fame and fortune, and Emily Dorman. So for Ernest Shackleton, it was time to make a move, and when he saw that England was organizing an expedition to go to Antarctica, he was determined to be part of it. And with that, it is time to talk about Antarctica, because it is going to be so important to the rest of the series. You can almost call it a character in our story, like Mount Everest was in a series on George Mallory, and Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. That said, let's talk about Antarctica. The continent is 2,800 miles wide, or 4,500 kilometers, and surrounded by ice much of the time. In the winter months, it essentially doubles in size as ice forms around it. 98% of the continent is covered in ice. Antarctica is a land of extremes. It is the coldest, driest, and windiest continent, and has the highest average elevation, 8,000 feet, or 2,440 meters, of all the continents. Snow is 3 miles deep in some places. Winds reach 180 miles per hour, or 290 kilometers per hour Fahrenheit. To say that it is bleak and desolate would be an understatement. Despite all of that, there is life in Antarctica, just not much of it. There's algae and bacteria, tundra, stuff like that. But most famously, there are penguins and seals, and the surrounding waters are teeming with fish and whales. The good thing about Antarctica is that it's not just this huge island of snow. It's mountainous, wild, and rugged, and unpredictable. And in the time of Shackleton, virtually nothing was known about it. With that in mind, let's do a little history on the exploration of the continent. Scientists and explorers had suspected the existence of the southern continent for more than 1,000 years, but no one had ever actually reached it. The rounding of the Cape of Good Hope and Cape Horn in the 15th and 16th centuries proved that any lands further south were not connected to any known person to do so, and got within about 150 miles of the mainland. On this voyage, Cook's expedition would map and claim South Georgia Island, which is located in the South Atlantic. It was a bleak, uninhabited island about 875 miles, or 1,400 kilometers from Antarctica. Cook did not view the island. We have it, quote, a savage and horrible country, not a tree to be seen, nor a shrub even big enough to make a toothpick. He then added, I make bold that the world will derive no benefit from it, end quote. But Cook would mention something else that intrigued some entrepreneurs, whales and seals. They had been sighted in abundance in the area and further south. They spent money, and money and profit meant men would come to the region. By the end of the 1700s, ships would start to venture south, encountering the dangerous ice pack that surrounded Antarctica. Whaling and sealing would become big business, but the actual nature of Antarctica eluded the world until January of 1820, which is an awesome name. When Mikael Lazarus first sighted land, this was not just the ice pack, this was actual land. The isolation method, which discovered the Ross Ice Shelf, Ross Sea, Mount Erebus, Mount Terra, and Victoria Land. But enthusiasm for polar exploration would wane in the mid-1800s due to the financial and costs. Franklin expedition, which was in the north, saw 120 plus men die after being trapped in the ice. That kind of sacrifice just wasn't worth it. And we should note the financial rewards weren't very evident. It was not like anyone was opening up new trade routes where there were rare spices to be had. This was Antarctica, which meant the focus was mostly on whaling and seal hunting. However, things would gradually change in the latter half of the 19th century as exploration took on a more heroic as well as scientific note. Explorers found the source of the Nile, crossed Africa and Australia, mapped the Northwest Passage, that sort of thing. And sooner or later, eyes would eventually turn toward Antarctica, the last great unknown continent on the planet. The place intrigued people. Yes, Antarctica offered scientific, military, and financial opportunities, but it also offered the chance for unabashed glory. And this, my friends, will take us up to the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. It is an era that focused on scientific and geographical research and exploration, and we are going to cover that entire time frame in this series. The heroic age of Antarctic exploration really is fascinating, because in many ways it's a throwback to old school exploration. It's mostly men fighting in isolation against great odds, often with limited resources. There will be no planes or computers or any such modern technology, just men slogging their way through ice and snow and the most extreme elements of the world to explore. Anyhow, the first expedition of the era would happen in 1897, and that was the Belgian Antarctic expedition. It was led by Adrian Deger-Lage. The expedition ship Belgica would get caught in the ice and would become the first to overwinter south of the Antarctic Circle. The expedition would suffer badly due to scurvy, but would figure out that eating raw meat would help them survive. The ship would eventually break free of the ice and return to Europe. By the way, the first mate of the Belgica was a Norwegian named Roald Amundsen. Amundsen would go on to become probably the most accomplished polar explorer in history and will play an important part in our story later on. The next major endeavor was the British Antarctic Expedition of 1898, often called the Southern Cross Expedition. It was not financed by the British government, but by a British magazine publisher. First time, and be the first to ascend the Great Ice Barrier. The leader of the expedition was the aforementioned Karsten Borchgrevink. Borchgrevink's accomplishment information for future Antarctic expeditions. A couple of things of note regarding these expeditions. First, the two expeditions starkly illustrated the dangers of Antarctic exploration. The physical dangers were obvious: cold, starvation, scurvy, the ice, that sort of stuff. But there were the unseen dangers, the psychological ones. Spending a year or more isolated and alone and void of sunlight and warmth for months on end was brutal on the human psyche. The isolation and boredom could drive men over the edge. Borchgrevink was criticized for his lack of leadership on the Southern Cross Expedition, allowing his men to become disengaged and bored. These will all be issues for Shackleton and other explorers that we will talk about in this series. The second note I want to mention is that in England there was a growing interest in Antarctic exploration, and in particular for these little upstart countries to try and upstage them by claiming the greatest exploration feats of the age. The Belgians had already conducted one expedition, and the Germans and Swedes and French were talking about Antarctic exploration. And we can't forget about the Arctic. The Norwegians, Russians, Dutch, Americans, and many others were making excursions of their own, all the while trying to steal the mantle of world leader from Great Britain. By the way, the goal of some of these expeditions was to be the first to reach one of the poles. These were called the three poles. This included the North and South poles, as well as the highest point on Earth, which was Mount Everest. These were the last great feathers for the exploration cap that anyone could obtain. And thus, in England, the government and public grew more and more interested in an expedition to the southern regions. This will take us to 1900. Great Britain had sat on the exploration sidelines for too long, and it was time to do something big. And that led to the creation of the British National Antarctic Expedition, more commonly known as the Discovery Expedition, after the name of the expedition's ship. The Discovery Expedition was the first official British exploration of the Antarctic since James Clerk Ross had ventured to the frigid land some 60 years earlier. The expedition was a large endeavor put together under the banner of the Royal Society and the Royal Geographical Society. The official goal was to carry out scientific research and geographical exploration of Antarctica, but make no mistake, taking a crack at reaching the South Pole was a major objective, even if no one said it out loud. And that takes us back to Ernest Shackleton and his attending of a lecture in the summer of 1900 given by Karsten Borchgrevink, leader of the Southern Cross expedition. For Shackleton, this was the opportunity he had been looking for. Explorers like Henry Morton Stanley and Richard Francis Burton were celebrities. They wrote books and went on world speaking tours, spent the pain of fortune. Now, Shackleton certainly was interested in polar exploration, but it's not as if this was his lifelong dream, even if later he would say that exact thing. No, for Shackleton, this was simply an opportunity. It was a way for glory and cash, and a way to satisfy his lust for something new and adventurous in his life. He was, after all, 26 years old, and he feared his chance to make his mark on the world was passing him by. Thus, Shackleton would call on his old buddy, Cedric Longstaff, and set up a meeting with Longstaff's father, Llewellyn Longstaff. Llewellyn Longstaff was a very wealthy 59-year-old industrialist and a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. He would meet Shackleton, who told him of his desire to join the upcoming discovery expedition. And Longstaff would be totally won over by the charming Irishman. The elder Longstaff saw a younger version of himself in Shackleton. He admired the energy, passion, and confidence that Shackleton and agreed to try and help him gain a position in the expedition's ranks. Now, a bit of expedition. The endeavor was the brainchild of Sir Clements Markham, the president of the Royal Geographical Society. Markham was 70 years old and had served in the Navy and even participated in the search for the Franklin expedition back in 1850. He desperately wanted England to reclaim the mantle of a leader in world exploration, and this meant exploring Antarctica and reaching the South Pole. Markham was a driven and relentless man, not to mention manipulative and vindictive. However, while he got the expedition formed, funding was hard to come by. The budget had been set at £100,000, but Parliament was not interested in spending that kind of money. By 1899, only £14,000 had been raised, 5,000 of it from the Royal Geographical Society. It is here that our friend Llewellyn Longstaff stepped up. Longstaff would give £25,000 to the enterprise, and his donation would really kickstart things. Other donors soon joined in, including future Kings Edward VII and George V. Once that happened, the government coughed up £45,000, and things were looking good. The expedition pushed forward, and Markham engineered the selection of Robert Falcon Scott, a 31-year-old Royal Navy lieutenant, as the expedition's leader. The pick was a bit of an odd one. Scott was somewhat obscure, but Markham had known him for years and had helped him with his career. Also, he was young, fit, and intelligent, something Markham wanted in a leader. Another thing, and this is very important, Scott was totally Markham's man. The young naval officer would do anything that Markham wanted. Now, I do want to note that there was a brief struggle between Markham and the scientific elements of the proposed expedition. These people felt that the expedition's main goals should be scientific in nature. However, Markham would win that fight, and Scott would be the final arbiter of things. There would be no question that the primary focus of this expedition would be about exploration and discovery. Science stuff was great, but it was not going to interfere with the greater goal of discovery. I should also note that Markham wanted the expedition to be led by the British Navy, hence the selection of Scott as commander. With all of that in mind, in September 1900, Ernest Shackleton applied for a position with the Discovery Expedition, with a nice recommendation from Llewellyn Longstaff. However, there were thousands of applications for jobs, and Shackleton was rejected. In some ways, this was a bias against the merchant navy. Anyhow, Longstaff would intercede personally with Markham, asking for leadership to reconsider Shackleton's application. And it's hard to reject a guy who just gave you a order for funding. This led to the expedition's second in command, Albert Armitage, to review Shackleton's application. Armitage saw some good things in Shackleton. His years on the Hounded Tower and his first ship would be valuable as it was a square rigger like discovery. And there were good testimonials from Shackleton's shipmates. They praised his intelligence and enthusiasm and moral character. Probably heard that Armitage was a merchant navy man himself, and he understood the skill set of a man like Shackleton would bring to the enterprise. And thus, on February 17, 1901, Shackleton would get appointed as third officer of the National Antarctic Expedition. He was given a commission in the Royal Navy Reserves to lead the expedition north from Belgium to Flavor. He would get £250 a year, and the expedition was expected to last 3 years. As Shackleton was at sea at the time, no formal interview or medical exam was conducted. Shackleton's role was to take charge of the provisions, stock hold, build up the ship's library, and organize entertainment for the men once at sea. Shackleton was thrilled at this new and exciting opportunity, he threw himself into the job once he signed on. His peers quickly found that he was an enthusiastic officer full of energy and ideas, even if not all of them were very practical. Sir Markham would call Shackleton a, quote, marvel of intelligent energy, end quote. So the year was 1901, and Ernest Shackleton was 27 years old. He had spent a decade and a half on transports and steamers and ocean liners, and now he was forging a new path for himself, and a remarkable path it would be. With that, I will wrap things up for today. Next time, we will take Shackleton and Robert and Scott to the Antarctic for the first great attempt to reach the South Pole. It is a journey that will bring Shackleton renown, not to mention a few enemies. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed the first episode in our series. Thanks again.
Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour
Some
news.
folks don't stop searching till they find the truth. If you've got a detective's eye, Tune's Journey is the game for you. Please June Parker in a gripping murder mystery as you find hidden objects to help solve her sister's death. You'll hunt for clues in hundreds of beautifully illustrated scenes set in the roaring 20s. New chapters are added weekly. Find your first clue by downloading Tune's Journey today. Available on Android and iOS mobile devices as well as on PC through Facebook Games.
Prepare to enter an immersive world. Tragedies, hauntings, legends, folklore. Southern Gotham is a podcast that will take you deep into the dark history and haunted lore of the American South, exploring some of the region's most infamous tales. From the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, and the bloody battlefields and earliest settlements of Virginia. This is where ghost stories come alive, grim secrets are exposed, and mysteries. Well, you need to listen to find out. Join us now at Southern Gotham Media.
Insights and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Hello, everyone. This is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. For the next couple of months, we are conducting a listener survey to help us get to know you, your interests, and what you think of the show. You can help out the podcast by taking a short questionnaire at surveymonkey.com/r. That's the letter R. So surveymonkey.com/r/airwave. This only takes a few minutes, and your feedback will help us improve the Explorers Podcast and find new sponsors who actually interest you. In the survey, there's even a place at the end where you can tell me anything you want. Plus, as my way of saying thank you, every person who fills out the survey will be entered to win a $500 Amazon gift card. So please, if you could take the survey, I would appreciate it. That's surveymonkey.com/r/airwave, or click on the link in our episode notes of our more recent episodes. There's also a link on our website's homepage, explorerspodcast.com. Thank you again for your help.
Hi, I'm Neil, and I'm Ted, and we're here from the Triviality Podcast, a trivia-style game show where a lack of seriousness meets a little bit of knowledge. Join us each week for an hour-long 8 episodes. If you want to improve your trivia game, or you just want to scream at us in your car when we get easy questions wrong, then we're the show for you. Find Triviality on all your favorite podcast apps. But you know that because you're already listening to a podcast.
Or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to upwestern.gov/SSL. Produced by Social Security and U.S. taxpayers.
Hello and welcome to part 2 in our series on Antarctic explorer Ernest Shackleton. Last time we covered the early years of Shackleton's life and activity, from the man on his first journey of exploration. That will be the 1901 Discovery Expedition. Just one note for today. As stated, the focus of this episode will be on the 1901 Discovery Expedition. For this endeavor, Shackleton was just a junior officer, but he will play a very important role in the affair. Robert and Scott, the Discovery Expedition's commander, I will dive into that enterprise in greater detail. But for this episode, we will keep the focus on Shackleton. But it will mostly be so that we can understand and appreciate Shackleton's role. So let us talk about the British National Antarctic Expedition, more commonly known as the Discovery Expedition. It was the first official British expedition to the Antarctic since James Clark Ross had ventured to the region some 60 years earlier. It was the brainchild of Sir Clements Markham, the head of the Royal Geographical Society. The cost of the expedition was £100,000. The command structure of the expedition was a bit muddied. At first, Markham had gotten the naval officer, Robert Falcon Scott, appointed as the commander. However, the committee organizing the expedition, which was a joint affair between the Royal Geographic Society and the Royal Society, had appointed John Walter Gregory, a professor from the University of Melbourne, as the expedition's scientific director. And this led to a clash between the science versus discovery camps. Gregory and his supporters felt that once boots hit the Antarctic continent, it was the expedition's scientific director who should be in charge. Markham, however, argued that there should be a joint command structure, and it should be Scott who had the final say in all matters. Scott was so adamant about the debate that he threatened to resign if forced to share command. In the end, Markham resigned his position, saying that scientific work should not be subordinated to naval adventure. End quote. With all that in mind, let's go over the stated goals of the Discovery Expedition. First, the expedition was to work in the Ross Sea sector of Antarctica. This was the same region Ross had explored 60 years earlier, and it had recently been traveled to by the Southern Cross expedition. Here you will find the Great Ice Barrier. Second, there were scientific goals. These were, quote, to make a magnetic survey in the southern regions to the south of the 40th parallel and to carry out meteorological, oceanographic, geological, biological, and physical investigations and researches, end quote. As far as possible, the nature, condition, and extent of that portion of the South Polar lands, which is included in the scope of your expedition, end quote. This meant explore, discover, and map everything you can. Unsaid in all of this was the South Pole. There's no mention of reaching it, but it was very clear that if the chance came, a push to the pole would be just fine. Thank you very much. Now, one thing I want to stress is how little was known about Antarctica. It's surrounded by ice so often that reaching the actual continent is just not that easy. And thus, almost everything the expedition was going to do and everywhere they went was going to be new. Now, a quick reminder about Antarctica. Sometimes I think we have this vision of it as this flat, windswept surface, like a massive lake. And there are areas like that, such as the Great Ice Barrier. But the continent is actually really diverse. There are mountain ranges, valleys, and rivers. Yes, it's mostly covered in ice, but the topography is very unique, just like Europe or Asia or wherever. So that is it for objectives. Let's talk about the makeup of the Discovery Expedition. At the top was the aforementioned Robert Falcon Scott, whose name even sounds like a hero from an adventure novel. Scott will be a very important figure in this series, so we will spend some time meeting him. But know that we will, at some point, do a full series on the man. Robert Falcon Scott was born in 1868 in Plymouth, Devon, England. His father was a prosperous brewery owner in Plymouth, and naval and military service was a tradition in the family. Scott would begin his career as a 13-year-old naval cadet. He moved steadily up the ranks, and at 18, he would meet our friend Clements Markham. Markham liked Scott, finding him intelligent and charming, and he would keep an eye on the young man. Scott's career progressed smoothly, and he would serve on several ships all over the world, earning promotion slowly but steadily. Wherever Scott went, he did well and served with distinction. The only plot was in 1893 when a torpedo boat he was commanding ran aground. He would receive a mild review for the incident, but it would not damage his career. Now, in 1894, Scott's father would sell the family brewery and then probably lose all the money in a bad investment, bankrupting him. He would be forced to work at a different brewery to keep the family afloat. However, 3 years later, he would die of heart disease. This was followed by the death of Scott's brother Archie in 1898 from typhoid fever while in the colonial service. Scott now had to provide financial support for his mother and 2 of his unmarried sisters, and thus money was a big concern for him. In June of 1899, Scott would run into Sir Markham in London, and the two would talk about the upcoming Antarctic expedition. Since he had a chance to advance his career and perhaps make some serious money, Scott would volunteer to lead the enterprise. Now, I want to note that for the Discovery Expedition, Scott and some of the other officers would be loaned by the Admiralty to join the expedition, as this was not a Royal Navy venture, even if Markham wanted it to feel as such. The Royal Navy was somewhat indifferent to the expedition, as they felt that there were more important matters to attend to around the world. However, Scott would run the expedition along naval lines, and even require the crew to work under the Naval Discipline Act. The selection of Scott was a curious one. He was certainly well regarded by his peers, but he was young, in his early 30s, and he had no polar experience. Plus, he had never led any large expedition such as what was being proposed. Also, Scott would prove to be a very formal man with a military mindset. By that, I mean he worked well by establishing strict rules and guidelines and objectives. This is fine, but it means he'll show a lack of imagination and flexibility when he needs to be innovative and nimble. Also, when things don't go well, he could become moody and irritable, and he hated when people questioned his decisions. All of this makes for a man who was probably not the best leader for an Antarctic expedition. Scott could easily have been aided by a strong supporting cast, but that's not going to be the case. The officers and crew of the Discovery were a mix of Royal and Merchant Navy men, and a majority of the crew would be drawn from the ranks of the Merchant Navy. The expedition, at least to begin, would have 7 officers, including Scott. Ernest Shackleton is listed as a third lieutenant and was in charge of organizing and stowing the Discovery's cargo, plus the ship's entertainment. In addition to the officers, there would be 5 doctors and scientists on the expedition, plus 36 crew members. The Merchant Navy was a spot of contention throughout the expedition. The merchant men disliked the strict rules and regulations imposed on them, and the Royal Navy officers and seamen looked down on their Merchant Navy counterparts. As an example, one Royal Navy seaman dismissed Shackleton as, quote, just a cargo shifter, end quote. Now, one element of the expedition was not human, but animal, and that was the sledge dogs. These were big husky-type dogs imported from Siberia. The expedition had 25 of them, the intention to have them help pull heavy sledges. Scott had ordered the dogs after communicating with famed Norwegian Arctic explorer Fridtjof Nansen. Nansen had strongly recommended their use, as he and others had had tremendous success with them in the Arctic. It was a great move by Scott. However, there was an issue, and that is that he didn't hire anyone to train and handle the dogs, and that would prove to be a big mistake. Another position not brought on the ship's expedition was an ice master. The ship's second in command, Albert Armitage, had spent some time in the Arctic, but he was no expert. Such a man could have been found amongst Britain's extensive whaling fleet, but that would have diluted the importance of the real Navy men, as these would have been Merchant Navy officers. By the way, aside from Armitage, only 2 others of the crew had any experience in polar regions, a mistake on Scott's part. A few veteran men with polar experience would have been an invaluable addition to the expedition's ranks. So we have talked about Scott, the crew, and the objectives of the expedition. Let's take a moment to look at the expedition's ship, Discovery. Discovery was a 1,600-ton specialist research vessel designed for working in Antarctic waters. An example of this was that it had no portholes, because under extreme pressure of ice, portholes would have weakened the sides of the ship. Discovery was one of the last 3-masted wooden sailing ships built in Britain. It operated under sail or steam, although the sails were used whenever possible, so that cold were being conserved. The vessel was built by Dundee Shipbuilders Company in Scotland. Dundee was a major whaling center, and the shipyard specialized in. We have spent a lot of time talking about the Discovery expedition, but not a lot about Ernest Shackleton. So let us change that. Ernest Shackleton was energized as over. Now he had something really big and meaty to bite into. The idea of being part of something historic really played to his personality and dreams, and he embraced the new job. As noted, Shackleton was in charge of packing and maintaining hundreds of stores and just tossing stuff into a hold. It was more complex than that, because Discovery was going to be taking on a ton of stuff, tons of stuff, and needed to maximize every bit of space on the ship, and he had to do it efficiently and within certain parameters. For example, all of the boxes had to be a maximum of 56 pounds, or 30 kilograms. Now, being the cargo officer wasn't Shackleton's only job. He would participate in the initial trial ship free of ice. Also, just days before Discovery set sail, Shackleton would be taught the basics of using hotness, optimism, and energy. That was all new and exciting. We talked about the past. Shackleton would easily understand officers and scientists. He cared little for social illusions, something some upper-class officers call niceties. He was charming and witty, loved to tell jokes and stories, and he had a habit of catching names. These were habits that often tried some women's patience, but others loved them for as very effective. VIPs came aboard Discovery prior to departure for a tour. This was especially true with women. Shackleton was an expert at applying just the right amount of flattery and attention to them. One example was Elizabeth Gossip Lambton. She was so enchanted by Shackleton, she donated £1,000 to the expedition. She would later support Shackleton on his own endeavors, and in 1950 have a glacier named after her by Shackleton. Two final notes about Shackleton before we get the Discovery to sea. One, at the invitation of Vice Admiral Sir Albert Hastings Markham, the cousin of the expedition's founder, Sir Clarence Markham, Shackleton would be invited into the Freemasons.
Shackleton, this was not really something he was entirely serious about, but he's on his way to making more connections within society. To be invited into the races was not an insignificant thing. It was essentially a wealthy and influential voice network, and the invitation was a sign that Shackleton was moving
What
up
if you
the
could build
world.
a six-figure
Not bad
retirement
for
and
an
drive almost
Irishman in
half
a
the money saved?
from
You
a
heard that
middle-class
right. Get a
family.
discount on your retirement, creating a
The second
six-figure
thing I want
income
to talk
for
about is
40%
Shackleton's
less than
personal
traditional
life, and
401ks and
specifically his
mutual funds.
relationship
Hi, I'm
with
Greg
Emily,
Kitchen, best-selling author and star in the new
Shackleton
Hollywood
and Emily
documentary
had been
called
courting
Baby
for
Before.
4 years.
In this film,
Shackleton
Thomas
had
and
mingled
Nobel
with
Prize
her and her
winning
wealthy
PhD
family,
work,
and he
and I
liked
share a strange
influential. He
concept I
wanted
call
more.
the retirement
However,
discount.
Emily's father,
You get
Charles
more
Dorman,
retirement
was
income with
reluctant
the
to
same
allow his
dollar saved, and
33-year-old
your
daughter
money is
to
never
marry
at
someone
risk
who
if the
couldn't
market
provide for her.
crashes. That's right. The market
Charles
crashes
Dorman liked
30%
Shackleton,
lose
but he
money.
wasn't
Even
sure of
people
his
who
future
are off track
prospects.
shifted money to this new
Shackleton
strategy
saw
because
his
it increases
inclusion in
their
the Discovery
retirement income,
expedition
but can allow
as
them
a
to stop
springboard to a better
years
life,
sooner. So
and
if you're
when he
over
pressed
50 and want
Emily,
to pick
she
a better
signaled that she would
retirement with
marry
less
him on his
money, call to
return.
get a free copy of this brand
Now
new
he still
movie,
had to
Baby
bring up
Boomer
the subject
Dilemma,
with
at
Emily's
1-800-506-2020.
father. He would do this by
This
writing
is
him
a
a formal
$30
letter
value
asking
Harvard
permission to
Educator
marry Emily.
free.
He
Plus
told
2 hours
Charles
of
Dorman
bonus
that he
behind the
enjoyed the
scenes footage.
expedition
I'll
to
even
make
cover
money
shipping
and
and
earn
handling, no
respect
credit
and
card
position.
required. So don't delay, call
Shackleton
right
posted
now.
the letter just before leaving for the
1-800-506-2020.
Antarctic.
That's
This gave him no time to receive a reply while still in England, and thus not
1-800-506-2020.
having to face family and
Here's
friends
from
and Emily
Blinds.com.
if he was
We're
rejected.
celebrating over a
But
quarter
Shackleton
century of
need not have
best
worried.
windows by
Charles
giving
Dorman would
you
reply
up to
and give his
50%
approval
off
of the
by
union.
Head to
However,
Blinds.com
Shackleton
for
would never
great
get the
deals
thing
on
to man,
shutters,
as
curtains,
Charles died
motor
shortly
light
after
outdoor
Shackleton
bullet
set
shades, and
sail.
more.
At that point, Emily was free to make her own decisions.
Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a
Prepare
100%
to enter an
satisfaction
immersive
guarantee.
world
Shop
of
Blinds.com
tragedies,
now for anniversary
hauntings,
savings up to 50%
legends,
off site wide.
folklore.
Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Southern God is a podcast that will take you deep into the dark history and haunted lore of the American South, exploring some of the region's most infamous tales, from the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, to the bloody battlefields of the earliest settlements of Virginia. This is where ghost stories come alive, grim secrets are exposed, and mysteries. Well, you need to listen to find out. Join us now at southerngodmedia.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
Waterheatersonly.com.
The 1901 Discovery Expedition would depart on August 6, 1901, after 64 years on the throne. The departure of Discovery was celebrated throughout England. To many, the expedition was a symbol of England's rightful place in the world. The Discovery's route would go around the tip of Africa, onto Australia, and then New Zealand. From there, it was Antarctica. The ship, however, would prove to have its share of problems. It was a slow sailer, and Shackleton felt that the mast. The entire crew was called out to save the cargo. Shackleton did try to avoid potential disaster situation, and he wasn't afraid to dive into things and get the work done. He met a prison, loaded, and rough weather. Scott said the ship would toss like a log in. On the voyage, Shackleton would make several important connections. First was Hugh Robert Mill, a former librarian at the Royal Geographical Society. Mill was only on the ship for a short time before he went to Madeira. He was hired to straighten out the ship's library and instruct Shackleton on the collecting of scientific data. One specific item was the testing of the density and salinity of water. Shackleton proved to be ill-suited for the job, which required patience and attention to detail. With that aside, Mill and Shackleton would form a friendship that would last a lifetime, with Mill writing the first biography of Shackleton. Mill and Shackleton were about there. The former was a library guy. He loved Shackleton's bravado and spirit. He saw Shackleton as an Elizabethan adventurer, such as Francis Drake or Walter Raleigh. Another friendship developed on the ship was with Edward Wilson, and was a bit out of place on Discovery. Shackleton would take him under his wing, and the two would spend hours talking about all sorts of things, especially their shared interest in poetry. Wilson would also become a close friend with Robert Vaughan Scott, a man who did not make friends easily. Discovery would stop at Cape Town in South Africa and then head east. Because of the ship's slow progress, she would bypass the planned stop in Australia and head straight to New Zealand, arriving at Littleton on November 29th. Along the way, they did some magnetic surveys. Discovery, because of the leaking issues, would be taken into dry dock for major repairs, where she would remain for the next 3 weeks. During this time, more supplies and provisions would be purchased, and there would be some turnover amongst the crew. Of addition of note was a 24-year-old Irishman named Tom Green.
Green is not really important in today's story, but he will be vital later on in the series. While on Darren's expedition, it was here that Shackleton and Green would meet and become friends. Discovery overloaded with men, supplies, and provisions would depart Littleton on December 21st. On the ship, there were several dozen sheep to provide meat for the men, and 45 tons of coal was simply plopped on the deck as there was no flow. Every nook and cranny was crammed with something.
Understand where your
Things were so overcrowded, many worried the ship would not survive the treacherous waters to the south. A great crowd would be gathered to send the ship off when one of the crew, a seaman named Charles Bonner, climbed the mainmast to wave to the thralls. Bonner, who had been drinking, would fall and die. It was an ominous way to start the enterprise. From New Zealand, Discovery would sail directly south toward Antarctica. And here I want to stop and throw out the check out our website for a map sample. So if you want to see a map of the Discovery expedition, specifically around Antarctica, go to explorerspodcast.com. I have posted one there. As most of us are not familiar with the geography of Antarctica, it may help you enjoy the episode. Thus, south to Antarctica with Discovery and Ernest Shackleton. It was a voyage of 1,700 miles, or 2,740 kilometers. Luckily, the weather was good and it would hold for most of the time. Discovery would go through the Southern Sea, across the Antarctic Circle, and into the Ross Sea on January 3rd, 1902. Here, they would encounter ice for the first time. The ice pack that they approached was a hazardous maze of moving ice and fluctuating lanes of open water. The ship now had to maneuver through this ever-evolving maze, which was a very dangerous process. It only takes one good hit and the ship could go down. Discovery had to weave its way south through the ice along the ever-shifting channels, which could open and close on a whim. And if a storm hit, the winds would slam the ship into a berg. However, for Discovery, their luck would hold. They would, despite their huge load, move through the ice quickly and efficiently, reaching Cape Adair on the Antarctic mainland on January 9th. In contrast, the James Clark Ross expedition had taken 46 days to pick their way through the ice. In their defense, they didn't know where they were going at the time. Cape Adair was where the men of the Southern Cross expedition had overwintered a few years earlier. Scott would land a small party, Shackleton amongst them, to investigate the abandoned camp, but they would find nothing of interest and the ship would move on. At this point, the Antarctic coast turned southerly into the Ross Seas area of the continent was called Victoria Land. They were pretty much following the path laid out to them by James Clark Ross 60 years earlier. On January 20th, Discovery would stop and send a geological party ashore. Amongst the men was Shackleton. As he explored the area, he and the men would make a discovery when they came upon some dark green moss and orange lichen. And thus, Shackleton's first discovery was not a mountain or glacier or anything so grand, but some permanent plant life. Down the coast, Discovery met the sights stunning along the way, including mountains and glaciers. The ship would go 500 miles or 800 kilometers and reach Ross Island in McMurdo Sound. On Ross Island, the men would see two volcanoes, Mount Ararat and Mount Terror, each over 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters high. These were named after James Clark Ross's two ships. If the names sound familiar, the two vessels would later take part in the New Franklin expedition in the north. It was also here that the expedition would get their first look at the Great Ice Barrier. Today we call this the Ross Ice Shelf, but at the time it was the Great Ice Barrier, or simply the Barrier, and it had first been sighted by the Ross expedition. The Barrier is probably the most classic image of Antarctica. The ship would have seen a massive wall of ice that stretched along the coast as far as the eye could see, and as high as 50 meters or 165 feet. On top of the barrier was a flat surface that extended to the horizon. Like I said, it is one of the most iconic views of Antarctica. It is breathtaking and stunning and daunting. In reality, the Great Ice Barrier is 600 kilometers long, or 370 miles, and between 15 and 50 meters high above the water. That's 50 to 165 feet. It is basically a floating table of ice, and it is the world's largest ice shelf. If the ice wasn't there, you'd essentially have a huge bay about the size of France. The ship sailed along the barrier for about a week, dwarfed by the massive wall of ice. The immense nature of the barrier was awe-inspiring to Shackleton and the rest of the crew. Eventually, they would sail past the barrier and reach a peninsula, which Scott dubbed King Edward VII Land. This was a new discovery, the exact kind of thing Scott and the team were hoping to find. Now, Scott had some important decisions to make. Summer was waning and the ice pack would start to get denser. There would be no big overland excursions this season. That would have to wait until next spring, meaning November, December. Scott had orders to not let Discovery get locked in the ice. The plan was to set up a camp on the continent and then return to New Zealand for the winter.
The men left on the continent will be charged with scientific studies, plus preparing for the interior journey in the spring. Discovery returned. But Scott decided to let Discovery get iced in for the winter. This would allow the men to do extensive scientific research, plus acclimate the men to the polar environment. They would train on skis, work with the sledge dogs, and even make some short excursions into the interior and onto the Great Ice Barrier. By staying, everyone would be primed and ready in the spring. Shackleton was relieved by the decision. He was concerned that Scott would try to lure some of the Merchant Navy men himself. This way, that couldn't happen. Thus, Scott turned Discovery around and sailed back along the barrier and reached McMurdo Sound just at the edge of the barrier. Along the way, the ship sailed 12 miles, 90 kilometers, into an inlet in the barrier where they found that the ice sloped out. This allowed some of the men to climb to the top of the Great Ice Barrier, the first people to ever do so. Scott would eventually have a camp set up on the southernmost tip of Ross Island at a place they would call Hut Point. Today, not far from that spot, you'll find the McMurdo Station, an American Antarctic research facility. From here, the 100 miles away, 1,440 kilometers. Ross Island, by the way, is essentially at the edge of the barrier. One side of the island butts up against the ice shelf, while the other was exposed to the ocean, at least in the summer. In time, huts would be constructed on the shore, but the decision was made that the crew would live on Discovery for the winter and venture out as needed. The huts on Ross Island would be temporary shelters and used to store coal and provisions. The established men at the camp allowed the crew to let off some of their cooped-up energy. They played football and celebrated. Meanwhile, it was decided to give the hot air balloon a try to see if anything to help could be viewed from above. And the creator of the Mandalorian says, "We've got some
Scott would
ideas
be the
for
first to
Disney
go out, reaching a
Imagineers."
height of 600 feet or 180 meters.
John Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at
Shackleton
Disneyland.
even took
In
some
an
photos
interview
on
with
his turtle
IMDb,
loft.
Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive
Unfortunately, from their
attraction that
vantage
would
point
allow
of the
people to
balloon,
feel
all
the
that
ride
Scott
using
and
haptic
Shackleton could see
technology.
was the
He
endless
also
icy
sent her around
flatlands
a
of the
razor
barrier.
spacecraft, which the
Going up, the
Mandalorian
balloons
and
had
Kid
taken a
traveled
bit of
around the
faith and
galaxy
courage from Scott
and
and
told us
Shackleton.
second
The men were
season of the show.
amateurs in the use
So
of
the
the balloon,
Mandalorian
and
meets
they
a
had no way of
dream
knowing
and
how it would
Avatar
react in a
attraction
frigid
at Disneyland
environment.
is a planned reality.
It's a reminder that, no matter the flaws of Scott and Shackleton, no one would ever doubt their courage. Both were brave and willing to risk their lives for their cause. By the way, regarding the balloon, it developed a serious leak and would never fly again.
And now headed to Rosemead where
So
there's a
with the
crash
camp
on the set.
established, it was time for the expedition members to go about their respective jobs. This would mean everything from evidence scientific work to going on short excursions to training and preparing for future tasks. Let's talk about a few of these items. Men the continent. And nothing was more important than a grand push into the interior. To come later in the year. This meant that the team had to learn how to use skis and how to transport provisions on sledges. This led right over to the dogs. Regarding the skis, it was a catastrophe for everyone. No one was an expert in the use, and thus everyone, including Shackleton, flailed around on them and frustrated. One man fell and broke his leg. Scott suffered some severe bruises in his attempts to use them, and he proclaimed them to be nothing more than a nuisance. This would mean that the men who were the bottom most of the night used the skis, should have been a great game if we had had proper training. Regarding the dogs,
Hi everyone, I'm KJLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter. Seriously, KJLA 5 News is now live from 2 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the south of it. Another reason why KJLA is LA's very own.
From Tucson, Arizona, where golf is live all year round. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Every Friday on CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5. The CW. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Philbin along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities in a search for answers to life's most. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortage of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up?
If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may have a transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR scan is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor's family. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. Connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of best dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Maxwell distracted and groups to compare. My dad said, oh, you must be allergic to chicken. None of that. They eat the brain. Where's that? Then the weather. Then somebody said, it's the food. And the dog stopped itching. The hair stopped falling out. The dynamite is a big part of Maxwell's diet. Yourself will be.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy in metro LA and inland OC, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Amidst the spreading clouds in the valleys and inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s. Beaches partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Right now, 56 degrees in Garden Grove and Newport Beach, 51 in Pasadena, 53 in Alhambra. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour news from James and Melissa.
But things were becoming worse. The sledge was barely heavy in the summer. Shackleton refused to go back to the boat, which worked out tremendously. As the storm raged around them, it really came in some such steps. And then, if you can imagine, the weather got worse. It was a total whiteout as the men found themselves on their first winter in December. And they pointed pushed forward as they were quickly overcome by exhaustion and the signs of frostbite. Shackleton's ears would blister badly, and his hand would turn white. After 12 hours, they set up a tent and tried to hide out in the world. For a few hours, the men struggled to survive the storm. Some literally had to hold the tent, so it wouldn't be carried away by the fierce winds. The men had with them a small Primus stove that was some food and made some water drinks, all to have had in nature execution. You have the experienced men sent into the unknowns of Antarctica that were hauled to a none of them had any training or shelter for the storm that they needed. 2 miles from the nearest island, they would be followed by the European class. Shackleton then made the decision to leave this larger coastal community and proceed up foot to the nearest island, which is called White Island. It was a difficult trip, but the decision was made. The men would stroll through and reach the island in 5 miles of heat, with large ice 3 feet or 820 meters. They did this in spite of their climbing air, not to mention the cold wind. The salt from the top of the mountain was amazing. A great ice barrier with its flat icy surface extended as far as they could see. It was an invigorating sight to Shackleton. He was thrilled by the idea of seeing something that no man had ever seen before. He envisioned the barrier as a potential route to science. After Wilson, who was the expedition's artist as well as doctor, made a quick sketch of the moon, the 3 men went back to the ship. Upon the return to Discovery, Shackleton, despite being exhausted, Dr. Taylor's excitement over the details of all of them had been revealed to anyone who would listen. Reginald Skelton, the expedition's chief engineer, said that Shackleton hardly stopped talking
Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I am with you every single Sunday. Right here answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold, embrace, and question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Stephen, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Jesus, I talk to you every day, and it's great to hear you answer God's vital questions. Happy to have you on the program. How's your name, Stephen? Well, my question is, are we immortal beings temporarily inhabiting a physical body, or are we an organization of spiritual bodies? And if so, also to the essence of the body is because of the Lord. But what about the resurrection?
So, winter was coming to Antarctica, and the men of Discovery knew it would be 120 days of darkness. The crew hustled to train for the darkness set in. The lack of expertise and
the resurrection, but why was that necessary?
Well, that was a whole
There
proof.
are lots of little things, such as
So,
many of the men not being able to
2,000 years ago in change,
or dress properly.
I wasn't the only one walking around claiming to be the Messiah.
Scott said it
There
best
were
when
many people doing
our
it.
ignorance is
So signs and wonders and things like
Speaking of
that
Scott, he
really
understood that the
were
police
ways
invented the
to
expedition.
show, hey, this is different. This isn't parlor tricks that some people were doing to try and say, hey, I'm the Messiah, look what I can do. I mean, on every corner, there was something. So the things that I did specifically were to set myself apart for people to really understand the difference between the claims that were made and that I made. So resurrecting the fullness of the body, or what is referred to as the glorified body, there's only one of those. And there's only one situation in which that took place, and that was mine. So it's not necessarily an exact duplicate that Christians will be living, experiencing during that transition. What you do have is, yes, to be absent from the body and present with the Lord. Yes, it is appointed for man to die once and then the judgment. So you're dealing with something that is time-based on earth, but not in heaven. So when technically you really want to freak yourself out, it's all done in heaven.
In all, he would produce 5 issues of the paper, and it was a great success.
This
as
is the time you are living is all seen
By the
and
way, the
done
ship had a lack of lighting provided by a windmill.
in
It
heaven,
was damaged by
outside of
This
time.
oil lamps
So,
and candles provide light in the ship,
go ahead.
and no one left the ship unless necessary, as the
So,
temperatures plunged to as
what
low
is
as
the
62
the Bible refers to the resurrection of the saints.
You
and that did
have
not take into
the
account
body.
fierce winds.
What
Now, one issue that did rear its ugly head that
what
winter
are we
was scurvy.
comprised of
We've talked about scurvy
in the
many times in
presence
this
of the
podcast,
Lord
so just a quick
before our
overview.
bodies are
Scurvy
resurrected?
occurs whenever it is
And
not in a
let
vitamin
me
C.
give you some
For
context to
centuries,
this
it had been
question.
an issue of all
My dad died of Alzheimer's. And for the
Scurvy
last 2
caused
years of his life, he wasn't there.
muscle and joint pain, and eventually
I'm glad to be he was not
At
there.
this time, no
And
one
I wonder,
but it was generally understood that fresh fruit, oranges, and limes,
this
for
is
instance,
why
helped stave off the disease. The expedition
That's my question. And
but much of this was intended.
there's
Unfortunately,
no
the healing process
reason
nutrients were mostly
that
destroyed.
it couldn't be in,
Now, it was
could not have
generally
been
eating
in the
fresh meat
presence of
helped
God.
scurvy and pain. And that is
There's
true.
that there are all kinds of nuances to that question. There are some that believe, and this program is one of them, that even in what would be called death, moments, seconds, milliseconds, Scripture says over and over that a day is to 1,000 years and 1,000 years to a day. That God, in that moment, could make a life from it. And how he talks with us in those times is not known except to the individual experiences. But the reality of Scripture, or the sketch of Scripture, and believers does have their different body, spirit, immediately entering the joyful presence of God. And that's what happened in the 3 days in the tomb. The thought still was there. Just like I said to the thief on the cross, today we will be together in paradise. Yes, my body was still in the tomb, and so was theirs. So what ends up happening is, depending on the structure you believe and how things go down at the rapture, it doesn't have illness, it doesn't have disease, suffering. You know, 1 Corinthians 15, 42 to 53 talks about this. So it's the combination that comes afterwards where you are in that physical, glorified body
but it is going to be different than the temporal aging kind of beat up and seen the world body that you're walking around in now. It's so different, keep this in mind, was my resurrected body. If you remember in Scripture, a lot of the apostles, they didn't recognize it. So there is a change. There is a change that takes place, and that will be a merge between the spiritual body and a glorified physical body that only a small handful of people have ever seen because of the resurrection. So it's kind of hard to put that in perspective where you can say this is exactly what it would look like, but I suppose you could imagine by breaking down all the sin or the temporalness of life, wrinkles, fatigue, sadness, lack of sleep, all these things, bad eating choices, all these things that you hear that if you slowly subtracted those things, you know, it might be childlike. Coming in the simplest form, the most form of youth and interest and curiosity and all of these things. And in that is probably the closest you can conceive of how that union will look.
He had had tuberculosis and in addition to rejected from the ammunition due to health reasons. Only Scott's intervention had saved him. Wilson had not asked to go on his adventure or expected to be selected. But when Scott came to the house to go, Wilson was the to friend. Wilson would urge Scott to be a third person. He argued that if there were two of them on the journey, injured or died, it would be difficult to get back to discovery.
Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impact of stress. Keep your kids connected to their loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and churches. Your Count Hope moment is brought to you by CountHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, worried, or frustrated. CountHope can help. Access CountHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CountHope.org. Ideally, monthly payments shall meet basic needs, like putting food on the table, paying rent, or buying new shoes for growing kids. Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security of U.S. Taxpayer Expense.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Hey, all the team staff, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then catch the special deal at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Greetings, Sebastian Roque here. For years I've mentioned how much relief actor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio shares his experience too. He writes, I tried relief actor due to its mechanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800 4-RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com. Hey, crash in Irvine. This is on the 5 southbound at Alton Parkway. Getting the center divider here. Watch for some slowing as you approach. Now, crash through Ontario. The 10 eastbound at Vineyard. San Bernardino Freeway there. Just a slight delay to make your way through. Downtown LA, a new crash on the 110 northbound after 101 connector. That's the downtown 4 level. Entry solo vehicle crash. It's going to be in the right lane and a slow drive there as you approach. KFR in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the US of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. So we chatted a little bit about the afterlife. A body that you use here on earth. But you know, ashes to ashes. And it says in Revelation 21:1-4 that your present mortal body lives gloriously with your Lord, with God, in that is the imagery in Scripture. Apostle Paul broke out his law. But thanks to God, the victory is there through Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 16. And it's a hard thing to understand, and although it's important for, theological discussions or fascination with those things, the promise that you need to remember, the important thing to understand is that you're going home. Our lifespan, when you look at humanity, your goal as a human running through your life is ultimately
pointing towards wanting to be a creator. You kind of felt that it's a game of baseball going on where spirits desire to just go home and be with the Father, be with the Maker. That it's going to be very different than you can imagine, and better than you could even perceive.
Scott and Wilson with us set out on December 30th, but they wouldn't go far, only about 2 miles or 3.5 kilometers before calling it a day. The ice barrier was still 550 miles away. They could see some mountains in the distance to the south. How much else? They were about 200 miles.
At least 8 people have been killed in a boat crash in San Diego. Police say 2 smuggling boats crashed late last night at Glass Beach at 40 times. One of the boats overturned. A school in New Jersey is hoping to stop students from being bullied. Bayonne High School is working on a plan that would offer incentives for students to behave. Brian Thompson says school officials say if students are kind to one another and there's less bullying or fighting on school grounds, they'll be rewarded. Some of the rewards include no homework Fridays, along with an ice cream truck for students getting past the day off. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space.
SpaceX Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 NASA astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian cosmonaut back to Earth, who spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. And if it's Oscar time, it's also Razzie time.
The next major issue
The Golden Raspberry Awards honor Hollywood's worst, and this thanks in his latex face. Jared Leto and Andrea Arjona won Worst Actor and Worst Supporting Actor for Marvel's vampire flop Morbius, which sucked. And the Razzies gave themselves the Worst Actress Award for initially the 105 connected hill fans there. Still 1 o'clock and it's slow. Can't find this guy, helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy in Metro LA, inland OC, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, virtual repeat of today, and Tuesday, rain and cold temperatures, highs in the mid 50s. Mix of sun and clouds in the valleys and inland empire, highs in the upper 60s. And beaches, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 50s. Willie Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. And at Sport of Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a free 3-day pass. Sign up today at startsportofitness.com. Get more workout for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle ropes to box jumps, tire flips to treadmills, cardio to kettlebells. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. And Sport of Fitness has your back, no matter what your fitness motivation is. With a premium gym experience for a not-so-premium price. This is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startsportoffitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startsportoffitness.com. That's startsportoffitness.com. Subject to annual fees. Must pay first and last month's dues at $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary. This week's marketing report. Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director of Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, building with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your call will return that very same day. Injured, now pound law. That's pounds, 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured, visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, the expedition
Who has over 6,000 five-star reviews for water heater repairs and replacements? Water Heaters Only. That's who. Visit waterheatersonly.com for quick same-day service. And if you want low prices, that's their business. Waterheatersonly.com. That's waterheatersonly.com.
There was no Shackleton passage. This Shackleton selection was due to next week's Shackleton. This was a mediation. Now there is some controversy about this decision. Albert Armitage, the expedition second command, right 20 years later, failed to challenge Scott for Shackleton's dismissal. He said Scott just wanted to Shackleton. And he said that Scott, while talking to the Shackleton, said to them, come here. Wilson asked Scott if he was following him. Scott said, thus Shackleton replied, then it must have been me. Right, you were the worst of me. Every time you dare speak like that, you will give it back. Now, before we take that story as gospel, as I welcome to Scott,
always so much better when you are here with us. Just we are here with you every single Sunday, answering your questions and talking about the things that really matter in life, and of course the afterlife. I encourage you to give us a call should you feel moved to, whether it's theology call or something you're going through. I'd love to hear from you. 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534.
However, I want to stress that Scott's decision about Shackleton.
Jerry, welcome to Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus.
Scott
suspected as much. As the commander of the expedition, matter this does bring up the rift that had grown between the two men. I
Scott had never been
am a
comfortable with
member of
Shackleton,
a
not just
church
because he was from the Virgin Navy.
that
Shackleton had been popular
it's kind of a big church, but what we did was we changed our pastor about a year and a half or so ago. And when we got a new pastor, I'm in the music ministry and have had the privilege of being able to go on missionary journeys that basically around the world. And so nervous. But anyway, what happened was we got a new pastor. And when we got the new pastor, he decided, he came into the church, he said, oh, I don't like the way the church looks. So he said, we're going to totally redesign the church, get rid of everything in it, and we're going to make it into a studio so he can have a broadcast every Sunday. The services will be broadcast, but I think they call it live stream. And so what he did was he came to the choir, I'm in the choir, and they were about 80 of them. So he came to the choir and he said that we did not want the choir anymore because he thought a praise team would be a better fit for his new situation. So he was going to dismiss all of us and put in a praise team, which he basically did. Okay? And so we were pretty upset about it. He decided that, okay, well, we'll keep you around for a while. But his philosophy was, and he told us this to our base, that people don't get saved when they see old people on a stage. They get saved when they see young people on the stage. So he wanted us to be removed and replace us with a praise team like a lot of churches are doing. So we're not allowed in the worship center. So they put us in another room where they have Bible study and other services.
So that's where we are right now. But we're not allowed to do any of our productions. We had a lot of productions and things there, but we can't do any productions anymore. They literally threw our productions off the campus, and we have to rent an auditorium now just to have, a Christmas program or an Easter program. So I'm having a real hard time accepting it. And every time I sit down in the service, like last week, I sat down in the service and I want to listen to the pastor's because I'm going, wait a minute, we should be doing that too. And we did that for free. They got a $300,000 budget to pay 5 or 6 musicians when you had 80 people serving the church for free. And not just for free, you people are professional writers, professional musicians, professional singers, and those kind of people. So every time I see the praise get up, I just really have to start working on my own inner anger because I'm so jealous about it. That's one thing, and maybe I want to get together. Well, let's focus on that for now, because that's a lot to chew on. Jerry, I feel for you and everything you're doing.
You can help out the podcast by taking a short questionnaire at surveymonkey.com/r. That's the letter R. So surveymonkey.com/r/airwave will actually interest you. In the survey, there's even a place at the end where you can tell me anything you want. Plus, as my way of saying thank you, every person who fills out the survey, r/airwave, or click on the link in our episode notes of our more recent episodes. There's also a link on our website's homepage, explorerspodcast.com.
Down and lay down the rules to us. This is the way it's going to be. And if you don't like it, there's 12 doors to the exit, and you can take one of them. And that is his attitude. And so consequently, it got so bad that the elders decided that, we need to, have him, we need to have a talk with him so he could change his behavior. So they gave him an opportunity to stay as our pastor if he would go through counseling.
In June of 1903, Ernest Shackleton came home to England.
But he decided he wasn't going to change his behavior, and this is the way he was going to be. So they
not just the frigid
decided that he wasn't going to be our pastor anymore. So now he's gone. But what they've done,
that's because Discovery's commander, Robert Scott, had sent Shackleton home due to lingering effects of scurvy and the fact that he didn't like or trust his junior officer. So when Shackleton returned to his family and now fiancé,
so they can encourage people to get saved. I told the elders that when I got saved, there was a bunch of old white men on the stage. And when they had an
so today on the Explorers podcast, we are going to cover the years of Shackleton's life between the discovery of the mission and his next world adventure, roughly 1903 to 1907. Let's get started. It was the summer of 1903, and Shackleton returned home to find his life unfolding. His fiancée, Emily Gorman, had lost her father 2 years earlier. A trust had been established for Emily, which paid her $700 a year, quite a considerable amount. As a contrast, Shackleton only got $250 a year for his work in the discovery expedition. The trust money would give the family a comfortable lifestyle, but it did not make them rich. The two were planning a spring wedding for 1904, and Shackleton told Emily that he was done with the Antarctic, which he paid very well. Thought was true at the time. Instead, he envisioned finding a good job, enjoying life amongst the oppressed women in society, which Emily's family was very ensconced. Now, as part of the discovery expedition, Shackleton had been given a commission in the Royal Navy Reserves. And thus he tried to use his new connections to get good things. Shackleton talked with Sir Clements Markham, the organizer of the discovery expedition, and a Shackleton's reporter, as well as other well-placed connections, tried to swing the equipment. The British Admiralty wasn't invited, and they turned down the request.
Now, speaking
It
of the
was a
discovery
horrible
expedition,
trip,
the whole enterprise
and
was
its
still going on,
pastoral
in much to the
style
embarrassment of Clemens
is
Markham and the
massive
expedition
chosen
discovery
by a
to bring
body.
supplies and men,
They
but to
can
also
throw
try to
around,
free the
oh, we're
ship
going to
from
bring
the
in
ice.
the young people, we're
The
going
problem was that the
to.
committee had no money.
God needs
Shackleton
a bunch
worked
of
hard to raise awareness
marketing
and funds from the
tools
public,
and
but that was peanuts
tricks.
compared to what was needed.
My
Thus, the
producer
discovery
Neil,
committee appealed to the government for
like
assistance.
you,
However,
he
as the
was
cost and
born
scope
and
of the
raised
relief expedition
Catholic,
grew,
but at
the government grew
17
exasperated by
was
what
asked
they
to go to
perceived
a
as the
church.
committee's ineptitude.
It
They
was
didn't want
a
to cut a big check to a bunch of people who they
99%
did not trust.
all
And thus, control of the
African
affair was taken
American
from the Discovery Expedition Committee to the British Admiralty.
congregation.
They would do the job
He, a
themselves.
Latino,
The cost
sat
would
in there
ultimately be
and
£45,000.
did exactly
The
what
committee
you just
howled
said.
at the
You
price,
just
but the
knew
other option
something
was
was
to do nothing
happening
and
that
let
day
Scott and his men
and
fend
could
for
feel it
themselves
in the
and perhaps
spirit
perish. That was simply not an
of
option.
the people there.
A relief ship
Not
was purchased
caring
and
about
outfitted
the
at Dundee,
age,
Scotland,
color,
to go
or
with the
anything,
vessel
but
already
that the
in New
movement
Zealand.
of God was
And for
in
this,
that
the
place
Admiralty would turn to
that day.
Shackleton for assistance.
And I find
Due to
when
Shackleton's intimate
churches
knowledge of the
start going
situation,
forward,
he was asked to serve
I mean,
as
it's
the
one
first
thing
officer
to
of
be
one of the
current
relief vessels.
enough to
Now,
speak
this
a
must have been
language
tempting to Shackleton
that people
to sail back to
understand,
Antarctica,
including young
rescuing
people,
Scott from the
but
stake the man
or
had
to
found
try
himself in.
and find
Well, that would have been
ways
pretty sweet
to
revenge.
keep playful
However,
but
Shackleton
with
would turn down the
modernisms and
opportunity, even
things
when
like that.
Admiral
But when
William
you
personally
are
appealed to him.
trying to
Shackleton had
take
several
it,
reasons for this. First, it
you
would
know,
have meant
bring
putting
in
off his
a
wedding.
team that
Second, he
isn't
may
part of
very
the
well
church.
have been done with the Antarctic. He just
They'll
wanted
pay
nothing to do with
musicians
going back. He had,
and
after all,
do
just
those
spent
such
2
things.
years there.
None of that
And third,
sits
there was his
well with
personal
me at all, and
loyalty
I
to Sir
understand
Clemens
why it
Markham.
doesn't with you.
Markham had
Here's
remained a
the
supporter
final
of Shackleton,
say
even
on
after
this,
his own
Jerry. If
ceremonies
you are
return.
not feeling it, then
Shackleton
it's
stuck
time
to
to
his
find
guns
another
and
church.
said no. Now, Shackleton did travel to
That's the
Dundee and
reality.
assist
If
with the
they're
outfitting of the ship.
if they're
Spoke
wanting
with
to
the
speak
people
to
about what
someone
they would face
else
in Antarctica.
in
His
scripture,
experience gave him an expertise
those
he
that
would
are
manage.
more seasoned
In the
are
same
of
vein,
great
the
worth
Argentinian government
and
reached out to
power
Shackleton for
and
his advice
wisdom.
regarding the rescue of a Norwegian
And if they
expedition
don't want to
that was
put
stranded on the
wisdom
Antarctic ice.
in front
It
of the
demonstrated
church,
the expertise Shackleton now possessed in
then
the field of polar
I am
exploration.
concerned about
And
their
that brings us to Shackleton's
ideas
rise
and
as a
what's
public
important
figure.
to them.
I mentioned this
That's
last time. When
just
Scott banished
it.
Shackleton from the Discovery
That is
expedition,
just
he probably thought that it was the last he would ever
Hollywoodizing
hear
your
from him.
church,
I mean, Shackleton was just
and
a junior
in
officer
that,
and sent home
all
for
you're
medical
trying to
reasons.
do
Why would he
is
matter to anyone?
get those back
Ah,
with
silly Robert thought that Scott
build,
little did
and
he
be at
understand.
church.
By
And
sending
none of
Shackleton
that
home
has
early, he
any
gave the man
importance
the
to
public
God.
stage
So I think
alone
you
for
need
a full
to
year. Newspapers wanted to hear
to
about
pray
the farmer's self
and
journey.
look inward,
Magazines were
Jerry,
articles
because it
about it.
sounds like
It was exciting
this
news to the
church
public.
is moving
And the
away
one
from
person
the
who could
things
provide first-hand
that you
information
love,
about it all
and I know
was
that's
none other
hard
than
because
Shackleton.
you've been there and a part
And
of that
thus, without
church,
asking for it, Shackleton became the
and
semi-official
maybe you
voice
get
and face
together
of the
with
Discovery
others, feel the
expedition.
same way, and
Soon
you
his
find,
name was
look for
peppered
a
throughout
place
publications
where
of Great Britain. Yes, he
where
had come
you
home
can at
early,
least get
but
fed.
without Scott
You're not
there
going
to
to get fed if
Shackleton
you're in
was portrayed
resentment.
as an unfortunate medical issue.
You know, it
Shackleton was
doesn't.
still this brave and resolute explorer with a
I
great
don't
story
like
to
how
tell.
everything went
And
down
as
for
we
your
learned,
description,
Shackleton didn't
and
spin
I
his
don't like
story.
that the church
He soon found himself telling
elders
tales.
of someone
Shackleton
that
felt that he had
obviously
the
was a
talent for
horrible
engaging
fit
an
and
audience, even a
probably
large one.
not a great
He
pastor
was
to begin
handsome,
with,
funny, and
and that
articulate,
they've
and
kept
people loved
those
his Irish
things.
brogue. And he was not
That
afraid
makes
of
me
the
raise
spotlight.
my eyebrow
He had
about
the
that
rare ability to
as
connect
well.
and relate with people of all classes. Wherever he went, people showered him with praise and applause. Now, all of this was great for Shackleton's ego, who fed off the admiration. However, none of this was giving him a job. Before long, that was his primary concern. The prospect of returning to the British Navy was dismissed. He went home too often, not enough
On
pay.
IC's
IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon conveys words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches avoided, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and think I'm going to win this game and not go to practice.
First job
You
was
still
as a
got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Four course meals are back at yours. There are 4 course meals without the 4 course price. Starting at just $13.99. Every 4 course meal comes with soup, salad, entree, individual platters, and your way with grilled or blackened chicken. Back for a limited time. Stop. Hey, everybody, here's Baker. Replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision windows. All the rain and all this crazy snow, American Vision windows. We're thrilled with the results of this fantastic. They use Sunmaker's technology
technology prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your horrible experience. Replace their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payment, 12 months, plus free installation. CFW number 778-326. Trust the window companies that I trust. My family and friends trust. American Digital Windows. Call today. Get a free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. It's Gary Cleaner.
Results were
mixed. Private internet
database job. He struggled with audio support
That's the special deal now.
related things, such as organizing lectures and engaging members. Got to experience the Scottish society, the criminal society business, often funded. Now, all of that said, I would mention something interesting about Shackleton. While at the society, he offered his services to the discovery and exploration for the different objectives. Now, see it organizes scientific lecture, the Scottish National Antarctic Expedition. Crusade raised $36,000 for the lecture, offered qualifications, gave £30,000. Thus, the man who went on this expedition, which was strictly about science.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of backstretch windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply. Sports fans with a massive exchange lifting. His paws were soaking wet. He had ball spots on his back. P-I-N-O-P-I-T-E. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is Dynamite from P-I-N-O-P-I-T-E.com.
Portions of the following program are pre-recorded. Well, John, right now through Encino, we have a work zone here. We're going to close off on the 101. That's the northbound side between Big and Thurston Balboa Boulevard. They're going to be there for another hour or so, and we do have a work zone there for Caltrans. And some flowing through Ontario. The 10 we've got a vineyard crash on the off-ramp there. Okay, applying the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
As I mentioned last time, the ship had almost been lost in February, and it suddenly 3-foot ice pack made its way to the sea. This had saved a lot of reputations, including Scott's. If the discovery had been lost, well, that was just about the worst thing that could go. As for Scott, he and his team came home with cheers of the nation. Now, I want to be clear, as we're not here to take parade cheers, and so there was nothing that would grab the attention of the public. Still, the scientific community and the government embraced Scott and his work. Man was promoted to the rank of captain of the Royal Geographical Society.
It is the Jesus Christ Show on I Am, your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions, talking about things that truly matter in life,
as for Scott and Shackleton,
and of course,
the
the afterlife.
problems. Shackleton had even visited
You know,
Scott's mother after
talking
his return to
with
England.
Jerry about
And while Shackleton had certainly taken the
churches,
spotlight over the last year, he had not disparaged
Jerry had
Scott,
just called in about a change in the church with the pastoral staff
and when Scott asked about his future plans,
and how they got rid
he had
of
no ambitions to return to
their choir.
America, adding, quote, I am married
And
and
as
settled down.
he described it, it was because
But that was a lie.
nobody's
We all
going to
know
get
he was toying
saved
with the idea.
by seeing
He
old
written up
people
a 4-page
on the
prospectus
stage,
showing it to a few major investors. But when no one
which
did on
I'll
the
get
idea,
to in a
put it on
moment.
the back burner.
And this pastor
So 1905
wanted
would
to
bring
put
some
young
new
people up there
opportunities for
with
Shackleton,
this new
both
crazy
personally and
team,
professionally. The first item was family. He and
and which are
welcomed their
basically
first child,
concerts.
a boy named Raymond, in
And
February
some of
1905.
them are quite
Shackleton
nice.
said that the boy had
Music moves
great
you
fists
and
for
it's
fighting.
fun.
End quote.
But I think
The second
that
item was
there is
politics.
some
Remember,
issues
Shackleton was living in Scotland
that
now.
are
His
penetrating the
popularity
church,
was newly known by the
which
local police
are
department.
highly
They would
problematic.
approach him about running for parliament for the city of Dundee.
When you try to
The
build
Liberal
a
Unionist
facade,
Party was a breakaway organization
when
from the
you
traditional
try to
Liberal Party. The
manipulate
main policy
emotion,
platform was opposition to Home Rule in Ireland.
when you try to
It was an
force
interesting stance,
something,
since Shackleton himself was Irish. Many of his family, including his father,
there becomes
supported
a problem.
rule.
Now,
When
people pointed this out,
If you go
say that he
through
was
the
a proud
history of
Irishman,
churches,
but
yes,
felt that the best
there
thing for
were
Ireland
these
was to
facades.
be part of the British
If
Empire.
these roles and
This was a tough
churches
sell to
and
his
temples,
constituents. About
they
10%
would
of
build
them
them
were Irish.
in grandiose
Still,
ways,
Shackleton was convinced that he could win up to
spending
charisma and
lots of
charm,
money that could have been
but
used
in
on
reality,
things
Shackleton was not much
poverty.
interested in the nitty-gritty of
To do
politics.
that,
It was, in a
with
lot
the
of ways,
guise
just
of
another scheme to get to the
building
top without
something
doing the hard
glorious
work.
to God,
It was the latest shiny bright object to
which
catch
is
his attention.
never
His
the
friend,
focus.
Robert Mill, called the whole thing a
The first
tremendous
churches
art.
were in homes.
To run for the position,
The
Shackleton
goal
resigned
was
from the Royal
to
Scottish
create a
Geographical
space
Society.
for people to
The
come
vote would not
together
actually
and
take
worship.
place until
Is
January
music important?
1906, and there would only
Absolutely.
be 3 weeks to canvass for
In
votes.
the book of
However,
Numbers,
in those
you
3
can
weeks,
see that
Shackleton
at
campaigned
times
relentlessly, holding
musicians
55
were
meetings.
named
The crowds
by
loved him,
name,
as always, but that does not
and the
necessarily
priests
mean
were
the
not.
votes. Now, I am not
Music
going to go into
worship,
British politics of the
connecting
time,
with
but
God
Shackleton and his
with
party
a
were in a
joyful
bad
noise
spot.
is
And
powerful.
they were thumped nationwide. Shackleton received
But I
just
think
13%
that
of
the
the votes in his
aesthetic
district, coming in 4th place out
and
of
even
5
worse,
candidates.
politics
He would say this of the results, quote, I
permeating
got all the
a
applause
church
and the other fellows got all the votes.
takes
End quote.
away the reality of God.
Again, the run for Parliament represented a way for Shackleton to gain
The
prestige and
biggest
money. He was not a political
idols
animal.
in the
The
church
election was just a means to
right
an end.
now
No matter, the defeat would
are
forever end the thought of
politics,
Shackleton getting into politics. But it won't end his
particularly
dreams of being rich
conservative
and living
politics,
the high life.
that
Now,
have
always
become
know
an
that people
idol
have
and
on the
a
back of
part
his
and a
mind
leader of the
the
church,
idea of returning to Antarctica.
which
But
is
before we pursue
a
that line, I
bolder
do want to mention
way
a few other
to
adventures of Shackleton's. Most of these would
really
revolve around money.
break the walls of the
Shackleton
church
was forever looking for a
and
get
some
rich
sort of
cigarette and tobacco company to promote their cigarettes,
There,
produce some modest
one is
profits, and
dangerous
never really
because
take
of
off.
tying the two
Second
together
idea
that
had
have no
Shackleton
place
investing 500 pounds in
together
a local press agency.
with
Well, that
politics.
was wasted
And the
money, as
second
the whole thing
is,
was pretty much a
if it
con.
becomes a
The
show,
enterprise disappeared quickly, along with Shackleton's
then it's
cash.
just perception.
And those two examples give you the idea
Reality
with
goes out the
Shackleton.
window,
He was that guy
and
who
the
always had
importance
something way to
of
strike
what
you
is
big.
being said
Sometimes a scheme would net a
is
few dollars, but
shrouded
for the most
in
part,
sparkly and
disappointment after
shiny
disappointment.
and wow factor,
As for work, Shackleton had left the Royal Scottish Geographical Society
brings
after
nothing
losing
to the table.
Parliament. He found a job
Knowing
with
the
one
presence of
weird
God
art,
because you're
prominent
surrounded
Scottish
by
industrialist
the
who he had
people of
met
God.
and become friends with around this time.
Nothing could have
Beardmore
been
ran a
close to
steel and
that.
shipbuilding
Ever.
empire in Glasgow. employed as
Remember,
many
with
as
all the
40,000
craziness
people.
in the world, these
Shackleton
simple
was
words
initially hired to work as that expedition was his ticket out of the doldrums of everyday life. Now, I do want to back up a bit to launch this next section of the story.
Good morning, my
Let's
friends.
not forget about Little
Clean sharp, the house whisperer. It's just about 9
Let's
o'clock
go
on
back
this
to
lovely
October
Sunday morning.
1905.
We're
That will be the
for the
publication
next
of
3
the
hours.
book,
I'm here for
Voyage
you
of the
as your
Discovery
personal
by
guide
Robert
to turning your
Scott.
ordinary house into
Let us just say
an
that this
extraordinary
book
home.
did not make
We are
Shackleton a
talking
happy man.
concrete today,
Scott
concrete
probably
part
said some
2.
nice things about
And we'll get
Shackleton
started
that
in
painted
just
him
a couple of minutes.
like
So stay
when he came
tuned.
from the south.
Welcome.
Called
Hey,
Shackleton
with the HD2 Los
Archangel.
Angeles, live
And he
everywhere
told the
on the
story of how he
iHeart Radio
was
app.
forced to pull Shackleton up the sledge, and he inferred that Shackleton's ill health had really done for things.
KOST,
Now, there were
82,
elements of
Los
truth
Angeles,
to all of
Orange
this.
County.
However, to Shackleton, it was
on the radio app.
look, he felt downplayed his role in the
I'm
party
Jane
and
Yalamoto,
exaggerated
live from the
Shackleton's
KFI
health
24-hour
issues.
newsroom.
To denigrate
Traffic
a comrade
gridlock
is
in
not
and
done
around the
justice
Dolby
upon
Theater
him, at
today
least in
for the
Shackleton's eyes.
star-studded event.
He would
Hollywood's
agree with
Oscar
the
hopefuls are gearing up for the movie's biggest night. Variety senior editor Mark Malcolm says everything, everywhere, all at once appears at the 96th Academy Award.
They have been sweeping almost every award show. This is a wacky, goofy movie that, voters in all different guilds and different film award shows have been
Shackleton was
embracing.
further spurred to action
The
as
film
others
leads
made
to
their
pass
mark
with
on
11
global
nominations.
regions.
It is
Roald
closely
and
followed
Munson
by
had
World
completed the
War
first
I Epic
navigation of
Ultimate on the
Bell's
Western
Passage,
Front
and
and
Robert
Irish
Perry,
dark
an American
comedy
naval officer,
The Banshees
claimed to
of
further
Inisherin,
adventure.
both scoring 9
And there were
nods.
other
The
plans
Best
in the
Picture
works.
race also
Munson
includes
was
2
talking
of the
about a
highest grossing
films of the year, Avatar, The Way of the Water, Top Gun Maverick, along with Elvis, Steven Spielberg for Fableman, and Tar, Find It Sadness, and rounding out the category, Women Talk. Nowhere in the forecast, but a great strategy instead of just in case a circle rain down on the stars later today. The bank in Northern California has become the largest bank to collapse since the Great Recession of 2008. NBC's George Solis says Silicon Valley Bank was closed by regulators on Friday, and the FDIC took control of its assets.
For companies that had money at SVB, on Monday, the
FDIC will provide insured depositors up to $250,000.
I shall come back with honor
Silicon
and
Valley
with
Bank
money
had
and
been
with
a
purpose.
solid
Yeah.
institution for tech startups for decades,
What was not
but a
said
major
was
venture
Shackleton's
capital firm
burning
this
desire
week
to
advised
find some
clients
sort
to
of
withdraw their
redemption
deposits,
of himself.
and that caused the bank
Scott's
value to free
accusations
fall
had
and
stung him
spread
more than
panic
he could
over
ever
the U.S.
imagine.
banking
What he
sector.
desperately
The White
wanted
House
to do was
says the
go
U.S.
back and
banking
darken
system
up
is sound,
to
even
Scott
though
and
the
all the
Silicon
other
Valley
detractors
Bank
that
was
they
taken
would
over
want
by the
from.
government.
And we
More
can never
resilient,
discount the
it has a
civil
better
wars for
foundation
adventure.
than before the
Shackleton
financial
tasted
crisis.
the
That's
experience,
largely
and after
due
a
to
few
the
years in the
reforms
home,
put in
he
place
was
after
eager
the
for that
financial
feeling again.
crisis.
He would tell one of his
Office of
sisters,
Management
quote,
and Budget
"You can't
Director
get what it is like
Yolanda Young
over
says the
places where no
administration
one
is
has ever
closely
been
watching the
before."
situation. The Silicon
I think
Valley
this
Bank
latter
was shut
sentiment
down
is
by regulators
important.
Friday,
I
making
have
the
portrayed
biggest
Shackleton
U.S.
as this
bank
guy
failure
always looking
in
for an angle
16
to the
years.
very top of the pyramid,
Bud Grant, the
sort of a
coach
charming
and
hustler and
demanding
bragger.
Hall of Fame
But I
coach
don't want
has
to forget
died.
that he
Grant
was a
took
man
the
who
Minnesota
experienced
Vikings
some
and the
amazing
mighty
things.
Purple
He
People Eaters
craved
defense
those emotions
to
and
4
feelings
Super
those
Bowls
adventures
in
had
8
brought
years.
him.
Grant was
Antarctica
95.
had made him
And
feel
two-time
alive with
Olympic
anything
gold
he'd ever
medalist alpine
imagined.
skier
He
Michaela
wanted to go back
Schifrin
again
now
to
holds
try
the
and
record for
recapture those
all-time
emotions.
World Cup
Well, that
wins
was
for
probably
her historic 87th victory team. Yes,
Right on the
private
same hill,
investors first.
Schifrin
The
won
idea
her
to start with
first
some
World
seed
Cup
money
title
must
11
get
years
others
ago.
excited about the
Once
potential.
again, she was surrounded by
Initially said
family.
that the expedition
NBC
would use
Vegas
for
Fitzgerald says the
70,000 pounds,
27-year-old
which
from
was wild
Colorado
low.
broke the
In
record
reality,
set
the
34
beast
years ago by
behind
Swedish
that.
skier Igmar
Elizabeth
Stenmark,
Gosselin,
who sent
who had contributed to the
congratulations to
Discovery
Schifrin when
expedition
she heard the
7 years
news.
earlier
The
after
World Cup
meeting
finals are
Shackleton,
set for
was
next
one of the
week,
first to
with
step
Schifrin
up,
set to
donating
hit the
1,000
slopes
pounds.
once again,
There would be some other
potentially
donations,
push the
including
record
from members of
even
Emily's
further.
Morgan family,
And
but no
Twitter
major
Shakira's
supporters.
collaboration with
And
Argentinian
that takes
DJ
us
and
back to
producer
William
There's a
Deere.
Rap on music
Shackleton's
session
one was a
record.
very wealthy man. Here to
Streamed
the
Latin
with the
tracks
first
on
profits of
Spotify in
the
24
expedition.
hours. Most
Once
viewed
the
Latin
expedition
track on
shipped
YouTube in
the
24 hours and
property,
fastest Latin
all this
track
would
to reach
limit the
100 million views on YouTube.
Now, you
They
probably
received
think
their
that Deere
certificates
must
from
have
the
had a lot of
KWR
confidence in
backstage
Shackleton.
during the
Perhaps
Rich
he
Get
did.
Serious on the
But that
Tonight Show
aside,
starring
there was something
Jimmy
else at
Fallon.
work, and that was
Now headed
Deere
up from
wife,
Chino with
Eliza,
Caltrans
who
Work
everyone
is
called
on the
Elspeth.
101.
Elspeth was 15 years younger than he was, but over time,
Schifrin
she
for freeway
Shackleton
northbound
were
from
about the
Eagle
same
Beach
age,
to about
but they
Val's
were
Boat.
friends,
We've got a work
very
zone here
close
with one
friends.
lane closed off
The truth
for
is
about
that
another
most
hour or
people
so
love
to
each
watch
other
the
having an
delays.
affair,
Now, through
although we don't
downtown,
know that
still
for sure.
passing the 110 northbound
You
at
know
the
that they
101,
spent
the
an
downtown
awful
4
lot of
level,
time
right lane they couldn't
writing
be
each other
affected.
letters and became
Got a wreck
close
here at Anaheim
confidants.
Hill from the
She
91
would
westbound
encourage
right
him
to
to follow his
241.
dreams.
It's
Shackleton
going to be a
would
little
tell her
slower there
that
as
he
you
would
approach.
photo
Give
of
yourself
her
those
whenever
time.
he made his drive
TFI in the
south
sky
pole.
helps get you there faster.
Well,
I'm
the
Mark Neal.
relationship between Shackleton and Elspeth was the sort of thing that would be noticed
For
by
emergency
others,
backup
including
power,
Beard
There
Board.
is only one
Thus, many
name
believe
you
that
need
Beard
to
Board
know.
offered the love
Duffy's
as a way
Power.
to
Since
get away from the
1965,
adventure.
Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. We're talking hospitals, high-rise, data centers, school districts, radio stations, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, as you know. Well, whether it's a new generator that you need, or an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services for your existing generator, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or if you do business in Southern California, it is no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It is only a question of whether you're going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. Learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUHIP Power.com.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy in metro LA and inland OC, highs in the mid upper 60s, amidst sun and clouds in the valleys, and inland Empire highs in the upper 60s. Beaches partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Right now, just outside the KFI studios here in Burbank, 56 degrees in Inglewood, 57 in Fullerton and Madison Beach. We
Truly local, life of faith by 24-hour news. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
They're 6 months away. He said that he was fearful of foreign power being able to get the punch, so speed was essential. He told the society that he had 30,000 pounds committed from private investors, which was a lie. He had maybe a third of that. He said that upon reaching Antarctica, the plan was to not let his ship go through the ice, instead slow and called them, being put on the continent and the port of Sound. By discovering it made those days, he expected to be there while the ship had to lose line before heading back to New Zealand. In the spring, they would be able to ship other ways of leading in his attempt to reach the South Atlantic, as well as some other estimated scientific objectives. Chaplin had posted that the expedition would be really efficient. There would be no committees or boards to handle the
Well, here we are, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It is just a few minutes after 9 o'clock on this cool Southern California Sunday morning. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp. Yes, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your guide to turning your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. Fine, if you insist, okay. Whether you are listening to the local broadcast right here in Southern California or streaming us live because you're across the country, joined in for another episode of the House Whisperer on Demand, our podcast. I am just so glad that you are here. Welcome to the program. Our team of crack broadcast professionals have assembled for you this morning. Raul and Tony are on the board. Hey guys. Okay. Misty and Nate are standing by to take your calls. I'm not even gonna ask if they're near a microphone. Jane Yamamoto is at the news desk. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning. They are. I can see them.
Okay, all right, good. That's good. All right. And sitting across the table from me, my better half, my design partner, and my best buddy in the universe. Did I turn your mic on? Of course I did. Is it going to matter anyway? You're going to get your point across no matter what. Tina is here. Welcome home. All right, y'all. Hope you're having a good Sunday morning thus far. Now would be a perfect time for one of those warm comfort beverages, right? Here, let me pour you a cup. I just love doing that. Nobody has given me any feedback whether they like the coffee sound, but I like it. So we're just going to keep going. It reminds me of I was listening to a stand-up comedian last night. He was doing a great bit. And right in the middle of it, he said one line that really kind of took everybody back a little bit. But didn't really get any laughs. It sort of gave everybody a dramatic pause, and then he looked at the audience and said, "That line has never elicited a laugh, but a line like that, one show, it stays forever." So there, that's how I feel about our content. It's going to be there. It's going to be there. Exactly. Topics larger than concrete that you can talk about in regards to your home. Why is that? Well, concrete is, it's synthetic rock. It is humankind's way of making rocks that work for us, any shape, size, form, pourable, moldable, you name it. Concrete is thus far the closest we get to a synthetic rock. It is quite literally the foundation of our life. It's the patio. It's on your walls in the form of stucco. It is on your roof in the form of tiles if you have a concrete tiles. It's in your house as grout in between your tiles, as mortar underneath your tiles. It may even be on the finished floor of the garage or in your home or on a countertop. And that is just scratching the surface of all the concrete does in our lives. Please, if you are interested in what we're talking about today, hang with us, of course, but also make sure you go back onto the podcast. By the way, every episode that we ever do, every live broadcast that we ever do, ends up in podcast form on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcast, your favorite podcast, you will find us at home with Dean Sharp. Go back and make sure you listen to episode 1 of this series. That would be the episode directly before this one, where we get started. Yesterday I gave a lot more history that I'm going to text, and so you're not going to want to miss that. I'm going to do a quick review for you, though, super quick. Here we go. Ready? Yesterday, in addition to talking about the fact that the Romans built an entire empire from concrete, that concrete is the most used resource in the world after water. Yeah, it's true. It all changed about 200 years ago when an Englishman named Joseph Aston created Portland cement, which is basically the basis of all modern concrete. Our use of concrete is increasing. Concrete manufacturing is hard on the environment. It accounts for 8% of all global CO2 emissions. So this is something that we have to deal with and deal with in the world right after the U.S. and China. That is how significant concrete manufacture is. Strangely enough, though, after concrete is produced, it is endlessly recyclable because it's synthetic stone. So we can brush it again, we can reuse it, we can turn it into gravel, we can turn it into powder and re-sift it and filter it again. So it was kind of a double-edged sword with concrete, a massive CO2 emission to produce it in the first place. And then, if we keep recycling and upcycling it, we can stay in our industrial and personal system for a long period of time. Last thing I mentioned yesterday, 4 important things to understand about your concrete. It does not dry, it cures. So the secret to getting your concrete strong is to keep it wet. Concrete is not waterproof, it's essentially a giant stone sponge. Concrete is strong, but in one way only, compressively, but it's also brittle, which is why we need to put reinforced steel inside of it. More on that today. And your concrete is going to crack. Oh, yes, it is. All concrete eventually cracks. So we're going to take that and start from there for some innovation in that reinforced steel that may actually change the way we do concrete in the very, very near future. And we're going to start with just a basic core, and I'm going to walk through the whole thing. We'll talk about how to control those cracks, how to possibly stop them, if that is even possible, and so much more. I'm so glad you joined us this morning. Your home, the Dean Sharp's house with Virginia Yamamoto has been
Doing this looks disabled. Has damaged the building. The fire started around half an hour ago on the 3rd floor of the 6-story apartment building. The collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank continues to have shockwaves around the world. There is always competition in the horror film from the Spring franchise tops the weekend clock. In the summer of 1991, Shackleton was doing pretty much everything he did.
All right, here's something I have not thought about at all this week. My water heater. Why? Because, it's working. It just sits there in the background, silently serving me every day. Yours too, of course, until it stops heating water. And then, about all we think about. If that is you right now, you need to call Water Heaters Only. Water Heaters Only has been getting that job done right since 1968. They specialize in water heater replacement, in tankless water heater installs. And while you're at it, have them install a water-saving research pump. You can sit in any home and use hot water right away and lower water bills at the same time. So whether you need a new water heater or you want to add a money-saving recirculation pump, water heaters only the only ones you need to call. They're honest, they're reliable. WaterHeatersOnly.com. WaterHeatersOnly.com.
From the KFI Weather Center, this is
more of an hazard than be careful as you approach. Now, if you have a busy drive, there's this area of the 15 northbound Ranchero Road where you have 2 lanes closed off and a heavy drive as you come up on it. Back to Riverside for 215 northbound at Blaine Street, that's off to the right. Just some slight delays, and the 405 south Hazelwood Avenue with some flooding in the off-ramp. KFI is trying up to get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Or 3 a.m. Whenever, wherever. They're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosmemorialcare.org for more information.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states. Situations.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jump to downward dog, and saddle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball court, Olympic lifting platform, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Take our class today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply. When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Podcast Really Know Really joins best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a big thing. Really? Really, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really.
Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I never chose to become a gambling addict. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Support 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay the money? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing feet? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify for your income and financial resources are low, 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/ssa.
If you've ever taken the journey through the final days or weeks of life with a loved one, you know how difficult it is on everybody. But it doesn't have to be that way. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting the amazing project with my friends at Round 3 Gardens. Round 3 Gardens, the beautiful senior living community in Orange County, needs our help to open up Compassion House. That's their faith-based hospice center. Compassion House will offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patients pay nothing, and if their family can stay close by next door for free. Join me and a KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Round 3 Gardens, a charity that supports community families during a difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting ROM and then clicking on the Compassion House banner. Again, please click on the Compassion House banner at round3gardens.com. That's round3gardens.com.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art, meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell and go to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great gold and sapphire bracelet. I shop for the gold.
Principal Investments owner Phil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Ray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, live with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And he took this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true freedom.
Takes us up to another rather fascinating
Play.com's Relentless Hope on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're on Fox as a host, it's your venue. We're going to give you that news. And it doesn't matter if it's not the truth. Because what's more important than anything else? Ratings, which turns into income. Bill Handel, which turns into I don't fly in a private jet. Sean Hannity does. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is a castle, jewelry valued at £40,000. Now, how does this affect our story? Well, it turns out that one of the chief suspects in the crime is Frank Shackleton, younger brother of our star. Frank was at the time employed by Sir Roger Vickers in the Ulster Arms, essentially the guy who had the keys to the safe that stored. Now, Frank Shackleton was a Dean's Guard. He had been involved in a series of
Hey, thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking concrete. Concrete Part 2. Don't miss yesterday's episode as well if you want the whole picture. Also, though, as is our custom, I want to hear what's going on with your home today. I'm talking concrete. You can talk to me about anything you want. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to go to the phone as we do. The lines are open now, so now is your chance. Jump into the queue. Maybe you and I can figure out what's going on with your home. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-me. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-me, 833-2-ASK-me. The lines are open now. Nate and Misty are standing by, ready to take your call. Jump into the queue. We'll put our heads together. We'll fix whatever your issue is. Give it our best shot. All right. Back to concrete. Wrap up this side note. I promised before the break that not only did I want to talk about I just want to walk through a basic concrete. We talked a lot about rebar yesterday. I want to talk about rebar again today because there is no talking about concrete in any structural sense for your house without seriously. It was August. It was time to get the Nimrod underway. Seriously. By the way, the expedition was officially called the British Antarctic Expedition. If you will remember, in the last few years, we've seen some instances of disaster that have happened in concrete structures. Just like a couple, 3 years ago, that maybe a couple of years ago, that building in Florida collapsed, that apartment building in Florida. Recently, we had the earthquake in Turkey that just devastated a number of what looked like very sturdy concrete structures. What was that?
And then all the contractors were fleeing the country.
Contractors were fleeing the country. Yeah. So now, can that be the fault of the concrete itself? Well, sure it can. There are ways to mix concrete that are proper, ways of mixing it that are improper. You can also skimp on the cement. You can mess up the recipe. You can skimp on the recipe. But by and large, in situations like this, I will just tell you, having been asked to look into many of them, investigating many of them myself, seeing a few in my own career, it is almost always, not an issue of the concrete itself, but an issue of the lack of rebar or the improper design of the rebar inside the concrete. Okay? Concrete, like I said yesterday, has great compressive strength. Compressive. It's a rock, okay? The minimum concrete strength these days using Portland cement is typically about 2,500 pounds compressive per square inch. That's what it can handle. A square inch of concrete handling 2,500 pounds of pressure. That's a car, okay? That's a car. Bearing down its entire weight on 1 square inch of concrete, and the concrete being able to hold up to that. Okay? It goes from there. That's where it starts, all the way up to upwards of 15,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Concrete is strong, but as is true in many ways in life, those of us who have strength, we also have weaknesses. Most things, most people are strong in one way and not strong in all ways. And the way in which concrete thus far in its life is not strong is that it has very little tensile strength, meaning it's not bendable, it's brittle. Concrete is brittle. So that same, let's say, the same car, whack it with a hammer and or a hammer and a pointed little chisel, and watch it just crack and shatter in front of it because concrete is brittle. So when we see concrete failures in structures, it almost always has to do with the other element that we need to integrate into the concrete that didn't get done right. And that element is rebar. Reinforcement bar, steel. Okay? Steel has not so much fantastic compressive strength, but fantastic tensile strength. So the combination of the two together. The steel is made in such a way, if you've ever seen rebar, I'm sure you have, it's got all these sorts of bumps and knobbies on them. That's so that the concrete can lock in around it, grab onto it, and then the rebar does a fantastic job as like central bone or I should say more actually, the concrete would be the bone and the rebar would be the ligaments that are holding it all together. Just a tremendous combination of elements. And I told you the story yesterday. I'll repeat it very in Thousand Oaks. We bought in the oldest tract in Thousand Oaks, and our own home has no rebar in it, none whatsoever. I had somebody call me, and which I got my number, but they called me after the show, and they said, "Oh yeah, you know that whole thing was just an urban legend." No, it isn't actually. I know these legends are all across the country, but most of the time they're well deserved. The developer who actually did this tract of homes kept moving the rebar, one set of rebar after inspection, on and on and on. This house has no rebar in it, and our slab had no rebar in it when we bought it, and no wire mesh whatsoever, zero, just concrete. And most of the houses in this neighborhood just cracking like crazy. Anyway, that's how important it is. All right, when we come back, let's talk about how to do rebar properly, where it counts, and something that's happening right around the corner that may change the rebar game for us. Your home, the House with Virginia Yamamoto.
A bank in Northern California has become the largest bank in the last with great potential in 2008. Regulators shut down the Silicon Valley Bank on Friday. The FDIC took control of its assets. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace says she is not in favor of the federal government coming to the rescue of the bank that was taken over by the government.
We cannot keep bailing out private companies because there are no consequences to their actions.
They said it's important to hold private companies accountable when they make mistakes that break the law could have on the economy. A man has been shot at a mall in Redondo Beach. Police say the victim was shot in the foot yesterday afternoon at the South Bay Galleria. The man ran from the scene in a car and the victim was taken to a hospital. And the Academy Awards will be handed out later today. The gift bag for presenters at this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000.
The highly coveted swag bags filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatments. Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrities who presented the Oscars are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag, a loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory Campfire.
Men would have to cut steps in the ice. And now, headed to Hysteria, where their health plans work on the second issue was the way these horses were heavy, roughly around 800
quite surprisingly busy through the stretch here on northbound 15, stop and go at Ranchero Road. On the 15 at northbound, give yourself a little time through this area. Now, we're actually clearing out. Good news for the Anaheim Road 91 westbound 241. And through South LA, Silver Work Zone on the 110, southbound at the 105 connector there. To get that connected close off, and there are some delays as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Miller. If you're ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time. It's the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California. You know them, you love them. The Kitchen Store, they're having their huge winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration that the Kitchen Store has covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, every color, finish, storage option, every hinge, every hardware accessory on the market. So you can make the most informed choice possible. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom. Waiting for you. Right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a free in-showroom consult with one of the Kitchen Store's expert kitchen designers. They have 12-month stainless cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, these winter sale. Start that new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. 310 Kitchen. Find the Kitchen Store on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy in metro LA and inland LC, highs in the mid to upper 60s. A mix of sun and clouds in the valleys and inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s. Beaches, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s.
gliding
local
across the
live from
snow,
the CFI
and
24-hour
until
newsroom.
it's
I'm Jane Yamamoto.
So on to the Great
In
Ice
this
Barrier
week's
or
market
Shackleton
report,
is a
Patricio
dream
Spaniello,
destination.
Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct-to-consumer
Now,
for
halfway
Warner
between the
Brothers
camp and
Discovery,
supply
weighs
depot,
in on the
Shackleton
difficult
will stop
task
the
of
king
building
supplies being
and
hauled by the
retaining
support team
consumer
and
trust.
set up a cache for the return
Trust is
journey.
a really hard
This would
thing
allow
to
the
build
support
and a
team to
really
return to
easy thing
base.
to destroy,
They would give
and we
Shackleton
have to be
and
very
three
respectful
cheers of
about that.
encouragement as
Our
they
partnership with
off the
iHeart has really helped us
forward
build that
to
trust and that
Shackleton
relationship with the on-air
Marshall
talent.
Adams.
The best thing for us to do
On
is to build a
November 4th, the
relationship with our
week since departing
consumers.
Cape
And if
Royds,
those consumers
skies
have a
were real gray
relationship
and storms
with the
threatened.
DJs that are, and we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that.
It's
The number one audio company, iHeartMedia, gives marketers access to all.
With that in
Live
mind, Shackleton
conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
they would have another 20 days to supply.
iHeartMedia is your access. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Right now, there are young people across the world choice, continue their dream of education, or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at inbound.org. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby's Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years, and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you. Since 1972.
Hi, I'm Burt Ward, Robin from TV's Batman, inviting you to meet your dog, natural, non-GMO, gentle giant dog and puppy food. Dogs eating gentle giants and following our special feeding and care program are living as long as 27 healthy, active years with a wonderful quality of life. Holy wow, 27 years! Think of all the extra years you could enjoy with your dog at Target, H-E-B, stores near you. Try Gentle Giant cat and chicken food too.
Demonstrating just how well
Official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rule. News, gratification, follow us out at KFIAM640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
in return on a full day. On November 21st, Frank Wildwood in his journal that he was worried that the task before them was impossible, saying that they might reach the South Pole, but they would never make it back. It was also on the 21st that the team would have its first loss. One of the opponents in China had become so weak that it could not continue, thus having to be shot. Shackleton, like his own boss, Robert Scott, disliked the sight of blood.
AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your home for Dean Sharp.
Marshall surgeon would slice up the
Hey, coming up, next segment, right after the break, we're going to go to the phones. I want to hear what's going on with your home today. So the lines are open now. Now you can give me a call, jump into the queue. Number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833 the number 2, Dean, 833.
The depots would be difficult to spot if there was a
See, the
blizzard
board
or
is lighting up all over the place, but we still got room for you. You got a question, give it a shot. Who knows? Who knows? You and I
This was because
might be on the air together, talking it out.
Ice barrier
All right.
contact with the range. The ice often shifted and moved.
Where was I
making it
at?
unpredictable
Talking
and dangerous.
rebar, right? I cannot talk about this enough, but I will have to stop talking about it at some point because there are other things to
It got so
discuss.
bad, Marshall
What I want to do, though,
despite not having dental
is I want to
Another issue
seriously
affecting the men
introduce you to
was
something
snow
that
blindness.
could be happening
Now, snow
right
blindness can
around
have
the
serious
corner.
long-term effects on a person.
Typically,
However,
by
it
the way,
usually clears up.
rebar.
The men of
I'll
the
give you a little
exhibition
primer
the men
on
with right
rebar.
pain, headaches, and distorted vision.
The
Main
rebar that
treatment was
goes
to rub
into
into
your
the
home
eye a cocaine-laced ointment
is
for snow
far more
pain.
important than most
On
homeowners
November
would
26th,
ever
Shackleton
think
would have
about
something
it
to
being,
celebrate
and
with
that
the
is
team
why
retaining
I am
South Point,
overemphasizing
investing his
it.
right.
Another reason why some people think
Shackleton
it's
accomplished his
really
record in just
important is
29
because
days.
there's not as much of it going into a home foundation or slab as people think. It's not like, when you're driving down the freeway and you see a new overpass,
Now, we
and
should
you've
note
got
that
this
Shackleton
gigantic
works to help him,
1.5
and he has been in better
thick
physical condition.
rebar every,
And it didn't hurt that the
foot
team
or
is
so
covering
coming
ground.
out as a steel
The
case.
achievement
That's
left
not
the
what
men
the
in
slab
good spirits.
normally looks like. It
Shackleton
usually
called
looks
it a
like a
quote,
grid.
"Danger remembered,"
It's usually like
and
what we
Marshall,
call
like
number
Robert
4
Pessimist,
rebar,
said it was,
which is
quote,
half
"not
inch
bad
diameter
going."
rebar tied
Shackleton broke out a bottle of
16
orange
inch or
curacao,
18 inch,
ordered to
sometimes
celebrate.
heavy duty
Still,
application,
despite
12
reaching a
inch
farthest
grid.
south record,
And then down in the footings, there's usually a couple of pieces of rebar way down at the bottom of a footing, and maybe one near the top. And people are like, well, what the heck is that? What's that going to do? Why don't we just put that stuff all throughout the footing? Well, here's why. Rebar at the bottom of your footing is the most important rebar there is, because, what did I say about concrete not having tensile strength? Okay? If we were to, if we had a magical, let's say, pencil in front of us that we supported in between two coffee cups. And why am I saying these things? I don't know, because there's a coffee cup in front of me and there's a pencil right over there. If we had a pencil, we supported it in two coffee cups, and you started pushing down on the center of the pencil, right? Pushing down, downward pressure, okay? If this was a magic pencil that changed color to show us, let's say it turned red, where the pencil specifically was experiencing the most stress. As you push down on the top, you would see the bottom side of that pencil turn bright red. Okay? Because the stress, the pencil stress of downward pressure on the large, okay, that's where the pencil is going to crack. It's going to crack on the bottom. And then that crack is going to run up through and the whole thing will go, right? It's not going to crack up on top where your finger is pressing down. And then causes them to want to deflect near their center on the underneath side. So the reason that the engineer has specified a couple of pieces of rebar right down there, I mean, there might be 18 inches of empty concrete space. So you get down to the bottom, and right at the bottom, just about 2 to 4 inches off the bottom of the footer, there are a couple of pieces of rebar. Why? That's where the concrete needs the reinforcement the most. That's where the tensile stress is occurring to hold it all together. Does that make sense? That's not universally true with every application. There's all sorts of ways to tie rebar that engineers have figured out in order to accomplish their needs. But as a general rule for residential home foundation, that's what's going on. All right. What was the famous innovation that I was implying that could put an end to all of this? Who are CDs out here in Camarillo, Oxnard, and what to do? And they were telling about how in the construction battalion for the Navy that they utilized this material for really solid, really well structured landing strips and foundations for military buildings years ago. Since then, it has moved into all sorts of commercial and residential construction. What am I talking about? I'm talking about helix fibers. Now, if you really want to, if you're really a concrete nerd, concrete fibers. What you're going to find is not big, giant pieces of rebar. You're going to find a whole mound, like a handful of 1 inch long, twisted, what looks like twisted nails with no heads on them. Twisted little needles. Okay? They're helices. They're twisted into a helix so that the concrete wraps around them. But they're fibers. They're fibers that go into the concrete. They either go at the cement company when they put the mix in the truck into your slab. But essentially, these fibers fill up the entire space of the concrete. Kind of like in there that makes them structurally durable against corrosion, which rebar is not unless it gets specially treated. So they last longer than rebar. They take water penetration better than rebar. They are on average a 33% increase in flex strength of concrete and up to 5 times the tensile strength of rebar. Now imagine the money saved. Last week we talked about how we switched from glass and plaster on one side of the house to drywall, chiefly because putting up wood lath on the inside of a room, a typical 12 by 12 by 8 foot ceiling room, there's about a mile of lath to nail up. That's a lot of labor and a lot of material and time, and therefore to change a lot of money. The same is true with rebar. That's why these disasters happen, by the way, because builders and developers don't want to spend all that time and money on finding out about it later when a storm or an earthquake or something like that hits the building site. How about no rebar? Essentially, in your course, it's built upon these fibers, these
exposure.
micro
Still,
rebar
Loren suffered
fibers
from
into the
blurry vision
concrete
and bad
mix,
headaches.
and it's just
On
everywhere.
December 6th,
It's
another
just
depot
everywhere.
will be
Now, that
established
doesn't
for
eliminate
supplies
things
cash
like
for their
fold downs
journey.
and the
And
rebar
then the next day,
reinforcing
the
forms and
exhibition's
things
final
like that.
folding
But let me
socks.
try to break it
Fall
another time.
striped
Can
side
you
socks
use
only
it
with a
today
boss
in
with the
your
tag the
home?
strap stuck as the
Saw
lead
grass
doors
off
provider
as
was
the
now
fifth
gone.
major on
Although
the
the
PGA
remnants of
Tour,
the only
Guy
feed now
Scheffler
being used
topped
to
the
supplement
leaderboard.
Loren's
Put it out
rations.
to 10
I want to note that the loss of the 800-pound socks
You know what I think?
reinforces the
Salt
dangers of bringing
is
horses into this
great. I
environment.
love it. It's for
This kind of thing
popcorn,
was far
for
less
french
likely to
fries, and
happen
other
with
things.
dogs.
It should not be hidden
So,
in
up
your
near glacier
drinking
the
water.
Midway, holding the
Water
two sledges,
softening.
about
What
1,000
is the
pounds
thing
or
with water
400
softening? They add
kilograms
sodium
provisions
to your
themselves.
water without even filtering your water from other bad things. You actually have to add an under-counter filter with a softener system to remove the sodium that they just put in it. But softeners do remove a couple of things all by themselves. So the point is, you can do so much better than a water softener. Like a Life Source salt-free whole-house water system. Life Source filters your water from every tap without extra equipment, keeps all the healthy minerals in place. Plus, a Life Source system needs zero maintenance, no filter change, no servicing, no solvents. And right now, Life Source is offering new customers a free Aquapure antibacterial filter on top of the regular filtration with a qualifying purchase. That's a savings of $825. The offer ends soon. So call Life Source at 800-803-2698. 800-803-2698. Life Source.
About 100 miles, 416 kilometers.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
Kawhi Leonard with 38 points as the Clippers top the Knicks 106-95. LA currently in fifth in the West. The Knicks visit the Lakers today. On the ice, a shootout won by Nashville over the Kings 2-1. Pac-12 championship game in Las Vegas. Arizona edges UCLA 61-59. The Bruins are 29-5. Dylan Andrews missing a three with 1 second remaining. I'm Trey Bender.
The Play It Forward Foundation for this elevates many crypto elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. To learn more at thisfoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity.
On December 17th, Frank
Now headed to
Rock
Monterey
discovered
Park with helping them continue to work on the
while
deck.
doesn't affect our story, it was a not insignificant
This December, the westbound stretch from New Avenue to Garfield. They've got one lane closed off there till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, another problem popping up. It's called Big Rig to Boyle Heights on the 10. Semi at the freeway portion. Eastbound after 60. Watch for some delay. This is going to be a Fallbrook through Woodland Hills ahead into Calabasas. Watch for delays. See a fine this guy up there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. Even if every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more.
Despite the feast
Bank
of
of
the air,
America.
headache,
Sick,
nausea,
worried,
shortness of breath,
and
were
frustrated.
main parts of her day.
It's normal.
Also, Dr. Marshall
With
felt that his
countless
body
free
temperatures
and secure mental health resources,
and to top it all off,
easy to
there
get
was
the
the
help
cold. It
your loved ones
was at times overwhelming as the men lost weight and
call
they struggled to stay
online
warm.
at
And they all fought in the
833
peace of times and sense of hopelessness.
317
Frank Wild would
4673
write, quote,
or
"Make
live
none of my
chat
worst
at
enemies spend their Christmas in such a dreary,
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for one patient like lots of money. 500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost both legs and a brain injury or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to fortitude.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right law. Visit fortitude.com. I'm second guest dinner for friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or organ storage. It turns out I have EPI, or endocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzyme needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only for food. Do not take hassles and just make life happier.
Number one, prescribe UTI treatment. Ask your doctor about UTI and visit TRILLIONAIRE. The cultural icon bears words of wisdom and motivational quotes collected over the years. No punches to pull, as ice skaters reflect romance, success, failures, and more. You can't sit back and think I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcast. Pick home awards in categories like comedy, crime, poetry, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9. Considering anything for yourself or your business, consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Beaver, CEO of Economy, where an easy subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at economy.com.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge a reproductive arm. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Baby? After dark.
Dr. Wayne tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
At that point, the body is losing faster than use. It can lead to a slowdown in body functions and confusion. And in all of this, we can't forget the cold. Despite being summer days, temperatures of negative 25 degrees Celsius or negative 50 degrees Fahrenheit are common. And in the winter, almost negative 45 degrees Celsius or negative 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Frostbite is a constant danger.
KFI, Dean
Next day,
the house for
snowstorms struck.
welcome home. Thank you for joining us on the program. We are talking concrete today, but we're about to go to the phone just a couple of seconds. I just need to finish one thought. I left some of you hanging. I asked the question after I introduced the idea of helix steel fibers that replace conventional rebar in the slab in the home. The answer is very, very likely to its future. When something is relatively new to the building industry, you're not going to find this being advertised at your local building department in the standard quote-unquote engineering that they might hand you for your patio slab or your house slab. You're not going to find the helix stuff in there. Because they haven't adapted to it quickly. In fact, the building department is usually the last one to adapt to it. But you can go to the manufacturer themselves, Helix Steel, and say, here is my engineering, here's our situation, have your engineer send them the information. They will, on their own, spec what can and can't happen with Helix Steel, give you all the necessary specifications to turn into your building department, and you are off to the races. And that means, generally speaking, they're going to save time and money on the project. And the materials themselves, about the same price as the rebar, okay? Right about the same, maybe even a little bit more expensive than rebar at the moment, but are superior to rebar in most applications. It is the time, the labor cost, and the convenience of the four that are going to be the game changer for you. Not only a better slab, but a faster slab and a cheaper slab all in one. So we're looking into. That's all I'm saying. Things are changing, and this is going to be, I believe, ultimately a sea change. I think 5-10 years from now, we won't even be talking about standard rebar anymore. This will just be a given. I predicted that about tech, and I can't tell you how many other things. So, it's available, it'll work. All right, let's go to the phone, shall we? Back to Barbara. Welcome home.
Hi. I called you last week and you told me that I needed to fill my concrete walkway that cuts from the front of the house all the way to the backyard. It's a great old concrete, I live by the beach, I've noticed with all the rain, with every 3 feet or so, do you know this kind of thing? There's a crack coming from the concrete focus. So there's 3 questions I have for you. What you never told me what the keyword is. Number one, in the post that part of that walkway where there's like a chain link gate, you know what I mean, that opens up into that walkway. They're kind of lifted a little bit, and they're cracked around where the
is pretty amazing. Let's face it, it was down the south pole that invented pies. They had needed at least another 2 or 3 days of food for that. I will say that the team had been lucky on the journey. Nobody made it however, there were several missed opportunities that would have given them a legitimate chance at succeeding. They really lost the place considerably. The extra days that developed forced the whole sledges and trainers to yeah, mention the use of the boat instead of dogs. Police cross shackled
You might. I still don't want you to panic about it, Barbara. I'm just going to say this. At this point, with the new additional info, first of all, I wasn't talking about sealing. There's a difference between, I wasn't talking about sealing the concrete. I was talking about repairing the cracks. Okay? The cracks, a crack that you can repair gets repaired with an epoxy-based crack repair kit. You can find those at the building supply stores, the big box stores, the Depots, the Lowe's, and so on. They'll usually work with a caulking gun and allow you to pump in. Okay, it wasn't so much about sealing the concrete itself. You don't need to seal an outside sidewalk path area, but this is how you can start to affect repairs on small cracks. Okay, not uplift cracks and not cracks that are just occurring everywhere. That may be an indication of something larger. So Barbara, I'm going to tell you this. Now would be the time to get a concrete contractor and or a general contractor out to the house and have them take a look. I'm still not tripped out by what you're telling me. Because, and you'll hear later in the show, and I'll say that for them. Concrete cracks, it does eventually wait long enough. You're going to get spider cracking, and by that I mean just very fine cracks. It's when a crack spreads open, noticeably, or when one side of the crack or the concrete starts to uplift, that's when we get really concerned about something weird happening. And on the post, they're not structural things. They're just post-cold concrete holding up for you. Not holding up your house, and it's not the end of the world. But should it be addressed? Sure, you might be able to get away with making some four-stone mixture, four-stone that's a product that you get at the building supply place, and pouring that down into those cracks to kind of fill them out. But at this point, I'm not going to tell you to just do these superficial things. I'm going to tell you to have a contractor come out and give it a look through and give it fair evaluation. Barbara, thank you for your call. I'm up against the clock. More of your calls when we return. Your home for
surveymonkey.com/r. That's the letter R. So surveymonkey.com/r/fairwave. This only takes a few minutes. Feedback will help us improve the explored podcast and find new sponsors and back your interest. In the survey, there's even a place in the end where you can tell me anything. Plus, as my way of saying thank you, every person that fills out the survey will be entered to win a $500 Amazon gift card. So please, if you take the survey, I would appreciate it. That's surveymonkey.com/r/fairwave.
Barricaded inside a home in Belinda. It started around 2:30 Friday afternoon when deputies responded to a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. Dozens of people have been rescued in Northern California because a 100-foot wide levee breached in the High Road River in Monterey County. Supervisor Luis Vallejo said they fell short of preparation.
Worst case scenario has come to fruition here in Colorado. We're trying to avoid this over the last 6 months.
Roughly 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate. At least 2 people are dead as heavy rain and flooding intensifies across the state. Here in Southern California, no rain today, but another storm will arrive by Tuesday. Hollywood's biggest stars are being ready for the Oscars. Michael Truman writes for the New Yorker and says, don't be surprised if Best Picture goes to the critically acclaimed Everything, Everywhere.
Dr. Eric Marshall understood just 97 miles from the sun, but their epic run was at an end.
In the Academy, and it's just one over and over again in some of the other awards, including all the Joker Awards, the SAGs, and the Director's Guild, Producer's Guild.
Serbia.
This year's
When Dr.
frontrunner
Marshall
at the
took them
Academy
to
Awards,
temperatures,
leading
they
the
weren't
pack
even
with
registering
11
on the thermometer,
nominations,
which only
both
explained
followed
results
by
above
the German
94
World
degrees
War I
Fahrenheit.
movie All Quiet on the Western
Ahead of the
Front,
men was a
and the
roughly
Irish dark comedy
750 mile
Advances.
fortress.
A law prohibiting
And then
drag
there was
shows
the
on
issue of
public
time.
property is moving
The
forward
expedition ship
in the
was scheduled to
Kentucky
depart
General
in
Assembly.
America on March
Republican
1st
State
after the
Senator
haste.
Lindsey
That gave the men
Bush
only
said
about 7 weeks to reach the
is
coast.
the
If they
bill's
got there too late,
response.
well, that would mean another year
Some
in
of those
Antarctica.
performances are absolutely
Everyone
inappropriate for
desperately
kids.
wanted to have
We already have standards around adult
So today on the
performances with
Explorers
women who are
podcast, we are
performing.
going to cover
Those
three
aren't in the
things.
public
First,
sector,
there will be the
obviously,
push by
for
Shackleton
reasons they
to get back
shouldn't
to
be in
the
the
River
public
of Sound.
sector
And
as
thus,
well.
we will cover the record-setting
Cities
journey
have been
part of
ranked
this journey.
places where they
This
should
will
be
be
used by
another long
children.
episode, so settle in
Olympic
for some
diving
good
champion Pat
Explorers fun.
McCormick has
But
died.
first, a few
McCormick
notes.
was from Steel
Note
Peak
1.
and
I
won
want to
gold
mention that I
from
have
boarding
a few
tactile
times
events in
mispronounced
both
the
the
name of the
1952
expedition
and
scientific
1956
director,
games.
Edgeworth
McCormick
David.
died on
I
March
have called
7th
him Davis
at a
instead
nursing
of
home.
David.
Like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's
Well,
Edge
the first
at
reason was to
Disneyland.
engage
In
the
an
men,
interview with
gave them a
IMDb,
collective
Favreau
task
says
that
it's
they
a
could all work
immersive
toward to
attraction
keep
that would
them
allow people
occupied
to
in
feel the
focus.
ride using haptic
The second
technology.
reason was
It would also
money.
send her around the
Shackleton
Razor
probably
Crest
had the idea of
spacecraft, which the
taking 100
Mandalorian and
copies
the
of
kids
it
traveled around the
back for
galaxy
free
until
and
it
selling
got
them to
destroyed in the
collectors.
second season of the
Although
show.
while Shackleton's
Well, the
expedition
Mandalorian
was
made
hailed
this
for its
year
many
during an
accomplishments,
Avatar
it never
attraction
did
at
reach the
Disneyland
South
as a
Pole.
planned reality,
This
according to
diminished
CEO
interest in
Bob
the
Iger,
local.
who made that announcement in
Instead,
February.
Shackleton would give the
Amy
copies to
King,
various members
KFI
of the
News.
expedition, his close friends and supporters. As a note, 100 copies of the book were made, and about 65 of them are known to still exist.
We're now
But
headed
internet
to
searches
downtown
show that
LA
copies of
for
Aurora Australis
photos
have
around
sold
the
for as high
101.
as $100,000 in recent years. Thus,
Cell
the
phone
book,
sign
which
from
was
101
probably
just
another
after
of
Hollywood,
Shackleton's
if you
money
make your way to
schemes,
downtown,
would
the
ultimately
downtown
produce a
port level
financial
there, it's going to be
windfall,
stop and
although it
go.
would take 100
We do have
plus
a
years.
so big rig
Anyhow,
slowing down
that
on
is
the
it for
10
notes.
eastbound
On to the
after
show.
60 connector to
I'm
Monterey
going to
Park.
start
We got
this
westbound
episode
on the
not
10
with
westbound
Shackleton,
at
but
noon
instead
to
with the journey
Garfield
of the
Avenue
South
and
Magnetic
CHP's
Magnetic
approach.
Pole team, which
KFI
consists
in
of
the Sky
Edgeworth
House
David,
Kitchen,
Douglas
Chris.
Watson,
I'm Mark
and Alistair
Wheeler.
McKay. As mentioned, the 50-year-old
All right,
David
you
was
ready
the
for the new
expedition
green
scientific
kitchen?
director
Now
and was
is
in
the
charge of
time
the
because
team.
the kitchen
Lawson
store
was
is
a
having
26-year-old
its
geologist,
big
but was
winter
officially
sale.
with the
Why do I
expedition
go
as a
on and
physicist.
on about the
The
kitchen
30-year-old
store? I'll tell you
McKay was
why.
one of the
Because
expedition's two
kitchen
doctors.
cabinetry is a
The
very,
team had
very
two
complex
goals.
subject.
First
There are
and
so
foremost was to
many
reach the South
decisions to
Magnetic
make.
Pole,
And most
which was
people
hundreds
make
of
them
miles to
quite
the
honestly
northwest. To do this, they
right?
would have to go west
Because
across
why?
the River of
Because there's
Sound
not one
and then head
place that
north
they know
along the
of that they
Antarctic
can
coast.
go to get
Eventually, they
all
would
the
have to turn
information they
inland
need.
to the
And
northwest
that
to
is
what
the
is called
kitchen
Trail
store.
Land.
Every door, finish,
Now, the
color,
coast, which
door
bordered the Ross
jobs,
Sea,
hinge,
was solid ice
hardware
along the
accessories
shore. But once you went into the
available on
continent,
the
you were
market.
immediately
You will
greeted by a
find it
mountain
all
range.
and more.
These were the
Southern
Transantarctic
California's
Mountains,
largest
the same
kitchen
ones that Shackleton
design
and his
show,
team were
waiting
facing to
for
the
you
south.
right off the 405
To
in
reach the
Culver City.
magnetic pole, the team
Free
would need to
intro
travel
and
on the
consults
ice
with
along
the
the
kitchen
coast
store's
to the
expert
north,
kitchen
and then
designers,
find a way
12
up
months
into
of
the mountains
Sanitary
and onto the
financing,
Antarctic
pricing
plateau,
that beats
not unlike
the
what
big
Shackleton
boxes.
and his team
So,
had been forced to
you
do.
know, and the
Along
big
the way,
winter
there would be
sale.
some valleys
The
called
kitchen
dry
store.
valleys that
That's
they
who
were
you
to
need to call.
investigate.
Call them
The
today.
dry valley was one of the
310
few
Kitchen
places in
at
Antarctica that isn't
310
filled with
Kitchen
snow
and
and
find
ice.
them on the web
It
at
would offer some
310kitchen.com.
outstanding opportunities to study the continent's geology. The
Southside
team was to
weather
be
for
back to
today
the
is
camp
5
Royds by
in
the
Metro
end of
LA
January.
and OC highs
Now they
in
did
the
have some
upper
wiggle
60s,
room with the
overnight
return
lows
date
in
as
the
the
mid
plan for
50s, and
Nimrod
tomorrow
once it
virtually
arrived back in
risky
the
to
area
today.
late January was to sail along the coastline and be on the lookout for the team in case they were delayed. Such a move would potentially cut the return journey by several hundred miles. But the trek of the three men would fill 2 sledges loaded with half a ton of food, gear, and supplies. As a note, the men were carrying all of their food. There was no plan for them to eat any seals or penguins, which were plentiful, at least along the coast. Now, from the start, there were some red flags about this team. The first thing was the fact that none of these men had polar experience. They had trekked to the top of Mount Erebus earlier in the year, but that was a week-long affair. They had lived in Cape Royds for the past 6 months. But the magnetic pole excursion was going to be for upwards of 4 months. This was far more daunting than anything they had ever faced. While he was in good shape for a man of his age, the sort of thing really young ones came. And the third red flag that I want to mention about this team is the fact that it consisted of 3 men hauling 2 sledges. No ponies, no dogs, just 3 men. This meant that from the very start, they would have to drag the sledges forward one at a time. They would take one sledge and pull ahead half a mile or so, and go back and bring the second one forward. This meant that for every mile or kilometer that they covered, they would actually have to go 3 times that distance. This was really
I'm Dean Sharp,
in
the house
Shackleton, we
whisperer, here with you
did
live,
the
like
exact
I
same
am
thing
every
back with
weekend,
Scott.
Saturday mornings from
The
6
team
to
really
8
could have
Pacific
used a fourth
time,
man,
Sunday
someone with
morning,
more
9
experience.
to
But
noon
his choice would
Pacific
have been an
time. That's what
excellent
we're
choice.
doing right now.
But it was
You
just
have
3,
landed
so they
right
did what they had to
smack down in the middle of it.
The northern part,
I'm
as
glad
they were
that
often
you are
called,
here.
depart
We're
on
talking
October 5th,
concrete today. This is
1908.
part 2 of a
I want to
2-part
mention that there is an
episode on
outstanding
concrete.
map of the
If you missed yesterday, make sure you go to that podcast, Outfitster on Demand, on your favorite podcast. We're there. Home with Dean Sharp. Check out today's episode, and then hang with us today for part 2. But right now, we are doing what we always do, which is taking some time to find out what's going on with your home. And so we are going to the phone. Let's get back to them. So Dr. J, hey Jay, welcome home.
This forced Mawson and McKay to have to work harder. And while the two understood that that would likely be part of the job, when they came to resent David,
kitchen
Mawson in particular was hard on his former teacher.
They
Part of her
rooted
visit
it
to this
out
was that Mawson had not anticipated that David
at
would stay in Antarctica.
and they
Found that instead, no
and
matter
they
Mawson would
pulled
gradually
up some
take David as the party's
small
leader.
roots
The first big
farther
reflection
into
of
the
this
tree.
movement on October 18th,
and
David handed
he
over the
wants
task
to
of leading
cut a
David
hole
to
in
the
the
much more
wall
physically fit Mawson.
and cut a hole
Now, I
in the
imagine that Mawson
concrete
was a geologist,
next to
to
the
be
wall.
honest. He had little
And I
interest
think
in
it
doing
didn't go
something
more
like
than
that.
10 feet.
It just wasn't that special of a
Clean
thing.
it out,
To him, he
run
wanted
the
to investigate
camera,
the various valleys and
and put
glaciers
in a
along
new
the coast.
pipe there.
That was his
Is that
wheelhouse.
my only
On
solution?
October 22nd, Mawson would even suggest that they skip the magnetic
Well,
pole search,
okay.
as they all
First of
came
all,
to realize that they didn't have enough food for such a
I
trek.
want to make sure that
He said
I'm
the team
not,
could do a magnetic
that I'm,
geological survey of
because
the
you
coastline
said a
and
couple
then
of different
investigate
things
the
there.
Dry
First
Valley
of all,
area.
yes,
But David and McKay
now
nixed
that
the
we
idea.
know
And then
that your
a week
sink
later,
has been
David
clogged
laid out
up,
his
not by
plans.
just the
The team
random,
would give up
oh,
everything
we
to make a
put
run at the
too much
magnetic
stuff
South
down
Pole.
the sink
They
kind
would
of
live on
clogged,
half
but
rations and
tree
skip their
roots or
investigation of the
roots,
Dry Valley
plant
area.
roots whatsoever.
Mawson was
That
appalled by
means that
this.
the drain
The idea
line
of
heading
attempting a
out
journey
from the
on half
house
rations was
towards, under
foolhardy.
the yard,
He would
towards
thus
the
make an
street,
alternative proposal.
is
They would go for
corrupted
the pole
somewhere.
and
There's
skip
a
the Dry
crack, there's
Valley,
a break,
but only if the men could have
fitting
full rations.
is
This
has
would
come
mean that they would
undone,
have to start
and
eating peanuts
moisture
and
is
seals.
seeping out. And because
Now, to be
moisture is
honest, they should
seeping
have been
out,
doing this from the start.
the
But the truth
local
is that none of the three men really knew how to go about
flora,
doing such a thing. They
the
weren't
trees,
hunters, they were
they're like,
academics and a
hey,
doctor.
what's going on?
So
Moisture,
without any
moisture.
other
And
options,
as a
all
result,
three
boom,
agreed to this
they
plan.
want,
And it was
not only do they
fortunate.
want the moisture
Trying
that's
to reach the
seeping out, they
magnetic
want to
South
get
Pole
inside
half
and get
rations
more
would
for
have been
themselves because
suicide.
they're hungry or
In
they're
addition to
thirsty.
malnutrition,
So,
scurvy would
you
have
know,
eventually
tree roots
cropped out.
don't
But by
automatically
turning
just
to local
find
food sources, they
sewer
would actually
lines,
give
wrap
themselves a chance
themselves
to
around
keep
them and
gas
crush
and
them.
survive.
They go there because
Now,
the sewer
penguins and
line is
seals were
compromised. If
plentiful
there's no
at this
moisture
time
around
of
the sewer
the
line,
coast,
it's
so it
invisible
wasn't
to
hard
the
to
tree.
find and kill them.
So the point
However,
is, now
preparing
that
the
we
meat was a
know that
different
you've
story.
got roots
They didn't know how to
inside your
butcher
sewer
these
line,
animals
yeah,
or which
something
parts
needs
of
to
the
be
flesh
done.
to actually
We also
eat.
need to know
They were forced to experiment
exactly
with just about everything.
what needs
The
to be
result was a
done in
mixed
terms
bag.
of where
Eating
the
certain parts of the
compromise is.
animals would give
So,
the men diarrhea
yeah, we
or
got to get a
constipation,
camera. Now, we don't have to
and other
tear out
parts just tasted
concrete
awful. But
or
within a
anything
couple of
crazy
weeks,
like
they
that
would
to get
figure
a
things
camera
out.
down the line. We
This
just
would
need
allow
to
them
get
to
a
cut
camera
consumption
down the
of the
line
prepackaged
to
food that they
measure
brought
out,
on the
okay,
sledges
where are
in
these
half.
roots? Where's the
Seal and
problem?
penguin
Where's
meat,
the
in
leak?
addition
Is
to
there
helping
more
stay
than
scurvy,
one? We
injected
should,
a
at
rich
this
source of
point, if
protein
there's
into the men's
one, we
diets.
should run a camera
So the team
all the
continued
way
north
to
up
the
the coast,
lateral of the
looking for a
street,
way to
all the
string
way
out
right
water
off your
into the
property
mountains.
down
At
to where it
times, they
starts
would take
dropping
to
down
traveling
into
at
the
night
main
due
sewer.
to warm
That's the part you're
temperatures.
responsible for.
When this happened,
Just to
the
make
ice
sure
along the
that
shore
there's not
softened.
more than
It
one.
was
So,
easier to
number
pull the
one,
sledges on hard ice.
camera. That's
Also, several
non-destructive,
times on
by
this
the way.
excursion,
Nothing has to be
the team would
torn
they would
apart
set up supply
in
depots
order to
for
get a
their
camera. You
journey.
just have to have
This
your
would lighten their
sink
load
drain
as they
disconnected
progressed.
so they can get a camera going.
By late November, their
Secondly,
time
though,
was running
depending on
short.
what we
They had to
find,
head up into the mountains and
would
get to the
be
magnetic
really
pole.
the answer. If
Returning to the
everything
coast
looks
and reach camp.
fantastic,
It was
I mean,
just
if
not
we've got,
realistic
for instance, an
to done.
ABS sewer line
And
running
thus
down
they
there and
came to the
everything looks
conclusion
great
that they
except
would not
one
go all the
fitting
way
has
back to
failed,
base at Camp Rice.
then
Instead, their
maybe
plan
we
was
don't
simply
have
to get
to
back to the
tear it
coast.
all up.
While
Okay?
sea, by
Maybe we
February
can
1st,
get away
single
with
and rotten.
just digging down and replacing that fitting, as opposed to entire lengths of pipe. If the pipe has failed in general, then probably we got some digging and replacing to do.
One was crossing the
In general, the fittings are the things that are failing at the end of each pipe, but the pipes themselves are holding. Then another option, as opposed to digging and replacing, might be to blow in a liner, a sewer liner inside the pipe itself, an epoxy-based sewer liner, to reseal the pipe from the inside and thereby keep the roots at bay so that the trees don't get inside the pipe. So you have options, but the first thing to do, take it slowly, camera. It's just like your house is like a patient, like a loved one who has been diagnosed with an illness. You saw the symptoms, you call out the doctor finds out, yeah, we got 3 roots inside these blood vessels here. And now the question becomes, once we properly diagnose exactly what's going on,
what kind of treatment
For this,
options
they
are
would
available,
downsize things to
and
one sledge,
we take
wise
that part
decision.
very
Still
slowly,
5 to
very
600
methodically to
pigeons,
figure it out. Now that they've rooted it out, let me just say this, there's no
take with
pan.
them 7
Now
weeks
that
of
they've
food.
rooted it out, tree roots
To
don't
get to the
grow in
magnetic pole,
overnight.
they had to go up the glacier.
They've
into
rooted
the
it out,
mountains
you're not
and
gonna
to
have
the
another
plateau.
clog for a
This was a
while.
distance of
Now
nearly
take your
300 miles,
time,
430
explore your options,
kilometers,
get
and an altitude
kids.
gain
One option.
of 40
There's
meters.
usually
There
more
would
than
be
one
no more
option
fresh
than
food,
just
so what they took with them
replacing
was all that they would have.
essential.
They would have to get back to the coast by
In the
February
meantime,
1st.
should I bite
By the way, before departing,
pollution from a
David would
funny
wander
store
about
and
6
pour
meters
it down
into
that drain that I hear it
and
kills
have the surface suddenly give out under his weight.
Yeah,
or
it's not a bad idea at
Professor
all.
was
I
able
mean,
to
you've
grab
rooted
both
the
sides
roots,
of the
so
glass that he
while
fallen
you're
into.
making the decision,
The ice
don't
was
do it
very
every day
unstable.
or anything, because that's,
Luckily,
you know,
Moss
you
was
don't
in
want to
the tent,
damage your
and he was
pipes
able to
with,
rush out
you
and
know,
help
something
prevent his
like that.
comrade
But,
from falling
you
into
know,
a deep
get
hole
the occasional
over the
treatment
abyss
there to keep
and
them at bay. Absolutely.
So up into the mountains went
Okay,
David,
great.
Moss, and
All
McKay.
right,
It was a
Jake.
difficult
Well,
climb,
Thank you for your
apparently due to
time.
having to halt in his
You're very
sledge.
welcome. Take your
Mawson,
time.
who usually
Don't
led the
panic.
way, fell into
Most
crevasses
things,
many
everybody,
times, but he was always broke to the sledge
unless the
and the
wall
other
is
men.
falling down or you're
It didn't help
feeling it's
that Professor David
collapsing
grew more and
or,
more
you know,
detached.
most
He was
things that
slow and
happen with your
apathetic.
house
Both McKay and Mawson
are not
resented
things
David's lack
to,
of aid.
panic
On
about,
December
right?
27th,
Most
he
of the
found the
time,
surface
most
hardened
of the
considerably, and the going would become
things
much
are,
easier.
they
They
need
were
to
able
be
to go
addressed.
12
They
miles,
shouldn't be
90
ignored.
kilometers that day.
Shouldn't
As a note,
procrastinate
the climb here
when you
was
see
different from
something
what
that's going
Shackleton
wrong.
had experienced in
But
the south.
by and large,
The ascent up the
you
glacier
don't
was
have to
only about
panic.
3,000
Need to
feet, or
address the issue,
915 meters.
call out the
From
right
there,
people,
it was
get
more
it
of a gradual
diagnosed
rise into
properly,
interior.
and then
Progress
make a
toward the
plan
magnetic
of
south pole
action.
was steady.
Most of
By
the
the end
time,
of
that's
December,
going to
the
work
team
out
was at an
in the
altitude
best
of about
possible
6,000
way for
feet,
you.
or
Don't
1,830
panic.
meters.
Don't
As the team
have a
reached an
knee-jerk
altitude of about
reaction just
7,000
with the
feet,
first
or
guy who comes
2,135
along and says, "Oh my
meters.
goodness, look
David's
at this!
physical
It's all
limitations increased
and
as
it's gonna
altitude
cost
sickness
10
became a
grand." You know,
problem.
don't
David took over
overpay
physical work,
because
and
you
he had a
think you're
difficult
in a
time
panic
seeing processing
emergency
some
situation.
questions.
Just breathe deep.
Mawson took on
You got
more and
time.
more of the decision
You
making
usually
during all of this.
Okay, and when
In
you don't,
addition to the
tell me.
altitude, you
We'll
can add
figure
in
it out
bitter
together.
cold and
All
winds,
right.
scorching sun, and use rations as
When
problems
we
with the
come back,
team.
more on
As you would
concrete. By the
expect,
way,
the men's
if you're on the
physical and
line,
mental
hang
health was
tight if
lagging.
you want. We will be going back to the
On January
phone
13th,
yet again in
1909,
just a bit.
Mawson
But
would
right
take a
now, when
reading
we come
and
back,
determine that the magnetic pole was
to
actually
your home,
57 miles further away than he
your
had
home,
originally
if you
calculated.
start the house
This
with
was
Virginia
disheartening
Yamamoto
news.
happening.
Everyone knew that they were at their
A
wits' end.
terrible
They
shooting
would need
is
at least
under
4 more days
investigation
to
in
reach.
Azusa. 3
Which only
victims,
gave
all
them 2
homeless,
weeks
were
to cover
shot
the
early
almost
yesterday
300
morning.
miles,
Taken to
get back to the
hospital,
coast, and
witnesses
signal
told police 2
Iraq.
men will be fined for shooting.
Interestingly, it was
The
Mawson
number of
who would not really
COVID-19
care about
hospitalizations in LA
who
County is
advocated for
falling.
continuing
In
the
fact,
quest,
parent
and thus
company
they
Meta
pushed
is
on.
looking into a new social
On
media
January
platform
17th,
that may rival
1909, Mawson
Twitter.
would take
Heading to the
measurements
tag
and
when we
announced that they
return.
were in the area of the South Magnetic Pole.
Well, we're well
That
into
was good enough.
2023 now,
Location was
and
72
I
degrees
know you're
and 15
excited
minutes
about
south,
making some changes in your home.
155
That's why you're
degrees and
listening.
16
Good
minutes
for
east,
you. When
and
it
an
comes to
elevation of
finding just the
7,260
right
feet, or
appliance,
2,210
hard to
meters.
find appliance.
The men
And,
were thoroughly
the
exhausted
usual
and hungry.
suspects of the
Planted a
remodel.
flag in the
Sinks,
spot
boxes,
and claimed the
tubs,
region to the
toilets.
British Empire in a
You
subdued
need my
ceremony.
secret weapon.
Now, I want to stress that the
It's an
team knew that they
investment.
were not exactly
Nobody
at the
has more
magnetic
in
south
stock
pole.
and
The truth
hard
is
to
that
find
making
appliances
calculations this
than
close to the pole
WDC.
is
Yeah, you can
enormously
order them
difficult.
anywhere.
Location,
But why?
can
When
literally
WDC
change from one
has
day to
them,
the next.
has them at the best
I read that
prices
to
in
get a
town.
precise
And the
location,
same
it
is
could
true
take
with
weeks
just
of
about everything
calculations.
else you're looking for.
So
So to
what
get your
David
kitchen
Mawson
and bath done
had
right,
done
you
was
need more than
enough.
just an
The
appliance
big
store.
thing,
You
need the experts I have trusted for years. WEC. Find the one near
to cover upwards of 40 miles a day.
WECappliances.com. WECappliances.com.
Not be easy, but the minutes and things on their side.
From the KSI Weather Center, this report brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Probably cloudy in Metro LA, inland OC, high wind mid to upper 60s. Now headed to downtown LA with an install on the 10th.
This is the Santa Monica Freeway eastbound at Alameda Street. Big rig here in the roadway. The two right lanes are going to be blocked off into heavy traffic. CHP is running the brake through Long Beach from 7 to Long Beach to the southbound at Willow. Now, this is still going to be a heavy drive if you come up on it. They're off the side of the roadway. Through this area, heavy on the North 15 at Ranchero Road. Caltrans is there with the 2-lane closed off, stopping up from Oak Hill. Purifying the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options and easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Flexible to fit your business needs. With quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options.
Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, dunk to downward dog, and saddle rope to box jump. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platform, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with a free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 40 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in our state situation. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt. A little bit over $100,000. For a degree he couldn't use? No one. I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it. He was done in just months. I did do it online. They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation. One of the things I love about it is that you can work from anywhere you want. You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career. That works for me and I know it can work for you. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. If you've ever taken the journey to the final day 4 weeks of life with a loved one, you know how difficult it is on everybody. But it doesn't have to be that way. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting an amazing project with my friends at Roundtree Gardens. Roundtree Gardens, the beautiful compassionate house will offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patients pay nothing, and your family can stay close by next door for free. Join me and our KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Roundtree Gardens, a charity that supports community families during a difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting RoundtreeGardens.com and then clicking on the Compassion House banner. Again, please click on the Compassion House banner at RoundtreeGardens.com. That's RoundtreeGardens.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deep-fake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Hey, Team Sharp. Water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A light source, salt-free water with light minerals without needing salt or services. And right now, new customers can get a free apple pure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase of savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Light Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Pray.com is the Let Us Hope podcast, a show that will help you love your life, live with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
this girl, like, in truth.
Listen to Pray.com for Let Us Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. What happens if you try to do it? Does the alarm go off?
No.
If I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm listening to it. Absolutely. You never get more listeners than the rest of the air. The only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything. Live for 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Which I thought was cool. I did not know prior to researching this show. South Pole is actually located very near the sea level at about 400 feet, 422 meters.
ice in the polar is 89 or 2,000 spent to head back. However, that was not going to be easy. The men were suffering from exhaustion, malnutrition, and hypothermia. The food was dangerous. The nearest supply point was about 200 miles away. The ocean was roughly 750 miles away. In the other region, the 7
KFI King Shark, the House Whisperer at your service.
the ice became
Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. We're talking concrete. Today's concrete part 2. Don't miss part 1. Go back to the podcast. House Whisperer on Demand, Home with King Shark on the iHeartRadio app or Apple Podcast or Spotify, wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. We're there. Home with King Shark. That's yesterday's part 1 on concrete. And, you know, while you're at it, 6 years worth of episodes, all listed by topic. All there waiting for you to listen to anytime you want, day or night. All right, back to concrete in just a second, but first, it's time for another Today's house call brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Let me tell you how cool Liberty is. I am not. You're that team. Come on. You build luxury estate homes. You gotta put in garbage control. Well, if you twist my arm, and the client's like, no, I have to have one, then yes. But here's the globe. And in parts of the United States, many cities already been. We are the biggest users of garbage disposals on the planet. And it's not a great thing, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, it's convenient. Just throw all the food scraps right down the sink and don't worry about separating it. Well, number one, we now live in an age in which you're exactly. So they shouldn't be going down the drain for that reason. The other reason they shouldn't be going down the drain is that we have come to realize that garbage disposals take food, biological substances, turn them into a yucky, sticky paste that does damage to local sewer infrastructure and your own drain lines. They just start to do buildup on the walls of your pipe, and that ain't cool. So, is the future of garbage disposal? No, it's not. It really isn't. So I'm going to suggest that you get used to living life without one. I'll tell you one thing you could do, though. It's completely free from me. Go to SephoraHome.com. SEPURA Home.com. Take a look at what's waiting for you there. You know what's there for you? And something we saw at the International Builder Show, which I think is a completely viable local product. Does it grind up your food and send it down the drain? No, it uses kind of an Archimedes screw to move solid food objects into a compost bin automatically under your sink. Are they for sale in the United States yet? I don't think so. I think they are available for pre-order because they are a brand new cutting edge product that is going to be releasing, I think, sometime this year. But go to SephoraHome.com. Possible option for all worlds, not jumping up your drain line or the tunnel. Let's talk about a basic recipe for concrete and a basic pour. Okay? Take you through the steps. Number one, the basic recipe. And I say basic because there are at this point an endless array of specialized recipes for specialized concrete. We've got fast curing concrete. We've got concrete that can be poured underwater. We've got concrete that is slow curing for extra strength. You name it, there's a concrete mixture. The binding and adhesive ingredient in concrete, technically though, the word concrete is about the recipe as a whole. Okay? The recipe as a whole. About 70% of concrete, 10% Portland cement, which again has nothing to do with Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, or Portland anywhere in the United States. It has to do with the Isle of Portland off the coast of England, where a British guy back in 1824 developed Portland cement, a modern version of cement that we still use today. And he was so impressed with it, he thought he would brand it to the English
as good as the stones that you are quarrying on Portland High, right? And it is a famous place for really high quality stones. And now that he has this horrible stone, he thought it would be cool. Portland stone, so he called it Portland. When you order your concrete, you customize that recipe. The PSI strength, like I said before, anywhere between 2,500 and 15,000 PSI. The color, you can customize the color that you order the concrete from. Either the color can be added at the mixer on site, or it can come from the actual cement company most of the time. So the color will be mixed on site. Anything, it's just about any imaginable color, including white. No, concrete is not white. The bright concrete is gray, very reflective and bright, but not white. You can even get white. The size and appearance of the aggregate in your concrete, and that is where I want to go next. Okay, I want to talk about the aggregate and the role it plays, not only inside the mix for strength, but on the surface of the mix, if you want a classic and incredibly durable, high traction look. And one of my concrete aggregate secrets when you return your home. You start the house with for King Yamamoto.
People have been killed when two suspected smuggling boats crashed in San Diego. The U.S. Coast Guard says one of the boats overturned during the crash around 11:30 last night at the coast of Black Beach. Rescue crews are searching the waters for additional people. The school in New Jersey is hoping to stop students from being bullied. Rayon High School is working on a plan that would offer incentives for students to behave.
Students here facing the same bullying issues as kids across the nation, not taking matters into their own hands, fed up with the status quo, taking picked on female says something about 9 student leaders pushing our new path forward.
NBC's Brian Thompson says school officials say if students are kind to one another and there's less bullying or fighting on school grounds, they will be rewarded. Some of the rewards include no homework Fridays along with an ice cream truck.
Now I want to stop and set the stage for the last stretch of
The
our
news brought to
story.
you by Mike Diamond. It's
First,
no good
the next
summer.
depot was 70 miles
SpaceX is
or
celebrating
105
another
kilometers away.
successful mission.
At least this was where the source was
157 days in space.
Check
It's
with
Dragon
the orders to
Flashdown.
orders choice to establish a
SpaceX
depot at a
Dragon
specific
capsule
location.
touched down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing two NASA
Second thing,
Earth.
I
The crew
told the
spent
team that
5
back
months
to
in
the
orbit
camp at
aboard the
Royds.
International
But I want
Space
to
Station.
clarify that this is
And if it's Oscar time, it's also Razzie time.
The Golden Raspberry Awards are Hollywood's worst, and this year the Marilyn Monroe ordeal blonde won Worst Picture and Worst Morpheus, which sucked. And the Razzie gave themselves the Worst Actress Award for initially nominating a 12-year-old that said shouldn't have been considered. Mark Ross, AFI News.
If the ice was bad, there was a chance Newman would have to leave earlier than March 1st.
Now headed up to
Freeway eastbound at Alameda Street. The two-right lanes are blocked. There could be heavy right as you come up on that Sydney Hazard. Also heading through Monterey Park right now, stop and go on the 10 westbound from New Avenue to Garfield. They have nothing closed out the Caltrans. They're there till about 3 o'clock. If you Hesperia, pretty heavy loads out there. Faster to 57 feet way at southbound Imperial Highway. They are finding the Skyhook gets there faster. I'm Mark Lewis.
They always seem sharp. If you are ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time. Because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable. The kitchen hardware accessory on the market, you'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the Kitchen Store's expert kitchen designers. 12-month single cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now. The 310 Kitchen, that's 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy in metro LA and inland OC, highs in the mid-upper 60s. A mix of sun and clouds in the valleys and inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s, and beaches, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. We lead locals live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer comes down to 3 key concerns.
Director, 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor. Be nice to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Visit managerbp.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
And then that Shackleton bottle came through a couple of slugs and they cut side of the
You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah,
there was no
way
sign
up
of
there
it.
and scared to
Well,
come
said that they were
down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
They could only
Be
continue on to
careful,
the next
mister.
right.
Thanks, dude.
Shackleton and Wild, exhausted and freezing.
Here you go.
Where did you come from? And
One of the
where's
huts they
your
found
map?
from
And
Edgewood,
Kate?
David.
What?
He said that
Oh,
Nimrod would be
no, your
halfway
mom and
between
dad called us to clean out your shower dream.
Why?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your dream was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from
The two
invading your
men were
bathroom.
desperate. They decided to try and set fire to one of the smaller huts to
Every
make a
day.
signal,
We're
but they
leader
struggled to get
heroes.
the building alight.
Wow.
And thus
We
they
make
tried
sure
to
you live
attach
in
a
a
flag
safe,
to a big
clean
wooden
house.
cross assigned
Go
to
on.
Nimrod in case someone was
Thanks
out there
for
in the
asking,
distance with a
George.
telescope.
It's what a
However,
hero
the men's
does.
hands were so cold they
If
couldn't even
you
turn
have a
on.
clogged drain, all
Frustrated,
your
they
hero
retreated
coming
to one of the
air.
huts
Go
to try to
online
warm
at
up. There they ate
riverheroes.com.
some food that had been left, biscuits and onions,
This is
trying to
Jared.
get the blood
You've
flowing
been
in their
involved in a
bodies.
motorcycle accident
It was
on
early
April
morning on
4th,
March 1st
24
when they tried again.
I'm glad
They
we're
were able
having
to
a
get the
conversation
flag
about
raised
the
to the
reformation of
set
criminal
the
justice,
blaze,
making sure that it's
smoke
not
their best
based in
chance of
race, that
escape.
everybody gets
It all
equal
depended
treatment,
on
that everybody
the
has
still
an opportunity.
But it doesn't mean
The
to
two men would not
stop
have to wait long.
enforcing by
A short
law
time later,
full
followed
stop.
this
You're
Nimrod
ignoring those
standing right for them.
individual victims
Wild
of
Road,
dairy
no happier
affairs.
sight
They
than ever
deserve
guys
justice.
man.
Live 9 to 1 p.m.
2
on
hours later,
KFI
Shackleton
and
and
on
Wild
demand
were
anytime.
to see Shackleton dead. Now Shackleton and Wild were saved, but there was more to do. Shackleton, after just 4 hours, returned to the team with rescue battles and commercial. Signal then brought about their return.
It's
By the early
partially
hours of
sunny.
March 4th,
Southern
1909, the
California
entire
morning
southern party
here in
was
March.
back on board Nimrod.
A little break in
Shackleton
between
and
some rain,
Demarest
a little
gave
rain
Red stuff
coming
for 5
later,
days
a couple of
and
days,
miles
and a little break in between. It's just been a lovely
By the way, I do want to
spring.
give you
I'm
an
sorry
answer to
if
one mister. And
the
that was, why
storms
was
have
there no
hurt you or your home.
Shackleton had given orders for that exact thing.
So this is
Well, the
speaking
answer
from
is that
somebody
Shackleton's
who
orders
has
were
not
somewhat
had to
hazy,
deal with
and that had left
the
Captain Evans
emergencies or
Nimrod
damage or
had
anything,
to
but
make some
man,
difficult
is it
decisions
nice
as they were
to have a
preparing to
real
depart the
winter
area.
in Southern
As March
California.
1st
Southern
approached,
California
he
winter and
felt that
plenty of
Shackleton
water
was
around.
lost, and thus he elected
I,
not
for
to
one,
leave.
we are not going to be
Especially
turning
as
our
the ice was
sprinklers
getting
on,
dangerous
I mean, our
north south.
irrigation system till,
Luckily,
I
things
don't
turned
know,
out all right. Shackleton
September
did not
at
hold the
this
decision
point,
against
because the
Nimrod.
ground is just so,
So, with the men on board,
that's a good
Nimrod
thing.
would lead the
Anyway,
Eastern retreat.
hope you're enjoying your day. Thanks for being with us here. I was talking about the basic
The ship would
recipe
sail
of
past their camp at
concrete.
Cape Royds. The men
And
singing
one of the
Old Lang Syne as
aspects
they
of
did.
that recipe
They then gave the
that a
hut,
good
which had
cook
been their home for a year, great
cooks
cheers.
for you.
They
One of
left
my
the year of
favorites
provisions for
is
15 men at
playing
the hut.
around with the
Shackleton
aggregates
and his team
in
had not
concrete.
reached
The
Nimrod
aggregates
on
are the
time.
little bits
Would have
of
been their
stone,
home, and they
and
managed
they
to
can
reach
be
it,
any
which was
size.
not
I mean,
unusual.
most mainline
By the way,
structural cement
Shackleton's
has
team had
large
not made it
bits
back
of
in time.
3/4
Elvis
inch
Fawcett
gravel.
stayed along with 2 other
Okay.
volunteers. He'd
That
gone out
doesn't
looking
make
for
the
signs of his
nicest
own
surface
team.
appearance. But
Fawcett
if
and the
you
2
up the
volunteers would
cement
have been forced to
mixture
spend another
so
year
that
in
you're
Antarctica as well.
increasing the
Everyone was
adhesive
happy that
quality
things
and the
had not reached
compressive
that
strength
point.
of the concrete, you can
Now, a quick note
downsize
on
to a
sidetrack.
certain degree
First,
the
Shackleton's hut
aggregates. You
still
can
exists to
downsize
this
them
day
down
and is
to, let's say,
restored.
pea
You
gravel.
can find pictures
Pea
online
gravel is
or just
what
go to
beautiful
explorespodcast.com.
zen
And I
walkways
put some
and
links
all
to a
that,
site where you
just
can see it.
good
They've tried
gravel
to keep the hut
driveways
as
in
true
there
to
now.
its original
And the
form as
nice thing
possible.
about
It's
pea
pretty
gravel, I'm
cool.
going to give you a
Now that
secret
done,
here.
I have a sidetrack.
The nice
And it's a
thing
weird
about
one,
pea
but I do
gravel
want to share it.
in
I
a
mentioned
mix
that there
for
was
a
a full year of
driveway
supplies left at the hut.
for an
Most
outside
those
hard
supplies
skills.
was
That's what
whiskey.
I'm really talking
Well, in
about.
2010, as teams were working to restore the hot
The fact that it makes a lovely surface. Now, how do you surface it? The old way we used to do it is we would get regular cement poured, and then right as it was starting to set up, we would take bags of either pea gravel or various colors, stone, pea-sized stone, and we pour it all over the surface and roll them into the surface. Okay? A couple of problems with that. Number one, it's uneven. Sometimes
the original batch
you
sold out
can't
quickly,
sometimes
and all
control
bottled
that.
and
Number
sells
two,
millions of
really
dollars.
labor intensive.
It was such a
The
success,
whole extra
the
layer
company
of
now
cost
mass markets
and
whiskey
time.
as Shackleton's
And number
blended
three,
whiskey.
just because you
I bought a
embed
bottle
these into the
several years
surface,
ago
they don't
and gave it
always
to my
hold.
son.
Sometimes they
His first
just
name was
pop out.
McKinley.
Next thing you
He
know,
was
they're
only
gone.
18 or 19
and that's not a cool look down the road. But here, by utilizing a special chemical additive, we can get that look for your driveway in the best possible way. Here's what it's called: exposed aggregate. Now, if you want to look this up, you'll find all sorts of pictures of what I'm talking about. An exposed aggregate driveway or patio or sidewalk. You're not stamping the concrete. You're not trying to pretend like it's stone or something else, which is not really my favorite thing to do anyway. We're really just exposing an essence of the concrete, and I think it works with super contemporary homes. I know that because I designed it to do that. It also works with really old homes, century homes that already are surrounded by sidewalks with the aggregate exposed over time and weather. So here's how you do it. You order the mix from the concrete company with pea gravel in the mix, not large structural gravel. Second thing you do is your whoever's pouring your concrete for you, you let them know, hey, I want to do an exposed aggregate. So what they're going to do is they are going to pour the driveway just like they normally would. In fact, when it's starting to set up, they're going to trowel it, they're going to smooth it. You're going to come home, or if you're watching, you're going to start scratching your head saying, wait a second, they're just finishing this like normal. It's going to look like a normal slab, nothing exposed at all. Okay? And you might get worried, but don't, because the next step is the key. Right before they're done, and they leave with this beautiful smooth driveway, they're going to take a Hudson sprayer, that's a little pump sprayer, full of a chemical. Now there's a couple of different brands out there. I'm just going to use this word Top Tap. Okay, full of Top Tap, and it's a chemical that you spray onto the surface of a finished concrete slab while it's still wet, right? It's recently finished. And it's going to sit there. It's usually bright green or bright pink. I mean, there's no mistaking that from the slab. What that is curing retardant. Okay? So it's going to stop the top 16th of an inch or so of the cement from curing. And as the rest of your driveway sets up overnight, the top layer won't see it. The top layer won't cure. Okay? It's going to stay. It's going to stay soft. Now, what happens? The next day, they come back with a pressure wash, and they're going to just walk across your driveway, blow off the top stuff. Okay, so they're going to blow off the bright pink or the bright green surface, and with it, the top 16th of an inch of the cement, and they will expose the aggregate and exposed aggregate driveway. They will expose the pea gravel that lies below. And what will it look like? It will be beautiful. It actually has the look of a gravel driveway, but is in fact a solid concrete driveway. The same goes for pathways, patios. It's softer. It's more organic. It is better traction. It hides stains and cracks better. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you the advantages from a design perspective of considering exposed aggregate. And it's a damn fancy finish for a minuscule increase in cost. There is no other treatment to your driveway or a poured exterior decorative slab. There is, mark my words, there is no other treatment. Not colorization, not stamping, not even a specialized finish on the top. No paying a tiny bit more for the pea gravel in the mix instead of standard gravel, and then you're basically paying for that jug of Top Tap, and for the concrete guys, that's it. That is a minor cost. So if a driveway would normally cost $10 a square foot to pour, this might cost you 11 or 12 tops, and that is half the price of a custom finish. And yet, this is a classy finish. I mean, it's classy, and in my opinion, as a designer, as classy gets. And like I said, it fits with just about any kind of home architecture. So consider exposed aggregate. Man, I am giving away secrets that I've held on to for our clients for years. back. We're going back to the phone. You want to give us a shot during the break? Remember to reach me, 833 ask Dean. 833, the number 2, ask Dean. Your calls when we return. You're home. Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, Dan Yamamoto has been.
Daylight saving time is back. Clock runs forward in most of the United States at 2 a.m. Former Vice President Mike Pence is expressing his disapproval of former President Trump's involvement in the January 6th Capitol attack, and the world's first 3D printed rocket did not lift off yesterday. It was the second attempt. Headed out to the 10 when we return.
If you're planning on going solar, or you've been thinking about it, listen very carefully. Time is running out to secure the best possible reimbursement plan with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company ganged up on you whether you knew it or not, and they changed the way that the new solar system gets reimbursed for power that they produce. And as you can guess, it does not work in your favor. In fact, it's about 75% less of a reimbursement than the old system. But here is the good news. There's a grandfathering period for the old system. You can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. Time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed, April 14th, right? The day before tax day. That's only like 4 weeks away from that. So, how you do that? You start by calling Sunlight. You call them today. Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, that doesn't matter. That's okay. Call Sunlight. Get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today. Sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. CFLB 10037.
Now headed to Monterey Park where there's some house transport on the 10th.
It's going to be heavy on the Timber Divino Freeway, the westbound side from New Avenue to Garfield. They got one lane closed off. They're going to be there for a couple more hours, and it's going to be heavy. Now, also on the 10th, Dumont Claire, Timber Divino Freeway, the eastbound side of Monte Vista. We've got a ladder road, and also the Colton, the 10 west. It's going to be a bit slow there. They've got some debris in the road, and heavy as your road. KFI in the sky helps get to the faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Flexible to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages, even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Book today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
You have an old or unused car taking a fade? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a demo donation at Cars for Kids. With over 100 dollars ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org and someone will reach out to arrange for a pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Save about the hassle of selling, and hello to quick convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.org.
From 1909 to 1979, state-run hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of eugenics law. After 1979, this practice continued in If you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-774-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
Hey, Alex, Dean Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Go to WDCappliances.com or WDCappliances.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
If you're ever injured in an accident, whether it's a car, a motorcycle, truck, or even a dog bike, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and more. And we're talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Sweet James has settled $188 million this last year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need, having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You may not be able to use your car, and your injury may not allow you to go to work, take part in your normal everyday activity. If it happens to you, just call Sweet James, speak to someone who cares. You have nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need. the health of medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, all sweet James. Awarded best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. SweetJames.com.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small price for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph,
Now, Shackleton was
everyone
getting all the
is
attention and
account
accolades,
inside
but
the
sooner or later, he was
Fresh
going to have to
fruit
face
makes
up
for a
to the fact
delicious
that he
sweet
owed a
treat.
lot of money.
18-ounce containers of simple fruit
Because
organic
kept their
blueberries
attitude
for
toward
$4.99
the
with the cost.
situation.
Ralph's.
He pulled an
Fresh
exhibition
for
set up
everyone.
on the Thames River with the products for the
Diet
rise
is
of
cheap
attractions.
transmission fluid.
30,000 people were touring the
seriously?
ship, raising
I
2,000
feel like it's
pounds.
just a
What
break.
did Shackleton do with the
We all
cash?
know
He
it
gave
can
it to
be
the
to go to the wrong
hospitals.
place for car repair.
Also, I want to mention another scheme of Shackleton's in which he thought of making a
Check
pile
engine
of
light
money,
is
but would amount to nothing.
So don't risk
This
it.
involved
Take your
postage
car to
stamps,
the
and there's
experts
something
at
really
Info.
interesting about it, so I will
Double
share
A,
you the details.
MCO.
Shackleton
Check
got
engine
his
light
seat
on?
as Prime
We'll
Minister
check
to
it
make
for
him
free.
postmaster,
Restrictions,
and he had been given
limitations, and exclusions may apply.
240,000
See
sheets of
info.com for complete
postage
details.
stamps.
I'm
Stamps
John
were all
Morgan of
canceled, so
Morgan
they
&
couldn't
Morgan.
be
Why
used.
should you hire the
Now,
largest
we
entry
cancel
firm in the
postage
world
stamp
for your
efforts
injury
because
case? Let me
step on it,
calculate.
location
Your
of
case will be
processed.
handled by your lawyer,
Well, Shackleton
paralegal,
canceled
and
the
a case
stamps
manager
application
who's
of King
always in
Edward
the office
VII
for you when your lawyer
These were the
calls.
only
There's
stamps
also a
that had
24-hour
come to
hotline
Antarctica.
if you ever have
He
a
thought that
question or
collectors
a
would
problem.
gobble them up
We've
for big
collected
money.
over
That did
$15
not
billion
happen
and
because we're
won
that
a lot.
interesting.
We became the
However, I do
largest
know that
injury
these
firm in
stamps
the
can
world
nowadays
for a
fetch
reason.
thousands of
Lots of
dollars.
people hired us.
But for Shackleton,
Visit
it was pretty
foodporn.com
much a
for
bust.
help here you.
Now, that's all kind of cool.
A few
But I
words
shared it
from
with
your
you
dog.
because I wanted to take note of the location Shackleton was stamped on the plastic sheets. That was King Edward VII.
Hey, it's Jennifer
He
Jones.
argued
Please
that it
join me
was
and my
that
team of
Shackleton
Wake Up Call
had
Wigglers
intended
at
to
Brookside Market, Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena's humane Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
So Shackleton was, as noted, in debt to the tune of about £100,000. Well, he would get bailed out by the British government when some officials viewed it as a bit. Although Shackleton came to the explorer's aid, Shackleton would get a $20,000 grant, essentially clearing up his debts. It was a huge relief. By the way, one of the first people to get paid back was William Beardmore, who Shackleton had stiffed 2 years earlier. Despite getting repaid and having British fame after all, Beardmore never forgave Shackleton.
Team
He was
Shark,
going to
the
use
house
cash.
whisperer at your service.
And so,
Welcome
as
home.
1909 came to a close,
I hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning as much as we
First
are.
was in November with the
We are
publication
just
of Shackleton's
gazing
book,
out
Heart of
the
the
garden window
The
here.
book was well received by
It's a
critics and
beautiful
the
day.
public.
It's a beautiful
It was
day here in Southern
Shackleton,
California.
decided big things
Whether
for the
the
future.
sun is out or not, it's
And the
just a
second
lovely
event
day.
occurred on December
Hope
14th.
you're in the
when
group with
Shackleton
us.
reunited.
If you're
First
not,
Luther
just hang
Knight
tight.
would give the sense
You'll
of
feel
James
better.
Ross in
Just because,
1803.
hey,
He was
I'm
now
happy.
Sir Ernest Shackleton. So thanks
It
for
is
pretty
time
good
for
for
us to
30 fame and
concrete
prestige,
because
and he had
it's
hopes
top
for
of the
making his
hour.
fortune.
So
But
let's
let's not
get
fool
there,
ourselves.
shall we? I
Shackleton
want
was
to
a
talk
restless
to,
soul, and all the
oh
money
look,
and
it's a
success
couple,
in the world
Jim and
could
Laura.
not make him
What
happy.
kind of trouble could I
We
be
know that
into with
sooner
this
or
one?
later,
Hey guys, welcome
he'll
home.
come calling again. Now, before I leave
Hey,
you today,
Steve,
I
how
wanted
you
to take a
doing?
few minutes to talk
I
about
am
something
well. How are you guys?
expedition, as we have spent a lot of time with
Well,
them.
we're good. So
I said at the
we
start
are
of the
like we're
expedition
having a
that
civil
many of these
debate.
men would go on to do some
Oh
pretty
no,
amazing things.
no.
And
Why
very
am
true.
I in the
Now,
middle
I'm
of
going
this?
to my discussion to people who are pretty
Because you're the expert.
serious, but individuals who will be back with us
So
in
we
such a
have
short
a
while. We'll see later in the episode.
31-year-old house
Okay, that's it.
in
Here we
the
go.
Antelope
I will
Valley,
start with our
Long Island,
geologists.
Lancaster.
The first person I'll mention is
It's
Raymond
a
Priestley,
trap
one of the
house.
young geologists on the
It
expedition.
has double
Priestley
pane
returned to
windows.
the Antarctic with Robert Baldwin Scott
If I'm
on the
not
Terminal
mistaken,
expedition
they
and
were
on his diet
interested in
process.
skills,
He was decorated for bravery in World War I, and then would have a successful
the light fix,
research
we need to have them replaced.
Priestley would be knighted in 1949 for services to education.
Says that it would
Would
improve
later
the
be awarded the
sound
Defense Medal
and
by the Royal
the
Geographical
cold air
Society.
coming through.
He was president
So
from
anyway,
1961 to 1964.
we figured we'd ask for
He died in
your
1974
opinion.
at the age
age of 87.
Yeah.
Another
So
archaeologist
you just figure, let's just put Dean in the no-win scenario.
Roberts was initially going to take part in Shackleton's endurance expedition, but he would get his commission.
All right, so dual glazed windows, what are they made out of?
Served in both World
I don't mean
Wars,
the glass,
he entered
obviously.
the Belgian
I get it, glass. What's the frame made out of?
Died in
Dual glazed windows,
1975 at the
31
age
years
of
old,
88.
same aluminum.
And our third geologist was Douglas Mawson.
Correct.
Mawson, who had been
Aluminum
a
windows,
key
okay,
person
from
in
31 years back. Any of them fogging up or failing, or are they
also
molten
go on
tight?
to organize and lead the Australasian Antarctic expedition from 1911 to
Years ago, we had a quarter-round window that actually has a log in it. We had one of the local glass companies come out and replace it.
Okay, and you said these Legionnaire, I mean, are they allowed? You feel drafts around them?
Wonderful stuff. And if you want to know more about Wilson and his adventures, I highly recommend it. Just look up Australian History's
All right,
podcast on your podcast app,
well,
or check out the show
here's
notes
the
on our
thing.
website.
I'm going to cut the baby right down the middle. Okay,
Otherwise, Boston
you're
United
both
in
right.
1914.
You're both right. I mean, you have dual glaze windows, so technically, technically speaking, you don't need to replace them, especially if they're not actually failing in terms of what they were intended to do 31 years ago. Okay. Is that as good a window as and that was a low-end window then, okay, a low-end window. Is that as good as an economy vinyl retrofit window that you could put in today? Not even close. There is a big difference between the two. These days, the window cells themselves are thicker. The dual glaze cell, the CMU, is the IGU, sorry, is thicker, meaning that it has more insulated quality. The gas inside is argon, which means it does a better job with insulation. The coatings on the outside of these windows, we are now at low 4 coating generation, which is virtually no penetration into the house. Amazing metallic coating on the windows that improve the quality of not leaking out floors or furniture or draperies or whatever. And even in economy of vinyl window, vinyl is a terrible conductor of energy. Terrible. It's a plastic, right? The other end. So when it comes to window, because the energy, the heat, and or the cold that's outside will heat up or cool off the window frame itself, and that will transport to the inside of the house. And yeah, that's why when you stand next to those windows on a cold day, the air is colder over there. They may not actually be leaking air, but the fact that if you touch the window frame and then you feel that it's cold, it's transferring that energy inside the house. And the same is true on really hot days. And vinyl just won't do that. It can be 100 degrees outside and you touch the vinyl on the inside of an economy vinyl window. And so there you go. So there have been vast improvements in windows over the last 30 years. Is it going to completely change all the sound transmission in the house? No. Is it going to completely change all the insulating in the house? No. Will it improve both? Yeah, it will. And a number of other benefits. And you are really, honestly, Jim, I got to tell you this, you are kind of coming to the end of the expected life span of those insulated glass units. So what I'm saying is over the next 5 to 10 years, you could expect a lot of them, a lot more of them to start clogging up because those aren't lifetime windows. So I'm not telling you you need to replace your windows, but I'm just giving you the honest truth. And here's the other thing. If you retrofit new windows in place, you don't have to disturb the stucco or trim on the outside of the house. You don't have to tear up the wall. You have new windows inserted into the existing holes and use the old windows for their flashing and their tying to the stucco or the siding. And that's where I'm at. Please, one of you, go ahead.
Next time we'll go
No, neither one of us do. So I just got added on to that. So then the vinyl window. So my concern about the vinyl is that the high desert plastics and vinyls don't do very well.
Hey, Jim, hang on just a second. I don't want to cut you
You're
off, but I
listening
really
to
do
an
want to hear
Airwave Media
your question. But
Podcast.
I'm glancing at the clock. We are up against the break. You guys hold tight. All right. Hang tight. Thank you. I'm still, we'll get back to it. You are listening to Dean Sharp, the house whisperer on KFI.
Your smart speaker doesn't look very smart. Hey, play KFI AM 640. So it is smart.
KFI.
Hello, this is Matt from the Experience
Los
Podcast.
Angeles, Orange
The next
County.
couple of months, we're going to be listeners survey to help us you
Oscar Sunday. I'm Danielle Moto, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At the Tower, the excitement is building in and around the Dolby Theater for star-studded event. Oscar hopefuls are gearing up for Hollywood's biggest night. Variety senior editor Mark Malcolm says everything, everywhere, all at once.
Every award show. This is a wacky, kooky movie that voters in all different guilds and different film award shows have been embracing.
The film leads the pack with 11 nominations, front and Irish art comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, both scoring 9 nods. The picture race also includes 2 of the highest grossing films of the year, Avatar, The Way of the Water, Top Gun Maverick, along with Elvis, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, and Star, Triangle of Sadness, rounding out the category Women Talk. No rain in the forecast, but a great canopy is set up here in case a few sprinkles rain down on the stars later today. The U.S. government has no plans to bail out the Silicon Valley Bank.
I've been working on these things with those banking regulators to design appropriate policies to address this situation.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the government took control of the bank on Friday with the largest bank since 2008. North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer says he hopes the collapse of the bank will be mostly a localized issue.
There are some really unique things about the Silicon Valley that aren't necessarily applicable systemically.
Cramer says the failure of Silicon Valley banks will likely one of the problematic if the market reacts emotionally tomorrow. But Grant and Brandon Wallace coach has died. Grant took the Minnesota Vikings and their mighty Purple People Eaters defense to 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Grant was 95. Two-time Olympic gold medalist alpine skier Michaela Schifrin now holds the record for all-time World Cup wins. The historic 87th victory came yesterday. A moment celebrated on the same day Schifrin won her first World Cup title 11 years ago. Once again, she was surrounded by family. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald says the 27-year-old from Colorado broke the record set 34 years ago by Swedish skier Igmar Stenmark. The World Cup finals are set for next week, with Schifrin expected to hit the slope once again and potentially push the record even further. And singer Shakira's collaboration with Argentinian DJ and producer ViralRabbi on Music Sessions Volume 53 is breaking 14 Guinness World Records.
Shackleton's Nimrod expedition had countless scientific magnetic cell.
Some of those new achievements included
Also,
most
Shackleton had
streamed
discovered
Latin tracks on
growth
Spotify
of the great
in
ice
24
barrier
hours,
onto the
with
Antarctic as an
millions views
explorer.
on YouTube.
It provided
The pair
a path
received
to
their
self.
certificate from
Robert
the
felt Scott
EWR
believed that
backstage
take
during
advantage
the
of
recent
knowledge
appearance
Shackleton
on The
had
Tonight
provided.
Show starring
Now,
Jimmy
on a
Fallon.
personal level,
I'm
Shackleton
taking
had
you out to
distinguished
downtown
many
LA
questions
where there's
about
a
his
crash
abilities.
on the
He
10.
had shown tremendous physical and mental skill.
This is Santa Monica Freeway, the westbound side at the Santa Fe. There's a crash in the center divider. 2 vehicles off to the side and slight delays as you come up on it. To Monterey Park at the southbound on the 10.
Some had
Remember
suggested
that
that
Needle
Shackleton
Freeway,
had
the
not come
westbound
as far
side
south
at
as
New
he
Avenue.
believed.
It's going to
But
be
Shackleton
heading
had
to
been
the
meticulous
Garfield
about his
Avenue if you have some
calculations
road work
just
going
to
on.
avoid this
Give
kind
yourself
of
a little time.
controversy.
KFI and
And
the
after
Sky
a
helps
thorough
get to there
review,
faster.
his
I'm
claims
Mark
were
Rita.
certified by the
Hey,
World
always clean
Geographical
sharp.
Society.
If you are ready for that
Things kept
new
coming.
dream
Shackleton's
kitchen,
look and
now
power of the
is the
Antarctic have been
perfect
well
time.
received, and he
Because
was
the
making a
best
little money
case
from
for
it.
kitchen cabinets in all
And
of
the common
Southern
people
California,
love
the
Shackleton.
kitchen
He was
store,
an
is
ordinary guy
having
who had done
its
some
massive
extraordinary
winter
things.
sale. Everything from
So as
conventional entry-level
1910 rolled
cabinets to
around,
literally
Sir
any
Ernest
custom
Shackleton found
configuration
himself ushered into the
imaginable, the
salons
kitchen
and the back
store has
rooms
got
of
you
the
covered.
Elks King,
Imagine just
including the
one
King and
place
Queen.
to find
It
every
was now
door,
time for
color,
Shackleton to
finish,
hit the
door,
lecture circuit.
option, hinge,
This
and
was a
hardware
whirlwind.
accessory
He went
on
to
the market.
continental
You'll
Europe,
find it
in
all
Germany, he
and
delivered his
more in
lecture in
Southern
German, and
California's
he answered
largest
many of the
kitchen
questions
design
in German.
showroom, waiting
In
for
Russia,
you
he was
right off
invited
the
to meet Tsar
405
Nicholas.
in Culver
A short
City.
private
As always,
meeting would turn
it all
into a
starts with
2-hour
a totally
conversation
free
as the Tsar
in-showroom
was
consult
fascinated
with
by
one of the
Shackleton's
kitchen store's
adventures.
expert kitchen
This way
designers.
through Ireland
12
proved to
months
be a
in
great
with cash
success,
financing,
as the land of
pricing that
Shackleton's
beats the
birth
big
gave their
bosses,
native son
and
a
happening
warm
right
and
now,
enthusiastic
the
welcome.
winter sale.
In March
Start the new kitchen
1910,
right by
Shackleton
dialing
would head to
310
America along
Kitchen.
with
That's
Emily. He
310
met
Kitchen,
President William Taft,
or
and
find them on
audiences
the web
loved him.
at 310
Shackleton's
Kitchen.
Irishness and his man of the people vibe
Southline
played
weather
well
from
in North
KFI,
America.
partly cloudy in
Wasn't
Metro
this
LA,
stuff he read,
Inland
but a
State,
funny,
highs in the
engaging,
mid to upper
witty speaker
60s,
who had an
overnight
knack
lows
for
in the
connecting with his
50s.
audience.
Tomorrow, virtual
In Canada, he will meet Prime Minister Sir Wilfrid Laurier, leading the talk about organizing an expedition to explore the remote areas of the Mackenzie River in the Canadian Northwest. But nothing would ever come of that idea. Shackleton's tour petered out when he moved into the American Midwest, mostly due to poor advertising, but also a public that just wasn't that interested in more exploration. However, wherever Shackleton went, there was always the same question: what was next? He would usually reply by saying he was done with exploring, and he even told Emily that he was, quote, never again going south. Back in England, Shackleton's family moved from Edinburgh to Sheringham, a small village on the northern coast. Shackleton's lecture circles the family, and he was constantly hustling for a new way to make some money. Now, I'm not only new to all of Shackleton's business ventures, but I will name a couple.
Live everywhere
First,
on
there
the
was his
iHeartRadio
continuing
app.
association
Welcome
with the
to
Taverns
home,
Cigarette
where
Company.
every week
It
we
would
help
offer
you
him a
better
small but
understand
steady
that
source of
place
income,
where
but
you
hardly the
live.
pot of
If
gold that he
you
was
haven't
looking
tuned
for.
in in a while and you're
And
wondering,
speaking of
why is
gold,
Dean
Shackleton
talking and
looked
it's
for
after
quite a long
11
time.
o'clock?
Well,
That's
with a
because
gold mine
we're
scheme
now
hungry,
3
it was
hours on
typical
Sundays
Shackleton,
from
sinking
9
countless
to
hours
noon.
and money
So
into
yeah,
something that was
an
immensely
extra
sketchy,
hour
but that
will
would not
help
stop him
with
from
it.
trying,
For the young
and
ones,
of course,
whichever one
amounted to
you
nothing.
need. I'm Dean
Now,
Sharp, the
as we
House
progress
Whisperer,
into
here with you live
1910,
like
I
I
want
am
to shift
every
gears
weekend.
and move our
Saturday
attention to
morning,
thinking of the World Geographical
Pacific
Society
time. We're
was
talking
preparing for
concrete
a new
today,
expedition
part
to
2
Antarctica.
of a 2-day
Scott would use
discussion
information
on
gathered from
concrete.
Shackleton
But right
to
now,
map out his adventure.
because it's the top of the hour,
The
we
plan
are
was as
going to
such.
the phone. I
Scott's
got
ship would
Jim and
depart in the
Laura
summer of
left
1910
over
and head
from,
south.
they've
From
hung
New
on
Zealand, it
to
would
the
be on to
break. They
Antarctica
have
in
questions
January
about
of
windows
1911.
in their
A
home.
winter camp
And
would be
I
set
want
up
to get
at
back to it
Cruise Sound.
because I
In the
like the
spring, Scott
topic
would then make a
and
run to the
it's
pole,
useful
going
for
across the
everybody
Great
who's
Ice
listening.
Barrier, up the
Plus,
Airport
you
Glacier,
know what?
and onto the
You
Antarctic
know, we may
Plateau.
save a marriage
Thank
in
you,
the
Mr.
process.
Shackleton,
That's a
for
good
writing
thing.
that trail.
Jim
Scott would
and
use a
Laura,
combination of
you
ponies,
guys turn
dogs,
your
and
radio
motorized
down
sledges
in
on
your
his
car
journey.
wherever you're
Once the
listening
team
because
reached
there's a
Airport
delay
Glacier,
and
it
it's
would be
going
back
to
to
mess
the
us
van.
up. But are you guys still there?
By the way, the motorized sledges were more advanced versions of what Shackleton had taken on the Nimrod expedition.
Oh, they're listening to the
Shackleton
delay.
was
We're
likely
just waiting
torn
here
about
for a
Scott's
second. Turn
upcoming
the radio
expedition.
off.
He knew that his farthest south record would be broken sooner than later, and he'd be an
All
afterthought
right, we're
in the
going to come back to
exploration
Jim and
world.
Laura in just a
But it
second.
killed him that he wasn't going south to make the historic run
Hang on a
himself.
second
But
here.
he also knew that it was unrealistic to put together such an enterprise
Jim
in
and
such a
Laura,
short
are
time.
you with us?
Now, despite that fact, it didn't stop Scott and his supporters
Yeah, we
from
could
pressing
hear me saying
Shackleton regarding
everything
his
I just
future.
said. Hey
Edward
guys, are you
Wilson,
with us?
Shackleton's former friend from the Discovery expedition, tried to get Shackleton to agree to never go to the McMurdo Sound
All
area
right,
ever
thank you,
again.
sir. All right,
In
so
the end,
you guys,
Shackleton would pledge to Scott that he would
so
not
Jim, you had
undertake
a
any
question
expedition,
about
telling her about
vinyl
the status of Scott's endeavor,
and the
which
way
was
it's
called
going
the
to hold
Terra
up
Nova
in the
expedition
desert.
after Scott's ship.
Yeah.
However, just because Shackleton promised not to do so,
A
was
bit
no
of a
Shirazi,
concern
who would lead the
because
Japanese
we
Antarctic
weren't making
expedition
them as
starting in
well as we
November
are today.
1910.
Today, though,
In
in
their
all
2 years in
honesty,
Antarctica, the team
vinyl
would become the
windows,
first men to land and
well,
king Edward
here's the
VII
thing.
land,
All you
but
have to do
otherwise
is
their
look
activities
at the
were not
numbers.
threatening Scott.
If you look at the state of
However, the German
Arizona,
expedition
state
was
of
a
New
different story.
Mexico,
The second
southern
German
Utah,
Antarctic expedition was
anywhere
organized
where
by a German army
where
officer
extreme heat is
named
just a
Wilhelm Filchner.
constant reality, and you ask
Filchner
the
had
question,
initially planned
what
to
is
have 2
the
teams
most
that would go
popular
for the South
style of
Pole.
window
The first team would
purchase
depart from the
for
Ross
new
Sea area,
construction
and the
and
second was
margin?
scaled back. But this idea of crossing the
Today's
continent
vinyl
was
can
something
hold up
that
to the
Shackleton
heat
did
just
not
fine.
forget.
It doesn't yellow, it doesn't
Filchner's
crack.
expedition,
It
by the way,
is
would eventually
designed
sail
to
to the opposite
withstand
side of the
UV light
continent,
and
penetrate
heat,
further into the wetter sea
and
than
so
any previous
that would
expedition.
not be a
In
concern
the
of
process,
mine,
they
Jim.
would make some
However,
geographic discoveries,
I will tell you this.
Fossil Bay, which
If
would be important to Shackleton.
if you can't get your head around
Otherwise,
that, and
Filchner's
you're
ship would
thinking,
be
you know
trapped
what,
in the ice and drift for 8 months
just
before breaking
aluminum
free and
sounds
departing.
tougher to me. You are correct.
And those 2
Aluminum
expeditions
is
were
a
the known
tougher
rivals
window,
for potential
and
South
down.
Advance
And I'm
plans
just letting
over
you
the
know, I'm not telling you
and a
just
couple of his
direction you should
closest
go, but I'm
aides
letting you know
have had
because,
with
you know,
Roald once a week.
information is out.
Roald, among Johnson is perhaps the greatest
What
polar
you
explorer in
looking
history.
for
To
if you
take a
want
moment
to
to talk about
replace your windows with
Amundsen was
aluminum,
born in Norway
better
in
quality,
1872.
modern
He
day
participated
aluminum
in the
dual blaze
Belgian
windows,
expedition
you
in
want to be
1897
looking for this
and
term.
being
You
amongst
want
the first men to
a
move winter in
thermally
Antarctica.
broken
It had
window.
been a harrowing
Okay?
experience,
Now,
and
that
Amundsen
doesn't
recalled
sound like a
how
good
to
thing.
conduct
It's like, listen, I don't want a broken
From
window.
1903
No,
to
it's not.
1906,
The glass
Amundsen
is
led the
broken.
first
It's
expedition to
thermally
successfully
broken.
traverse
And
Canada's
remember what we were
northwest
talking about on the other side of the break.
between
The
the Atlantic
problem
and
with
Pacific
aluminum
Oceans.
windows is
For the
that they're
journey,
good
Amundsen used a
conductors of
small,
energy,
shallow
but
draft
if it's
fishing
cold
vessel,
outside,
hugging
the
the
frame
coast
on
as
the
he
inside
went.
gets cold,
Only in a crew
and
of
it
6.
emanates that
He
into
would
the room.
spend
If
2
it's hot
winters trapped
outside,
in
the
the
frame
Arctic.
on the inside
Most
is
people
hot,
thought him
and it
dead.
gives that to the
In
room,
this
so they're
time,
not
he
good
learned how to
insulating
survive in
windows.
polar
But
conditions,
today's
taking cues from the local
aluminum
Inuit people.
window,
He learned how to use dog
anything
sleds
other
and
than
the
the
value of animal
absolute
skins
bottom
instead
of the
of
barrel
bulky
cheap
woolen
stuff,
clothing.
most of today's
Amundsen would
aluminum
return to
windows
Norway
are
a
what we
hero
call
and one of the most
thermally
high-profile
broken, meaning they
explorers
are
in the
built
world.
with a
By the way,
thermal
Amundsen was
break
not a
in
traditional
between
explorer. He
He was, like Shackleton, more of an adventurer. He loved the thrill of exploration and dismissed a lot of the scientific elements usually associated with lunar journeys. Now Munson had been trying to organize an expedition to go to the North Pole.
Bit of
He would finally
material
get together financing and a team and plan on departing in 1910.
So the outside
However,
frame
rival
can get
American
really
explorers
hot, and the
Frederick Cook
inside
and
frame
Robert Peary
not
would
at
each
all.
claim
And
to
the
reach the
same
North
goes
Pole,
with
the
cold.
former in
So if you
1908
go
and the
aluminum,
latter in
go
1909.
for thermally
Now, the
broken
claims of both
aluminum
men were
windows.
questioned by the
Otherwise,
scientific community.
in
Cook
my
and Peary
opinion,
had kept
don't be afraid of the
records
light.
and
How does that sound?
inconsistencies found in the documentation made available. Caused many to question the validity of their claims. The National Geographic Society would ultimately certify Peary as the first person to reach the pole.
So it's
However, as the
confirmed,
society was a
Laura's
major
right,
sponsor of
and you
Peary,
guys are staying
there were
together.
questions
That's all I
of how
wanted to do.
impartial
I just wanted to make
he
sure
was.
you guys are holding
In the
tight,
end,
and you
both men's
will,
claims
your
are
marriage
full of
will
questions
survive
to
a
this
set of
day.
new windows on that.
However, in 1910, the debate was much less an issue.
And
To most of the world, Peary had reached the North
All right,
Pole
guys,
first.
thank you for your call.
By the
You're
way, Cook
awesome.
had been a doctor on the Belgian
Appreciate it.
along
All right,
with
let's
Munson,
squeeze
and is
another one in.
credited with saving the lives of
Larry,
men by having them
welcome
eat fresh
home.
meat when they were trapped on the ice.
Hey, didn't get
Munson
to
never
take my
forgot
call.
Cook and said his leadership surrounding
I got a,
nutrition saved his life that winter.
I got a question
Anyhow,
here
as
in
Munson prepared for his
Centennial,
expedition,
Colorado.
a run at the North
My
Pole now
house
would have
was
been
built
not
in
that special.
84.
I mean, it was already done, but
level.
fun was that.
And my question
Now,
is
if
on my
Munson had
middle
known how
floor,
sketchy
the
Peary and
four
Cook's cabin
balances
was, he might have
when
been
you
more
walk.
inclined to believe that a go at the North Pole was a worthwhile
Try to
objective.
eliminate that
But in
bounce.
1910, as interested in other Arctic expedition
All right,
waned,
you got a
he
bounce
got
on the
another
floor.
idea. Why not go for the South Pole instead?
Yeah, I got
That was one of the last
in the
great
middle
undiscovered
floor.
places in the world.
There's a
And thus,
cross
as he
space
got his ship
underneath.
readied and prepared to depart,
And there's
he
a
would decide that
2x8
Antarctica was now his
along the
destination. He told no one else about this
underneath
plan,
the
other than a few
middle
of his
floor
most
with
trusted
the
men.
beam right in the center.
Munson departed Norway on August 9,
Trying to figure out
1910.
how to get
The
it.
ship,
Okay, so,
would reach
all
Madeira
right,
Island
so
east of
this
Morocco on
is the middle
September
floor.
6th.
There's a crawl space
3 days
underneath
later,
this
he
floor.
would
This
reveal his
is the,
plans to his crew,
when you say
saying he
middle
wanted
floor,
to
we're
make a
talking about the
detailed tour of
ground
Antarctica.
floor, not the basement.
None of
What,
his
what,
men
do we,
backed out when
what are
given
we
the
saying when we say
opportunity.
tri-level here?
Munson sent telegrams to
So I
keep
got
people
the
back home,
bottom floor,
asking
which
for
is the
forgiveness for
Truman
what he was doing.
Foundation.
He
Then
also
it's
cabled
that
Robert
stuff.
Falcon Scott saying that he had changed his
The middle
plans and
floor,
was
the bounce is,
proceeding south.
and then another 6
There were no
steps
details
up is
regarding
the
his
top
plans
floor.
or where he intended to set up
I
his
got
camp.
you. Okay, so
Munson's
this
point
is
was
not,
around
this is
Lincoln
not a
down around the
tri-level in
world,
the sense of
even
a
in much Norway.
three-story
It was
house.
simply
This is
proper
just
form to announce when and
three
where you were
levels
going
of
when you set out to
single-story
explore.
flooring with
And with that, I want to back up a
level
moment and talk
differentials.
about
And
Scott's
the middle
Terra Nova
one,
expedition.
even though so 2
The
by 8,
Terra
that
Nova
is
expedition
actually
was
a
7
really
years in the
small
making.
rafter
This was Scott's great
for
glorious endeavor to reach
floor
the
job,
South
and that's
Pole.
a small piece of wood for a
Shackleton
floor
had
job.
blazed the way,
I
and
didn't
now all
say
Scott
that.
had to do was best his rival by 100 miles
Even though
or
there's a
160
beam across the
kilometers.
middle, so here's the
The
thing:
Terra
if you
Nova
got a crawl
expedition
space
and its
underneath,
objectives
so
were
here's
again
what you need to do.
there was a large
You need
science team,
to,
and there were
I mean,
plans to
Larry, I'm
explore
sorry,
all sorts of areas,
Larry,
not just
give a
make
call to a
5
structural
men from the
engineer,
Nimrod
okay,
expedition
in your
were involved
area,
in this affair,
and say,
including
hey,
geologist
I got a bouncy floor. I got a 2
Douglas
by 8
Fawcett, the
floor
Australian
with a beam
geologist,
across
turned
the
down
middle.
a
I need
chance to
somebody
join
to come
Scott's
out
team.
here,
They
take a
were
look
taking his
at
own
it.
expedition
You're
in
gonna pay them.
1911
How do we sit
before
in
heading
this
to
floor?
Antarctica
There's
in
2 ways
December.
you could go about
At this
doing
point,
it that
Shackleton
I'm
and the rest
thinking
of
in
the
my own
world was
mind
dark about the
blindly
status of
without
Scott
having seen
and
the
Munson,
situation.
not to mention
Number
the German
one,
and
if
Japanese
you could
expeditions.
pull up the heating
As for Shackleton, he
on
would
top of
continue to
these
tour,
existing
giving
2 by 8 joists,
123
and
lectures
that's,
to
in other words, you can attack
250,000
this
people
from
by the
above.
end of
To pull
1910.
up the floor
And while he toured
above
around the world,
and
Shackleton would
double
entertain
them all
ideas for
up.
the future with
Okay,
regards
so
to
that's what we call
exploration.
sistering.
He would
We
speak
could
to Douglas
literally
Lawson about
double
combining
up
for an
all of those
expedition to
2
the
by 8
Antarctic.
with another set
Shackleton
of 2 by
frustrated
8
Lawson
to
with his
stiffen
indecision.
those 2 by
Lawson was
8s
concerned
up
about
so that they don't
Shackleton's
bounce
health.
as much. Okay,
process shackles
that is
off the coal
probably
mines
not
and
my
then
perfect
had gotten
approach, though,
heavier,
because
which
you
Vicky
can
Morton
disrupt
was the
the
heavy smoker.
plywood and whatever
Bosses
flooring you
suspected
got
Shepard
going
was
on,
suffering
and
from
so on and so
angina,
forth.
a condition
If
that caused
you've got
pain
a
in the
crawl
chest and
space,
upper
an
body
accessible
that
crawl
was caused
space
by an
there,
inadequate blood
my
supply to
thinking
the
would
heart.
be to go
Ultimately,
underneath
Wasson
and
would
put
finance his
in
own
2
expedition to
more
cover alone. This
posting
would be the
beam
Australian
supports. There
engineering
you said
Arctic
it's a
expedition,
2 by 8
and it would
floor,
make
and
him
there's a
famous.
beam and
Other ideas
posting
that
down,
Shepard abandoned
running
Falcon
right in the
included
middle. Well,
circumnavigating the
obviously
Antarctica,
it's not
flying a
getting
plane to
the
the region,
valves out.
nothing that
That's
really
not
got
enough
going.
because these are kind of
The
small
idea that
floor
stuck with
joists, and
Shackleton,
they've got
however, assuming
we
one
would
of these
never
modern expeditions
actually in
would reach the
California
pole,
build a
was
floor
simply
with 2 by 8
bold and
floor
audacious.
joists. Just FYI.
Shackleton understood
Too
that
much
you needed to have
deflection.
big
So,
and easy to understand goals.
So
Capture
what I'm
the
thinking
imagination
is
of investors
another
and
2
the world.
beams that again
Example, if
cut
I
the
pause,
span of those
when
2
you
by
don't have
8s
an
in half
endpoint,
again.
people can't really
That
see in
would
their mind's eye
probably, I'm
exactly what
guessing,
it means.
be less
And if I say I
expensive,
march
less
from New York
labor,
City
and
to
far
Chicago,
less disruptive
well,
to the
that's
houses
different.
to
Even without a map,
get a
people
builder
can say,
underneath the house
aha,
Or a couple of free gut pads, or just been put in tiers of freestanding tiers, and then stiffen up what's left. It may not even be something that you need to do a permit for, because you're not altering the existing structure of the house, which is already approved. You're only adding some stiffness to it. So some tiers and some crossbeam underneath those floors to basically cut the open span of the board in half again. I'm guessing if you do that, you probably go over. Larry, thanks for the call. I would not just do it though. I would definitely start with getting the input from a structural engineer. As soon as that structural engineer says, "Oh yeah, that's forward," and he will say that. No, he will.
The situation wasn't helping as Emily was battling some serious postpartum depression.
Larry, thanks for your call.
All right, y'all.
She called these years the most
More
difficult
on concrete, your home will be sharp the house.
The family would eventually move back to London so that Emily wouldn't feel so isolated.
An apartment in
Eventually,
Koreatown
word
has
reached
been
me that
damaged by
Scott and
fire. The fire started around 8:30 this morning on the third floor of a six-story apartment building. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the federal government will not bail out the Silicon Valley Bank, but is working to help depositors who are concerned about their money. A free airs off its competition, the horror film from the Scream franchise topped the weekend box office.
As a note, in previous episodes, I said that the Bay of Wales was about 100 miles closer.
Sorry, if you're hurt in an accident besides your
That's
car
wrong.
damage,
Sorry for that
the
error.
injury from the accident can
Now,
have a
on the
ripple
downside of
effect on your
things,
life.
once I have to
Two
find his
James
own way through
accident
the
attorneys
mountains,
know
a huge
all
jet
too
note.
well that injured
Plus, there were
victims
some
for what they
concerns
go
that the
through.
area around
Your
the Bay of
injury
Wales
can
was
keep you
unstable,
from every day
which could
at
prove
least
to be
including
disastrous.
work.
No matter
And then you
whether
have
the
to live with
explorers
the pain.
Shackleton Nancy
That's why the
hated
attorneys
to
at
be in on the
Two James
sidelines.
devoted their lives
But all
to
he would
helping
say,
injured clients.
I
They're
long
going to
for
help
the
you get the
uneven
medical
trail
treatment you
again.
need so you can heal. They'll
But
help
for
you
now,
get the
he
money
would
you
wait.
deserve so
Money
you
was
can
the
finish
number
your
one issue.
recovery.
His
And
book
they're
just
going to
wasn't
treat
bringing
you
in that
with
much, and
compassion
all this other
along
ventures
the
had
way.
netted
Two
him
James
next to
has
nothing.
one mission:
He
help
continued
hurt
to lecture,
accident
but the money
victims
wasn't
get better
anything big, and
physically,
he was growing tired of
financially,
the
and
circuit.
emotionally.
Plus,
That's
he was no
all they've
longer
been
the
doing
flavor
for
of the
18
moment,
years.
and he knew
They've
that someone
recovered
else was
over $1
his
billion
plan
for
as
their
England
clients
to his
and
exploration
were
in Europe.
awarded best attorneys in America.
Another issue to
You
arise
pay
was
nothing
Shackleton's
until they
brother,
do.
Frank,
If you're hurt in
a
an accident, you
disreputable
call Two
character
James,
who had been
800
suspected in the theft of
500
igers
5200.
from Jules.
800 500
Well, Frank's
5200.
purported head would pop up again
SweetJames.com.
when he was arrested for defrauding an elderly lady of
Now headed out to
£1,000.
Santa Ana where there's a
It turned
crash
out
on
that
the
Frank
55.
Shackleton was heavily in debt, owing
It's a heavy drive
£85,000
here.
to
The
his
55
creditors.
Orange Freeway
The situation was
southbound.
a mess,
This is going to
and
be a
then some.
dire road. A multi-vehicle
Frank
accident
Shackleton
right
would
in the middle of
ultimately
the
spend 15
roadway.
months in
Stopping
prison
goes
due to
traffic
hard
from
labor
the
for his
5
crimes.
through
And with his
Monterey
brother
Park. The
making
west
headlines,
zone with one lane
Shackleton
closed
was
on the 10
reluctant to
causing
entertain
big
any
delays.
ideas
San Bernardino
of
Freeway
organizing
west
any
bound
new
between New Avenue
expedition.
and Garfield Avenue. This
On
lane
March
closed
9,
here till about 4
1912,
till 3
London's
o'clock
Daily
this
Chronicle
afternoon. If
newspaper
you're
dropped
downtown,
a story that
passing
everyone was
the
waiting
KO.
for.
KFI
Roland
in the
Munson
sky.
had
Let's
reached
get
the
to
South
disaster.
Pole on
I'm
December
Mark Wheeler.
14th,
Hi everyone,
1911.
I'm Kate
There was no
Delay,
news of
Samantha
Captain Scott
Portillo, here to
and his
tell
team.
you your afternoon
Shackleton
got
knew
a
that he
lot
was now
harder.
irrelevant. Still, he
Back away
praised
to
Munson, saying he was, quote, perhaps the greatest
Seriously,
polar
Kate Delay
explorer of
5
today.
News is now live from 3 to
And he
7
encouraged
every
his fellow
weekday.
countrymen to
Have you
celebrate
been
Munson
We're
and his
covering
achievement,
more
just
stories
as the
from more
Norwegians would
places more
celebrate Scott
often with the
the position
Southland's most
first.
sought-after news team
What
for
Munson
most
had done
local
was
news
quite
in Southern
extraordinary. He
California.
had crossed
Kate
the
Delay
barrier
5
just
News,
as
join us
Shackleton had
weekdays
done.
from 3
But
to
when he
7.
got to the
Another
Transantarctic
reason why Kate
Mountains,
Delay
he had
is
been forced to
LA's
find a
very
new
own.
route onto the Antarctic Plateau. This would be the Alex Tyberg Glacier. The glacier is only a quarter of the Beardmore Glacier, making it easier than the Scots Pond. Munson had succeeded by laying out cables along the route across the barrier. He then used dogs and had brought along an expert handler who had learned from the Inuit. And Munson had used skis, and had even improved Champion's ski around the expedition. In the end, Munson and 4 companions crossed 1,600 miles, which was some kilometers, of unexplored Antarctic ice fields and glaciers. It had taken them 99 days to return. They had laid out their supplies exceptionally well. The men would eat, on average, 5,000 calories a day. Munson even claimed he had gained weight on the journey. It would be very different for Scott and his team. Another thing that Munson had done, or not done, was any sort of scientific research. He had not tried to couch his endeavor in anything other than going for it. A lot of him focused his energies and resources on doing one simple set, who ended up broken the unwritten code, declaring his intentions of exploration in advance. And the lack of scientific element was a byproduct of many. They said he was just an adventurer, and his use of dogs and skis were frowned on by the British establishment.
An example of this occurred later in 1912 when Munson traveled to London to speak to the Reverend Society. After a speech, one of the society's members was making mocking and insulting toast, saying, quote, 3 cheers for the dogs, and for, he at once cut from the
Donate at
Adventures with
collegeforkids.org,
use for the
and
traditional
your card can be
establishment.
picked up
They
tomorrow.
were both outsiders and were thus often criticized by the old school types. With regard to Robert Falcon
Parents and
Scott,
caregivers
well,
can do
word of his fate
self-children
would not be
cover
delivered for
It's
another year.
important to talk to
Here's a
children in
synopsis of his
age-appropriate
story.
language and approach the discussion in a calm and
Prepared to
sensitive
enter
way
an
to help
immersive
them
world.
cope. This powerful
Tragedies,
moment is brought to you by
hauntings,
telhope.org.
legends,
Life is
folklore.
it's okay to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Telhope can't help. Access
Southern
Telhope's
Gotham is a
free
podcast that will
mental
take
health
you deep
resources
into the
called
dark history of haunted war, the American South, exploring some of the region's most infamous tales,
Last year,
from the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, the bloody battlefields, and earliest settlements of Virginia. This is where ghost stories come alive and terrify now. Join us now.
To find appliance, well, you can use my secret weapon, WEC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances
Scott
than
went to park on November
WEC.
1st, 1911, with a team of 16 men plus dogs and ponies. He had sent out his motorized sledges earlier to the supply depots. However, the two motorized sledges would fail after less than 50 miles.
gambling addiction
On a similar
counselor,
note,
call
Scott would send back some of his men along with the dogs, as they went up Airport Glacier, it was now just men and sledges. On January 5th, Scott would continue forward, just himself and 4 other men,
Over that
sending
time,
the
they've
remaining
gotten
team
more
members back.
complex than ever.
Most of those returning to the
That's
coast
why
was
architects
territory
undergo rigorous
will be
training
very
and
important in our
certification,
upcoming
so
episodes.
they can fix anything,
One of the 5 men
including the
accompanying
most
Scott was Dr.
complicated
Edward
repairs
Wilson.
that come with some of the latest
Scott's team would
technology.
pass Shackleton's farther
After
south
60
and
years,
continue
there's
on
nothing
toward the
we
pole.
haven't seen or fixed.
And then on January 16th, about 15 miles from the objective, you could see the flag in the distance. At that point, they knew once it
Check
would be.
engine light on? We'll check it for free.
The next day at the pole, the disheartened team would find attendance of supplies. There was also a note from informing Scott that he had reached the
Lead
pole
with
on
purpose
December
and
14th.
leave a legacy
That day, Scott
of
would write
helping
in his
others.
journal, quote, "Great God, this is an awful place, and terrible enough for us to have labored to without the reward of priority. Well, it is something to have gotten here." The return journey was now ahead of the team. Things would not go well. Some of the men were sick, and like Shackleton's team, food was running very low. The team would slowly fall apart as they headed back to the coast. They made it down Beardmore Glacier and onto the Great Lakes Barrier. By this time, they were in terrible shape. One of the men would die on February 17th, result of injuries, malnutrition, and severe frostbite. In March, the second man, his bones barely moved, and simply announced that he was going for a walk under out onto the barrier, sacrificing himself so that his comrades would have a better chance of survival. The remaining 3 men would inch onward, but on March 20th, just 11 miles or 80 kilometers short of their next supply depot, they were hit by a blizzard and could go no further. Unable to move on, and their food gone, and wasted away. Scott's final entry into his journal was on March 29th, the date they were going to die. He said, quote, "Every day we have been ready to start for our depot 11
This
miles
episode,
away,
if you're
but outside the
listening
door
to
of
us
the
on the
tent, there
podcast, this
remains a
episode
scene of
ends the
swarming
previous
drift.
episode, so
I do
don't
not
miss
think
out.
we can hope for any better things
You
now.
lay the
We shall stick it out to the
foundation.
end, but we are getting weaker, of course, and the end cannot be far. It seems a pity, but I do not think I can write more.
Had so
Our
many
Scott,
different
last
packages
entry,
of concrete
for
that we've
God's
been
sake, look
talking
after
about.
our people.
I want to take you through a
The
basic
deaths of
tour.
Scott and his team were
Okay, now,
especially tragic, as Scott had wanted the dogs with
Let's
supplies
just
sent
assume,
out to
for
meet
the
the team
sake of
on
argument,
ice.
that what we're
But a
talking
variety
about
of
here is
circumstances
some
would prevent
kind
this
of
from happening,
exterior-based
including terrible weather,
concrete
conflicting
tour.
priorities,
And we're
and
going to
simple
assume
bad
that
luck.
for a couple of reasons.
Scott's body
Number
would not
one,
be found until the
because you're a
following
homeowner.
November, when word of his death
And
spread. He was born as a
if we're
martyr
talking
and
about a
a hero.
brand new
In
slab,
fact,
if
there
you're
was
pouring
this
for a
heroic
brand new
myth that
house
emerged
or
around Scott.
a
He was the
room
epitome of the
addition,
bold and
remodel,
brave
or something
Englishman,
like that,
only undone by
then
the
the
incompetence of
general
others and
contractor is
bad
going to
luck.
be in charge of that,
This
and
view would
also
hold for decades,
will
until
be
the actual
looking over
specifics of
somebody's
Scott's
shoulder because of
expedition
a
were
permit to
studied
make
by
sure
later
that
historians
everything
and
goes
scholars.
according
With
to
that,
plan.
views of Scott
Okay,
shifted.
okay?
People criticized
But,
his secret of
and
prickly
that's
nature,
not your
and he
area of
realized he was
expertise, because when it
unimaginative
comes to
and too
structural
stuck in
slabs,
tradition. And he
there
definitely
are
made some
too many
dubious
varieties
decisions.
for me to discuss.
In the end,
Like, there are a
the
lot of
criticisms
varieties
are
of
mostly
concrete
true.
floors outside
But
the
no
house,
one
but there's
questioned
just too
man's
many
bravery.
varieties. So I'll just tell
To
you
me,
this.
at least at this point
Do
of my
whatever
research on
the
this era,
engineering tells you
Scott
to do,
simply lacked
okay? And
innovativeness
make
and
sure
an
that the
equal
city
mind.
is involved
This was so
and that
needed to
they
succeed
are
at this time
watching
and place.
and that
No
they
matter
sign
if the
off
death
on
of
everything
Scott
appropriately.
overshadowed
There
to
you go.
a degree
Now,
Roland Munson's achievement.
why we're talking
However, in
about
some ways,
an
it sort of
exterior
crushed the
tour
competitiveness
is,
of
number
the poor
one, you're
exploration
probably
of
not
everyone's
tearing up the
systems.
slab in
There
your
were no
house
more
and
poles to
recreating
doing it
No more
yourself.
passages to find.
There is a
It gave
good
Shackleton
chance
a
as a
clean slate
homeowner
as he
that you
made
might
future
want to
plans.
DIY something, or at
And
least
thus,
you're
by
hiring somebody
1913,
to do
Shackleton
it.
was
And
behind the
you need to
scenes
know this:
preparing for his
when it
next
comes to
adventure
flat
crossing
work
the continent.
around your house,
He would, by the end of the year, announce his
in other words,
plans to
flat
the
work that
public.
isn't holding
The
up your
Imperial
house itself,
Transantarctic Expedition
there's no
would seek to
permitting
cross the
there in
continent with a
almost
journey of
every
1,800 miles,
circumstance.
or
Now, if you
2,900
have any
kilometers.
questions about it, check
To
with your
many,
building
Shackleton's proposal was
department
borderline
just to
insane.
make sure your
How
local
could he expect to carry enough food and
municipality.
supplies
But
to cross
generally
the entire
speaking,
continent?
the
To be
International
honest,
Building
after the
Code
deaths of
does
Scott
not
and Smith,
recognize
there was a hesitancy
hardscape
to
around
explore
your house
Mars. I
as a
mean,
structural
what's the
issue
point?
that requires
Well, to
permit.
Shackleton,
It's
the
just
adventure was the
hardscape
point.
around your house.
It was to
So
do
what
something
does that
no
mean?
one
It
else
means,
had ever
well,
done
it means
before.
you don't have to
To
pull
be
a
honest,
permit and pay
Shackleton
for a
saw no
permit.
other
But
options
it
out there.
also means
The Antarctic was his
that
calling,
you have
even
to
if
be
he had not
flat
originally
belief
asked for it.
when it
He would
comes to
later
how
say to
these things
Emily,
get
quote,
done, because
I
there will
suppose I'm
not
really
be a
no good
building
for anything
inspector
but the
there
Antarctic.
to
End
tell
quote.
you that it
As
is
Shackleton
or
neared
isn't
40,
being
he probably saw this
done
as his one
properly.
last
That
chance
makes
to do
sense.
something
So,
extraordinary.
what
A
is
way to
a
make his
basic
mark in the
force?
history books.
Well,
And even
it
if he
starts
failed,
with
the idea of an
well-compacted
expedition
ground.
reinvigorated
Number
him.
one,
He would say,
always
quote, I love the fight,
well-compacted
and when things
ground.
are easy, I
No
hate it.
question
End quote.
whatsoever about
And thus
that.
Shackleton's plans, as you
Because
would
this all
expect,
has to
were
be built on
ambitious.
something,
For
and
this
we do
expedition,
not
he
want
would
to,
have not just one
build
ship,
our
but
house
two.
on sinking sand.
Shackleton would lead the
So
first
the
ship to the
ground has
Weddell
got to
Sea
be
area
well
and to find the
compacted in
short
order
party of
to
Russell Bay,
avoid
which had been
excessive
discovered a
traffic
few years
in the
earlier by
future.
the German explorer
Number
Wilhelm
two, there
Kirchner.
will be
And at the
forms
same time,
involved.
another team would land
Forms
in
of the
the
boards that
Sound
we're putting
area.
up on the
This
edges
team would then go out onto the
or
great ice barrier
along
and lay
steps
supply
in order
depots
to
all the way
shape
to the
the
base of
cement
Beardmore
or the
Glacier and
concrete
then return
into
to
the
camp.
shapes that we want
The
it to
team
be.
of Russell Day,
Those
led
forms
by
should
Shackleton,
be
would then head
level, they
overland to the
should
South
be straight,
Pole.
they should be, if
That
they're
part of the journey
bending,
would
they
be
should
about
be
1,000
bent
miles or
smoothly.
1,600
You
kilometers.
got one
Land
shot
that had
for
never been
pouring this
explored.
thing,
It
and
was
so
pretty
as
crazy
you
as there
look
was
at
no
the
guarantee
finished
of lay
forms,
between
and
the
you
coast
should always
and
look
the
at the
pole for
finished
that
forms
direction.
before the pour starts.
And let's not forget, getting
Everything
to the pole
should
was just
just
half of it. They would then have
to
to
you about
continue
the
marching north
outline
and go
of
down
the
Beardmore
driveway or
Glacier
the
just
patio,
to get to the supply
exactly
depots.
how you imagine
Assuming
it.
it wasn't
And
laid
if
as
you have any
expected.
questions about, well, that
The entire
form board
journey
seems
would
like
take
it's kind of
120
sticking
days,
in at a
meaning
weird
the team
angle
would need
there.
to cover
Yeah.
15
Or
miles
that
or
one looks
28
like a little
kilometers a
wonky.
day.
That doesn't look like a
Over half
perfect
of the trip
circle
would be through
or an
unknown
arc there.
territory.
Get it corrected.
It was audacious
Get it
and bold,
corrected.
more than a
Because
little
when the
nuts.
concrete
But
pours,
for Ernest Shackleton, well,
that's
that
it.
was how he
Okay.
did this kind of thing. Shackleton
There's
now
a
had to
couple
raise
other
money.
layers
He
to be
approached the Royal
concerned with here
Geographical Society,
after
but they
forms,
found the plan running
and
out
I'm
of
looking at the
details
clock and we're up
dangerously.
against the break. So we're
Still,
going
they
to
would
run
give
to
him
a
a
break,
token sum of
and when
1,000
we come
pounds
back, we
towards the
will finish
endeavor.
this course so that
Shackleton
you
would also take his
have a
plans to the
working
Royal Navy,
understanding and
asking
you
for a
can
ship,
be
officers, and crew.
slap belief
But the
for
unstable
whatever
situation
hardship
in
goes
Europe
around your
made
house.
them
Your home.
reluctant to
The
detach
Dean Chart, the
valuable
house with
resources from the
Virginia
active
Mimosa
fleet,
House.
and they passed. When large donations failed to come in right away, Shackleton appealed directly to the public, asking for donations as small as
The U.S.
£50.
Coast Guard says one of
And
the
then
boats
out of the blue,
overturned during the
give the
crash
donor of
around
a lifetime
11:30
to
last night
James Kerr,
near the
the
coast of
77-year-old
Black Sea.
Scottish millionaire.
Rescue crews are
Kerr
searching the
had not
waters
really
for
been
the
an active supporter of
The search
exploration,
continues for
but for some
three
reason he
Texas
took the
women who
Shackleton's
went
cause
missing on a
and offered
shocking trip to
24,000 pounds
Mexico 2
with no
weeks
strings
ago.
attached.
The FBI confirmed it
In
is
addition to
aware
being
of
the
the
single biggest
situation,
chunk of
and the
cash ever
families of the women
received,
are in contact
it
with
spurred others
Mexican
to get
authorities.
involved.
New
The British
Jersey
government
Democrat
would give
Senator Bob
10,000
Menendez
pounds
says
as
Mexico
Dudley
needs
Docker,
to
a
step
Birmingham
up police
industrialist.
south of the border.
And another major donor was 60-year-old Janet
Mexico
Sandoval
has a
Wills, who had become a
responsibility
first and foremost to its own citizens, to establish safety and security within its own territory, and to those who visit its
As a result,
country as well.
Shackleton's ambitious plan would be a go. He would have 2 ships and 2 teams. Now, this does not mean that he wasn't in need of financing. He always be hustling for cash.
This comes
But it
after
meant that
4
money
Americans
problems were not
kidnapping
looming
2
over
of
the
them
enterprise
killed
like it had
shortly
been
after
robbed.
crossing the border from Texas.
With the expedition
Menendez
planning
said
now
he is not
moving
interested in
Shackleton
seeking
would
designated
negotiate
cartels
newspaper
of
rights for a
terrorist
story,
organizations.
a book, and
Said
even
he
film
called for
rights.
active
And the next thing on his
to
list was
destroy
putting
them.
together his team.
The news brought to you by
According to
Direct
legend,
Fire.
Shackleton put an ad
A
in
man
a
has
London
been shot at
newspaper
a mall
announcing
at
his
Redondo
plans.
Beach. Police
It
say the
reportedly
victim
said,
was shot
quote,
in the foot
men
yesterday
wanted for
afternoon
hazardous
at the
journey,
South
low
Gate
wages,
Galleria.
bitter cold,
2 men
long
ran
hours
from
of
the
looking
scene at the
darkness,
car.
safe
The
return
victim was
doubtful,
taken to the hospital.
honor and recognition in event
The
of
Academy
success.
Awards will be handed out later today. The
Now, we do
gift
not know if
bag
this story is
for
true,
veterans at
but no
6 years
matter.
off
When
is
word
worth
spread
more
of
than
Shackleton's new venture, 5,000
$125,000.
people would apply to
Behind
participate.
coveted swag bags filled with fun
Shackleton said,
getaways,
quote,
artsy fartsy
3
stuff, and the
girls,
very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic
One, you can
surgery,
find the
liposuction,
applications
and
in the
rejuvenation
book
treatment.
about putting together his
Speaking of
team,
those getaways,
plus
how
getting
about
a
an
pair of ships.
all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre
By the
Canadian
way,
estate
as a
worth
note, regarding the 2
$40,000?
teams,
Or
one I
renting
will
in
call the Endurance or
in
Whale
Luxembourg.
Sea team, which would be Shackleton's group, and would be going to the Whale Sea
The highly
region.
coveted
The
organized
endurance
bags
would be
filled with fun
shackled.
getaways, artsy fartsy
The other I
stuff,
will
and the
call
very
for quarantine
celebrity-centric
or
procedures like
ROTHSCHILD,
plastic
which is
surgery,
the men who may
liposuction,
land
and
in depots on the
rejuvenation
opposite
treatment.
sides of the continent.
Speaking of those getaways,
Aurora
how
was the
about an
ship that would be
all-inclusive
purchased
stay
for
at
this
a
part of
10-acre
the
Canadian
mission.
estate worth
That said, I
$40,000?
want to talk about
Or
the two ships
resting
with
inside a
especially
restored
endurance.
Italian lighthouse for 3
We'll start
days,
with
that's
Aurora.
worth $9,000.
Aurora was
An
a
18-karat
40-year-old
gold
whaling ship
bracelet with
that was
custom
bought for
gems and beads is
£1,300
worth
from Douglas
$1,200.
Lawson.
Celebrities
Lawson
who
had just
presented the
returned
Oscars
from
are not
his
paid, so the bag is
expedition,
compensation for their
needing to pay his
time.
bills.
The
So
most
Shackleton got the
expensive
vessel
bag
at a
to
great
date was in
price. The
2020
ship
with a
was
total
sturdy,
value of
reliable, and funded well.
$225,000.
On the other side of the
Almost
coin was
forgot. One of
endurance.
the most
Shackleton's
sought-after
vessel.
items in this year's bag,
Endurance was
a loaf
originally
of
named
Japanese
Polaris
milk
and was
bread
brand
worth
new, having been built
$18.
outright by the finest Polar
Gregory
shipbuilders in the world.
Kilify
The 350-ton vessel had
I'm now
originally
headed
been
to Monterey
designed
Park
to
for
provide
And it's heavy on the
passenger
San
cabins,
Bernardino Freeway
spacious
westbound from
dining
New
area,
Avenue to Garfield Avenue. One
and even
lane
a
is
dark
closed
room
off
for
here. They're going to be there
photos.
till about 3 o'clock.
Polaris had no
Perhaps you Santa Ana has
cargo
things slow on the
space, and it
55.
was specially
This is the
designed for
southbound
sailing
side of the
on
freeway
ice.
at Dyer.
Its keel was
This
made up
is
of
right
4
in the middle of
pieces
the
of
roadway.
solid
Stop and go
oak,
from the
and the
5.
sides were
The
stainless
Camarillo,
30
a
inches.
van stalled
The
out
bow,
as they
which
stop
is
and
what
go
would
on
be
the
the
101
ice
south
head
from
on,
Camarillo
had a
Springs
thickness of
all the way
52
to
inches.
about Pleasant
Both
Green
sheet.
Kitchen.
This
Now
way,
is the
the ice
perfect time
closed
because
around
the
the hull.
best place
The
for
ship would
kitchen
be
cabinets
squeezed
in all of
upward.
Southern California, the
Polaris's
kitchen
hull,
store
however, did not
is
have
having
the
a
sheet
huge
bottom.
winter
She was
sale.
designed
What's on
to
sale?
really crush the ice in
Everything
half.
from
She was
conventional
never
imperial
intended to be
cabinets to
frozen in
literally
an ice
any
pack.
custom
If the
configuration
ship
and
quite
place.
innovative,
And
was
as
too slow
always,
to
it
serve
all
as a yacht.
starts with totally free team show and
Unable to be
consult
used
with
as a
one of the
whaler,
kitchen store's
Shackleton
expert
would thus get
kitchen
heavily discounted
designers.
deal,
They
buying
have
the ship for
12 months same as
£11,600,
cash
well
financing,
below its
pricing
original
that will
cost.
beat the big boxes.
Shackleton renamed the
Happening
ship
right now,
Endurance after its family
everything is
motto,
on
by
sale. The
endurance
huge
we
winter
conquer.
sale. Start the new kitchen right
Little side
by
note about
dialing
endurance,
310
she would be
Kitchen
one of the
and
first
find them
ships
on the
to
web.
ever be insured for a time when the ice flows.
310kitchen.com.
The ship's 10,000-pound policy
That's
would
my
cost
from
Shackleton
KFI, partly cloudy in
$665.
Metro LA and inland sea highs.
Now, regarding Shackleton's team, I won't go into detail in this episode, as we will learn more about them next time. However, I want to highlight a few men. Marshall despised Shackleton when passed on the job, mostly because he felt the plan was sound. For endurance, Shackleton stressed it money for a while to second in command.
At LA
Another
Fitness,
Nimrod
there's
veteran
many
began with
208
Shackleton, but
dumps
before
to download
departing,
dogs
he
and
received his
saddle
commission in
ropes
the
to
Army,
box
and his
jumps.
unit would be
It's all
mobilized,
here at LA
preventing his
Fitness. When
participation.
you join LA Fitness, it
Endurance's
opens the
captain
door
was
to
42-year-old
premium
Frank
amenities
Worsley,
like
New
basketball
Zealander.
courts, Olympic
Another
lifting
interesting addition
platforms,
was Frank
pools and
Hurley,
saunas.
the
This
28-year-old
is the
Australian
best time to make
photographer.
a new
He
day
participated
resolution.
in Douglas
Any
Wilson's
day can
recent
be your
Antarctic
day to start
expedition.
fresh at
Hurley
LA
was shooting
Fitness. Cycling
Green,
to our
like Shackleton,
signature
was an
bodywork
Irishman. He
classes.
and Shackleton
Your
had been
muscles might
friends since
get
the
tired,
Discovery
but your
expedition.
workouts never
Green
will.
had a
Get
reputation
started
as a
at
tough and iron-willed man.
startlalafitness.com with
He had
your
been on
free
Scott's
3-day
Terranova
pass at
expedition, and at one point he had struck out on
startlalafitness.com.
the
That's
Russell Barrier to go get help for his
startlalafitness.com.
comrades.
Amenities
One of the
vary by
things he
location.
passed
Certain
died.
amenities may be
He
available for
marched
an additional
35
fee.
miles in
Free
18
3-day
hours
passes
with only
redeemable
3
by
biscuits and a
non-members
bit of
only.
chocolate
Other
for food.
restrictions apply.
No
For
calories in
1909
the
to
bag.
1979,
His epic
statewide
march would be a
hospitals in
success, and
California
his
performed
comrades
thousands
rescued.
of
Green would
sterilization
be awarded the
procedures as
Albert
part
Medal
of
for
eugenic
life-saving
law.
for his heroic
After
aid.
1979,
The
this
men will
practice
be immensely
continued
important on
in
this
prison.
expedition.
If you are left unable to
There
have
are lots of other
biological
people
children
that we'll
after
discuss in
surgery
coming
while living in a
episodes.
state-run
Otherwise, I
facility
do
or
want to
while in
mention one
custody
other
of a
element about the
California
American
prison, you may be
expedition,
entitled to
and this was
compensation.
dogs.
For a
After
confidential
months of
application,
success,
call
Shackleton was
1-800-777-9229.
convinced that dogs were the ticket to getting things done.
Deadline to
Leslie
apply
purchased
was December
120
31st,
Siberian Husky type
2023.
dogs,
You have
each
heart
weighing over
failure,
100
then often
pounds.
here.
Those
Only
stomach
99 of the
issues
dogs would
ruins your
survive the
birth
trip
chart.
to the water.
You're too tired to play
Now, while
catch, Grandpa.
Check if you have some kind of dog experience, none were experts, and the same thing was true for skis. Okay, with all of that said, let us move on. Next, I want to mention two threats to Shackleton's expedition that would emerge in the summer of 1914. The first was war. Europe was a powder keg of intrigue and plots, and the drums of war were being sounded throughout the continent. This would do several things.
This is Jacob.
First, it
I'm
would
on.
limit
If you've been in an accident,
expedition.
call
England was simply not going to let her soldiers and
The people in
sailors
prison
off
committed the
adventuring.
crimes. Period. That's all that matters. Their color,
Second,
their
it would
ethnicity
threaten
doesn't
the
matter. They
action
committed
of
the crimes.
carjacking
They gangs are in the
the
business
ship
of
might
crime.
be needed by
Tell
the
them they
admiralty,
don't do
not to mention
anything else but commit crimes all day.
Now, the second thing that would emerge as a threat to Shackleton was
And on
Phillips,
demand anytime on the
Austrian
IR radio
scientist
app.
and climber. When he had been with William Filchner on his expedition to the Weddell Sea a few years earlier. Well, he began to organize his own expedition, one very similar to what Shackleton was proposing. In fact, Filchner was friendly to Shackleton and even proposed getting the two teams to work together on the venture. However, events that summer would ultimately prevent the two men from meeting, and the idea never came to fruition. And for good, he would never live more as a ship goes to would be taken for the war effort.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
So as summer progressed, Shackleton had closer and closer to the
Sunday morning
the
with
threat
us.
of war hung over
everything.
Glad that you are
Jekyll
here.
Bear only pushes
We are
forward. He
having
would
a
spend his time
conversation
raising
about
money and procuring supplies
and
and
I
gear
am right in the
and
middle of
while docked at the
describing
Thames
a
River,
typical
Durrance would be visited by
or
Queen
some
Alexandra
typical
and her
flat
sister,
work out and
Empress
about
Maria of Russia.
around your home.
By the way, King
All
Edward
right, so
VII,
what we talked about?
this
We
order
talked
of
about
Shackleton's and died in
well-compacted
1910.
ground,
His widow,
number one.
Alexandra, who had a close bond with
We
Shackleton,
talked
was their
about
nurse.
form work, which
She would give
needs to
Shackleton
look
2 Bibles, a
exactly
jack and a
as
silk
you
red bow
expect
for
that it would look.
standard.
Otherwise,
One of the
ask
Bibles
the
she wrote,
contractor
quote,
or if
"May
the
the Lord help
contractor
you
is
in your
you,
deeds,
take
guide
another
you
look.
through all
Because
dangers by
if
land
it's
and
not
sea.
straight,
May you
the
see the
concrete
works
won't
of
be
the Lord
straight.
and all
If
his
the
wonders
bend
deep
in the
and
curve is not exact, it's
And
a
then
little
on June
wonky,
28th,
concrete's going to be
1914,
wonky.
the match to
It's
the
a
power
form
to
out or angled
Australia
in.
throne was
It's a
assassinated
form.
in Sarajevo.
When the
All
concrete
of
hits
Europe
it,
began
it
preparing for
steps
war,
up.
even as
No
the
change in
diplomats
that
tried
later.
desperately
You
to keep
mess
things
to
from
even think
exploding.
about it. So make sure
Knowing
the
what was
forms
likely going
are
to happen,
right on
Shackleton
the
hated
money.
the idea of continuing with the
Now,
expedition,
we get
as
the
he felt
forms
that he
in
was
place,
abandoning
the
his
ground is
country.
compacted.
But his friends and colleagues,
What
as
are we
well as
expecting to
government
have happen
officials,
now?
told
Well,
him any conflict
this
would be understood
changes
enough
depending on
to
where you
continue his
live, depending
preparations,
on the
which is what
area,
he did.
and so on. But
On August 3rd,
typically
General
speaking,
mobilization
we're just going to
Jack
count that
wished him
as
Godspeed.
compacted ground.
A few hours
Okay?
later,
What
Great
comes
Britain declared war on
next?
Germany.
Well, what comes
At this
next? The
point,
most
Shackleton offered
important
endurance
component
and his services to the
is
Admiralty.
a
Four of his
vapor
crew
barrier.
resigned to join
Okay?
their units.
A
Shackleton
vapor
told the rest of
barrier,
the men that they were free to
meaning
resign to
a
enlist.
nice big old
As for
continuous
Shackleton and
sheet of
endurance,
6
the
mil
Admiralty viewed them
minimum
as having
thickness
value.
plastic
There was not a
sheet.
big need
Okay?
for a slow passenger
Now
ship
you're
that
asking
was
me
designed
right now,
primarily for
well,
polar
Dean,
travel.
why this is
And if
outside
endurance
stuff? We're
didn't
not
sail,
talking
the
about
money and
inside.
resources of the
Yeah, it
expedition would
doesn't matter.
essentially be
I
lost.
don't want
Also,
moisture
the
coming
longer
up through
endurance
your
was
flat.
delayed, it
Neither
only
do
became
you.
more at risk. The
Because
shipping was
you're
already
trying to
being
do
attacked
this
on the high
really
seas.
beautiful finish.
Thus,
You
on
want it to look
August 8,
great. What you
1914,
don't want are
Shackleton
these
received a
white,
one-word telegram
salty,
from Winston Churchill, first
efflorescence,
lord of the
that's what it's
Admiralty.
called,
It said, proceed.
mineral salt
And thus,
deposits
Ernest
all over
Shackleton
your
and endurance
concrete as
set
the
sail for
years
the south.
roll on. And that's what
And that,
happens
my
when
friends,
moisture
is where
comes
we'll
up
leave
through your
things for
slab
today.
from underneath and then
Next time, we will
evaporates
get
and
the
it leaves
endurance
the minerals
expedition on its
behind.
way,
It's a mess.
and it will be one of
People
the
don't
greatest
like
stories
it,
of
so let's
exploration
not have
and
that
survival
happen.
in history.
That's
Thank you
the
for
moisture
listening. I
barrier.
hope
Now,
you've enjoyed
the
things.
moisture
Please
barrier
take care,
is not
and we'll see
the
you next
next
time.
thing, technically, that goes down. Because if we
Hi,
did
I'm
that,
Neil,
we'd be
and I'm
laying
Kev, and we are
plastic
from the
against
Triviality Podcast,
the bare
a
ground
trivia-style game
or
show
the
where a lack
rough
of seriousness
gravel that you
meets
put
a
down.
little
And
bit of
guess what?
knowledge.
That
Join
will
us each
puncture,
week for an
which
hour-long
means
game of
moisture will
general
get
knowledge
through.
trivia.
So what
Features
happens
special guests
after the
from around the
compacted
world,
ground
plus
is
tons of extra
a
features
layer of
episodes.
sand.
If you want to improve your trivia game, or you just want to scream at us in your car while we get easy
It
questions
allows
wrong,
you to
then we're the
squeeze it
show
out
for you.
nice and
Find
smooth.
Triviality on all
Okay?
your
A
favorite
layer of
podcast apps.
sand
But you know that
first.
because
That
you're already
acts as
listening
a
to a
protective
podcast.
buffer because
Round
sand is not going to
Going
puncture your
forward, the
vapor
ocean
barrier.
was a mix
And
of
so what we're
ice
going
and
to do is we're going
water.
to sandwich
Shackleton
that
described the
plastic
ice
in
as the jigsaw
between
wave
down
around the
and
various
lay
curves
down
of
the
the flows.
plastic, and then we're going to cover
And
the
so,
plastic
Durant slowly wove
with a
its way
couple
through the
inches
ice
of
pack
sand
as
because
you
we don't
moved
want
south.
to traipse
However,
around.
there were two
Traipse.
issues.
Is that a
One,
word?
she was
That's
going slower
that's
than
the word my
anticipated.
parents used to use
In
all
the
the
open
time.
sea,
Stop
Durance could cover
traipsing
200
around
miles
with
a
your
day.
muddy shoes.
But by Christmas, she was averaging less
We
than
don't want
30
people
miles a day
walking
due
around
to the
directly
ice.
on the plastic.
And the second issue
We
was
don't
that she
want it
was using
punctured.
coal
We
faster
don't want
than desired.
rebar or welded
Coal was
wire,
critical
whatever
to keep
steel you're
warriors
putting
running
in
so that
the
endurance could
concrete
keep
to touch
forward
the
and
plastic
be able to
because
break
it'll
through ice
puncture
when
it.
needed.
So
Without coal,
sand,
she was dead
plastic,
ice.
and sand again.
So
There's another
on
reason,
Redwood
by the way.
endurance, the plan was to
No
go down the
concrete
east side of the Weddell
that I
Sea
know
until they reached
of,
Russell Bay.
including the code,
This would not be
recommend
easy.
that you
Check
put
with the
plastic
The
directly
Weddell Sea was
under the
linear and
concrete
treacherous. It was
itself.
1 million
And the
square
reason
miles
is
of
that means
mostly
that plastic will hold
ice.
moisture
The ice
right
of
up
the Weddell
against
Sea
the bottom side of
flows
the
in a giant
concrete, causing
semicircle
it
from
to
the east coast
expand
to
on
the
the
Antarctic
bottom,
Peninsula in the
and
west.
that can cause excessive
Again, take a
cracking
glance
because
at a
it
map.
won't expand on the top, it'll expand on the bottom, and
If
that
you
can
can,
cause
just
more
look at the
cracking
Weddell
than
Sea as a
normal.
huge bay,
So the sand on top of the plastic serves two purposes. One,
The ice
protects the
moves in a
plastic.
circular motion
Two,
around the
it
bay.
gives whatever moisture
So
works
as
its
endurance
way
came
through
on
the
more and more
slab
ice,
and
Shackleton
escapes
made
with it,
another important
because
decision.
it falls
He was
through
concerned
the
about the
slab,
ship.
goes into
She
the
just
sand,
didn't
and
handle
moves
that well.
away from the slab.
As a
Does that
reminder,
make sense?
endurance
All
was
right.
built with
So we've
strength
got
and
our
power in
compacted
mind.
ground, we've
Its
got our
design
forms
was
in
to break
place,
through the
we've
ice.
got sand,
However, even before
plastic,
departing South
sand,
Georgia Island,
then
Shackleton
whatever
had shared his
rebar and
concerns about
steel.
the ship in
Okay?
a letter to his
On the
wife, saying,
sidewalk,
quote,
we
I would
typically
exchange
don't
her for the
use
only
rebar
rod
on
any day now,
sidewalks. We
except
use
for comfort, end quote.
WWM, welded wire
The
net.
issue was that if
For a
endurance
sidewalk,
deposited
it's
Shackleton in a
non-structural,
short
it's a
party
net.
at Fossil Bay,
You
the ship
roll it
still
out
had to
to make
sail
sure
back out of
that
the
it's
ice
in good
pack,
shape, and
and
you
that was
lift
the
it
problem.
slightly off the sand
Shackleton
because
was
you
just
want
not sure
concrete getting
endurance could
underneath
accomplish
it.
that,
Okay?
especially with
Not a lot, but
the
enough
ice sticking
to
out so
embed in
early.
the concrete.
Thus, it
On
would
a
lead him to another big
slab
decision.
that is a
He would
driveway,
allow endurance to get
always,
iced in for the
in
winter,
my opinion,
just as Scott
we
had done
always
with
use
Discovery
rebar.
back
We
in
don't use what
1901.
we, meaning
In
my
the shelter of
company and
Fossil
my
Bay, the
design,
ship wanted to
do not specify welded wire mesh for driveways, although track builders often do. I just don't think it's enough. I want a nice, solid structural driveway there to support the weight of the vehicle and not end up cracking like a crazy thing. Okay? So rebar in the driveway is kind of a non-debatable issue with me. But on other things, other flatwork welded wire mesh will get you done right as long as there's a good amount of metal down there. And finally, this is not something you build into, but before,
It was a scary moment, not just because they'd almost got stuck,
contractor, if
but
you're
it was the
having it
fact that
done,
it wasn't
you
even
should see
January.
them out
The
there
ice was so
with a
thick,
hose
giving
and a sprayer,
check
wetting it all down, wetting down the sand, soaking, getting it really, really wet. Why?
The ice, by the way, was so stable at times, the men were able to bring the dogs out onto the ice pack so they could run around and
The
get some
reason is,
exercise.
as I told you earlier,
In the second week of
concrete
January,
does not
Shackleton would
dry.
have some good luck.
It's
The
pure.
ice floe broke up, and Endurance found itself
That
in the open
means
sea.
the water
Regarding
in
breaking
the
through the ice
concrete
pack,
mix,
Captain
the
Worsley said, quote,
activator,
"We
which
felt as
activates
pleased
the
as
cement.
Balboa
We
when
want to
having
keep
burst
that
through the
water in
rainforested
the
area,
mix for
which
as
is
long
water in
as
Panama.
possible.
It
And
held
guess
the
what
Pacific."
happens if you
Worsley
lay
would then add,
wet
quote,
cement
"I was
down
thrilled
on
that I have been
perfect
able to
2
listen to
inches
the
of
two-part
perfectly dry
podcast series
sand?
on Spanish
The dry
Cantonese and
sand,
Fast
like a
Food
sponge,
Balboa
will
on his podcast.
suck the
It was a
water
great
right out of
story.
the bottom of the cement, and you
Okay,
don't
he
get
never said
proper
that.
curing
But with the
on the
mention of
bottom side.
Balboa, I
So,
couldn't pass on
what
the
do we
chance
do
to
to
quote
prevent
one of
that
the
from
earliest
happening?
shows I
We
had ever done.
saturate the sand
Anyhow, Endurance would have
so
100
that
miles of
the
good
water
sailing
has nowhere to
before
go.
running
The
into more
sand is
ice.
full of water
I have
already.
to stress
It's
again
not going to
the
pull
unpredictable
water
nature
out
of the
of
ice.
the
I
cement.
think we get this
There you
vision
go.
that the ice is a
There it
single
is.
entity.
Okay?
Once you hit ice,
Welcome
it's all
back,
ice
soil.
going forward. That's
Great
not true on the
proper
ocean.
form,
As we have seen, the ice pack can
sand,
gather and be incredibly
plastic,
thick for hundreds of
sand,
miles. And
whatever
then
steel
suddenly
that
just
you're
open
going
up,
to use,
leaving
and
open sea
then
for
the
miles
whole
and
surface
miles.
should be
It
damp
simply makes
before the
predicting
pour. And
those
right
ahead
after
a
the
very
pour,
sketchy thing.
depending on the weather.
On
Weather
January
like
10th,
today here in
Endurance would
Southern
sight land for
California,
the first
nothing.
time.
You do nothing.
This part
Because
of Antarctica
the
was
sun's
called
not out.
Coastland,
Not,
and
it's,
it forms
it's
the
like
eastern
58
shore of the
degrees
Red Sea.
outside. The water is going to stay
From
in the
Endurance,
cement.
the men would see
In
huge ice
July
floes,
and
making it
August and
impossible to go
September
ashore.
here in Southern
Shackleton called it
California,
the barrier.
when it's, in the
For 5
90s,
days, Endurance would
we
skirt
are
along
going
the
to
Antarctic
pour
coast,
that
and then
cement,
on January
and then
15th,
we are going
the ship
to
would reach a
moisten it
natural
once
bay
the
next to a
surface is
glacier
set.
that was
We're going to
disgorging
moisten
its
it,
flow into
cover
the
it over
ocean.
in plastic,
The
with a
men called
little
it
hot
Glacier
house
Bay,
thing,
and it was about
mostly
200 miles
just to keep the moisture
kilometers
in the
north of
cement
their
so it's
intended
pure as
destination,
possible.
Fossil Bay.
And
The
there you
location
have it.
was
Now you
intriguing.
know how to
It offered a
police
relatively
your
safe place for
own
Endurance to
flat
ride
work
out the winter,
around your
as the
house
bay
when
would
it's
not be
done. Don't
subject to the
let
worst of the ice
anybody
flows.
cut corners.
And there was natural
A
protection
good
from
quarter of the
southwestern
calls that
gales.
we get on this show
Also, there
is
was a
somebody
slope that
saying,
offered an
my
easy climb up
concrete
onto the
outside the
ice.
house, it's cracking and
Honestly,
this
the
and
bay
this
would have
and
been a
this.
good place to set up winter
Now,
quarters.
there's one thing I
Captain
left out.
Worsley encouraged
I
Shackleton
will
to do
tell
so.
you.
He said the ice was thickening quickly, and he didn't know how much further they could push into the
I
wet
want you
sea.
to stay with me.
But
There's
Shackleton was
one
reluctant to
critical
stop.
thing that I
If he
left
set
out
up
with
winter
that
camp
whole
here,
description,
the men he would have to travel
and
an
I will tell
additional
you
200
about it when we
miles,
return. Your
20
home.
kilometers, follow
The
the
house
spring
was
on its
for
cross-continent
Jane
track.
Yamamoto, I believe.
That meant upwards of 2 weeks. With that in mind, Shackleton would have liked a shot. The decision would be granted.
More than 2 weeks ago,
Endurance would
a
weave its
bill
way through
banning
the ice
flags
toward its
shows
destination,
on
but the
public
ice pack
property
often
is
blocked them.
advancing into
They would have to
Kentucky
plow
General
through the ice
Assembly.
and go around it.
And the
4 days later, on
Hellenic
January
continued as
19th,
the iconic
Endurance would get ready,
PT to the
and then on
55 when
January
we return.
24th, open sea would suddenly appear about 150
Hey,
feet,
this week's
or 400
marketers
meters
report.
in
Patricia
front of
Australia
Endurance.
Leno, Global
This
Chief
was the ship's
Marketing
chance.
Officer, direct to consumer
Shackleton
for Warner
fired up the
Brothers
boilers
Discovery,
in order to
weighs
pull head
in
of
on the
steam
difficult
rain,
task of
leaving
building
unfurled
and
sails to
retaining
assist to
consumer
break out
trust.
the temperature. For
Trust is
3
a
hours,
really hard
Endurance
thing to
struggled
build
forward,
and a
but
really
she was
easy
so
thing
gripped
to
by the ice
destroy,
that she
and we
didn't
have to be very respectful about that.
The truth is
Our
that
partnership with
Endurance had run
Einhard has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
The number one audio company, iHeartMedia, gives marketers access to all. Daily audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. The media company, iHeartMedia, is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Now headed to Santa Ana where there's a crash on the 55.
Tragedies, hauntings,
Orange Freeway
legends.
southbound at Dyer Road. Multi-vehicle crash right in the middle of the
God was a podcast that would take you deep into dark history, haunted home, the American South, exploring some of the region's most ruthless tales, from the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, and bloody battlefields. Well, you need to listen to find out. Join us now at SouthernGothamRadio.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
When you earn 500 points on the rewards card, the 13th and 14th, free.
After a month of being frozen in the ice in Shackleton, get their breakout opportunity. On February 14th, which was Shackleton's first birthday, the ice erupted during summer. In a distance of about a quarter of a mile away, there was an oil lane. The crew went into a frenzy. The boilers were turned off to protect the hull, fired up, while many of the men were working the ice with saws and chisels and picks, trying to help cut a path to the open sea. At first, the ice was only a couple of feet thick, and gradually thickened. Endurance would repeatedly try and ram the pack ice and try to plow through it. The goal was to cause the ice to start to crack. If you did that, you would then force the ship to bow into the crack and try and crack the ice. Unfortunately, the ship could never really crack the ice. One of the major reasons was that the endurance was starting from a standstill. This meant that she wasn't hitting the ice at a high speed. By the next day, the effort would be abandoned. The men were exhausted, and the ice in front of them had grown to as thick as 18 feet, or 5 meters or so. And around the ice, the pack was again thickening, pushing against endurance. Any hope of escape was not gone. On February 17th, endurance would reach 77 degrees south, further south the ship would attain. A week later, with the ice pack only growing thicker by the day, Shackleton would admit that they were prisoners. The ice would be in the for at least another 8 to 9 months. At this point, the ice curtain was taking them in a northwest direction, but in an unpredictable zigzag-like fashion. At times, they would even catch sight of land as they got within 20 miles of the coast, or 33 kilometers. Shackleton's hope was that the ice would carry endurance to the north and eventually get freed, or they could head back to South Georgia Island, where they could refit the ship, pick up provisions, and make another go at things. They determined to use the time wisely, especially while there was still light. One of the first things the men did was to build shelters on the ice. Endurance had shut down the boilers and observed their cooling, because it was bitterly cold inside the ship. Also, the tents and ice huts offered more room and comfort than the ship. The freedom of the ice was also much better for the health of the dogs. And speaking of the dogs, in April, Shackleton decided to begin training them. He was determined not to repeat his past mistakes and not be able to control his canine teams. He would thus create 6 teams of 7 dogs each. The men training to handle the dogs showed who Shackleton was planning to take on his epic cross-continental run. This included the following. First would be Shackleton, who had no intention of sitting down such a potentially famous attraction. Second was Frank Wild, Shackleton's rugged and trusted second hand. The third sledge team member would be John Creed, a decorated Irish sailor who was probably best described as the other 3 men were George Marston, the expedition's artist, Greg Hurley, the photographer, and Alexander Backlund, one of the doctors. It was a good team, and you can see what Shackleton was aiming for to make him. Wild and Creed was getting a hard-nosed man who pretty much did anything needed to get the job done. The doctor was, well, just a simple necessity. As for Marston and Hurley, he wanted to document the trek. This was a way to make sure that everyone knew what they had done, and a key way to make some money after the expedition. One final note about the dogs. 15 would die that winter, all from worms. Despite bringing around 70 animals, no one had thought to bring any worm powder and cause all the deaths. Now, there were a couple of litters of pups born, but these would become pets to the men of the crew, as they were actually playful and friendly. A reminder, sledge dogs are often ill-tempered and vicious. Thus, the pups would become a welcome distraction.
Are there more things we could have talked about? So many more.
Now, as for the crew, Shackleton knew that he had to keep them optimistic and occupied. I want to point out that at that moment, Shackleton and the men knew that they had to just wait out the winter and they would get out of the ice. It's not as if they thought they were doomed. Another important factor was Shackleton's insistence on routine. Beyond his functions, such as cooking. When I say everyone, I mean everyone. The scientists took their turn on the decks right beside the ordinary seamen. Even Shackleton took his turn. It was something that he believed in doing. He felt that respect was not earned by having a higher rank,
join.
But by shared sacrifice, effort,
I wanted to leave that just for our
We've
last
talked
little
about
bit
this in
here
past
because,
episodes.
again, I'm going to
Shackleton never
remind
insisted
you
that it's
of
been called
this
absurd earnest or
phrase,
captain or
which is
whatever.
this
There was
idiom
no
in the
class distinction
construction
on his
industry, which is
expeditions.
so true.
All this made
There
them
are only
trust
two
and
kinds
respect
of
him.
concrete in the world.
I was talking to a
Concrete
Shackleton
that has
enthusiast,
cracked
and he told me the story
concrete
of a
that
photo
has
we
not
have of
cracked
the
yet.
endurance dragging
It's
over
going
the
to.
boat or sledge or
It
whatever.
is.
And in the background,
We
there's someone
put,
standing
you know,
on
those
top
little
of a pile
store
of snow
lines that
as
you
if
walk down the
directing action.
sidewalk, you know, or
Well,
maybe in
everyone
your
assumes the
driveway,
guy
you
on
know,
the snow
there's
pile
like,
giving
why
orders
did
is
they
Shackleton,
plow these
but it's
lines
not.
in? Did they think
He's
this is
actually one of the guys
attractive?
down in
Why
the trenches
can't I just
pulling
have
the
a big
boat.
field of
I
concrete
love this story
without
because
these
it
lines in
demonstrates
it?
Shackleton's honest motives and intentions and beliefs.
These are
When he said everyone
concrete
works,
forms.
he meant it.
We
And
put
again,
them
he's
there
been love
to
for it.
direct the
Anyhow,
cracking
the crew of
into
endurance
that
would make do
groove
as best
so
as
it doesn't
possible.
show up on the
Like
surface
lights were
where
set
everybody
throughout the
sees
ship,
it.
so everyone
It is
could move around
basically
safely.
we're weakening
Hunting
the
parties would
surface
go out
tension
bringing in
of
penguins and sea
the
lions and
slab
seals. The fresh meat
intentionally
work for
at
keeping
that
scurvy
point.
at
So
bay.
put it this way.
Gathering
Pull out
food,
a,
as you can imagine,
you know,
was a
go buy
critical
a
task.
bunch of,
Seals and
is it
penguins and
graham
sea lions
crackers?
were
Do
plentiful
graham
at this
crackers
time.
come in the whole
One day the men
thing put
counted
together, or
200 seals from the men
saltines
going
don't
on
go
the ship.
together? Graham crackers.
The penguins
Try
were the
some graham
easiest to catch.
crackers, right? They
They were
come in a
totally
heap,
without fear
right?
of the
They
ice
come in a whole
because
line.
nothing on the
There's
ice
a
had
little
ever threatened them.
preparation in
Plus,
between
you
the
could
two.
walk right
You
up to
take
them,
that whole
or heck,
thing
they
of
would
graham
even walk
crackers
right
and
up to it.
cracker,
By the
or
time darkness set
along
in,
one of
the
those
men would
perforations.
stockpile 5,000 pounds of
It's
fresh
going to
meat.
break along one
This
of the
would feed the
perforations.
crew and dogs
Now,
for
it's not a
3 months.
guarantee. And that's what
Now,
any
despite
good
all the work
contractor
that
should
needed to
tell
be
you
done on the
also
ship and the
about
camp,
your
the
slab.
men still
Not
only
a
had to work
guarantee
3 to 4
that
hours
we're
a day,
hiding all the
giving
cracks.
them a lot
But
of free time.
by
This
making
meant
that
that entertainment
perforation,
was a
we're
critical
literally
factor for the crew's
weakening
mental
the
and
surface
physical health
tension
as
of the
well as
graham
morale.
crackers together
Shackleton wanted them
so that
engaged.
sidewalk should be every
Frank
4
Hurley,
feet.
the
On
photographer,
a big
would conduct what he
slab like a
called
driveway
lantern
slab,
chats,
at the
displaying
most
many of the images he had taken
10
from around
feet
the world.
apart. At
One of
the
the crew's
most.
favorites were of the
Put them
native
closer
group, Java.
together, you'll be happier
Leonard
in the
Hussey, the
long
team
run.
meteorologist,
Because the
had brought
cracks
along
will
his
appear,
banjo
but
that
they
was a
won't be
regular
visible.
source of
You'll have to
entertainment for the
walk
team.
right up and look
In
right
fact,
down
Hussey and
inside
his
that
banjo
groove and
admired
look,
another
oh, look,
example of
there's a little
Shackleton's
spider
unique
crack there.
approach to building
No
his
harm,
team.
no foul.
He valued that
Got
sort
it?
of talent because he
All
knew
right,
it
I
would be
think you
needed in the
understand
darker
the
months
concrete in
living
your
in
home
the
better
Antarctic.
than ever before. I
Much
certainly
of
hope
this
that's
would
the
take
case.
place in the area of the ship
And
that the men
thank you
called
for
the
joining us
Orient.
on the program.
This had been a cargo
One
area
more thing
just
to tell
below
you
the
about.
main
Now that
deck.
I got you
It
all
became a
excited
social
about
center
pouring
for the crew.
concrete, let's figure out how
In
you're going
addition
to
to
pay
the
for it.
entertainment wall and the
A
ice,
great new
they
show
bonded by
right
having a
here on
mass
KFI
haircut, each
with
man
Joel
getting his hair shorn to
Larsgaard
his skull,
coming up next
which
right
was new
after
that made
I
them all
am
look like
out of
convicts.
here. Joel
As a
will
result,
talk to you
men
about
stayed, for
your
the most
money
part, active,
and
positive,
give you all
attitudes.
the tips
That
and
doesn't mean things
insight
are
and
perfect.
info you need.
Conflicts
He
will
is the
bound to
money
arise in such a
whisperer.
situation.
That's what it is for personal
To
finance.
counter
So
this,
there
it
you go.
really helped
No
that
Joel,
Shackleton had trusted
not happen.
lieutenants such as
Just
Frank
stick with
Wild
how
and
the
Tom
money.
Green.
That's it.
These men were
All
tough
right.
and smart and
Thanks
loyal.
again for
They
spending the
kept the
morning
men
with
in
me.
mind
It has
and
been
not
a
put down a
privilege,
heavy hand
as it
when needed.
always is.
Something Shackleton was not
I'm
always
going to
good
leave you
at.
with this thought.
One of the more problematic men was Harrington
I began
Sympathies.
building
Was a
a
bit of
new
a sea
hen
lawyer.
house.
He was not afraid to
I think
challenge
it's going to
others
be a
and
pretty
argue,
nice
and it made him a bit of a wild card.
thing as far as
No
hen
matter, the
houses
men
go.
praised
But
Shackleton's
in the end,
leadership during these
you know,
times.
just a
Thomas
hen
Warren
house.
Lee's, the expedition's quartermaster,
And
and
it
a
is
Marine,
not lost on me
military
that as
officer released
time
by the
clicks
British government,
ever forward
joined
in
the
the
expedition,
countdown of my
said this
brief
of the
life,
boss,
that I
quote,
have to
Sir
reconcile
Ernest is the
how
real
I
secret of our
chose to
unanimity.
spend some of those precious,
The weeks would
irretrievable
pass, and in
moments
early May, 4
building
months of night came to the
a
Antarctic. These were the most difficult
Meanwhile,
times.
and
Men
elsewhere,
remained
far
confident the
greater
ship would survive the winter,
with
but the
far
constant
greater
rows and
talent
creaks
were
of
doing
endurance
far
were
greater
ominous.
things.
And of course, there was the cold, which
Built
kept the men
a
confined inside the ship.
Artists made
In
art,
June, the average recorded
captains of
temperature was
industry
negative
made
17
millions,
Fahrenheit or negative
nations
27
made
Celsius.
war. I
The ship slowly drifted
made a
northwest, and snow piled up around
No
the hull.
journalist will
And of
write
course,
about it.
the ice
No
pressed in.
historian will ever make
As a
mention of it.
reminder,
Not
endurance
even
enough
the
built
chickens
in
who
frozen
live in it,
ice
safe and
and have a
warm and
sheet
dry,
hull,
will
which,
give
as
it
ice
or
pushes
me
in on the ship,
much thought.
forces the vessel
Not
upward.
even.
Endurance had a traditional hull, which meant the ice pressed
In a few
inward,
more days,
which caused
I
the
will
ship
be
to
done
constantly
building our
creak.
house, and for a
In
while,
mid-July,
it
in the
will be
midst of a
killing
fierce storm,
you.
Shackleton
But
was
as with
concerned
all
about
things,
Endurance's fate.
course of time,
Pressure on the
it
hull
will
was
be
growing
gone.
each day.
And
He
so
even
what?
ordered his men to try and
And
clear
no one
piles
will
of snow
remember
going
it.
around the ship, help relieve the pressure.
In the course
On
of
July
time,
13th, he met with Captain
someone else
Worsley
will
of Great
own this
While
property.
and had to prepare
I
for the
wonder,
possibility of
will
Endurance
they
not surviving.
build a hen house here
Worsley
too?
was despondent at the idea,
In 100
as
years?
losing the ship was the worst fate of a
In
captain.
1,000 years?
But Shackleton was stoic about
I
it all,
wonder if
saying,
someone
quote,
who was
what the
there
ice gets,
before
the
me
ice keeps,
ever
end
built
quote.
a hen house.
Shackleton would
100
keep his
years
fear
ago.
of Endurance's fate for
1,000 years
and
ago.
hoping he would be
Or is
wrong.
this the first and
The
last
next 2
hen
months
house
would be
that
difficult
has
ones,
ever
as
or
storms
will ever
constantly
be
howled
built
around
in this
Endurance.
place?
The ice
Didn't
pack
have
continued pressing tighter and tighter.
no,
No
not to
signs of
feel
life in months.
more
It
important.
meant fresh
I'm
feed, and
building
more
it
importantly,
because I
that
want
the ice would be breaking up.
because it pleases.
Still, by October, the
Because it
creaking and
pleases
groaning
my
of Endurance
friend
was never
Tina.
ending. Ship had been assaulted by the ice for 9 months, and there was no sign she would be released from her stranglehold anytime soon. Ice was building up around the ship like a wave pressing against the hull, and it grew every day. I want to mention that as winter waned and temperatures rose, it offered both opportunity and danger for endurance. The ice would melt, which meant a chance for escape, but it also meant that the great ice floes would begin to move, and if the winds were unfavorable, those floes could be immensely dangerous. And on cue, on October 14th, the ship would suddenly find itself covered in water as the ice loosened its grip. It was the first time in 9 months that the ship was floating. The boilers would be fired up for a breakout attempt, but a problem would arise and the men would have to work to repair them, check and then turn to the sails, hoping the strong winds would give endurance a good show. But all of this time, the ship wasn't budging. And then on October 18th, the ice floes would press up against the ship and not stop. Endurance would suddenly and dramatically start to tip over. In a mere 5 seconds, the ship rolled over to the port side 20 degrees. The men, of course, scrambled to save themselves and anything that wasn't bent down. When all was said and done, endurance would find itself tilted 30 degrees to port. The pressure on the ship would eventually subside, and endurance would right itself. Everyone knew that the ship was in a perilous situation. On October 24th, things escalated. 2 large ice floes pressed against the hull in a way that none of the men had ever experienced. They knew something big was happening. One of the expedition's doctors, Alexander Macklin, said, quote, "The whole sensation wasn't something colossal, it was something in nature too big to grasp." Next, I want to read a bit from Alfred Lansing's book, Endurance, describing those moments. Quote, "She was being crushed, not all at once, but slowly. We will see you. The pressure of 10 million tons of ice was driving against her sides. Dying as she was, she cried in agony. Her frames, lanky, her immense timbers, many of them almost a foot thick, screamed as the killing pressure mounted. And when her timbers could no longer stand the strain, they broke with a report like artillery fire." I love Lansing's description. It makes the moment so vivid, as if you were there, witness to the struggle and the death of endurance. As the ice pushed in, the men reported seeing 2 foot thick walls above the inwards of the pressure, and then the ship buckled and water began pouring out. Desperate to save endurance, the pumps were started. However, they were frozen as boiling rubber had been plumbing it out to get them working.
Deadly smuggling boat
Captain
crash
ordered
on
everyone to
Layla
evacuate
Mohammed
the
live
ship,
from the
all while
KFI
trying to save
24-hour
endurance
news
and
room.
anything
At
that
least
works
8
from
people
inside
have
the
been
vessel.
killed at a boat crash
For
in
3
San
days, the
Diego.
men fought
Lifeguard Chief
nonstop
James
to keep
Gartland
endurance
says 3
alive. It
smuggling
was a
boats
desperate
crashed late
and
last night
hopeless endeavor.
at Black Beach
3
in
ice floes
Torrey
were pressing
Pines.
against
One
endurance.
of the boats
They grew bigger and more
overturned.
powerful each
You
day.
can land in some
One
sand
ice
or
floe
get the
was so high
waist-high, knee-high
it pushed
water
ice under the deck
and
of the
think
ship.
that you're safe and be able
Photographer
to
Frank
exit the
Hurley
water,
said
but
of the
there's
threat,
long
quote,
windshield holes.
"Closer and closer the
So
ice
you
wave
step
approaches."
into those
He
holes,
then
those
later added,
insurance will pull
"The
you
ship is
along
too
the shore and then back out to sea.
He
Alexander
said the
Macklin,
severe
who had gone back
riptide
into the
likely
ship
made
with
it
Frank
difficult
Boyle
for
to retrieve some
anyone who
lumber,
tried to
was
exit the
terrified
boat,
as they
even
crawled to
very
the ship's
close to shore.
interior, saying, quote,
Border agents in
"I don't
Marietta
think
say
I've
they
ever had
seized
such a horrible
126
sickening
pounds of
sensation of
narcotics from the
fear
traffic
as
stop.
I had whilst in
Agents say they found the drugs stuffed into an SUV and all sorts of places.
Amid the frenzy,
happened
the
to be
men of
inside the
endurance
door
were
panel,
amazed at
all
Shackleton's
the
calm,
holes in that
even
door.
as the ship was
They had
slowly crushed.
utilized the spare
Or at
tire.
least, the
They had
quartermaster
opened
said,
up the gas
quote,
tank and were
"For
able
most
to
of the time he stood on the upper deck holding
packages
onto the
inside the
rigging,
gas tank as
smoking a
well.
Border
cigarette
Patrol's Dana
with a
Anderson
serious
says
and
last
somewhat
Friday agents
uncovered
were
air.
suspicious of the SUV and also called for a
And
drug
then as the
sniffing
ship sank
canine.
lower and lower,
In
it
total,
was clear she
packages
could
of
not be
meth and
saved.
cocaine
The
at a
men
street
gave up
value of
hopes and words were to
$480,000.
abandon ship.
Steve Gregory,
Frank Boyle said to
KFI
the men, quote, "She's going
A man
boys.
has been
I think it's
staffed
time
up
to
at a
get
liquor
off."
store in
End
Santa
quote.
Clarita. Deputies went to the
And so that
location
was
on
it.
14th
Endurance
Street late
was
last
mostly
night after a
gone.
report of
She
men
had drifted
fighting
in the ice
inside
about
the business.
550
It
miles,
discovered the man
400
suffered
kilometers.
stab wounds to his
Much
upper
of the
body.
ship
He
was now
died at the
submerged,
scene.
ice piercing the
U.S.
sides.
Treasury Secretary
Some parts
Janet
were
Yellen
crushed.
says the federal
It was
government
only a
will
matter of
not
time
bail
before
out
the
Silicon
ice and sea
Valley
claimed
Bank,
the rest of
but
the most
Yellen
prompt
says she
vessel.
is working to help depositors
Shackleton would
who are
gather his
concerned
27
about their
men
money
in a
being
makeshift
rolled
camp
from
about 300 feet or 90 meters from the dying endurance.
safe
We thank them for their hard work these past 3 days, their calmness in the
The
crisis,
government took
and their
control of
devotion
that
to their
bank on
duty.
Friday. It was the
He then said,
largest bank to
quote,
collapse
"Ships
since
and
the
stores
Great
have gone,
Recession of
so now we'll
2008.
go home."
Louisiana Republican Senator John
It was
Kennedy
a
says
simple,
he's
if
got some
understated,
concerns
and
about
confident
President Biden's
message.
budget.
He
The
then
only
laid out the
way I know
situation
how to
in front of
improve
the
the
board
president's
in an honest
budget is
and
with
open
a
fashion.
surrender.
The men would pack up their
Kennedy
gear
says
and
the
supplies,
$6.8
plus 2
trillion
endurance
proposal will
lifeboats
not solve the
to
country's
save
financial
the ship.
problems.
They would
A
then
law
walk across
prohibiting
the
drag
ice to
shows on
Pollard
public
Island,
property
which
is
was
moving
about
forward in the
345
Kentucky
miles
General
away
Assembly.
near the northern
Republican State Senator Lindsey Titchener is the bill's sponsor. Some of those performances are absolutely inappropriate for kids. We already have standards around adult performances with women who are performing. Those aren't in the public sector, obviously, for reasons they shouldn't be in the public sector. Similar performances when men or dressed as women shouldn't be in the public sector as well.
It is easily passed the Senate on Friday, 26th, putting out next to the House. The bill would also ban current performances in places where they could be viewed by children. The world's first 3D printed rocket was set to lift off yesterday. The first 3D printed rocket was just seconds away from liftoff. The ground controllers called it off. Terran 1 is the largest 3D printed rocket attempting an orbital flight. It was set to launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida yesterday on wind conditions, one of the contributing factors for them to struggle launch. Saturday's attempt was the second try for the California-based aerospace company. Jane Yamamoto, by me, and how fans work on the 10 and Monterey Park.
This is going to be a heavy one as we play on the 10 westbound the San Bernardino Freeway between your Avenue and Garfield Avenue. They're going to be until about 3 o'clock, and it's heavy and closed your road. Now, as you're coming out of this area, it's 15 northbound Ranchero Road, 2 lanes are closed here, close from Oak Hill, stop and go. Closed in South LA on the 110 southbound at 105 connected there. They got some Caltrans work going on and delays. Here, flying the sky up to the faster, I'm Mark Weaver. And it's Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities for those free 3-day passes. Sign up today at startandsportofitness.com. Get more workout for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle ropes to box jumps, tire flips to treadmills, cardio to kettlebell. We have everything you need for our low monthly cost. And Sport of Fitness has your back. No matter what your fitness motivation is, whether it's premium gym experience or not so premium price, this is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startandsportofitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startandsportofitness.com. That's startandsportofitness.com.
It was a dramatic gesture, emphasizing the need for everyone to sacrifice.
$29.99 to join.
One of the few exceptions to the
Amenities and facilities may vary.
Leonard Hussey's 12-pound
South Carolina
banjo.
today at 5, partly to most of cloudy skies out there, highs in the low 60s at the coast, mid-60s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County,
And while
mid-60s
Shackleton
for the valley
demonstrated
and
calm
IE,
and
upper
confidence in his
60s
men,
in the high
down
desert.
he was very
Overnight rain
afraid for the
50s,
lives
tomorrow
of
partly
the
cloudy,
saved.
mid-60s along the
Right in his
coast, upper
journal,
60s for the Basin
I pray
and
God I can manage to
inland
fulfill
OC,
parties
upper 60s near 70s in the valleys and IE. And we
This
will have
reveals something about Shackleton that I have only touched on in the past.
high
He took the
desert. A
responsibility of
rainbow
men's
is
lives very,
returning
very seriously.
on
He
Tuesday.
was a man
Right
whose
now
work
it's 61 in Brea,
experienced
63 in Tustin,
nightmares about it.
64 in
In
Covina,
fact, sometimes he was so
63
careful
in
during the
Studio
nickname
City.
Cautious Jack,
Indeed,
or
local. Live from
cautious.
the KFI,
It
24
was an
hours.
interesting
I'm
facet of
Rabbi.
Shackleton's personality. In England, it was often as if he
Do
didn't
you
have
want
a
to
care
live well without
Yet on that
drowning in
expedition,
debt?
he was intensely
Joel
invested
got
in
you
the
covered.
safety of his men. Thus, he did not make
This
decisions
is
lightly.
how to money.
At the same time,
With
he
Joel
would make
Larson.
decisions for himself to make those choices. And he was more than happy to take the biggest risks
KFI
himself.
AM 640 live
So
everywhere
before
on the
departing
iHeartRadio
endurance,
app.
some of the
This
men were
is How to Money. I'm your host, Joe
Gardner,
Larson.
so
Let's
that the
get
vessel
you today.
down
All right.
with the
Today
colors
we're going to talk
proudly.
about another
Also, one of the
student
crew,
loan
Thomas
lawsuit
Lowe,
and
was a
how that's going
prestigious
to
man.
potentially
Go
impact
back
you
and
if
invite
your
Shackleton and
student loan
left
payment
ice.
has been on
He thought it
pause.
was bad luck to cast
You know,
aside such an item.
That's been the case for anybody
Before
with no
departing,
student loans
there
for the
would
last
be one
3 years.
final distasteful
But there's a
movement
new
to be done,
lawsuit in
and that was
addition to
regarding
kind
the
of
dogs.
what's happening in front of the
Shackleton
Supreme
ordered
Court
the pups
right
and the
now
beasts of the
when it
animals to
comes
be
to
shot
the
as they would only
forgiveness
take up food
that the
used
Biden
by men.
administration is trying to push through.
Also, the ship's
What's happening
captain,
with
Mrs.
student loans?
Jimmy,
I'll talk
was
about
also
that
shot.
today. And
Shackleton was afraid the dogs would
about
see
some
him and go into a
expensive
frenzy to
luxury
try to
items.
kill it.
It's
Mrs.
pretty
Jimmy, by the way,
amazing
was
what
actually a
some
male
of these
captain, but in the
luxury
name before
goods
sex
and apparel
had
companies are
determined.
charging
And the captain was the
for
personal pet of the
seemingly
mission.
what should be inexpensive everyday items.
Man was
Talk about
crazy
that.
to
Also,
the
talk about
decision,
the
and he would never
collapse
forgive
of
Shackleton for
Silicon
ordering
Valley
the
Bank.
killing.
And
Killings which
I
were
don't
carried
know
out by
if you
Tom
were talking
Green.
about credit scores as well, just a small bump up of a senior credit score that could save
28
you
men and
thousands of
$48
dollars,
would set off
possibly
on
hundreds of
October
thousands of
13,
dollars.
1950.
So a lot to discuss today on How to Money. And this show's all about
supplies,
you
as well as
living,
two vendors and
saving,
three light
investing,
boats,
and
ladder
doing
weight
what
for
matters.
ton
Because
each.
you want to know
Thomas
the money
Ford Lee's
information
the
that's
marine
important,
officer
but
would scout the
you
terrain
have
or
to
dash
budget for 6 hours a
on
week.
his
Nobody wants to
skis.
do that. So this
The man was an
this
expert skier,
show
and
is really
Shackleton was
all about
amazed at
helping
how
you
easily
get
he
buttoned
glided
up.
about
It
the
makes
ice.
it matter on
I
the
do not doubt
decision.
Shackleton
Move
would
on
watch the
today
wind
and enjoy the
around
great
so
stuff.
effortlessly.
But we
You wonder
have
what might
more
have been
fun
him.
skis on a different expedition. No matter, despite Worthy's prowess with the skis, the progress of the men was painfully slow. With temperatures warming, the snow was soft and the sledges were constantly bogged down. The men sometimes found themselves in the snow. And again, this was not simple flat ice they were on. The men would have to go around over icebergs and ice walls. At times they even cut holes into the ice walls to get the boats through. It was a painfully slow process, and on the first day, they only managed to go a single mile. As they had over 300 miles or 400 kilometers to go, and only about 2 to 3 months of food, well, that just wasn't going to cut it. The next day, the progress was even worse, and Shackleton abandoned the idea. Slugging across the ice just wasn't the answer. Thus, a more stable ice floe was identified and a permanent camp was set up. This would be called Ocean Camp. As the camp was just 2 miles from Endurance, Shackleton allowed the men to go back to the ship to fetch supplies that they had been forced to leave behind. This included a third of Endurance's lifeboats. Also, they pulled nails out of the planks and collected timber for future carpentry needs. They also got rigging and canvas and other supplies, and they even managed to bring back 300 tons of food. Another thing the men rescued from Endurance's icy were the photographic plates of Frank Hurley. Hurley and Shackleton selected 150 of the best images to take with them. The rest of the plates, 400 in total, were smashed, so no one would be tempted to go back and try and retrieve more of them. So as the men settled into Ocean Camp, the plan was to wait for the ice to break up and then take the boats and sail to Palmer Island. No one knew when that would actually happen, so they could only wait and try and keep busy. The team would constantly go back to Endurance and salvage whatever they could find. The men were confident they were going to find a way home. Shackleton's optimism was a key part of that belief. Pierce Blackburrow, Stowaway, said this of the boss, quote, his hopes and ambitions had been shattered, yet he was cheerful and went on his way to impart some of his cheerfulness on brothers. He had a genius for keeping his men in good spirits. And need I say more? He loved him like a father, end quote. I think that says so much about Shackleton. He was the calm in the tempest, firm yet compassionate in the face of adversity. I also can't help but stress the importance of his top officers, such as Frank Wild and Tom Green. These were hard and efficient men who got things done. Shackleton had all the confidence in the world in two men. Now I want to bring things to a close for today by taking us to November 21st, 1915. The men had brought word that Endurance was not long from ice, and Shackleton and some others went to see the vessel. As it turned out, Endurance would have one final show for the men. The ship moved noisily as it started to go under. Shackleton called out, quote, "There she goes, boys," end quote. The ship's stern rose up 20 feet into the air, the propeller hanging there for several moments, and then slowly she sank into the sea. Within a minute, ice had formed over the break and had swallowed the ship. Endurance was gone. Captain Worsley would say Endurance, quote, "put up the bravest fight that ever a ship had fought before yielding," end quote. It had indeed been a long fight, but the ice usually wins, even if the ship is one of the strongest ever constructed. The loss of Endurance had no longer been coming, but as she slipped into her icy grave, it cut off the last link to civilization for the men. There were no more books or records or trinkets to be saved, no more supplies or gear to be salvaged. Ernest Shackleton and the men of Endurance were now alone. And that is where we will wrap up our story for today. As I have said, even now the men were optimistic about their future. They needed the ice to break open, and they could take the 3 lifeboats to the Antarctic Peninsula and get to a place where they could be spotted by the whalers that would eventually come to the region. In the meantime, the men would work preparing the boats, keep an eye on the always unstable ice, and hope the drift would take them closer to land and not out to sea. Now, I do want to make one comment about today's episode regarding our intrepid star, Ernest Shackleton. Today, Shackleton is revered by many people for what he did on this very expedition. One of the ironies of this is that we see that Shackleton is often a maker of his own vessels. He went into the Antarctic knowing the ice was the worst of years. He had been warned repeatedly to not do so, and he ignored those warnings. Also, because we winter camp in Glacier Bay, he would not. And we know this, risked getting Endurance trapped in the ice, something she was not specifically built to do. This is something about Shackleton that is frustrating. Throughout his life, he was so eager to do things. He dismisses the stuff that could have helped him succeed. But it's hard not to admire Shackleton when the chips are down. It's weird how this guy who struggled to navigate the world simply transformed in a time of crisis. But hindsight is 20/20, and I don't want to dwell too much on what ifs and things. With that said, next time we will follow Shackleton as he and his crew wait for the chance to make a dash for the Antarctic coast.
even as the situation gets more and more desperate with the event day. And we will also spend time with the Aurora team, who are in charge of finding supply deals from McMurdo Sound to the basic formulation. So there you go. That is it for today. I want to give a big thank you to all the show supporters. I get messages from you guys nearly every day, and I appreciate all the kind words. It really is special. And thanks to all of you who support the show by giving us a nice review on Apple Podcasts. That is so great. Again, thanks. And finally, big stop in Kiss of Nation. Others have joined our Patreon program. I want to thank you all. This includes such people as Eileen, Dave, John Paul, Philip, Ralph, Craig, Alan, Roger, and so many others. Thank you. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I look forward to seeing you next time as we continue this epic journey. Thanks again. Take care. Wishing you your loved ones health.
And when you look at the reality, like even Windows payment policy,
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
going to be, or very few people are going to be in the position where they're going to want to refinance into private student loans. That might have made sense 4 years ago for people who were planning on paying their student loans off in short order. But given the new income-based repayment plan is likely to come out, given the federal protections that borrowers have when they keep their student loans with the federal government, I don't think there's going to be many people refinancing with SoFi or with any of those online.
Hello, everyone. This is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. For the next couple of months, we are conducting a listener survey to help us get to know you, your interests, and what you think of the show. You can help out the podcast by taking a short questionnaire at surveymonkey.com/R. That's the letter R. So surveymonkey.com/R/airwave. This only takes a few minutes, and your feedback will help us improve the Explorers Podcast and find sponsors who actually tell me anything you want. Plus, as my way of saying thank you, every person who fills out the survey will be entered to win a $500 Amazon gift card. So please, if you can take the /r/airwave or click on the link in our episode notes of our more recent episodes. There's also a link on our website's homepage, explorerspodcast.com. Thank you again for your help.
Hit and run driver who killed a man when his vehicle slammed into a bus stop in Santa Fe Springs yesterday afternoon. Most streets around the Golden Theater in Hollywood and Hyden are closed ahead of tonight's Oscars. And the Scream franchise shows no signs of slowing down. The sixth film in the long-running series opened with over $44 million this weekend to lead all films in North America. Check out Trouble in 405.
As we work through episodes remaining, check out the Shatter our link record. And I want to cover this. A big reason the series is so long is due to the fact that it was drinks and violent barely 100 years ago. It allows us to get a really in-depth look at check into public and personal lives. Also, we really get a unique look at the day-to-day experience of those expeditions. It's not something we normally have access to, which is why we have made so much into that part of the series. Anyhow, today we have two main tasks to cover. First, we will tag along with Shackleton and Random Turrets as we try to figure out how to get off the iceberg and the sea. Second thing we have to do is to go check out the Aurora team. This was their group of men who were traveling through Australia to the Ross Sea area. Their job is to lay supplies from the coast to the base of the Airport Glacier. So there you go. That's what we have on the agenda for today. We're going to start with the second item, the Aurora team. Let's get cracking.
Now is the
The Ross Sea party is sort of a forgotten home because the transit during the expedition. History mostly is focused on Ernest Shackleton, so when these men were doing this often forgotten, not by us, often known as Shackleton, but it's part of the expedition, so it's important that we don't forget it. So the Ross Sea party was tasked with laying a series of supply depots across the Great Ice Barrier, the Ross Sea to the base of the Airport Glacier. This was about 400 miles or 640 kilometers. The idea was that when Shackleton crossed the continent, he could reach the South Pole and just keep going, head down the Airport Glacier, up the Great Ice Barrier, until he came to the base of the Ross Sea. While this was exciting, it was a critical check to the talent. I mean, those guys had to put in their things to succeed. Unfortunately, from the get-go, the Ross Sea team ended up being an afterthought to most everyone, including Shackleton.
This report is sponsored by Actress for Reset Your Brands.
Anyhow, let us back up a bit for our story.
Shop top
To
brands
bring all the
today
men
and
and
save up
supplies
to
to Antarctica,
$700.
Shackleton would
Plus,
purchase the
get a
Aurora,
free
which had
adjustable
recently
base
been
with
wiped out
select
by Lawson
purchases.
on his
Time
Antarctica
to score
expedition.
big savings
She
on
would sail from
your
Australia
great
Wrote things in Australia, Shackleton returned to his Macintosh, a veteran of the Nimrod expedition. Macintosh lost an eye on that expedition in an accident. Another key team member hired by us to take charge of the sledges and dogs. Joyce had impressed Shackleton on that expedition, a letter saying, quote, Joyce knows his work well, and indeed Joyce was viewed as a respected man. He had a reputation for being a abrasive brother of Frank Wild, Shackleton's second in command. Macintosh and his team arrived in Sydney, Australia in October 1914. They would find that Aurora needed an overhaul. The problem with that was money. Macintosh had been given £2,000 for expenses, but as Shackleton was struggling to raise funds, and that number was cut in half. Macintosh was told to try and acquire goods and services and money, donations, and by word keep the ship. All of this meant that there were not enough funds to pay the men. This resulted in several of them resigning. Edgeworth David, the respected Australian geologist and the lead scientific officer on Shackleton's Nimrod expedition, could help raise funds for the Aurora team. The corners would be cut, and many of the new hires lacked desperately experience. One example was Adrian Don, who was hired as one of the ship's engineers. Don was actually a locomotive engineer and had no sea experience. Another example was Lionel Cook, hired as the wireless operator. Cook was just 18 years old and only an electrical apprentice. Another questionable replacement added at this time was Arnold Spencer Smith, a reverend and amateur photographer. He had no polar experience. His main qualification seems to have been his willingness to take part in the expedition, nothing more. Despite all of these challenges, Macintosh managed to get the ship ready. The Aurora would depart from Sydney on December 15, 1914, just as Shackleton was heading into the Weddell Sea. The ship would travel to Hobart, Australia, and take on coal and some additional provisions. She would depart on December 24th. Due to all the issues Macintosh had point, Macintosh knew that Shackleton had moved to London, but that Macintosh had to get his depot set up in early 1915. If he didn't, Shackleton would reach the South Pole and head down Beardmore Glacier and not have any food waiting for him. That would be a disaster. Now, the tragedy here is that Macintosh need not have worried about Shackleton departing for another year. In fact, Shackleton had made that decision before leaving South Georgia Island on December 5th. What had followed was a terrible miscommunication. Weeks before sailing south, Shackleton had sent a letter to London saying that a crossing that summer was not happening. He then said that that information was to be relayed to Macintosh in Australia. Mission underway. Aurora would arrive off Ross Island on January 16th. 1915. Macintosh would establish his base at Cape Evans, which had been Robert Scott's headquarters on his ill-fated Terra Nova expedition. Thankfully, the team could use the existing structures, so there was no need to build huts. For reference, Cape Evans is about 15 miles, or 23 kilometers, north of Hut Point, which is at the southern tip of Ross Island, and the original Smithy Island stable. Anyhow, Lane would begin within days. However, Macintosh would make a decision which would lead to a fierce argument between himself and Marcus Joyce. Macintosh would like to have Aurora frozen in for the winter instead of sending her back to Australia. Joyce, who had more experience than anyone in Antarctica, couldn't believe the decision, saying it was, quote, the silliest damn rock that could have possibly occurred, end quote. The truth is that Macintosh made some questionable calls during his time in Antarctica, and this was one of them. But Joyce's confrontational and condescending attitude would backfire on him, with Macintosh digging in his heels and sticking to his decision. It was an unfortunate situation. Many of the men agreed with Joyce, and they quickly came to not trust Macintosh's leadership. This would lead to all sorts of internal conflicts, which in the end helped no one. No matter, Macintosh was determined to get going on things like depots. He would decide to remain here himself. At this point, Joyce and Mac sledged into their new environment much smoother if the men and dogs got a little experience with each other. But Macintosh rejected the idea. He was determined to get moving. Also, the two men would have another argument about how far the dogs should travel and how much they should pull. Macintosh went out again. The sledge parties would set out on January 24th and 25th. 4 men, all scientists, would remain at Cape Evans taking readings and measurements. Before leaving, Macintosh ordered Aurora's first officer, 27-year-old Joseph Stenhouse, to find a suitable anchorage for the ship near Cape Evans to ride out the winter. Stenhouse would eventually select a spot not far from their base, and in March allow Aurora to be frozen in ice. It was not a great location, and the ship just wasn't that protected from the elements, but Stenhouse felt that it would be alright for the winter. As a note, the only known safe harbor was at Hut Point to the south, but Macintosh wanted to use Aurora for the main winter quarters for the men, which is why he needed the ship to be near Cape
Evans.
Other
So
shop as a way
McIntosh would
to
lead the short party
regain
on
a
the
sense of
Great Ice
control.
Barrier. The operation would take about 2
Putting
months to
control
complete.
back in our lives.
Not
So
all
when
the
we
supplies
have
made
this
it to
do
the
the opposite,
depots.
because the more
Plus,
our
10
money
of the
flows
dogs
out
would die
to
on
buy
the
stuff
return
we don't
journey.
need, we're actually
This would
losing
hammer
control.
the depot
Give that
label.
financial margin.
By late
The
March,
additional
the 6
money
men
we're
of the
able to
depot
have
lane
on
team
hand.
would find themselves at Hut Point.
That's the
They were
real control.
exhausted and suffering from frostbite.
That's
They
the
needed to
real
get to
control.
Cape
Having
Evans,
that
as that was
financial
where all the
freedom,
food and supplies were located. However, there was a
that's where
problem.
it's at.
To get to Cape
And so
Evans,
you've
we had
always
to
heard
cross the
not to shop at
ice,
the grocery
and that
store
was
when you're hungry. You
unstable.
don't want to be,
Thus,
you
they
don't want
found
to be
themselves
hangry. You
stranded.
walk in those aisles
They would manage to
and
survive
load
on
yourself
seal
up with
meat
too much
and use the
cinnamon toast
blubber for
crunch
fuel.
and laced
They
potato
would not be able to cross over to Cape Evans
so
until
you buy
June
the stuff
1st.
that you're like, oh
And when they
man,
got
I
there,
want that
they
right
would
now.
find that Aurora
But
was
that's not
gone.
necessarily stuff that's the healthiest, and it's
Now
not
I
the
went
best for
back
your
up a
budget
few
either.
weeks.
I'm going to stuff in the
Remember,
center of the
Aurora had
grocery
been
store
iced
to
in for the
when you
winter
ship
in
out.
its
It's
moorings
not
and
great for
carried out to sea as
your
part of a larger ice
body,
floe.
and it's not great
This was a
for
disaster for
your
2
money.
reasons.
But
First, the ship was
same
now
thing,
just
same
gone,
principle
and who
applies.
knows
Don't
what
shop the grocery
happened to
store
her.
when you're hungry. Well,
Perhaps
also
she was
don't allow
crushed
yourself to shop
or then
online
carried
if
on the
you're in an
rocks or out
emotionally
to sea.
state.
No matter, she was nowhere to be seen.
And no, it
And
takes
second,
a
since the
second to
ship
kind
was
of
being used
communicate
as
that
the
to yourself.
lead left behind
Is
from
something
Scott's and
puts me overnight.
Shackleton's earlier expeditions, and there was
And
seal
I
and penguin
flipping through
meat.
this email,
Plus, if they were
40% off
desperate,
one of my
they could
favorite
dig into the
retailers.
supplies earmarked for Shackleton.
Trying to
The big
see
thing they were
some
missing was
pain,
not
some anger, but
necessarily
I'm feeling
food,
if
but
we're
supplies
buying into
such
this
as
kind of
clothing, boots,
revenge
and fuel.
spending mentality.
The
We're
men,
all
however,
doing
would
we're
prove
buying
up
a
to the
lot of
task of
things that we
survival.
probably
There
don't
was
need.
some stuff in Cape Evans
And
that was usable, and they were able to
we're
improvise,
eliminating some
enabling
of
them
our
to get enough
financial
of what they
margin
needed to
in the
survive the
process.
hard winter.
But I'm not
For
sure how
instance,
prevalent
Joyce
this is.
would
I'm not
cater
sure if it was like two
clothing
people
from a
on
large
TikTok
canvas tent
calling
by
the
Scott's
their
team
revenge spending.
in Ernest
But I
Wild
do
and
know
tobacco by combining the leaf that we
that
made with
how
sawdust,
we're
tea,
feeling
coffee,
does
and dried
impact our
herbs.
financial choices. It
Thus,
does
the
to
men
me.
would
I'm
hunker
not like
down for
saying
the long
that
winter,
I'm above
and as
this.
spring approached, they could
Not at
only
all.
continue with their duties,
But it's
despite not
important to
knowing
kind
the
of
fate of Aurora. To start,
a little more
McIntosh decided to
understanding
move
of
all the
what's going
depot
on when you're
stores,
sad, when you're
3,800
bored,
pounds or
you're just trying
7
to cheer yourself
kilograms,
up. Is
from
there
Cape
another way
Evans
to
to
do that?
Hut
Can you go
Point,
for a
the
walk
latter being
outside?
closer to the
Can you
Great
at
Ice
least give
Barrier.
yourself a barrier and
He
say,
would then
listen,
set up
okay,
4 new supply
I know I'm
depots,
feeling,
one
I
at
think I
81,
want this
82,
thing, but I
and
know I'm
83
feeling a
degrees
certain way.
south,
I'm
and
going
a
to give
final
it
one at the foot of
24
Beardmore
hours. If I
Glacier,
still want
which
that
was at
stuff tomorrow,
83
I'm fine.
degrees and
But
30
sometimes
degrees
those
south.
emotions of running the show,
The first phase of
it's
moving the
great.
supplies
It's
to Hut
helpful
Point
to figure
took
that out
most
on
of
the phone.
August, and things went
Speaking of
well.
which, speaking of
The
shopping,
second
more
phase
time
would
gift
entail
cards for a
setting up
second.
the next 3
I talked about
depots,
this with Mo,
and the third
Kelly
phase
on
would be
Wednesday.
supplying the final depot
Yes,
at
we went
Beardmore
from
Glacier.
7 to 10, of course.
Setting up the first
And
3 new depots would
Mo,
entail
he
9
told
of the
me
men
like to
working
gift
in
cards as a
groups of
gift. That's a
3.
standard thing.
They
So
would strike out
I'm not
from
sure if
Hut
I'm
Point,
gonna
bringing their supplies to their designated locations, and then
buy
head
into
back.
Mo's mentality here. He wants me to
Now,
give him
there
a
was
gift
a
card,
major
but
problem
maybe I will
facing
for
the
that.
men,
Like, no,
and that
but
was the lack of
I don't
dogs.
think gift cards are a
Only
great
6
thing.
had
And here's why.
survived to this point,
2/3
and
of
2 of those
Americans
were
have
pregnant
unspent
and
gift
couldn't
card
work.
money
Thus, only Joyce would use the
hanging
dogs
out
to
somewhere
pull the
around the
sledge.
house. And
The
half the
rest of the
people
men
said
would
that they
result to
use gift
manhauling,
cards
a
before they
hard
even
and
use
taxing
them.
exercise. By the way,
If
one
someone
man,
could do a
Alexander
$100 bill,
Stevens, the
ever
expedition's
lost a
chief
$100 bill,
scientist, would remain at
I
Cape
haven't.
Evans to take weather
And I
measurements.
lost a gift card.
The
Over that.
teams would spend the next 4 months, from
So
September
these
through
stats that
December,
come from the new
setting up
credit
depots
summit
3
report.
through
And
5.
overall,
By the time
this is another crazy
1916
stat.
rolled
I
around,
lost that
the
in a
men
week.
were,
There is
frankly, exhausted.
$21
They
billion
had been
working
working
on
hard for
gift
months.
card
They
funds.
had not eaten
So
well,
much
and
money
nutrition
sitting
was lacking.
So
Thus,
a
there
couple
were
things we
signs
can
of
say.
fact that Cape Evans, while the remaining 6 would depart on January 1st, 1916, the fight was taken for the job. The team included McIntosh and Joyce, plus Ernest Wild, Henry Hayward, Arnold Spencer Smith, and Dick Richards. They also had the dogs, as Joyce had fed them well, and made sure that they were not overworked. He felt that the expedition's success and their lives depended on the dogs. The 6 men would push on to the barrier, days turning into weeks. They would get weaker by the day, especially those who had to manhaul their sledge. On December 26th, not far from Airport Glacier, Arnold Spencer Smith, the Reverend, would collapse as a result of scurvy. The team would leave Spencer Smith and continue on to Mount Hope without him. There they would set up their final supply depot and then head back north. They would pick up Spencer Smith on January 29th. He was physically helpless by this time and had to be placed on one of the sledges. Also, Ernest McIntosh was in bad shape. Scurvy had swollen up his knee joints. He was in severe pain and couldn't pull anymore. He could only stagger along with the others. It got so bad, McIntosh would formally hand to Joyce, as well as Dick Richards. The men would slog on with scurvy and malnutrition in the cold, zapping their strength every day. On February 17th, about 10 miles short of one of the depots, blizzard struck. The men would have to spend 5 days in their tent, riding out the storm, all the while being weaker. To top it off, the food was now gone, and the men were eating dog rations. The conditions of Spencer Smith and McIntosh deteriorated so badly they could not go on. Thus, Ernest Wild would be left to tend to them, while Joyce
Deputies and the
Richards
man
and
fired
Hayward would
and other
continue on
before
to
the
the
man
depot.
barricaded himself
Their
inside
plan
the
was to
home.
get food and
The
bring it back
veteran
to
has
the
made
others.
it home to a
Led
hospital
by the
in
4 dogs,
Orange
which
County
were
after
tired
getting
but
hit with
still
a
alive,
Russian
the men
rocket
would take a
while
week to get to the
volunteering
next
as a
depot
combat
and
nurse.
return to the others. Once everyone had recovered a bit, they would continue their march. Both McIntosh and Spencer Smith rode up
Giovanni
sledge.
Levin was an infantry sergeant
On
in the
March 8th,
Marines
Victor
turned
Hayward
emergency
collapsed,
room
and
technician
then the
in the
next day,
Orange County.
Spencer Smith
A
was
person riding in the
escorted to
hospital
Missouri and
vehicle.
pushed on. They would reach Hut Point on March 16th. Now, at this point, the men were able to rest and recover from the ordeal. However, they still did not know the fate of Aurora. Had the ship survived the storm that had carried her out to sea? Had she returned to the area? If they had hoped to find any answers at Hut Point, they would be disappointed. Now, likely the 5 survivors would trudge their way across the ice to Cape Evans, and they were anxious to do so. Perhaps the men there knew the fate of Aurora. However, just like the previous year, the ice on the Ross Sea was unstable, and to try to cross it to Cape Evans was far too dangerous. Thus, they would have to wait, surviving on seal meat in stores left at the camp. On May 8th, 1916, McIntosh would announce that he and Victor Hayward were going to risk the still dangerous ice and march to Cape Evans. Joyce and others objected, saying it was crazy. McIntosh was insistent. Reports
A man
suggest
from
that
Maryland
McIntosh
who
was
just won his
suffering due
second
to
lottery
non-moving
prize is
situation
trading his
and the
hairstyle for
isolation,
his good luck.
and thus he was
William
willing to make
Daniels
such a
Jr.
risky
took home
decision.
$50,000
The two
from
men
a
would
scrap
set out that
meet
afternoon,
after
and they
first
would never
pocketing
receive again.
$100,000
Within 2
back
hours,
in
the area was
2015.
engulfed by a blizzard.
Why
The
don't
storm
I
was so
have
severe,
this eye
Joyce
of
Wilde
luck?
and Richards would not risk leaving their hut for 2
He
days.
told lottery
When the
officials that
three
he
finally
was wearing
did
his
go
hair
to look for
long
signs of
when he scored
McIntosh
that
and
second
Hayward,
prize.
they could
Daniel
only
says
find
he
some fake
plans
tracks
to use
leading
this
to
money
ice.
to pay for
The
his
two men had
wedding.
either fallen.
Fun in
Joyce,
showing up.
Richards, and Wilde would not set out for Cape Evans
The
until
good news
July
here, the
15th.
crash is
Once
cleared
they
out.
did,
Then
they would be reunited
outside
with four of the men of the
boulevard, off
expedition.
to the right, 2 vehicles here.
At Cape Evans, they found that there had been no sign of Aurora, and of course, Jacqueline had not shown up either.
The left lane was
The
taken
7
away
men
here
could
for a
only wait
previous
and hope that
accident
summer would bring
and
them
some
better
trouble through
news.
Marietta. Police activity
That
on
takes our story back to
southbound
May
at
of the previous
250.
year when
Going
Aurora
to be stop and
disappeared.
go from Marietta
Well, what
Hospital
happened was that the ice pack that the ship was trapped in would
Hey,
drift out
apply
into
the
the
sky
Ross
help
Sea.
get you there
They
faster.
tried to
I'm
signal for
marking
help with the wireless, but it replied to them with static. That
Seriously,
winter,
my
Aurora would drift more
dealership
into the ice
just
pack.
fixed the transmission.
On July 21st, 1950, the rudder was crushed by the ice, and on several occasions, the men were sure the ship was going to be crushed as well. It got so late, Joseph Stenhouse, the acting captain, was a day away from ordering his men to abandon the ship. They were prepared to march across the ice pack to Cape Evans. But the ship would survive, trapped in the ice, which took it further and further north and out to sea. It was not until February 12th, 1916, that they were beginning
Southland
to
was
sign
in KFI.
Their
Overnight
cold
we're
was
in the
dangerously
50s.
low, so
Right now
Stenhouse
it's
only used his
63
sails.
in Lake
Thus,
Forest,
they got
61
nowhere.
in Dana Point.
It wasn't
Leave
until
local,
March
I'm
1st
from the
that the
KFI
boilers would be
24-hour
fired up
newsroom.
and a breakout attempt made.
I
Again,
can
nothing.
turn my
Then,
passion
5
into a
days later, the
career.
men would spot the
I
edge of
can
the
get
ice.
hands-on
For a
training
week,
for
they
my
would
dream
try the
job.
new
I
push their
can
way
be
up to
ready
the
for
pack.
the in-demand
Then, on
careers
March
of today
14th,
and
we have it.
tomorrow.
Aurora found herself clear of the ice and
exploring
sea.
the role at a
She had
California
drifted
community
1,600
college
miles,
with more than
2,575 kilometers, for 312 days.
can be anything you
Stenhouse
imagine.
set sail for New
I can
Zealand.
make good money.
However, progress was very slow. For New Zealand, they were able to get out an emergency message over wireless. On April 2nd, the tug reached the ship, tow her into Port Chalmers the next day. Aurora had been gone for nearly a year and a half. Stenhouse became no responsible check. Union and 10 men were stranded in the Ross Sea area, and he needed to go back to rescue them. However, there was a problem with that. As the winter was now approaching, no rescue attempt could take place for at least 8 months. More importantly, the expedition had no money, and the governments of Australia and New Zealand weren't in a quickly or had little appetite to fund a rescue mission. I mean, people were sympathetic, but everyone pointed their fingers at someone else to foot the bill. Thus, Stenhouse sat in New Zealand and did nothing. He desperately wanted to head back to Cape Evans later in the year, but he didn't have the means to refit the ship and pay for it further. But let's face it, it had been a year and a half since anyone had heard from Shackleton. With the war going on, those were hard months now. And speaking of Ernest Shackleton, this is a good time to take us across the Atlantic and catch up with him and the men of endurance as they sat on the ice of the Weddell Sea, wondering what fate awaited them. And so, with that, let us head back across the continent to Ernest Shackleton.
The hottest topic of the weekend right now, we're going to throw on Silicon Valley Bank. This was something that very few people saw coming until, you know what, it came. And right now, regulators are holding an auction for Silicon Valley Bank to flip bust almost overnight. So let's talk about how this happened and kind of what this means to people. So a lot of people in Silicon Valley, a lot of people in the banking space were freaking
Tragedies. hauntings, legends,
But then there are a lot of
folklore.
normal people who are like, what does this mean for me? And that's what I care about, the normal people. I'm the personal finance nerd here. So I
Southern
want to talk
Gotham
about
is a
specifically what
podcast
that
that will
means to
take
you.
you
But let's
deep
talk
into the
just a
dark
little bit
history
about
and haunted
how this
lore
happened. What
of the American South,
year
exploring some of the region's most infamous
and it's the
tales,
second largest bank
from the swamps of
history.
Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, and the bloody battlefields, earliest settlements of Virginia. This is where ghost stories come alive, grim secrets are exposed, and mysteries. Well, you need to listen to find out. Join us now at SouthernGothamMedia.com,
And
wherever you get your
best
podcasts.
analogy I heard